Jisoo, a bullied transfer student, accidentally dirties the school bully's clothes, but instead of a beating he's met with kindness, discovering that this school has a strict no-bullying policy. All conflicts must be resolved through fair one-on-one combat, a system established by the student council president Jiang, the school's strongest monster. Just then, Kang In-ha appeared at the secret arena, publicly challenging Jisoo to a fight to avenge his soiled shirt. With no other choice he accepts the challenge, but overcome with fear he unlocks a new skill during the fight. He feels a terrible churning in his stomach, and then vomits all over his opponent. The arena fell silent as Jisoo's rather fragrant knockout left the audience speechless, earning him Kinha's ire and making him the laughingstock of Green Gate High. Humiliated Jisoo hid in the bathroom to escape the judging eyes, a transfer gone horribly wrong. He thought that if he just stayed away from the arena, there wouldn't be any more fighting. With that in mind, Jisoo hurried to find Jiang to withdraw from the arena. As those words left his mouth, the air grew heavy. Jiang crossed his arms, his smile fading. Jisoo claimed he didn't want to hurt anyone, nor did he find any joy in it, but little did he know his decision was a disastrous move. Jiang stared at him with icy eyes, and as student council president, he made an official declaration. From this moment on, Lee Jisoo's first-year arena protection was revoked. Simply because he's no longer a member of the Six Gates, he no longer enjoys their privileges. Now Jisoo has officially become the only student in the school who can be bullied at will. A group of boys from another class entered, led by the guy Jisoo had thrown up on the other day, and a hand grabbed Gu's hair, slamming his head into the cold wooden desk. Inside the classroom, everyone ignores the scene as if Gyu being ganged up on is only natural. He now understood the arena wasn't a game, but an unspoken rule and a brutal class system, and he who refused to play had made himself the unprotected prey, a target for every predator in the school. Hell once again opened its gates to him. After days of relentless beatings, Guy's body was broken, his soul decayed. He decided to drop out, offering a flimsy excuse about studying for exams, unable to utter a word about the truth. I tried my best. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, for being such a useless son. That thought cut through him like a knife. On his last walk home from school, he told himself that student life was a nightmare, but it was over, and from tomorrow he would live a normal life. But just outside the school gates, a familiar figure blocked his path. Jiang, arms crossed, eyes sharp as knives. Why not fight? He asked, his voice cold. What the hell's wrong with you? Gyu recoiled, hanging his head low. I'm sorry, someone like you, a battle maniac, would never understand. I have PTSD. I was tormented at my old school, and I can't take it anymore. I just want to give up. Before he could finish, Jiang stepped forward, his hand gripping Jisoo's shoulder, tightly, contempt etched on his face. You're even more pathetic than I thought. Jiang's voice suddenly roared with power. Who said you had to fight like a professional? Forget all that fancy technique. If you have no teeth, use your gums. If you have no strength, use desperation. That is the essence of battle. Gyu stammered in fear. President, what are you saying? But now, Jiang grabs his collar, grinding his teeth at the fact that he doesn't even want to protect himself. Fear and humiliation bring tears to Jisoo's eyes. Why? Why would he say such things? What did I do wrong? Did you think the world outside was a fairy tale that would scream at you to drop out and run away? No, you'll forever be a failure, wallowing in regret for the rest of your life. Words like poisoned needles piercing his mind. He stumbled forward, muttering, What do you know? You've never been weak, but his bad day isn't over yet. Up ahead, a familiar crowd awaits. Kang In-ha and his cronies. Kang In-ha sneers, I heard you're dropping out tomorrow. How can you leave without saying goodbye? You're leaving us. Who's gonna be my punching bag now? He sneered. You think dropping out will solve everything. The ringleader drags him into a dirty alley. The punches and kicks continued, and Gyu could only curl up, shielding himself in vain. I'm going to die. Please, stop. You should consider yourself lucky. In-ha gasped. If my brother was still the top dog here, you'd be dead meat. He pulls out his phone saying, Right, this is the address you sent me last time, isn't it? One of them replied, boasting about their information network, as Kang In-ha glanced at the screen and read aloud with a sinister smile. Well, our Gyoksu lives in a fancy place. Apartment 1105, Building 604 Do apartment complex in Mangu City. Each word was like a hammer blow to Jisoo's head, his home address. Next time they'll be paying him a visit. In-ha spoke sweetly, yet with a venomous edge. Since you're not joining the arena, we'll be seeing each other a lot more often. No, Jisoo screamed, struggling to break free. What are you going to do? Stay away from my family. His resistance only amused them, as Kang In-ha raised his phone, filming Jisoo pinned to the ground, pathetic and desperate. Why? Why me? What did I do wrong? I thought this hell was ending. I thought I was free. What do I do? How can he escape this place? Amidst the physical pain and utter despair, Jiang's voice suddenly echoed in his head, clear as day. Without teeth, he would use his gums. Without strength, he would use a recklessness that he didn't even want to protect himself with. The last string in Guishu's mind had snapped. Fear vanished, replaced by something primal and darker. A growl rumbled from deep within his chest. Not the cries of a victim, but the roar of a cornered beast. His eyes burned crimson. He gritted his teeth, his entire body tense, suppressing a rage about to explode. Gisu's resistance only added fuel to the fire. His desperate screams were music to Kang In-ha's ears. He laughed savagely, his voice filled with glee. Hearing this loser groan is pretty fun. Holding him down is getting more and more interesting. The Lola crew tightened their grip, and the external pressure ignited the sleeping demon within Gui Shu. In a moment of distraction, an unexpected power erupted from his small frame, sending Kang In-ha's phone flying into the air. Clang, the sharp sound of a screen shattering on the ground. All eyes were on the broken phone, the perfect opportunity. Now Hyungjiang's words echoed in Gu's mind like a command. If he has no teeth, then use gums. Without hesitation, Gisu opened his mouth and used all his strength to sink his gums into the hand that was covering his mouth. Ugh, you crazy dog. Let go. Kang In-ha screamed in agony, his face contorting in response to the tearing pain. The more he screamed, the tighter Gisu gripped. If he lacked strength, he would use his courage. But Kang In-ha wasn't one to be trifled with. He swung his remaining arm, landing a vicious slap across Gisu's cheek. He stumbled and fell to the ground, shakily, pushing himself back up. Gihu wiped the blood from his lip, his eyes blazing as he stared at his enemy. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Kang In-ha was stunned. He'd never seen a gyoksu like this before, one whose eyes held no fear, only defiance. If I have to die today, Gishu slowly straightened up his voice as cold as ice. Then I'll drag you down to hell with me, you bastard. Kang In-ha frowned, then let out a sneering laugh. Look at that, even a cornered rat will bite. Ready. As he spoke, his two henchmen charged at Gisu, but the moment they got close, Gisu flung a handful of sand he'd been holding into their faces. Everything happened so fast, so unexpectedly. I don't need to look cool fighting, I just need to do what I can. Kang In-ha was stunned, unable to believe Gu would use such a low tactic to catch him. He roared, but Gu had no intention of sticking around. He turned and ran for his life, crazy to take on all of them. Meanwhile, back at the Six Doors arena, the air crackled with shouts and the sounds of battle, when suddenly the doors burst open. Chairman Jiang, who had been watching the fight, turned around in surprise, as Gu, battered and breathless, rushed in and shouted at him. I want to join the arena. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to the stunned new student, as Gu gritted his teeth and repeated himself, each word clear and resolute. I will join the arena. Immediately after, Kang In-ha's gang came running up, panting. Seeing this, Jiang smirked a knowing smile on his face. He nodded at Gu. You're more interesting than I thought. The stage lights shine once again on two familiar faces, Gisu and Kang In-ha. Will he throw up on the arena floor this time? Below the stands, a guy with a dragon tattoo coiling around his arm crossed his arms and scoffed. That loser, I should have been the one to take out that bookworm, not In-ha. This damn arena. He's Pongho In-ha's gang's number 2. His friend nudges him, reminding him, watch your mouth. We're not the only ones here. They both glance at Jiang, who is standing below, with his arms crossed, observing. I know, always gotta watch my back, Book Young-ho growls as the fight begins in the arena. Bam, a direct punch to the face. A brutal knee strike to the gut. Thwack. Another punch lands, and Gyu spits out blood, as Kang In-ha glares and snarls. What did you think you could accomplish here? As he finished speaking, an even more powerful blow landed, sending Gyuk weakly crashing into the arena fence. He staggered to his feet, but Kang In-ha charged like a beast, giving him no time to breathe. A hook kick to the chin sent blood gushing from his mouth again. Kang In-ha grabs Gyu by the collar and lifts him up. What do you think of that? If you keep taking hits in silence like that, you'll end up dead, and no one will know. Gisu responded to the threat with silence, his eyes fixed on him without a trace of fear. That stubbornness infuriates In-ha, and he slaps him hard across the face, telling him to know his place. If you're trash, live like trash. Do you think you're the main character in a comic? After several slaps, a powerful kick sends Gishu flying like a broken puppet. The crowd below began to murmur. How awful. That's In-ha for you. Is that guy even dead? That sounded like bones breaking. Kang In-ha stretched, cracking his knuckles. How could he still be standing after all that? To everyone's astonishment, Gaisu slowly, shakily struggled to his feet once more. In-ha broke out in a cold sweat. What in the world? That blow should have taken him down. He casually puts his hands in his pockets, trying to appear calm. Don't act so tough or I really will kill you. Kill me, is that all you've got? Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a terrifying light, and a wave of murderous intent washed over his small frame. He shot forward like an arrow, embraced Kang In-ha, and used all his might to push him forward. This pain is nothing compared to what I've endured. Kang In-ha crashes to the floor, and the audience erupts in excitement. Hey, the bookworm's fighting back. Look at him snap, it's hilarious. On the floor, Kang In-ha gritted his teeth, cursing he thought he'd given up, catching him off guard. But as Gu swung his fist, the result was not what anyone expected. Kang In-ha was a step ahead, dodging the blow and landing a hook right on Gisu's face. Gisu staggered, and Kang In-ha laughed triumphantly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Trying to punch me with that speed, Gisu gritted his teeth, a mad thought flashing through his mind. If strength fails, then make up for it with will. To In-ha's shock, Gisu does the unthinkable. He roars, throwing himself forward with all his might, headbutting his opponent. A sickening crack echoes as blood gushes from Kang In-ha's nose, mixing with the crimson blood flowing from Gisu's forehead in a tragic and savage scene. That desperate counterattack was like a shot of adrenaline pushing the audience's frenzy to its peak. The entire arena roared with excitement, but only one person remained calm, his sharp eyes fixed on the ring, the old student, council president. He muttered, adrenaline could numb the pain, but the physical damage was unavoidable. This kid really has some guts. Immediately after that headbutt, Kang In-ha's fist landed squarely on Gyu's jaw, followed by a spinning kick that sent him crashing to the cold arena floor. Kang In-ha staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his face, a glint of anger in his eyes. "You crazy bastard, do you really want to die?" Gyu pushed himself up, the pain fading, replaced by a strange sensation, his eyes burning with a fearless arrogance as he stared at Kang, in a question echoing in his mind. "Is that all? Is this all the thugs I used to fear can do in the arena?" Around him, the crowd began to chant his name. Ligisu. Ligisu. Those cheers fueled his newfound fighting spirit. Biting his lip, he decided to bet it all. No matter what, I have to take him down. Why have I been so afraid of guys like him all these years? Gisu roars as he lunges toward Kang In-ha, throwing a desperate punch with all his remaining strength, but a sharp hook from Kang In-ha lands squarely on his chest. A knockout sends Gisu crashing to the floor, his vision fading as Kang In-ha coldly states, "Sorry, but I won't be caught off guard twice." The referee raised his hand. The winner, Kang In-ha. Gishu collapses to the arena floor, and silence descends. When he awakens, night has fallen. The dim lights of the Six Doors arena cast shadows on the ceiling. Where am I? Did I pass out? Memories of the fight flood back. Right, I lost, but at least I did what I could. I knew from the start, I couldn't win. All I could do was rush in and hope to land a punch on that bastard's face. I did all I could. He clenched his fist, wishing he'd been calmer then, wishing he'd aimed for his groin from the start. No, he was too cautious. If only I were just a little stronger. Awake now, a familiar voice cut through Gisu's thoughts. He jolted awake to see Jiang standing there, arms crossed, watching him. "Jiang, why are you still here? As student council president, I'm responsible for watching over an unconscious student." Jiang replied in an even tone. "The arena is a place to protect students from violence, not a place to fight to the death. And you know this privilege is only for today. From tomorrow you won't be allowed in here anymore because you're not an official student of Luke Monday. Take care of yourself." With that, any hope Gisu had crumbled. He hung his head, his voice filled with despair. "What am I supposed to do now?" Jiang turned to leave, then paused as Gishu looked up, his eyes burning with determination. "I won't give up. Please tell me what I need to do. I want to become stronger." Seeing the burning passion in the weak student's eyes, Jiang grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. He turned back, his voice gruff but full of interest. "Training the weak is also part of the president's responsibility. Are you ready?" Before Gyu could process it, Jiang landed a thunderous punch to his gut. "Aha!" Gyu cried out, doubling over in pain. Jiang looked down at him, his voice cold. "How does it feel? Like you're about to die, right? This is only the beginning. It's going to get much harder. By the end of your training, punches like these will be nothing to you." Gyu gasped for breath, clutching his stomach, and looked up at the monstrous figure before him. The next day, Gyu Le walked to school, his stomach still aching as if several ribs were broken. Jiang's words echoed in his mind. "Find him on the roof during breaks, persevere, and you might get stronger." He sighed. Could getting punched every day really make him stronger? "Hey Gyu, Jinduin," called out. He turned to see Jinduin, looking at him in surprise. "I thought you'd give up after yesterday's match." Gisu smiled, a rare, confident smile. "I changed my mind." Jinuin bursts out laughing, running over to put his arm around Gisu. "Really? Seems like you've taken a liking to the arena." The two were laughing and talking when they suddenly stopped short. Kang In-ha's gang was blocking their path, and their smiles vanished. Kang In-ha smirked at Gisu. "Baocat, so you finally decided to show your face again." Gisu's eyes flashed with resentment, but he knew he was no match for him at this point, so he remained silent, which only emboldened Kang In-ha. He leaned in close to Gisu's ear. "I didn't think you had the guts. You want revenge. Know your place because next time I might not hold back." With that, they coldly brushed past him. Jinu Inen watched Gisu anxiously, noticing his clenched teeth and white knuckles as he swallowed his anger. He vowed to make them pay someday. That afternoon on the rooftop, his first training officially began. Giyu became Jiang's living punching bag, enduring a relentless barrage of blows. But strangely, Jiang seemed excited, enjoying watching a weakling trying to rise up. He grabs Giyu by the collar, his eyes wide with intensity. "Don't be afraid, look straight at my fist. Until your training is complete, you're forbidden from challenging anyone." Seeing the fist like a hammer coming towards him, fear grips Gisu's heart once more. What kind of training is this? Why do I have to endure this every day? And so, day after day, the school rooftop became Gisu's personal hell, with Gu serving as Jiang's living punching bag. Each punch, each elbow strike, is a painful lesson etched into his very bones. The pain becomes a familiar companion, and Gisu's endurance is not weakness, but a hardening of steel. He's forging his will on the anvil of torment, tempering his resolve to turn his frail body into a weapon. He will be prey no longer. Meanwhile in the Six Gates arena, Kang In-ha remained an undefeated king, but since his fateful clash with Gisu, his brutality had reached a new level. He doesn't just fight to win, he fights to destroy. Below the arena, two students whisper, commenting on his face saying he looks like he wants to devour someone whole. A chilling voice echoed from behind them, startling the two students who turned to stone. In-ha had been standing there the whole time, his eyes burning like hot coals. "If you're so confident," he growled, "why don't you step into the ring with me?" Fear choked them, and they bowed their heads, mumbling apologies as Kang In-ha sneered, turning away to curse them as cowards. He approached his underlings. "Where's Gisu? Has anyone seen that Jew kid?" One of them scratched his head. "He's been missing lately, boss. He's not even around during breaks. He must be hiding from the arena." A realization dawns on Kang In-ha. He recalled Jiang Li Gishu's declaration that he would no longer be protected by the arena. A wicked smile spread across his face. "I have a brilliant idea," he says, his voice filled with excitement, "a way to teach those pathetic cowards a lesson." That night in a deserted park, Gisu pushed himself to his limit. Sweat soaked his clothes, his lungs burned, but he kept running, each step a vow. He remembered Jiang's punches, the pain that made him unable to swallow food. He could endure that pain. So what was this fatigue? He had to become stronger, faster. That goal was the fuel burning away all his weariness. Suddenly an engine roared through the night as a motorcycle sped toward him. Gisu reacted quickly, dodging to the side, but he couldn't avoid a heavy collision. The driver turns around, stops and points to a small scratch on the gas tank. "See that?" he growled. 5 million. You're paying for my baby. 5 million. Giyu panicked. "Where am I going to get that kind of money? You drove into me." Without warning, a hand grabbed Giyu's hair, followed by a devastating punch to the face. He fell to the ground as his friend's savage laughter echoed. "We saw it all. You ran right into his car. Haha, one punch and he's down weak as a worm." Gu slowly sat up, silently wiping the blood from his lip. This pain was nothing compared to what Jiang had taught him. Seeing Gu's lack of reaction, he roared in anger. "Are you deaf? Answer me." He raised his fist again. "You think I only need 5 million? How foolish. Hand over all your money, and from now on, you're my personal ATM." A sudden realization dawned on Gisu. He had grown accustomed to being tormented by a real monster. So what were these small-time thugs? The fear vanished. Gisu swats his hand away, rises, and throws a punch straight into his face. "Why would I give money to a bunch of bastards like you?" he growled, his voice filled with newfound courage. "I'm not afraid of you anymore, but your punch is too weak." Immediately, the crowd swarmed him, holding him down as the leader grinned, slowly producing a set of gleaming iron knuckles. "This guy needs to be taught a lesson." He smirks, slipping the knuckle duster onto his hand to show him just how powerless he is, gritting his teeth. "Your savior has arrived." Cold steel flashed towards Giyu's face. He closed his eyes, thinking it was the end, but the blow never came. A figure appeared like an arrow, delivering a perfect knee strike to the thug's chin. He flew backward, collapsing unconscious to the ground, and Giyu opened his eyes, stunned. It was Jinuin, his friendly classmate, who had intervened. "Gisu." Jinuin was just as surprised, then broke into a bright smile. "What a coincidence." The thug's accomplices roared as they charged in for revenge. One swung a fist, but Jinuin easily dodged and landed a punch straight to his nose. The second thug grabbed a piece of wood from the street and charged like a wounded animal, but Jinuin only needed one uppercut, and the sound of breaking bones echoed. In less than 10 seconds, 3 thugs lay scattered on the ground, leaving only the leader's girlfriend. She froze, then frantically ran to shake her boyfriend, screaming in vain. But he was already knocked unconscious by Jinwoo's knee strike, and Gisu witnessed Jinwoo's fighting ability for the first time. The swift and powerful moves left him stunned. He thought his friendly buddy was just an ordinary student, but little did he know he was hiding such formidable strength. Meanwhile, the girl who was knocked to the ground scrambled to her feet, her face a mix of anger and frustration. She lunged forward, fist raised, snarling, "You two dogs, do you know who we are? We're the strongest first years from Jin Technical. Just wait until we call our seniors, you're dead meat." She was about to swing when her boyfriend stopped her. He wiped the blood from his lip, squinting warily at Jinu. "Don't stop, look at his uniform, it's from the Green Gate School." His companion standing behind him also paled and muttered, "We've run into something big. I thought he was just weird, but he's actually from the Green Gate. Let's go." Without another word, they scrambled into the car, revved the engine, and sped off like the wind, leaving Giyu in a daze. "Hey Gisu," Jindu-in turned back, his expression returning to normal. "How did you get mixed up with those troublemakers?" Giyu recounts the whole story, not even hiding the fact that he's receiving special training from Chairman Jiang himself, causing Jindu-in's eyes to light up with envy and admiration. He patted Giyu's shoulder, saying that things were better now, at least he had the courage to stand up against them, which was what mattered. Jindu-in then stood up and threw a few sharp punches into the air. "If it were me, I wouldn't dodge. I'd punch their smug faces the moment I saw them. And you're lucky to be personally trained by Mr. Jiang. For someone who rejected the arena, the most important thing now is to adapt to the Green Gate. This school is not as simple as it seems." Gishu recalls the words of the motorcyclist. Just seeing the mark of the green gate is enough to send them running in fear. It seems they left just because you're a green gate student. Gisu asked in surprise, as Jindu smiled confidently. Of course, in this district, our school's reputation is quite something. Seeing Gisu's doubtful expression, he further explained that Lukmun High School is essentially a gathering place for the region's best fighters. It used to be a school gang, with a chaotic history, a true jungle, where the weak were preyed upon by school violence. Ju exclaimed in horror. What? So 6 doors used to be like that. It doesn't seem that way now, all thanks to gang. Jin replies with reverence. He single-handedly conquered this lawless school, established the arena, and set the ironclad rules. Now all conflicts are resolved through one-on-one battles, fairer and more square. Meaningless violence has been replaced. But if the arena falls, or Jin disappears, who can guarantee this place won't return to the hell it once was? There are still many who crave the chaos of the old days. Back in the arena, the atmosphere is still electric. In the ring, a student beaten to a pulp tremblingly raises his hand in surrender. Park Yong-ho, the victor, clicked his tongue in annoyance. His opponent fell before he could even warm up. His eyes scanned the arena, landing on a student with glasses, sitting quietly. The 4-eyed boy startled, pointing at himself in confusion, as Park Yong-ho stared in his direction. Get up here, growled Park Yong-ho, his tone laced with challenge. I've been itching to wipe that know-it-all look off your face. Seeing the boy hesitate, he sneered. In this arena, you think you have the right to refuse my challenge. From above, Kang In-ha and his cronies looked down, laughing gleefully. Worthless trash. Kang In-ha wondered if they realized their place yet. In the arena, Park Yong-ho charged like a rabid animal, throwing punches left and right. The relentless attacks left the 4-eyed boy defenseless. He raised his hands in surrender, but Park Yong-ho ignored him completely. A brutal hook kick finally took the boy down on the spot. Park Yong-ho licked his lips with a fiendish grin, easy peasy. As soon as he stepped down, Kang In-ha ripped off his jacket, revealing his chiseled physique. My turn, he growled coldly, heading towards the ring. Below the stands, a young man with bangs whispered to his friend that Kang In-ha had shown his face. Who would be the next victim? It probably won't be freshmen like us. But from above, Kang In-ha spoke, his voice as cold as ice. What are you doing down there? Both boys were startled as Kang In-ha's sharp gaze locked onto the one with the trendy hairstyle. Get your ass up here now. Damn it. He stammered in fear. What is it? Me. But we don't even know each other. Kang In-ha descended the steps, closing in his breath, reeking of danger. A reason? Do I need a reason to beat up someone who annoys me? This is a fighting ring. Its purpose is for this, don't you understand? No sooner had he spoken than Kang In-ha grabbed the poor student's collar, leaned in close, and spat each word like a dagger. Or do you want to refuse like Gyu? Just then, the door burst open. Jiang entered his presence, commanding like a general, and the room instantly fell silent. He cast an icy glare at Kang, in his voice low and menacing. What do you think you're doing? Kang In-ha released his grip, a fake smile spreading across his face. Just a friendly invitation to a duel, a slight misunderstanding. He tilted his head, his eyes challenging Jiang. What's wrong, President? I haven't broken any rules, have I? Kang In-ha's confidence wasn't unfounded. It was all part of a pre-arranged plan. So a few days ago, in a hidden corner of the school, you figured out how to bend the rules of the arena. No need. That loser is digging his own grave, Kang In-ha smirked. He was the first to openly reject the arena. In the Green Gate, as long as you have your limbs, bully or victim, all are equal before violence. They always boast about that fairness, but what about looking at it from a different angle? He paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Some people love to watch others bleed, but they've never stepped into the arena themselves, hiding behind the rules and reveling in their false sense of security. After all, a coward will always be a coward, another voice chimed in. That's right, they've never had to break a sweat. Kang In-ha nodded, and that fool Gyu inadvertently exposed himself. Now what? What happens if we challenge those who hide behind the rules? They'll have to fight tooth and nail, or become the next Gyu. This damn arena is our playground now. Back to the present, knowing he hasn't broken any rules, Kang In-ha fearlessly confronts Jiang. As he passed, he received a cold warning from the president. That attitude of yours better not be meaningless. Kang In-ha just smirked. Sorry for the noise, I'll be more careful next time. But the next day, the sounds of fighting echoed on the rooftop once again. Gisu was still a punching bag, but today the blows felt heavier, more brutal, like he was about to be beaten to death. But then, something unexpected happened as Jiang's fist came at him. Gisu suddenly crouched, braced himself, and raised both arms to block the blow. Bam! A perfectly timed block. Jiang paused, his eyes wide with surprise, while Gisu trembled, a newfound confidence blossoming within him. Okay, I'm not as scared as I was before. Jiang smiles with amusement. Oh, it seems you're finally learning how to use your fists. But even more surprising, Gisu roared and threw a punch in return, though easily dodged by Jiang. The moment marked a shift. That's right, to win, he has to land a hit. But Gisu's weak punches and strange noises are no match for Jiang, who easily dodges and lands a thunderous hook to Gisu's gut. Shut your mouth and stop making those weird noises, you look like a loser. Gisu doubled over, saliva drooling from his mouth. He was hitting harder than ever. Suddenly Jiang spoke, his voice serious. There are two things. If you master these two things, you can win any fight. With that, Jiang led Gishu to an abandoned club, overgrown with weeds and covered in thick dust. What are we doing here? Gishu asked, bewildered. Jiang didn't answer, simply nodding towards the door. Inside was an old training dummy, the kind that measures a fighter's punching power. Jiang gets into position, demonstrating as he explains. First, the stance. Hands guarding the chin, chin tucked, feet shoulder-width apart move rhythmically. Second, a basic combo, a light jab with the lead hand. The second punch is where you shift your weight, rotate your hips, and deliver the finishing blow. Jiang throws a punch. The machine reads 1 point, but the sound is like a gunshot, leaving Gisu in stunned disbelief. Gisu's turn. He mimics the movements, putting everything into the second punch. He felt confident, but the screen still read 0. Jiang throws another punch. Too weak, this machine must be broken. It only registers a punch as an attack if it's strong enough to inflict damage. You need to get stronger, find the right stance, and don't come back until you score. Jiang laughs triumphantly, pointing at the screen, as his punch registers a score of 9,999, while in another hallway, a student with thick eyebrows stares glumly at his phone. A breakup text from his girlfriend crushes him. Everything seemed fine yesterday. Lost in thought, he bumps into Park Young-ho, apologizing profusely. But Park Young-ho wasn't letting it go, tripping the student with a smirk. He lost his balance, and fell, his phone flying out of his hand, the screen shattering. Park Young-ho burst out laughing, clearly enjoying himself as the student angrily retorted, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "I didn't mean to." Park Young-ho sneered, his voice dripping with challenge. "What's with that look? If you've got a problem, let's settle it in the arena." His thick-browed friend was speechless, fear choking off any resistance. An arena. It was like a public execution ground where he would be tortured beyond recognition. He quickly shook his head, taking all the blame in a barely audible voice. Ponho's arrogant laughter echoed a sound of triumph and disgust as he clapped his friend on the shoulder, making sure everyone could hear him. "This isn't bullying. It's just a little accident. Watch where you're going next time." From the shadows, Jindu Inen witnessed everything, rushing to catch his trembling friend. "That bastard did that on purpose." Jindu gritted his teeth. "We have to report this to the student council." "Forget about it." The friend, with the thick eyebrows, waved his hand dismissively, his voice dejected. "It's not a big deal." Jindu stared at his friend in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kang In-ha's group strutted by like kings, bestowing a favor as Jindu watched them, his eyes burning with rage. "I will repay this debt to my friend, starting with lunch." Gyu sat in the cafeteria trying to fill his empty stomach, thinking, "I've punched that machine hundreds of times this break, and the score hasn't budged. How much harder do I have to hit it?" he thought as he chewed his hunger like a ravenous beast. Careful. Before Gisu could react, a tray of food was dumped over his head, the contents dripping down his face. "Oh, it's Gisu!" Bak Young-ho bursts out laughing, a sickeningly fake laugh. "Sorry, my bad. Where have you been hiding during breaks lately? We miss you so much, you dog." He raised his hand and slapped Gisu hard on the back, once, twice, 3 times, each slap a fresh insult. "It's so good to see you again. You feel the same, right?" His sinister smile, his actions all part of a preordained plan. Earlier, in a hidden corner of the school, Kang In-ha had ordered, "We have to provoke him, drag him to the arena, and show him the consequences of defying us." Park Young-ho crossed his arms confidently, declaring, "Leave this to me. You don't need to drag a bug out of its hole." And now that bug has acted. Gisu grabbed Park Young-ho's wrist, a flicker of surprise, crossing the thug's face before twisting into a contemptuous smirk. "Oh, our dear Gisu knows how to resist now. You look cuter when you're angry." Despite his newfound courage, Gisu's heart pounded at the man's cruel gaze, his teeth gritted and cold sweat trickled down. "Master Jiang told me not to fight until my training was complete, but things have come to this, and I have been training hard." Just as he was about to lose control, Jindu In suddenly appeared. He accidentally slipped, sending his tray of food flying into Northyo's face, a most unfortunate interruption. Jindu In nonchalantly brushed his hand, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You should know your place, dog." "Who the hell?" Young-ho roared, wiping the food off his face. Recognizing Jinuin, his rage explodes. "Are you crazy? You want to die?" Facing Pong-ho's rage, Jindu In simply raised his head and smirked. "Sorry, but this isn't school violence. I just slipped." He got close to Pong-ho's face, glaring. "Anyway, I wanted to fight you. Lucky you, I'll teach you a lesson in the arena today." 10 minutes later in the restroom, Jindu In is washing his soiled shirt. Gyu approached, his voice full of regret. "Jindu In, I'm sorry, it's because of me." "Haha. What are you talking about?" Jindu In chuckled. "I didn't do it for you. Even though he targeted you, I've wanted to beat down Kang In-ha's gang for a while now. They're wreaking havoc in the arena. You wouldn't know since you don't go there. They drag the weak into the arena and torment them, calling it negative emotions as they beat them down. I couldn't stand by and watch any longer." "Why do you want to protect the arena?" Gyu wondered. "You're so strong, why should you care if it exists or not?" Jindu paused. He recounts a past that Gisu couldn't have imagined. "I was just like you once." Jinu's voice lowered, recalling a time when he was a fat kid, a perfect target for bullies. "I couldn't do anything. I just endured it, crying and hating myself for being too cowardly, even when they poured a bottle of urine into my mouth. Hell was the only word Jinduin could use to describe that time. He even contemplated death, but then a glimmer of hope appeared, someone who came and saved me, handing me a piece of paper that night. Jinwoo reaches out his hand, clenching it as if he's still holding that fateful paper, which read, "Do you want to learn D-boxing?" That man was a gym owner, and from the first day I stepped inside, my life changed. Every drop of sweat, every calorie burned, every muscle ache, they forged the man I am today. Boxing saved me. It was a painful, sweat-soaked transformation. Every day Jinduin trained like a madman, transforming his heavy, obese body into a lean, agile fighting machine. His newfound strength became a weapon to reclaim justice. Those who once bullied him now tasted the fear they had inflicted, and Jindu's presence became a haunting specter. Because at the Green Gate none of them were his match. Those wannabe gangsters, Jindu, recounted to Gisu, his eyes flashing with confidence. They may look tough, but they're nothing to me. Mr. Jiang's rules may be harsh, but they allow me to fight with my own strength, no longer held back by the fear of being ganged up on. That's why I want to protect it. Just, you wait. I'll teach that bastard Park Yong-ho some manners. The atmosphere at the Six Doors Arena is electric, thick with anticipation and roaring cheers. All eyes are on the main event, as Park Yong-ho faces Jin Woo on the arena stage. The two opponents glared at each other, the tension palpable. I don't know where you found the courage to challenge me, but I'll soon show you that this was the stupidest decision of your life. Jinuin simply laughs, a mischievous smile. Here to talk are we. Less talk, more action. Are you in such a hurry? Yong-ho retaliates as Gisu watches with bated breath, hands clenched, silently praying for his friend. The signal sounds and Park Yong-ho strikes first, lunging like a panther with a powerful punch. But with a swift movement, Jinduin dodged them all. One punch, two punches, then three in a row from Park Yong-ho, all hitting nothing but air, and he began to feel disbelief. In a moment of weakness, Jinduin countered with a clean hook that landed squarely on Yong-ho's jaw. The crowd gasped. Jinduin's speed was unbelievable. Stunned Park Yong-ho took a few steps back, looking at Jinduin with new eyes. His stance, his footwork, this was definitely professional boxing. Before his opponent could recover, Jinduin launched an aggressive assault, unleashing a flurry of jabs like a storm. Despite the surprise, Park Yong-ho, showing the mettle of a leader, leaned back, dodging with finesse, and realized Jinduin's punches, while fast, lacked power. "Is that all you've got?" he roared, throwing a punch in return. "I'm stronger than you." He ducks to avoid Jinduin's next punch, but it's a trap. That punch was just a feint. As Park Yong-ho looked up, another fist awaited him. He couldn't react in time, and the punch landed squarely on his face. Jinu smirked while a frustrated Park Yong-ho gritted his teeth, furious at being so easily tricked. Below the stands, Gisu gaped, then burst into delighted laughter. So strong, so satisfying. Park Yong-ho can't even touch him. The two commentators in the back are going wild. Pong-ho's winning streak is about to end. This is getting interesting. In the ring, a frenzied Yong-ho throws wild punches, but all miss their mark. Why can't he land a single blow? Jinu moves like a ghost, dodging and countering every blow, completely controlling the pace of the fight. The final powerful blow sends Pyong-ho crashing to the ground, and he struggles to rise, gasping for breath. Pathetic, Jinu said, cracking his knuckles. "Is that all you've got? You're weak as a snail, yet you dare to cause trouble. Don't defile this arena any further. Just leave." Suddenly, Yong-ho's eyes turned to the stands. There Kang In-ha stood with his arms crossed, looking down with a sharp, disappointed gaze, a look that pierced his pride. Park Yong-ho laughs, a strained laugh. "Don't worry, I won't lose." He stood up straight, his body surging with new energy. "Fine by me," he said gravely. "I admit your boxing is better than mine. From now on, I'm getting serious." He lowered his stance. Jinu instantly knew these weren't street moves anymore. This was Muay Thai. "Come on, you dog." Roaring Park Yong-ho says, "I'll show you what hell really is." Jinin was briefly surprised, but quickly regained his composure, anticipating a kick. With a bold idea, he charged forward. "I have a sweep kick too." But he was wrong. Jinduin's kick collided with Pong-ho's shin, creating a dry thud. It felt like kicking a concrete pillar, and Jinu was horrified. Seizing the opportunity, Park Yong-ho counterattacks, closing in and unleashing devastating elbow and knee strikes. Jinu scrambled backward, but Park Yong-ho pounced like a tiger, leaping into the air with a devastating spinning kick, a signature Muay Thai technique. Jindui anticipates Pong-ho's intent, but it's too late. The kick is too fast, too strong. He can only raise his arm in reflex. Bam! An earth-shattering force crashes down. Jinu Inen felt like he'd been hit by a truck flying backward before collapsing to the ground, his arm trembling violently as he tried to stand. "What is this? I clearly blocked it, so why does it hurt so much?" Before Jindu-in could recover, Park Yong-ho charged like a wild beast, unleashing a flurry of kicks aimed at his arm, each blow threatening to shatter his bones. Gisu screams in panic as Jindu-in loses all initiative in the ring. He staggered, struggling to keep his balance, as Park Yong-ho smirked victoriously. "What's wrong? Come at me like you did before." Scared already, Jinu Y grits his teeth. Damn it, why are his kicks so unnaturally strong, completely different from his punches and kicks too? If this hits, I'm done for. Now it's my turn, Bukyong howls, throwing a punch and lunging forward. Jinduin's mind was consumed by his opponent's powerful kicks, completely forgetting to defend against punches. That was a fatal mistake, leaving him defenseless against Ponghoi's attack. Dust flies as Bukyong-ho seizes the opening, dropping low and unleashing a brutal leg sweep on Jinuin. Crack, a piercing pain shot through him. Jinu collapses, one leg completely numb, he can't stand. But Yong-ho had no intention of stopping, raising his foot to deliver the final blow to Jinu's head. But just as his heel was about to connect with Jinu's temple, a figure rushed out. The referee intervenes as Jinu Yin, eyes shut tight, awaits his fate, unaware of his brush with death. The referee's knee stopped the devastating kick just in time. Attacking a defenseless opponent would mean disqualification. His voice rang out sharply. It was Hyun Hai, the class president of the 12th grade. Bukyong clicked his tongue, withdrawing his foot and stepping off the stage, his eyes lingering on Gisu in the crowd. It had barely started, and he was already stopped. It had been a long time since he'd had such an interesting match. I bet that's enough to bring all the rats out of hiding. His mocking words and smile cut into Gisu like a knife. Gisu helped Jinduin leave his body limp like a rag doll. For Jinduin, the physical pain was nothing compared to the humiliation of defeat. His failure only emboldened the thugs at the arena. Gisu wondered how one kick could turn the tables when he had the upper hand. Jinduin groaned, replaying the fight in his head. His opponent's kick was far stronger than he'd anticipated, suspiciously so, like steel. Back at Jinduin's house, Gisu declined an invitation to come inside. He quickly said goodbye and turned to run off. Jin stared blankly at Gisu's disappearing back, wondering where his friend was rushing off to. The next day in Kang In-ha's class, some students from other classes brought a brand new pair of shoes as a welcome gift to the group. Kang In-ha accepted them with a cold voice. I value strength more than sincerity, but it's better than nothing. Hope we can work well together. Bak Yong-ho approached, noting that Gyu was absent today. Kang In-ha rises, wondering if they've arrived and why they're being mentioned. Isn't now the time to deal with him? Kang In-ha smirked a calculating smile. No need. Thanks to you, things have changed. Your defeat of Jinduin proves our strength. Messing with a weakling like Gisu now would only embarrass us. A slick-haired friend chimed in. So what now? Are we handing out flyers to recruit members? In-ha smirks. No, the takeover of the sophomores is complete. It's time for the next phase. In-ha's next move is an exchange with the junior class of Sonu, and a well-known upperclassman stares blankly at the uninvited underclassman. In-ha smiles sweetly. We've heard so much about you. Seniors, we just had to come. Sonu smirks. I don't have time for kids who still wet the bed. To you, we're just small fry, I understand. But you are the legends of the previous generation. Sun X Vu was taken aback as Kang In-ha's demeanor shifted his tone, now arrogant legends brought down to earth, now hiding like washed-up old men. What did you say? Sun X Vu, enraged, grabs Kang In-ha by the collar. Do you have a death wish? Despite the threat, Kang In-ha remained eerily calm. It's a pity you had to fight alone back then, but things are different now. Sun was left speechless. What strategy lies hidden behind Kang In-ha's sinister smile? Meanwhile, on the windy rooftop, referee, Hyun Hee, confronts Jiang. This arena is rotting from the inside out, he says with concern. If we let them exploit the rules, this place will become a graveyard for the weak. This is no longer child's play, and above all, he's Kang Han Hee's brother. You know what that means. Jiang remained silent, letting Gun Hee's words sink in before responding coldly, almost cruelly. The law is the law. What? Gun Hee is shocked. Is he just going to stand by and watch? Jiang didn't answer as his phone buzzed with a call from Lee Gisu. Jiang entered the secret training room, ready to lecture him. Didn't I tell you not to contact me until you were frustrated and ready to give up? But his words caught in his throat as an unbelievable sight unfolded before him. Gisu sat panting beside the punching machine, drenched in sweat, and on the screen, a blazing red number flashed. 9,999. The maximum score. Jiang was stunned. In such a short time, this weakling had accomplished the impossible. Gisu looked up, an exhausted but defiant smile on his face. Your voice is hoarse now from fatigue. Tell me what the next lesson is. The memory of Jindu's fight played in Jisu's mind like a haunting slow-motion film. The image of his friend beaten to a pulp, and Pongho's triumphant face became a fire burning in his heart, and Jisu rushed to the gym as soon as he left the arena. Hatred is the fuel, and he must forge it into a weapon. Faster, stronger, he poured all his resentment and humiliation into each punch, the machine shaking violently under his fury. He sees Kang In-ha's face, Park Yong-ho's face, on the punching bag, and he punches, punches, and punches. A guy with nothing but his bare hands can only rely on effort. One punch may be weak, but what about 100 or 1,000? Gyang's words echoed in his mind as he sought his own fighting stance. Gyu realized the problem: his stance had to be solid. He widened his stance slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and felt the power surge up from the ground. He lacked weight and muscle, so he had to use everything he had. Then he thought about how to maximize the power of his punch. He envisioned a golf swing, building momentum, rotating his hips and releasing all his energy into a single point. Boom. His first punch, using the new technique. The screen flickers to 0.3, a tiny number, but a glimmer of hope. The neon lights of the entertainment district cast dancing shadows on the gym walls, punctuated by the dry, rhythmic thud of punches. Gisu has discovered the 20 formula, and his body begins to memorize the movements. Each punch landed with more force than the last. He no longer felt any pain. His knuckles were swollen, his skin torn, blood soaking through his wraps, but he wouldn't stop. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his soul. Success always demands a price, and Gyoksu is willing to pay in blood and sweat. And then the moment arrives. Bam! A final punch containing everything he had. The screen flickers and the numbers stop. 9,999. He did it. Facing Gyang Gisu's exhaustion finally surfaces, but in his eyes a fire still burns. I don't have time to waste. He spoke with determination, Gisu's relentless effort awakening something within Jiang. A rare smile graces his lips. Good, we'll move on to the next exercise, but be prepared, it will be far more grueling. As he finished speaking, Gisu's body went limp, and he collapsed forward, leaning on Jiang, panting. Jiang caught him, knowing that recovery was part of the training process, after pushing the body to its limit. The real battle has only just begun. The following night at the Six-Gate Arena, the atmosphere was eerily cold. Standing in the arena, Bukyong surveyed the sparse crowd with disdain. What's this? Is that all there is? Not even half of what we usually get. What's wrong, are you rats finally scared? Suddenly a deep, powerful voice echoed from behind him. Afraid of who? Looks like it's time to teach these impudent freshmen a lesson. Young Ho-buk turns around, startled to see a young man with sharp eyes in the disciplinary squad uniform approaching him. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's the disciplinary squad. That's Choi Exeonian, a second-year student. He stepped into the ring, cracking his knuckles. The moment I saw that dragon head on your hand, it rubbed me the wrong way. Is that reason enough for us to fight? You're always picking fights over trivial things, aren't you? Buck Yong was speechless. That? In the arena, referee Han Hai frowned. The situation was spiraling out of control and he couldn't ignore it any longer. Tit for tat, huh? Just then, the arena doors burst open once more, and a boisterous and arrogant new force flooded in. The leader just arriving spoke up. Hey, what's with all the tension? I heard the arena's been lively lately, so I thought I'd join the fun. District 11 bullying, District 10, what a joke. Or should I dance to lighten the mood? Sun Zivu and his gang have arrived, all under the control of Kang In. Hyo Han Hai immediately stepped forward to block them. Hey Sun Vu, what are you doing here? Sun Vu grinned. I'm here to fight. What else would I be doing at the arena? I'm still a student of the Six Gates. Don't play dumb. Han He grits his teeth, asking how dare he show his face after what happened. Come on, let bygones be bygones. The pig-faced class president Vu shrugged with a defiant look. Just then, Kang In-ha stepped forward from behind. That's right, senior. Why are you being so harsh? Heo Han Hai scowls as he sees Kang In-ha with the group. The audience is dwindling. Time to bring in some fresh faces. Isn't that right, Senior Kang? In-ha continued his eyes, showing no restraint. Now that he has backing, he no longer cares about Heo Han. Hi, what's wrong? Getting scared, he added, his voice full of provocation. While the Six Doors Arena is in chaos, elsewhere, Jiang leads Gui Shu to a remote area. What kind of training takes place in a gloomy place like this? Looks like an abandoned graveyard, Gu thinks to himself. This has gotta be it. I've found it. Jiang's voice startled Gu, who was already afraid. What's today's training? Gui Shu asked, bewildered, as Jiang crossed his arms, his voice deepening. Have you ever heard the history of the Six Doors? What about it? In the past, high schools in Dongnan fought for dominance, and Six Doors emerged as the absolute victor. After we unified the area, the other schools were forced to stay within their own territories. What does that have to do with today's assignment? Giyu didn't understand. He was standing in Jinsan Technical High's territory. Jiang spoke each word like a hammer blow to Gisu's head. Now the schools are no longer at war, but trespassing on each other's territory is still considered a blatant act of provocation. What? Gisu cried out, but Jiang turned and slammed the iron door shut, the sound of the lock echoing coldly. The back gates open. Find your own way out. There's no better lesson than real combat, kid. Jiang's words hit Gisu like a bolt of lightning. He'd only been practicing his punches for a few days, and now he had to face an entire gang alone. Panicked, he pounded on the door. Senior, what the hell are you doing? Gisu turned back, teeth clenched in fear and anger. Then, from the shadows, the roar of motorcycle engines echoed as the same group appeared again. Who dares cause trouble in our territory? They dismount their bikes, and the leader smirks as he recognizes Gyu. Oh, look who it is. Isn't that the bookworm from Lukmon High? The girl's last image flashed through Gyu's mind. He remembered her furious scream before she ran. We're Jinsan High's sophomores, you bastards. Gyu gulped, realizing he was in serious trouble as the four thugs surrounded him. Their voices dripped with glee and mockery. Look who it is. You know the times have changed, right? It's a pleasure to run into you here. Haha, how brave. Daring to venture into our territory alone. Today is the day you die. Den the leader stepped forward, his large hand grabbing Gu's head and squeezing tightly. What's wrong? Did you freeze up in fear? Fool. But little did he know, Gu wasn't afraid at all. He's mumbling something. Hey, what the hell are you mumbling about? Speak up before I rearrange your face. Gu didn't hear him. He was reciting the lesson etched into his mind after hundreds of hours of practice. Fists level with his chin tucked, feet shoulder-width apart, nimble footwork, a straight punch with the lead hand followed by a weight-shifting hook. Gisu recites the lesson, then snaps his head up. Whoosh. A lightning-fast jab grazes the leader's cheek. A feint because the real blow, the culmination of a week's hard training, is coming right after. It was so fast the eye couldn't follow, and the leader could only widen his eyes in shock. And then boom, a punch filled with all of Gisu's power and will slams into his jaw. The sickening sound echoed as he collapsed like a felled tree, leaving his underlings speechless. They couldn't believe their eyes. The weak kid they used to bully had transformed into a monster in such a short time. Giyu stood there, fist still smoking. He looked at his work, a confident smile spreading across his lips. Good, you finally understand, don't you? Meanwhile, at the gates arena, the scene was just as brutal. Choi Xa Onion, battered and bruised, gasped, I yield. Spare me, Xe, Onion groaned. Sunvu smirked, lifting Onion with one hand, displaying his incredible strength to the cheering underlings below. If I knew the fights were this fun, I would have come sooner. He laughs, saying the disciplinary team is weak as worms. Stop the match's referee. Hoon steps into the ring. He glares at Sunvu, telling him to find an equal before acting high and mighty. Sunvu releases Sean and brushes his hands off. Well, we have other things to do anyway, and it looks like it's just us left here. Hyun Hai looked around. The arena was empty. The remaining students had fled the chaos and Sonu's arrival, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. He thought to himself, his eyes shifting to Kang In-ha. Is this why you brought Sun Shu here? Kang In-ha wore a knowing smile. Senior, if you're so eager to fight, why not set a date and place the arenas empty now? We don't need to play by childish rules. Hyun Hee clenched his fist, his face turning purple as Sun Exivu added fuel to the fire. Got it, Hyun. Hai. Tell Jong we want a real fight, not this playground. Hyun Hai gritted his teeth, cornered and desperate. Fighting outside is against the rules Yu and Gyang set to protect the Dusan students. Gisu basks in the thrill of victory, finally understanding. He knew how to throw a devastating punch. Now he just needed to make it instinct. Suddenly, one of the remaining gang members roared and charged toward him. You dare throw a punch on our turf, you're dead. He threw a punch straight at Gyu's face, but it was useless. His body was used to Jiang's training, making the punch feel like a tickle. Gyu didn't even flinch, just stared at him. Your weak punches are useless against me now. With that, Gisu retaliated with a punch. The second one went flying, crashing to the ground. Seeing his comrades fall, the last one screamed, "What the hell is going on?" He lunged forward, throwing both fists, but upon impact, the power was overwhelming. Gyu easily gained the upper hand, sending the third bully flying even further than the second. 3 punches, 3 bullies down. The thug Gyu, just floored, struggled to his feet, the taste of blood thick in his mouth, as he stared at Gyu in disbelief, his mind reeling. How is this guy so different? Last time his punches were weak, but now it's like being hit by a boulder. Now only the leader's girlfriend remains feebly raising her fist in a pathetic attempt to intimidate. Bookworm, do you have any idea what you've just done? You're dead. Just then, another pack of wolves emerged from the shadows. 9 Jinsan students stepped out, their eyes fierce as they surrounded Shu. A lackey from the Green Gate School. How pathetic. Take him down. Shu gulped, knowing he was in trouble. He narrowed his eyes, his brain working overtime. He couldn't win in a straight fight, so what could he do? Seeing reinforcements arrive, the girl grew smug, telling Gisu that today was his death anniversary. But instead of panicking, Gisu acted, rushing to the leader's motorcycle, jumping on, turning the key, and revving the engine. The roar of the engine shattered the tense atmosphere. If fists weren't enough, he'd resort to steel. Gisu didn't mount the bike. Instead, he revved the engine from the side and sent it careening into the crowd like a metal beast, but he underestimated the machine's weight and power. The handlebars wobbled, the bike swerving like a drunkard. The Jinan students burst into laughter. Look at him, how cute, what a disgrace, kid. But just as the bike was about to hit, Gisu suddenly let go, sending the machine careening into their formation. Chaos erupted with screams and the clash of metal filling the air. While they were still in shock, Gisu spoke, his voice icy. When did I give you permission to speak? That statement grabbed their attention, and it was a fatal mistake. Gisu moved like lightning, landing a perfect hook on the nearest blonde thug, then used the moment of surprise to turn and run for his life. He escaped for the moment, panting as he ran. In a one-on-one fight, he could take them. But not now, never has he craved the arena more. A place for 2 not dirty gang fights. His eyes suddenly fix on a row of classrooms, a daring idea, sparking not an arena, but a worthy substitute. He dashes into the building. Moments later, the Jinan students follow, eagerly ascending the stairs. At the top of the stairs, Gisu was waiting. So you've arrived. He said, his voice low. Come on up one by one if you dare. They erupted in laughter. Where did this guy run off to? Oh, you're cornered, you bastard. Little did they know, they had walked into a death trap. The narrow staircase negated their numerical advantage. This is a one-on-one fight, and the first one charges in aggressively. With one clean punch, Gisu sends him reeling backward, causing chaos among those below. The second and third met the same fate. Gisu's punches amplified by the height advantage. Gisu smiled, thinking he could escape if he took them all down, but life doesn't always go as planned. Bring it on, all of you. Gisu was getting pumped up when wham, a bowl of instant noodles fell from the sky, hitting him square in the head. Hot broth and noodles went flying. Then a figure dropped from the upper floor, launching a devastating kick into Gisu's side. The unexpected kick throws Gisu off balance, sending him tumbling down the stairs and into the waiting pack, while above an older-looking Jin-san student frowns, annoyed to see a six-door's face while enjoying his noodles. Gishu looked up, cursing under his breath, realizing there was someone above as well. Anger overriding reason, he charged up the stairs, but the upperclassman was already coming down. A swift, powerful kick lands squarely on Gyu's jaw, sending him flying back, spitting blood. What is this? This guy is way stronger than those small fries from before. The senior gangster glared at his underlings. Deal with him in 10 minutes and drag him here. He glanced at his ruined ramen, annoyance etched on his face. No, make it 5 minutes. Take him down. With that, he turned and left, leaving Gisu, surrounded by a vengeful mob. Though pinned to the ground and brutally kicked, Gisu's eyes never left the one who dumped the noodles on his head. He watched the guy walk away without a care, grinding his teeth. Damn it, just because some big shot shows up, all these rats start acting tough. The underlings' attacks grew fiercer, but Gyu's will remained unbroken. If he can't win with strength, there's only one way left. With a burst of power born from desperation, Gisu breaks free. The student was walking down the stairs when he heard a strange noise, and turned around, clicking his tongue in disdain. It's unbelievable how useless these top dogs are. A whole group of them can't handle one bookworm. But as he spoke, a figure shot down like an arrow. Gisu restrained and held back, but putting all his strength into charging forward. It won't even take 5 minutes, Gisu growls. Crash. He put all his strength into headbutting the guy square in the face, a brutal impact. The man clutched his face in agony as Gisu tumbled down the stairs. Enraged, the man ordered his men to capture Gisu, but below Gisu wore a twisted, painful, yet satisfied smile. He succeeded, and using the chaos to his advantage, he jumped up and ran outside. The back gate was just ahead, only 100 meters away. Freedom was so close. But then the roar of a motorcycle engine came from behind. A bike sped past him, screeching to a halt, blocking the gate, a new obstacle. The driver he'd just taken down was pinned under the student's foot, and he grinned menacingly at Gyu. So it's you, the one who beat up my crew. Damn it. He's even more irritating in person. To be beaten by a twig like you? They truly are useless. But you're not bad looking. I like the cute ones. He licked his lips in a disgusting manner. His eyes locked on Gisu. He was none other than Hoang Hin Jin, the floor general. Gisu gritted his teeth. Who was this guy? Riding a motorcycle on school grounds and dragging someone along for the ride. Before he could process it, the students from before had caught up. Gisu looks back at Long Trung down. He's trapped enemies on all sides, nowhere to run. But then an unexpected scene unfolds. The students paled at the sight of Hoang Hin Jin, trembling as they bowed their heads. Senior Hoang Hin Jin. Hoang Hin Jin glanced at their pathetic state. Looks like this kid gave you all a beating, huh? Just you wait, I'll make you all as pretty as him soon enough. The leader from before cried out in a panic. No, that's not it, senior, we'll take care of him ourselves. But Hoang Hin Jin was no longer listening. He was like a wild beast who had found its favorite prey. His eyes shone with a morbid light, and his tongue darted out like a venomous snake. He growled, "Don't touch my prey." Everyone froze, and Gu was the most distressed, trapped in a pack of wolves. He suspected the man before him was the boss of this place, but look at him, small, skinny, and lacking the presence of big brother Jiang. Don't be afraid, speed is key, Jiang said, reassuring himself. Gisu clenched his fists and charged toward Hoang Hin Jin. The left hook comes with full force, but Hoang Hin simply ducks to avoid it. How cute. He smirked, impressed that Gisu dared to attack first, then suddenly lowered his center of gravity, grabbed Gisu's legs and charged like a bulldozer. Gisu felt his body lifted into the air. What kind of power is this? He was thrown back defenseless, the brutal impact sending searing pain through his body. Not finished yet, Hoang Hin Jin grabs Gisu by the collar and lifts him like a rag doll. Don't give up so soon. Let's play some more, kid. With that, he grapples Gisu, executing a perfect suplex, driving Gisu's head into the hard ground, a devastating impact. In his daze, Gisu's last conscious thought is a silent scream. I'm dead. I'm really dead. Look at that pathetic sight. Who told him to mess with our school? One of the lackeys laughed gleefully, but the senior member quickly silenced him, saying, Shut up. You're next after him. Hoang Hin Jin wouldn't leave Gisu's unconscious body alone, licking his lips with a disturbing glint in his eyes. Passed out already, try to struggle a little more. The game has only just begun. But just as his smug grin spread, Gisu unleashed a final burst of strength, kicking him square in the face, snarling even as he was lifted. Calling me cute coming from you? You're the cute one. That word cute was like a spark that ignited Hoang Hin Jin's mind. He froze, stunned, and muttered like a madman. I'm cute. The senior standing nearby turned pale. He knew it was over. That kid was as good as dead. He knew the rumors about Huang Hinjin's past, about how he was bullied for being small. And there was an unspoken rule. Never say the word cute in front of Huang Hin. The air instantly thickens as Gu calls him small and cute. He could feel the change coming. Gisu thought to himself, the time is now. He thought he could take down this runt with one punch and get out of this crazy school, but he was tragically wrong. In a flash, Huang Hinjin closed in, grabbing Gu by the collar. The last thing Gu saw was a strange glint in the boss's eyes and a voice whispering like a demon. "Come with me." And just like that, Gisu's world turned upside down. Using his own weight, Huang Hinjin dragged them both to the ground, a feeling of suffocation washing over Gu as his body went numb. He'd fallen into a tightening trap. A perfect hold. Huang Hinjin laughed triumphantly, raising his hands to the sky, as his legs clamped around Gishu's neck like a steel vice. This tiger cub elixir was truly top-notch. The senior disciple watched from afar, his face paling, knowing that this was only the beginning, the dreaded triangle hold of hell. Like a python constricting its prey, he neutralizes all resistance, then slowly tortures them to death. It was exactly as he thought. Having locked Gyu in place, Huang Hinjin began his torment, casually landing blows on Gyu's face as he licked his lips. "How's that? Am I still cute now?" "Say I'm cute." The pain tore through Gaisu's mind. He felt like he was about to die. This battle was different. This wasn't a duel, it was an execution. But then an unbelievable sight unfolded amidst the relentless blows. Gaisu, with sheer willpower, slowly rose to his feet, still locked in place, yet defying the boss's weight. "No, I can't fall here." That thought was like a drug igniting a hidden power within him. Huang Hinjin was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic, quickly transitioning from a frontal hold to a rear chokehold. Things just got a whole lot worse. Gu panicked. Jiang never taught him this move. The more Gisu struggled, the tighter Huang Hinjin squeezed, leaning back to drag them both to the ground once more. In this position, he can completely control his prey. The Jin-san school record is 7 seconds before passing out from this technique. He wondered how long this Six Dragons kid would last. Gisu's consciousness began to fade. He knew if he didn't break free, he'd lose consciousness. He had to hold on. He wouldn't lose to these bastards again. But will can only take you so far. Gisu's vision faded, and he lost consciousness. Huang Hinjin grinned, feeling Gu's body go limp. He stood up, grabbed Gu by the collar, and dragged him away like a sack of potatoes. The other students breathed a sigh of relief as their senior quickly signaled, "Run, or it'll be too late." But just as Huang Hinjin dragged Gu a few steps, something strange happened. Gisu's eyes fluttered open, a fleeting moment of consciousness and a painful memory washed over him. Playing possum was a favorite pastime of the bullies at his old school. They used to choke him like this too. Back then he was weak and helpless, only able to cry and resign himself to fate. But those torturous moments taught him a lesson in survival, a way to escape death's grasp. His body twitches his fingers, brushing against something cold and hard on the ground. A rock. Huang Hinjin sensed something was wrong. He turned around and froze. Gisu had risen, his teeth clenched, his eyes burning with fiery resentment. In his hand, the rock became a primal weapon, and this blow embodied all the pain and humiliation he had endured. Huang Hinjin's eyes widened as the stone, with no wasted motion, slammed into his face, shattering into pieces. He fell backward unconscious. Gyu didn't waste a second turning and running. "Okay, I beat him, just need to get to the gate and it's over." The gate is just 10 meters away, 5 meters, 3 meters, but then a chill runs down his spine. Gisu senses a far more terrifying beast charging behind him. With burning eyes and tongue lolling, Huang Hinjin lunged at Gisu like a predator locked onto its prey, unstoppable. Gisu turned back, his heart pounding. What in the world? He took a boulder to the head, and he's still moving. Damn it, I almost had him. In that desperate moment, a figure descended from above, shielding Gisu from the rampaging beast. It was Jiang, standing tall like a guardian deity, his gaze piercing Huang Hinjin, his voice calm but undeniably commanding. Both Gisu and Huang Hinjin were stunned, and Gisu realized he'd unconsciously run outside the Jin-san school grounds. But Huang Hinjin was unfazed, crouching low like a predator about to pounce. "Jiang, I suspected it all along. You're the one behind this brat." "Fine, I've been wanting to test my strength against you for a while now. The era of the 6 gates is over." With that, he lunged forward, but all Gishu saw was a blur. Jiang's fist struck Huang Hinjin's jaw with lightning speed, followed by a sickening crack. Huang Hinjin, the invincible monster, flew backward like a broken puppet, spitting out blood and broken teeth. He lay motionless. Jiang dusted off his hands and said coldly, "The Jin-san are truly ignorant. They need to be taught a lesson." He turned to Giyu, a rare, satisfied smile appearing. "You've passed this test. Only the final one remains. Meet me on the roof tomorrow morning." Those words sent a jolt down Giyu's spine, and an unprecedented confidence surged within him. But that final test never came. The next morning, an eerie silence hung over Green Gate High. Amidst the silent students, one figure stood out, Gisu. He walked, throwing punches into the air, each movement decisive and full of energy, heading straight for Kang In-ha. Gaisu declared, his voice steely. I'm going to take you all down. The entire Gang and Ho crew was stunned. Gisu, their prey, the one they saw as a plaything, had just declared war. The memory of defeating Huang Hinjin became the bedrock of his newfound confidence, and Buk Yong-ho was the first to snap out of it. He chuckled, a contemptuous laugh. The kid wants to get on the stage already. He grabs Gu's wrist. What's wrong with your hand? Did you hurt yourself practicing? You need to learn to defend yourself first, kid. But this time, Gu forcefully swatted his hand away, leaving Park Yong-ho stunned once again. Answer me, Gisu growled, his eyes blazing. Do you dare fight me this afternoon? This action made Park Yong-ho laugh. Where does your confidence come from? Interesting. Do you want to be beaten to a pulp in front of the whole school? He put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Fine, I'll see you this afternoon. I'll show you what true hell is in the arena. As Gishu watched him walk away, his fists clenched. This time you're the one going down. On the rooftop, Jiang waits, gazing into the distance with a hint of impatience. The door bursts open as a flustered Han Hai rushes in. Jiang, where were you last night? Vu's lipstick has arrived on the arena along with the out-of-control Kang In-ha. In contrast to Gunhee's panic, Jiang smiles with amusement. Sun Zi Vu, huh? This is getting interesting. What, the arena's about to collapse and you can still say that? Jiang calmly looks down at the schoolyard, believing that if it crumbles over something so trivial, it's not worth saving. Gun, the arena becomes interesting not because I use force to suppress, but the opposite, like a river that cleanses itself. When the arena changes itself with its own internal strength, that's its true meaning. In class 1-3, Baek Young-ho dramatically recounts the story of Jioksu's challenge. That kid was so cocky his hands were bandaged up he must have been training somewhere. I'll have to teach him a lesson this afternoon. He told his story with gusto, but when he looked at Kang In-ha, he was silent, his eyes distant, without a single reaction, as if Kang In-ha's mind was somewhere far, far away. Hey Ino, what's up? Bak Young-ho asked in surprise, breaking the silence. I told you such a great story, and you didn't react at all. But Kang In-ha's mind was elsewhere on a grander vision. He no longer cared about a shrimp like Gisu. His goal was to take down the entire school, starting with the monument named Gyeong. This is no time to concern ourselves with small fry, Kang In-ha replied, coldly frowning. The most important thing is dealing with Jiang. North Young-ho chuckled, patting his chest confidently. Don't worry, this time I'll cripple that kid so badly he'll never dare challenge any of us again. Victory is assured. Kang In-ha interjects, his eyes sharp, emphasizing the need for an absolute victory. We're trying to overthrow the arena, and if we can't crush a nobody who dares to challenge us, what will others think? Don't let your guard down. Kang In-ha recalled the image of a tenacious kid, a stubborn fighter with eyes burning for revenge. He reminded him that he was stubborn. You know what to do. Never underestimate your opponent. At the school park under the blazing sun, the blonde friend cried out in alarm. Gisu, are you crazy? Why challenge him? You've seen him fight. Even Jindu-in lost. What can you do? But Gisu didn't seem to hear, lost in his own thoughts. I was too impulsive back then. But will he even be allowed to fight before finishing his final test with Senior Gyeong? The image of his towering senior and his words resurface. Only the final test remains. Meet me on the rooftop tomorrow. Cancel the match. Jindu-in's voice pulled him back to reality. Even with Mr. Gyeong's training, this fight is too dangerous. Buk Yong-ho is a real scumbag. He associates with all sorts of lowlifes. The outcome is obvious. Don't get involved. Wait for me to recover, and I'll handle it. But Gyu shook his head, his eyes unusually firm. No, you were injured protecting me. What happened to you in the hallway this morning is my everyday life. Being scorned, being made a laughingstock, being nothing more than a clown. I don't want to live like that anymore. And my first opponent had to be Park Yong-ho, but no matter how dangerous he was, I wasn't afraid. With that, he stood up and walked past Jindu-in. A fire of determination blazed in his eyes, a steely will to wash away all humiliation. That night, the Eastern Green Gate Arena was packed, news of the match spreading like wildfire. Whispers spread about Gisu's special admission, but no one believed he stood a chance against a monster like Park Yong-ho. Wow. I've never seen the arena this packed since we enrolled, the blonde friend said in amazement to Jinu. Jinu simply smiled. Gisu's last two matches were impressive. Plus, this is a place for entertainment, not to distinguish the strong from the weak. On the arena floor, Park Yong-ho had finished warming up, and he was beginning to grow impatient. Where is he? The two lackeys behind him snickered. He must be too scared and ran off. What a coward. Hearing this, Buk Yong-ho smirked. All the better if he runs. We can deal with him without a formal match. In the stands, Jiang remained with his arms crossed, his face cold and expressionless. The crowd below began to stir, impatient. Were they all being fooled? Bak Yong-ho shouts, reveling in the attention. Gisu will never show. He should just drop out of school. Or did he really run away? The blonde-haired friend anxiously asked Jindu-in. But just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from the doorway. Who said I was dropping out? Now I see how fun school can be. Everyone turned around, holding their breath. Gyu stood there, cloaked in a hooded jacket, slowly stepping forward as he lowered the hood. The entire arena fell silent, as Yong-ho's laughter died in his throat, replaced by a manic outburst of tears and snot. Look at him, he shaved his head to show his determination. Ha ha. Mocking laughter echoed around him, but above, Jiang Zhe smirked, sensing an interesting turn of events, as Guiyu calmly stepped into the arena, removing his coat and setting it aside. He stared directly at Park Yong-ho, his voice icy. Laugh while you can, because you won't have the chance anymore. Hearing that, Park Yong-ho sneered. Jinduin was just as confident before I beat him to a pulp. Guiyu unfazed glares back, his voice like ice. Who will win, and who will lose? Just wait and see. The referee's arm rose, and then dropped decisively. The match begins, and Guiyu clenches his fist. A vow echoes in his mind, his old self is dead. This time I'll win, even if it costs me my life. The image of that scared skinny student stepping into the ring for the first time is long gone. He's now a warrior with a lean physique and a stylish haircut. And the moment the referee signals, Gisu charges forward like an arrow. North Yong-ho was a little surprised. He didn't think Gisu would dare to attack first, but the surprise quickly faded, replaced by disdain. Gisu's punches were still too simple in his eyes. He easily dodges the first punch, then ducks low to deliver a surprise hook. So you're taking the initiative. Not bad, Buk Yong-ho growled as he struck. But that's not enough to beat me. You'll pay for daring to provoke me. Pow! A devastating blow lands squarely on Gisu's face. He staggered back, a sharp pain spreading through his jaw, and before he could recover, Buk Yong-ho closed in. Failure. Let me show you what a real punching bag looks like. And then a storm of blows rained down as Yong-ho Baek's fists, with their incredible speed and unpredictable movements, relentlessly pounded Gisu. He could do nothing but raise his arms to defend himself. Gisu was completely overwhelmed from the start. He knew this guy's technique was beyond anything he'd faced before, but Gisu wouldn't allow himself to fall. I can't lose. I have to try harder. The fire of his will ignited. He crouched, roared, and countered, but it was futile. Buk Yong-ho was too fast. He moved like a phantom, effortlessly dodging every one of Gisu's punches, not even needing to use his Muay Thai, the weapon that defeated Jinduin. Seeing Gisu's futile attacks, Buk Yong-ho became even more smug, a mocking smile spreading across his face. What do you think you're doing? Come on, hit me. Use your fists. And then another punch, this time with much greater force, sends Giyu flying backwards. The audience below roars in frustration, demanding a counterattack. Giyu, what the hell are you doing? Where's that initial momentum gone? In the crowd, Jinduin worriedly watched Gu, knowing that if he lost, they would become even more rampant. But contrary to Jinduin's gloomy expression, Gu wore a mysterious smile. You've only scratched the surface. Watch the fight closely. Looking into Gu's eyes, it was true. Despite the beating, the fire within him hadn't faded. It burned even brighter. Seeing his prey still defiant, Bak Yi smirked. Chi Don is good too. A quality punching bag. But then the smile froze on his face. Gisu lowered his hands, no longer defending himself. He stood tall, bracing himself, staring intently, his breath ragged. In Gisu's mind, the real fight was just beginning, a flashback to the rooftop yesterday. I'm sorry, Giyu said to Jiang breathlessly. I might not be able to participate in the final training session. He bowed his head, his voice full of regret. I told you not to step into the ring until the training was over, but you broke that promise. You accepted Pong Ho's challenge. I couldn't stand what he did anymore. Images of Park Yong-ho bullying his friends flashed through his mind, fueling his rage. But then Jiang's words made Gi Shu look up sharply. The training plan would need some adjustments. With that, Jiang lunged forward like a tiger, and before Giyu knew it, he was face to face with him. His eyes burned with a fierce fire. This will be your graduation test, a crash course. Jiang spoke with a chilling intensity, each word a hammer blow, showing no mercy, as he unleashed a furious assault on Gu, an unexpected punch sending him crashing against the wall. Pain shot through his body. Gritting his teeth, Gu hissed, "That stings, what the hell? Is he crazy? How am I supposed to block attacks like that? Focus, or you'll be beaten to death." Jiang's icy words were a slap in the face to Gishu. He rose, fueled by rage and will, and unleashed a flurry of punches. They're fast, very fast, but to Jiang, they're still just clumsy movements of a child. He dodges with ease. Too slow, Jiang roared amidst Gisu's attacks. With those weak fists, who do you think you can defeat? I know. Gisu screamed in silence. I've only been training for a few sessions. But I have to win. I absolutely will win. He poured everything into one last punch, and it landed grazing Jiang's cheek. Gisu was stunned. Jiang licked his lips, a wild smile spreading across his face. You want to beat me? Fine. Then stop dodging and come right at me. On the arena floor, Gisu appears to be a madman to the audience, blindly charging at Perrin Ho, throwing wild punches and completely abandoning his defense. Below the stands, Jindu frowned with worry, wondering what Gisu was doing. Is he desperate and throwing caution to the wind, charging in without defending, will just turn him into a punching bag? Has all that training gone to waste? On the arena floor, Baek-Yong-ho was initially surprised, but quickly became amused. He easily dodges Gisu's punches as if playing with a small animal. What's this? Trying too hard, are we? Keep coming. But if you think recklessness can beat me, you're dead wrong. He unleashes a devastating uppercut. Gisu reels from the blow but remains standing. He's the king of endurance. His body is used to pain far worse than this. Taking advantage of Book Yongho's opening after his attack, Gisu lunges forward, embracing him with all his might. Yongho is stunned, struggling to break free from Gisu, who clings to him like a starving beast. This one-sided match is getting boring. That guy's just a punching bag. He's about to fall. Cheers erupt from the stands. Humiliated, Yongho grabbed Gyu's hair and slammed a knee into his face, snarling, "If you're going to lose, do it with some dignity. Your struggle is pointless. Just die." But amidst the storm of blows, Gisu perseveres. This is the plan, the lesson Jiang taught him with his own blood. Memories flood back as Jiang grabs Gisu by the head, slamming him down. Listen carefully. Even if you grab both necks, the first goal after closing in is to lock down the opponent's movement. Only then will you have the advantage. A moving target is hard to hit, but a stationary one is a different story. Gisu is doing exactly that now, enduring knees and elbows, but his grip tightens, turning Park Yongho's body into a cage of his own making. The past resurfaces as Gisu struggles, but he's helpless against Jiang's strength. First, throw your opponent into a panic. Jiang's voice was low and steely. Don't put all your strength into the first punch. Your chance comes when your opponent loses their cool. And now, in the ring, Gisu is putting that lesson into practice. His tackle and embrace of Park Yong-ho isn't madness, it's a tactic. Just as expected, he panicked and pushed him away, revealing a fatal opening. Immediately, Gisu unleashed a swift and precise hook, slamming it straight into Pong-ho's ribs. He understood Jiang's intent, keep his opponent guessing. Stung Pong-ho retaliated wildly. But in this close-quarters combat, every time he hit Gyu, he'd take a hit in return, turning the match into a test of endurance, a battle of who could take more punishment. After trading brutal blows, Baek Young-ho gritted his teeth, realizing this kid was more trouble than he thought, and Ji-hyun seized that moment of carelessness. He throws another punch, but this time, it's far more powerful, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Jinu, gaped in disbelief, realizing that Gisu had closed the distance to strike with greater precision. Baek Young-ho recoils in pain, cursing, "You bastard, not bad." Across from him, Gisu was panting, drenched in sweat. But seeing his opponent on guard, he knew he'd succeeded. Only up close could he land a hit. Now that he's on guard, Gisu suddenly lunges forward, landing a punch right in Pong-ho's face. He dodges with glee. "You were aiming for my face. Too simple. If you can't get close, how can you hit us?" He laughed triumphantly. Back in the stands, Gyung stood with his arms crossed, recalling his final words of guidance. "The training ends here. When you're in the ring, fight your own way. Extreme fighting is full of variables. Learning is one thing, fighting is another. Persevere to the end. Don't give up." Gisu's last punch was just a feint. While Park Young-ho was celebrating, Gisu's hand had already reached behind his neck. Unexpectedly, Gisu grabbed his head, recreating the exact technique that Jiang had taught him. Pong-ho is completely controlled, now is the chance if he sticks to this tactic. By the time Pong-ho realizes Gisu's intent, it's too late. He glances up in terror at the hand gripping the back of his neck. Was that last punch just a setup? Ji-hoo glared at him, his voice as cold as ice amidst the roaring crowd. "You didn't see that coming, did you? Die, you bastard." With that, he put all his strength into a devastating blow to Yong-ho's face. A deafening crash echoed as Yong-ho was sent flying, collapsing onto the arena floor, and the crowd erupted in disbelief. Everyone was speechless, eyes wide with disbelief at what had just happened. Gyu stood there, fists clenched, chest heaving, his eyes burning into his defeated opponent. North Young-ho gritted his teeth in pain, muttering, "You little punk, you're good, but I'm just getting started." Gyu roared, his aura soaring. "Let's go all the way, you piece of trash." The audience's shock quickly turned to frenzy, and the arena erupted. The roar of Gisu echoed like thunder, drowning out all other sounds as a furious Bak Young-ho rose, his ears ringing with the cheers for his opponent. He seethed, his chest burning with resentment. "No way, don't celebrate yet, it was just luck. One lucky punch means nothing." With that, Buk Young-ho roared like a wounded beast and charged toward Gisu. But this time Gisu was ready. As soon as Pong-ho was within striking distance, Gisu landed a thunderous hook right on his jaw, and then a straight punch to the face. Pong-ho staggered, the world spinning around him. Gu doesn't give him a second to breathe, turning his opponent into a living punching bag, unleashing a flurry of hooks and jabs. Below the stands, Jin Do-in clenches his fist, his eyes shining. "Impressive. I didn't expect him to turn the tables like that." Jiang nodded calmly beside him. At this level, stamina and mental fortitude are key, and a surprise attack can shatter an opponent's composure. Gisu had the upper hand, but Jin Do-in noticed something strange. Buk Young-ho seemed different, almost anxious. That's right. Young-ho is glancing towards the stands where Kang In-ha stands with his arms crossed, his face as cold as ice, his eyes the same as when he was defeated by Jin Do-in. Kang In-ha's instructions echoed in his mind. He had to win decisively, no carelessness allowed. The thought was like a stimulant, and Buk Young-ho roared wildly, causing Gisu to pause in astonishment. "Enough humiliation. You won't bully me anymore." And then he takes a stance, the stance of Muay Thai that destroyed Jin Do-in. Gisu immediately sensed the danger. There was no time left, he had to end the fight now. He lunged forward, deciding to bet it all, but it was exactly the trap that Baron Ho had laid. As Gisu entered the perfect range, a devastating kick landed squarely on his ribs. Boom. Gisu flew backwards, the searing pain nearly causing him to black out. What was that? Before he could recover, another kick slammed into his gut, doubling him over as he screamed in agony. Jindu's nightmare replays as a brutal barrage of kicks rains down on Gisu like hammer blows. Completely feral, Book Young-ho roars with savage glee. If you're weak, know your place. How dare you, a shrimp like you, try to stand up to me? Despite the pain, Gishu's mind races. He analyzes each blow, every kick landing with brutal force. He has to find a way. Jindu-in's words echoed in his mind. Careful, he's done something to his leg. That's no ordinary kick, he has to find a way to deal with it. Now Gisu understands the feeling. It's not like being kicked, but like being struck by an iron bar. Meanwhile, Book-young is poised ready for the finishing blow. Yes, that look of fear suits you, you puking brat. Now kneel and beg for mercy. Another kick comes, and Gisu can't react in time, sent flying once more. That was an expression Gisu would never forget. The sick pleasure at another's pain, just like the bastards at his old school. And that was the last straw for Gisu. He forced himself to stand, a roar erupting from deep within his chest. Because you're just like them, I absolutely can't fall here. Seeing Gisu stand, Book Young-ho throws another kick, but instead of flying away, Gisu does something no one expects. He turns and takes the blow with his rear end. Bam! The entire stadium went silent. Jinwoo and the others were stunned. Only Gisu could come up with such an absurd tactic. He gritted his teeth, an idea sparking in his mind. Keep attacking. Having endured beatings in the past, I know which parts of my body hurt the least. The experience of a bullying victim has now become his weapon. Park Young-ho laughs, an arrogant sneer on his face. Are you mocking me? Blocking with his butt. You think that pathetic trick will work on me? He lunges forward with a powerful kick, but Gu, with an unbelievable twist, turns and uses his butt to block the blow. A dry thud echoed as the kick was neutralized, igniting Young-ho's frustration. He unleashed a furious barrage of kicks, but Gu slipped and slid like an eel, using his unique defense to neutralize every blow, sending the stands into hysterics. He's blocking with his butt. Haha, that's irritating. That new student is full of surprises. What's that move called? Teach me that. Even Jindu-in couldn't help but laugh. Well, the kid's got brains, I'll give him that. It looks funny, but the butt has the most fat and muscle. That might be his only defense right now. After a tiring flurry of kicks, Baek Young-ho begins to pant. Realizing low kicks are useless, he aims for the head, launching a high, vicious strike, roaring. Let's see you block this. But Giyu simply ducks the kick, missing his head by a hair's breadth. I saw it clearly. Gi Swan was trying to dodge. In the stands, Jindu-in shouts. He's slowing down. He's remembering his own fight with Pong Ho. That's right, his kick is strong, but he rarely uses it. The greater the power, the greater the price. Back in the arena, Pong Ho begins to falter. Each kick is slower than the last, just enough for Gisu to evade. After a missed kick, Pong Ho's foot stops right in front of Gisu. Distracted by something strange on his leg, Gisu left himself open. Wham! A punch to the face sends him reeling. Book Young-ho laughs, impressed by his stubbornness. But it's over, you dog. He raises his leg, ready to deliver the final blow. No matter how strong Leon Dan is, you can't withstand this. I'll show you what happens when you mess with me. But as the kick neared, a calm voice echoed from below, startling Young-ho. Your kick is too slow. Gisu's hand is already there, gripping Pong Ho's ankle like a steel vice. The tables turn in an instant, and a terrified Book Young-ho is slammed to the ground with incredible force. Damn it, what is this? Book Young-ho screamed in silence. Gisu stared at his ankle, feeling like he'd been struck by an iron rod, his speed decreasing, and something shining. Without hesitation, Gisu grabbed Pong Ho's pants leg and tore it open. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the arena. A heavy iron ring shackled Pong Ho's ankle. The truth revealed, a dirty trick exposed. So that's how he beat Jindu-in. Gisu gritted his teeth, a surge of rage building within him. No wonder you ran out of steam so quickly. What do you have to say for yourself now? That statement ignited the powder keg, and the arena erupted with furious jeers aimed at Park Yan-ho. Above, Gun-hee stared at Jiang, his face pale, wondering what to do. Stop the match. Jiang simply smiled, amused. Soon it would be time for part 2. He glanced down at the arena where Gisu was unleashing his fury on Park Yan-ho. He punches, and punches, but Pon Ho doesn't give in. Gisu is stunned. How can this madman still endure? Then he looked into his eyes, seeing utter fear and absolute helplessness. It was a look Gisu had seen 1,000 times in the mirror, his old self. But that version of him was dead. Strength, will, courage, he had it all. Now it was time to show everyone the rebirth of Lee Gisu. He raises his fist one last time, focusing all the frustration, humiliation, and suffering he's endured into a single point. He roars a sound tearing through the air, not just of anger, but of liberation. Boom. A cleansing blow, a blow that shook the arena. He collapses unconscious. The match is over, and the referee's voice booms through the arena. The winner is Lee Gyu, and in that moment, the arena exploded. Gi Shu breathes a sigh of relief, his legs trembling. He did it with his own fists. With perseverance and courage, he defeated Par. The sweet taste of victory washes over him. He actually did it. The crowd chanted Gishu's name like a battle hymn, celebrating the arena's new hero while lying on the floor. Baekhyung-ho stared blankly at the ceiling. He was spent, his mind blank. No. How could I lose to a kid like him? He turned to see Kang In-ha's cold figure walking away. In-ha, wait, he gasped, it's not over yet, don't abandon me. Kang In-ha simply glanced back, uttering a sharp, useless, before turning away, leaving Ong-ho to wallow in humiliation. The audience above, who had just cheered him on, now unleashed their fury, pelting him with cans, trash, and merciless insults. He lay there helpless and defeated, unable to speak. Just then, a shadow fell over him. It was Gisu. He slowly approached, extending his hand to a stunned Pong-ho. Get up. Gisu spoke calmly. You still lost, even when you cheated. I should beat you to a pulp, but rules are rules. Next time we'll settle this fairly. Park Yong-ho was stunned. He'd treated Gu like dirt, yet now he was being offered a way out, a respectful rematch. Referee Han, Hai the pig, chuckled with amusement. Well, this new student is more interesting than I thought. A handshake, huh? Above Jiang smiled proudly, finally seeing a true Six Dragons student, perhaps capable of even more than he imagined. But just as Jisoo went to help Park Yong-ho, up an arrogant and contemptuous voice cut through the air. Has the Six-Gate School fallen this far? People are actually watching this childish squabble. The entire stadium suddenly fell silent. A stranger emerges from the shadows, grabs Pong-ho's hair, and yanks his head back. You can't even beat a nobody, yet you call yourself a representative of the Green Dragon School. How could you face the elders after this? It was Sun X's view, and he'd been watching everything from the start. Who is this man? Gishu wondered to himself. At that moment, Jiang appeared in the arena, his presence overwhelming. Sun X Vu, what are you planning? Sun Shu Vu released Pyong-ho, turning to face Jiang with a twisted, hateful smile. Long time no see, traitor. Looking at this garbage arena of yours, I can't stand it any longer. From now on, I will rule the 6 doors. Jiang simply sneered. I thought you were hiding in some hole. Interesting. Fine, I'll show you what a real fight looks like. With that, Jiang took a stance, and the most anticipated battle, the battle to decide the true king, was about to begin. They shed their jackets, revealing bodies scarred by battle, their eyes locked in a deadly stare. I can't believe I'm seeing this before graduation, someone in the stands exclaimed. Gisu turns to Jindu-in confused, asking who Jindu-in Sonu is. Before the arena, Jindu-in replied gravely, he's the one who competed with Senior Jiang for the strongest position in the 6 gates. Gisu is shocked he competed with even Mr. Jiang. On the arena, Sun X Vu began to warm up, his muscles rippling like a monster. Mei had struggled to climb to that position. Just to create this trash, he roared, then charged like a mad bear. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the arena floor trembled violently, sending nearby spectators scrambling back in fear. What terrifying power, the arena is about to collapse. But in the epicenter of that explosion, Jiang stood firm, deftly, dodging the devastating attack. The eyes of the two beasts met once more, promising a battle to the death. Sonu then unleashed a sinister grin, transforming into a whirlwind of destruction, a barrage of fists and feet aimed squarely at Jiang. But Jiang, ever the master, moved like a phantom, gracefully evading each attack, while Sonu's speed was astonishing, each strike carrying devastating power. Standing below, Gisu was stunned, muttering like an amateur commentator. How could he move so nimbly with that massive frame? Standing nearby, Jinu Yin said, with concern, Master Jiang is amazing to dodge everything, but what if he loses? What will happen? Gisu turned, and Jindu Yin, looking up at the arena, said in a low voice, then the arena will disappear, and the 6 sects will return to chaos. Sun Wu is the embodiment of Kang Han He. The name Kang Han He left Gisu stunned. In the arena, Sun Wu has fully embraced his animalistic side, and after a series of missed attacks, his eyes ignite with a destructive fire. The kid only knows how to dodge. Forget your past victories because I'm completely different now. He roared, charging like a bulldozer, unleashing his unparalleled shadow kick. A series of phantom attacks targeted Jiang, who leaned back to dodge, but his opponent was too fast. A spray of blood marked the hit. Wu roared with pleasure, finally landing a blow. Driven to his limit, he unleashed a furious barrage upon Jiang. Jiang struggled to defend himself against Sun Zevu's hammer-like blows, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. And then bam, a direct hit to the gut. Jiang is sent flying into the ropes. So much for being a boss. So that's all you've got, Sun Jivu shouts. If I'd known, I would have taken you out a long time ago. Gu shouts from below in a panic. No way. How could Senior Jiang be defeated by this monster? Even Jinu In was stunned. Sun Wu was stronger, and Jiang more skilled, but Sun Wu was completely overwhelming him. Had he been secretly training in the arena, Jiang collapsed, and Sun Wu looked down at his motionless opponent, a smug smile on his lips. His body was different. What they gave him was indeed effective. A vision of 5 shadowy figures flashes through his mind. Sun Wu raises his foot, thinking he's now superior, and shouts, "Die, you traitor!" But just then, Jiang's eyes changed. Sun Wu's kick landed, a terrifying sound echoed, and the crowd gasped. They weren't shocked that Jiang was defeated, they were shocked that he wasn't, and that he'd landed a counterpunch. A punch packed with full power slammed straight into Sun Vu's face. Boom. Sun Vu was sent flying like a puppet, with its strings cut, crashing into the opposite barrier, and before he could rise, Jiang was upon him like lightning. This is taking too long. Let's end this. Jiang unleashes a flurry of blows, showcasing the true power of the Six Gates ruler. That terrifying power was unbelievable to Sun Vu. He'd never seen Jiang like this before. With fire in his eyes, Jiang delivers another blow to Sun Vu's gut, a punch from the Lord of the Mountain, proving his position is no accident. Sun Vu doubles over in agony. And then the final blow was struck. The finishing blow. Sun Vu is blasted out of the ring, plummeting to the ground before the stunned students of the Green Gate School. Gisu witnesses Jiang's legendary power firsthand, for the first time. The cheater was punished by the one who made the rules. Jiang stood on the stage looking down at the crowd, his voice ringing out like steel. "Come up here, Buk Young-ho." Buk Young-ho paled and trembled. He stepped onto the stage and knelt before the chairman as a steel rod materialized in Jiang's hand. Buk Young-ho gulped, eyeing the iron rod. Was he really going to use that on him? How could anyone survive being beaten by a monster like him? I've already been beaten so badly. Another beating like that, and Buk Young-ho, who was just so arrogant, will be nothing but a pathetic mess. He groveled on the arena floor, tears and snot streaming down his face, desperately clinging to Jiang's leg. "Senior, please spare me. I was forced into this. I'm just a victim. I swear, I'll never do it again." Jiang coldly looked down, his emotionless voice more terrifying than any threat. Park Young-ho trembled, but his fear of death outweighed his humiliation, and he continued to beg, spewing out pathetic words. Suddenly, Jiang knelt down face to face with Park Young-ho, his eyes burning with a terrifying fire. "I told you to lie down." All of Park Young-ho's hope vanished. Knowing he was done for, he wept and trembled as he lay face down on the floor awaiting his punishment. Kang raised the wooden stick high, swinging it back to strike, warning him to avoid a beating. He said sternly never to do anything that would land him here, but the blow Young-ho expected never came. The stick stops just as it touches his butt, but the invisible pressure is enough to terrify him. A stream of pale yellow liquid flows from his pants, forming a small puddle on the arena floor. The arena erupted once more, but this time with mocking laughter, and a legend was born, the Pissing Wonder. Jiang rises and looks down at the trembling man at his feet. "Aren't you ashamed to be in this arena? I'll spare you this once, but there won't be a second." He turns to face the crowd. He stomped his foot, channeling all his inner strength into a roar that shook the very air. "Hear me. Today you've witnessed that the arena is a place to fight with strength, a fair battle, with no room for cheating. Anyone who starts a fight outside this arena violates the rules of the Green Gate, and as long as I'm here, they won't survive. Remember this place for true warriors, those who deserve respect. I, Jiang, run this arena." Jiang's powerful declaration was met with thunderous applause. Order had been restored. The next day on the rooftop, the rhythmic thud of fists echoed. Jiang was unleashing powerful punches on a sandbag. Gyu emerged stunned. After everything that happened yesterday, he's still training. "What do you want?" Jiang's voice cut through Gisu's thoughts. "I have nothing left to teach you, so if you're here for training, leave." "That's not it." Gisu mustered his courage. "I have a question. Why? Why have you helped me so much? I'm the first person you've ever mentored." Jiang pauses, turns, and approaches Gisu, passing him by. "I want to show everyone that with enough effort, anyone can rise to the top. You've worked hard." Gisu. He placed a hand on Gisu's shoulder, a rare look of affection in his eyes. Gisu could feel it, the trust, the expectation. He bowed his head, a heartfelt thank you, escaping from deep within. Though he didn't fully grasp Jiang's deeper meaning, he knew this man was the mentor who changed his life. Back in the arena, the atmosphere was completely different. The excitement and passion returned, but without the chaos or bullying. The matches were fierce but fair. The true fighting spirit had been reignited, burning brighter than ever, spreading throughout the Six Gates School. The Six Gates arena had become a part of Gisu's life. Each day, new battles erupted, and Gisu was no longer on the sidelines, stepping into the ring, not with fear, but with burning determination. Each punch carries not only strength, but the sweat and effort of grueling days of training. He fights relentlessly, seizing every opportunity, exploiting every opening, and victory is his once more. The crowd roars with excitement, since his historic battle with Park Young-ho Gisu has become a symbol, a beacon of hope. Each of his matches drew roaring crowds, and in this moment, Lejisu truly belonged to the Six Doors arena. Meanwhile, in a high-security prison near the city center, Kang In-ha waited, and a figure appeared on the other side of the glass. "Long time no see," his brother spoke, his voice calm. Kang In-ha abruptly stood up, saying that next time he would bring good news. That Jiang brat couldn't even be taken down by senior son Su Wu. His brother simply chuckled an inscrutable smile. "That brat Jiang. It seems things have gone too far this time." With the master away, the rats run wild. In-ha lost his composure, seeing his brother's smile and hearing his indifferent tone. "Don't worry, I'll find a way, if not within the school then from the outside." In-ha, his brother interrupted gravely, "Once bound by shackles, it's hard to escape. Don't act rashly, just behave according to your status. Father has intervened. You'll be out in a few months." Hearing this, a weight lifted from Kang In-ha's heart. Don't do anything to affect the family, his brother continued. Just observe quietly and wait for the right moment. When I get out, everything will be resolved. Understood, Kang In-ha replied, but his clenched fist under the table betrayed the boiling defiance within. Back in their school days, Gisu, Jindu, Inin and their blonde friend are hanging out, and the blonde friend, looking serious, talks about a major event. His crush has invited him to hang out with her group of friends. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he solemnly declares. And I need you two to come with me, so I won't be alone. Gihu is bewildered. Meeting girls? I've never done that before. Jinu-in raises his hand. Sorry, I already have plans then. The blonde friend, near tears, shoves his phone screen in their faces. Look, D-Hi asked me out first. This definitely means something. You guys have to help me, or am I just delusional? Giyu blurts out. After some back and forth and the promise of a lavish treat from his blonde friend Jindu-in finally relents. At a fancy cafe, the blonde looked like he was about to die. Damn, why am I so nervous? He muttered, downing his third glass of water. Calm down, you're going to drink the whole menu. Jinu-in chuckled, and Giyu thought to himself that this was the first time he'd seen him so flustered. He wondered who this formidable person could be. Suddenly, the cafe door opened, and a beautiful blonde walked in. Giyu held his breath. Could it be her? He glanced over and saw his friend waving not at the blonde girl, but at the girl with the healthy tan behind her, and it wasn't just the two of them, but all three girls. It turns out the blonde's crush is the tanned girl in the middle. Sorry we're late. It's alright, I'm just glad you guys made it. Everyone, this is Gisu and Jinu-in, my close friends. Jisoo snapped back to reality, awkwardly, taking a sip of water, noticing how cheerful she was. Just then, the pretty blonde from before approached Gisu, smiling brightly. Hi, I'm Jangmi, it's nice to meet you. In that moment, Gisu felt he'd made the right decision to come along, his face flushed. The initially awkward meeting quickly became more open. Laughter and questions filled the air as the blonde friend beamed, basking in Crash's attention. The date seemed to be going perfectly, but then Jinu-in suddenly chimed in, leaving the blonde speechless. Amidst the lively chatter, Gisu felt invisible, unable to break into their conversation. But then, Jiangmi, the girl with the radiant smile, suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Hey Giyu, she asks, her voice crystal clear. Don't you like to talk? And with that, she gave him an absolutely adorable expression. Giyu was startled, his face flushed, and he quickly waved his hands. Ah, that's not it. He stammered inwardly, screaming, Oh my god, she started a conversation with me. Jiangmi winked playfully. Actually, I don't really like noisy places either, but everyone's so excited I can't bring myself to interrupt. She sighed softly. I have a hard time fitting in at big gatherings like this. Oh, me too. Giyu blurted out. Everyone's having so much fun talking. So you're the type to just listen, huh? Jiangmi giggles. I'm a little shy too. Sensing a kindred spirit, Gisu nods emphatically. Jiangmi's smile was brighter than the sun, and his heart pounded in his chest. We really are alike. She happily says, I'm so glad I met you. Me too. Same here. Just then, Jindu Ino eagerly suggested karaoke. There's a great place nearby. The suggestion was met with enthusiasm, except for Gihi, whose face twisted in dismay. This was the nth time he'd been dragged to musical torture. Outside the karaoke bar, the blonde guy's CR asked Jinduin if he could sing well, but another girl chimed in saying they'd find out soon enough. All eyes were on Jinduin, leaving the blonde friend feeling sidelined. This was clearly his date, but Jindu-in was the main character. He couldn't take it anymore, and pulled Jindu-in by the shoulder. You guys go in first, we'll be out in a bit. I already went to the bathroom, so I don't need to go again. Jin innocently replies as the blonde-haired friend grits his teeth. Hey, what's wrong with you? You stole my spotlight today. But she asked me a question, so I answered. But you keep butting in, I don't get a chance to shine. I just want to help you, but I want her to talk to me. Alright, let's go inside. I'll give you the spotlight. This is infuriating. We'll have to settle this in the arena. Listening to them argue gave Gisu a headache, and he yelled, Just go inside, everyone's waiting. Gisu slipped inside, leaving his bickering comrades at the door, thinking it best to avoid conflict. He glanced back at them and smiled. But it's good to be like that, saying what's on your mind, instead of holding it in. I could never do that. Jiangmi's image resurfaced in his mind. Her soft hair, shy smile, and clear eyes had completely stolen his heart. He wanted to get closer to her, but how? Even her name sounds beautiful to me. Oh god, what am I even thinking? Lost in thought, Gisu is startled by a shout. A tattooed man is blocking Jiangmi and her two friends. Hey, don't be like that. If you're alone, come hang out with us. I've got two buddies waiting enough for everyone. What do you think you're doing to my friend? Giyu suddenly interjected, his voice full of resentment. The young man and the three girls turned around, startled. He sized Giyu up and down, then sneered. Your friend? What's so special about this kid? Why would you hang out with someone like him? Come with me. I'm surrounded by quality people. He tightened his grip on Jiangmi's wrist. The more she struggled, the more he pressed on, and seeing Krat bullied Giyu's blood boiled, and he charged forward. But before he could act, Jiangmi moved first, suddenly lowering her center of gravity and planting one foot firmly. Before the stunned eyes of the Samcho thug, she used a skillful takedown, lifting him into the air and slamming him to the ground. The young man lay sprawled out, not understanding what had just happened, only seeing Jiang Mi's fiery eyes and hearing her cold voice. If words don't work, then fists will. Ju was stunned, his mouth agape, his eyes wide at the unbelievable scene before him. The tanned girl could only raise a hand to her forehead and sigh. What a pain he was asking for it. What's going on? Ju stammered, his face paling. Oh, Gisu. He turns back, trying to reassure him. Don't be too surprised. Jiang Mi may seem docile, but is she really? Gishu wasn't so sure as the tattooed youth frantically threw punches to save face. But all his punches hit nothing but air. Jiang Mi moved with the grace of a dancer, effortlessly dodging every attack. Every movement she makes is decisive, without a wasted motion. Clearly, she's been trained from a young age by a master. The outcome was decided as Jiang Mi ended the fight with a perfect hook kick. The tattooed thug flew backward, crashing to the floor as Dai Hai blurted out, Jiang Mi goes to your six-gate school, doesn't she? Huh, Gishu was stunned. She goes to my school, that's right, her brother has a similar name, quite unique. A lightning bolt struck Gyu's mind. The Jiang surname was all too familiar. When he spoke that name, Du Hai immediately knew. This incredibly strong girl was Jiang Mi, a 17-year-old first year at Din Huang, and the student council president Jiang's younger sister. I told you to let go, didn't I? The remaining two surrounded Jiang Mi, looking fierce. You're dead meat today. The blonde-haired thug raised his fist, ready to teach her a lesson, but before his fist could fly, another fist shot out like a bullet, slamming straight into his face. A sickening thud echoed as he flew backward, his mouth contorted in utter shock, along with his accomplice and even Jiang Mi. The one who intervened was none other than Gisu, in a heroic rescue. Jiang Mi was stunned by the power of her new friend's punch, but Jai Hai was the most surprised of all. She covered her mouth in disbelief as Gisu grabbed the blonde thug by the collar, roaring, "You bastards, picking on a girl when you're supposed to be men. I can't believe he did that." Du H whispers to Jiang Mi, "You can tell he's a student from the Green Gate School, they're different." After scaring the thugs away, Gisu rushed back to Han Giang, Mi relieved to see she was unharmed. The thugs scrambled to their feet and fled. Just then, Jindu Inan and his blonde friend rushed over out of breath. "Where have you been?" Dihai snapped. "Some thugs were trying to mess with us." Meanwhile, in a dark alley, 3 thugs nursed their bruises, men of the Green Dragon Society. Yeah, they're strong. But the stronger they are, the more the boss likes it. This time, they'll pay as the group strolls down the bustling street. Jaehihi seems closer to Jindu, in leaving the blonde trailing behind with a sour look. The air between Gisu and Jiang Mi lightens. His punch earlier really packed a wallop. Jiang Mi compliments his sparkling eyes, and Gisu's heart feels like it's about to burst. He's flustered. Jiang Mi's smile under the streetlights is simply radiant. Today was truly a wonderful day. I never imagined Senior Jiang would have such a lovely younger sister. You must train very hard, Jiang Mi asks. You too, Gishu replied. My brother forced me to learn martial arts for self-defense. He always worries too much. But thanks to that, you were able to handle those thugs. I've learned a lot from your brother as well. Are you also his disciple? Yes, I transferred here and had some trouble, but a senior helped me out. Hearing this, Jiang Mi suddenly screamed, her eyes wide. So it was you, the transfer student. I can't believe I'm meeting you here. Gyu is flustered. So your brother told you about me. Oh no, he suddenly remembers what Jiang said before they parted ways. I wanted to show my sister that anyone can become strong with enough effort. So from the start, I was just part of his plan. So Senior intentionally let Jiang Mi hear all that. A shiver of panic runs down his spine. Damn it, he told her everything. All my embarrassing failures, my weakest moments, she knows it all. Oh no, oh no. A wave of shame and humiliation washes over him, fearing that the good impression he made on Jiang Mi has vanished. But then Jiang Mi smiled, holding out her phone. When Brother Jiang told me, I really didn't think it was you. Isn't it a miracle that we met like this? Let's keep in touch. That offer sent a jolt through Gishu, his face flushed, his throat tight, his brain frozen for 5 seconds. That moment was too wonderful. He trembled as he took the phone, his dazed expression impossible to hide. This is truly the luckiest day of my life. But at an unfinished construction site under the flickering neon lights, a brutal scene unfolds. A group of young men surround a man, punching and kicking him relentlessly. Spare me. The man groaned through the hood as the blonde leader spoke with a grating tone. I told you, cough up the money if you want to live. I really don't have any, but I promise I'll pay you back. The blonde thug ripped off the hood. So you're willing to do anything. Alright, you used to be a track athlete, Kyung, right? Let's see you run. Despite the victim's pleas, the blonde's eyes remained unmoved. Debts must be repaid with interest. Just then, the 3 underlings, Gisu and Jiang Mi, had taught a lesson to, at the karaoke bar, dragged themselves back. Boss, a girl and some guys from the Green Gate are messing with the White Mountain crew. She deserves to be punished. Before he could finish, the blonde guy pinched his subordinate's mouth shut with 2 fingers. A thunderous slap echoes. So you couldn't even handle one girl? No, that's not it, stammered the underling. The blonde-haired thug, now furious, stomped on him. You're disgracing the whole gang reporting such nonsense to me. Another lackey quickly explained, Boss, that girl is not simple. She's brought in the whole Green Gate crew. Hearing the words Green Dragon Society, the blonde man paused, his expression changed, and a sinister, intrigued smile spread across his lips. The Green Dragon Society, huh? Interesting. The next day at school, the blonde guy was complaining to Jinuin. It's all your fault. Jae-hai hasn't texted me back since that day. Without a word, you're coming with me to the arena today. While his two friends bicker, Gisu sits by completely unconcerned. He's engrossed in texting Jongmi, each cute message sending his heart racing. How could anyone be so adorable? Passing by Kang In-ha's classroom, Gisu witnesses an unbelievable sight. Park Young-ho, once a powerful force, is now on his knees, begging Chang In-ha, who coldly looks down and says he's become a nuisance. Get lost. It's the only way you can help us. Despite Park Young-ho's pleas, all he receives is a contemptuous spit from Kang In-ha. There's no place for cowards here. If I were you, I'd have ended it all. Gisu was stunned, unable to comprehend In-ha's cruelty. Come on, don't get involved. Jin Do-in stepped forward, placing a hand on Gisu's shoulder. Why is Park Young-ho so desperate to follow him? Gisu wondered. They're just school bullies. It's peaceful here, but the outside world is a different story. Different. In this district, there's a company called Gang Unindu. They call it a company, but it's actually a notorious criminal organization, so large it could control the police. And Gang In-ha is the second son of the Gang Un-gang boss, Gang In-ha. Gishu was surprised. The blonde-haired friend laughs, saying, "That's right, his background is no joke. The thugs in this area line up to be his lackeys. So that's the deal." Gishu muttered that this place was getting more and more dangerous. Meanwhile, in a deserted neighborhood, night had fallen. Jiangmi scrolled through her phone, sighing. "I'm off work so late today. I need to hurry home or Big Brother will worry." Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen, and she couldn't help but smile after reading it. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and a panicked voice cried out from behind, "Please, miss, help me." A strange girl, her face etched with fear, rushed over and embraced Jiangmi tightly, saying that some strange men were chasing her. The girl stammered, trembling, and Jiangmi quickly reassured her. "Okay, calm down, I'll call the police." "No," the girl quickly stopped her. "We'll get caught if we go out to the main road." Before Jiangmi could react, the thugs appeared, blocking the alley's entrance. The leader slicked back his hair and grinned sickly, running away. "Well, look what we have here. You brought another pretty one with you, you bastards." Infuriated, Jiangmi shouts for them to stop or she'll call the police. The man sneered. "Really? It seems that's exactly what they wanted." While Jiangmi confronted them, the strange girl silently pulled out a stun gun from behind. Zap! She fires the stun gun directly into Jiangmi's back. A surge of electricity courses through her body, and Jiangmi collapses, paralyzed and helpless. "How foolish," she sneers, "you were so easily deceived. All pretty girls are equally dumb." Jiangmi gritted her teeth, anger overcoming the pain, but no matter how hard she struggled, her body had no strength left. "Why are you with them?" The true mastermind finally appears, stepping out of the shadows with a sly grin. "Nice to meet you. I hear you're quite the fighter. How about we go for a ride?" That's the leader of the Bakshan assembly. Luckily, Gisu arrived just in time. Seeing Gyu and Jiangmi stand their ground, the boss seemed amused. "I didn't want to make a scene, but it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. You think not having a taser changes anything?" Before he could finish, a dark figure lunged at his face. Bam! That was Gisu's fist. He didn't say much, letting the power of the Sixth Gate student speak for itself, followed by an even more devastating blow. "Get ready," Gyu growls. "I'll show you the consequences of crossing the line." He attacks relentlessly, turning the boss's face into a punching bag. Meanwhile, the woman smirked at Jiangmi. "Good stamina, but you're better off staying down. There's no good in standing up. I'll take you down, even if it means using my bare hands." But Jiangmi showed no fear, only excitement. She cracked her knuckles and raised her head high. "Lying down might be nice, but I hate injustice. Stay right there, you wretched hag. I'll make you submit." The woman roared as she lunged toward Jiangmi. Back to Gisu, after a flurry of blows, the White Mountain Society leader was sent reeling. Gisu looked down, cracking his knuckles, and said with disdain, "Well, you're nothing special, you toad." But then something unbelievable happened. "I've been waiting for this." The gang leader rose, his voice changed. All warmed up. Now the game truly begins. He covers his mouth quickly, popping a pill and swallowing it. Instantly, he lunged at Gu with terrifying speed, unleashing a barrage of powerful blows. Gisu is shocked what he can still move. Such incredible endurance. While he was still in shock, a punch landed squarely in Gu's stomach, the sharp pain causing him to double over. The leader laughed triumphantly. "I've tested you enough. You can't touch me now, you bastard." With that, he put all his strength into his knee, aiming a vicious blow at Gisu's face. Gishu lay prone, his body, broken every muscle, screaming in agony. This power was no joke. What kind of monster is this guy? The leader of the Baekseon J group doesn't give Gishu a second to breathe, as he charges in like a mad beast, raining down punches. "What's this? Did getting beat up finally wake you up?" He growls, asking where the pride of a green dragon kid went. But he's made a mistake. Little did he know, pain was Gisu's fuel, and the embers of his will ignited into a raging fire. Ju's sneer awakened the monster within Gisu. No, he wouldn't fall here. He braced himself, put all his strength into his legs, stomped on the ground, and stood up, surprising Ju. He faced a wall, one known as the King of Kicks, and that wall was fighting back. Gisu reached around, grabbed Jiho, and tried to take him down. But Jiho's strength was overwhelming, and neither would yield. As his strength waned, Gisu decided to use his last resort. He roars and headbutts Jiho square in the face. Bam! The legendary headbutt. Both staggered, Joe's nose bled, and Gu's head throbbed. But now they were evenly matched, trading blow after blow with reckless abandon. Jay had never faced such a reckless opponent, but Gisu had finally found an opening. He lands a brutal uppercut on Joe's chin, staggering him. Gisu seized the opportunity, his voice a mix of pride and resentment. This is the skill of a student from the 6 gates. Curious, aren't you? Watch closely, this is the fist of a 10th grader. He unleashes a final punch, channeling all his effort, all his will, a blow with the power of 9,999. Jae-ho goes flying backwards, collapsing unconscious. Gyu sighs, staggering forward. You shouldn't challenge a person's foundation. He suddenly remembered that Jay seemed to have eaten something before rushing in, but something else was more important. Jiangmi. He turned back in a panic and froze. Jiangmi had finished her match long ago, standing triumphantly, with one foot on her opponent's face, applauding. A clean victory, and done early, but it seems she can handle it all on her own. Seeing this, Jushu scratches his head, embarrassed. She's just like Senior Jiang. It was then that Jiangmi's rage ignited, as she grabbed the woman's hair and growled. Why did you fight so dirty? I don't know, the woman stammered. I don't want anything to do with the White Mountain Society. I only did it for the money. White Mountain Society. Gyu suddenly remembers the guy who harassed Jiangmi at the karaoke bar. What is the White Mountain Society? Why would they pay you to attack her? You don't know. She's shocked. The White Mountain Assembly is a high school alliance that suddenly appeared in Yeongnam about 6 months ago, and they're much bigger than a regular gang. All the big players are gathered there, and their growth rate is terrifying. A high school alliance is keeping you afloat, and I don't know how you got involved with them. The target Jay mentioned was the students of the 6th gate, as she recounted her conversation with Jae-ho. He said that if he made a few 6th gate toys, he could join the 5 dragons. They're targeting 6th gate, not Jiangmi or Gyu Banghuang. Why? Most schools in the southeast have been swallowed by the Baxian Assembly, leaving only the northern region occupied by the 6 gates. Gisu recalls Joe's words, wondering about the skills of the 6 gates gang. So this was a test. I told you everything, let me go. She begged for mercy, but Jiangmi easily ignored her, clutching her clothes with a smile that was both beautiful and terrifying. Now it's time to pay the debt for the stun gun. A piercing scream echoes, ending the battle. After that incident, Gisu and Jiangmi walked home together again, their bond strengthened by battles and secrets. On the way back, Gisu turned to Jiangmi apologetically, saying, I'm sorry you got caught up in this because of my school. Jiangmi simply smiled. It's okay, you have nothing to apologize for. Besides, I also have an inseparable connection with the Green Gate. Gisu suddenly remembered, pointing at her like a child. That's right, Senior Jiang. Jiangmi playfully interjects, perhaps fate has intertwined us. I'm glad you think so. Gisu smiled, confidence shining in his eyes. No matter how fierce the White Mountain Society is no match for the Green Gate under Mr. Jiang's leadership. Those guys today weren't so scary after all. That's right, because my brother is special. Jiangmi agreed, then looked at Gisu, her eyes sparkling. But you looked really cool back there. Gisu blushed, scratching his head. Thanks, I owe you again. He thought to himself, seeing her radiant smile. I'm really glad I could protect you. In another dark corner of J City, the defeated leader of the White Mountain Society is on his knees, begging for mercy while a stranger grabs one of his men by the collar, his voice as cold as ice. My brothers didn't mean to mess things up, Dihoan. Joe, the stranger growls. Your problem is that you don't know who you are, and you're always doing useless things. He grinds Jaeho's face under his boot, the Eastern Union's northern conquest nearly complete. Whether you care or not is irrelevant. From today, Jae-ho is demoted to player status. His face is shrouded in darkness, revealing only absolute and terrifying power. He is Tireng Gun, number 5 of the White Mountain Society. The other players will be thrilled. Tyron smirked, a smile devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, in another alley, a group of young kids were being lectured by a large man. See you in the Colosseum. What made you run away from home? You want to join the Thousand Winds. A young boy mustered his courage and replied, We heard there was shelter here. With a thunderous punch, the boy was sent flying into the iron fence, leaving the others pale with fear. Lodging, the big guy growled. Do you think the Heavenly Wind is a charity? You fools, he is Gong Jin Sob, leader of the Heavenly Wind clan. Seeing his rage, the terrified kids scattered and ran. So much for sticking together. Cowards, Gong Jin, Seop scoffed in disappointment, slumping into a chair and muttering, the new recruits these days are all useless. His henchman lights a cigarette for him. It must be the influence of the White Mountain Society. They've taken all the good ones. I can't let the Chonpung clan remain a small-time gang forever, Gong Jin Seop said, taking a long drag of his cigarette. Just then, a voice echoed from the end of the alley. Are you short on people? Everyone turned around in shock to see Yong Ho, who emerged from the shadows, with his hands in his pockets and a smug look on his face. How pathetic has Skywind become? Skywind's lackeys were enraged. Does this lunatic even know where he is? Park Yong-ho just smirked, pointing to the fleeing kids. Or give me a spot. I'm top quality compared to those brats. Yong-ho, you were kicked out, yet you dare return. Have you no shame? You want back in, huh? What do you have to offer? Park Yong-ho took a deep breath, swallowing the last of his pride. He looked at Gong Jin Seop, his hoarse voice filled with desperation. I'll do anything you say, anything at all. Pong Ho's words brought a sinister smile to Gong Jin Seop's face, and he nodded. And so Cheonpung officially welcomed its prodigal son. The next day, Gisu felt utterly drained. He was about to head to the infirmary for some painkillers, when he stepped out of class and saw a familiar sight. Park Yong-ho is being cornered by Kang In-ha's lackeys, one with a horsemane haircut, putting his arm around Park Yong-ho's shoulder, acting condescending. You must be having a hard time lately, huh? Everyone loses their temper sometimes. In-ha is strict, but we'll give you a chance. If we put in a good word, he'll take you back. Clearly they wanted to humiliate Park Yong-ho to make him beg. But they didn't realize how much he'd changed. He frowned, swatting the other's hand away. Stop the nonsense, and get to the point. The horse-faced thug was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. You haven't changed a bit, have you? I heard you were close to some runaway girls back in Skywind. They might be a good fit. We were hoping you could introduce us to a few girls. Bam. Baek Yi shoves him away, eyes blazing. I have no intention of being your errand boy. Get lost. He turns and walks away. The horse-haired thug is furious. I was going to have some fun with you, but you dare look down on me. He grabbed a can of Coke from the trash and hurled it at Pon-ho, calling him a dog. In an unbelievable moment, Yong-ho spun around and unleashed a hook kick, sending the Coca-Cola can flying like a bullet past their faces and into the wall. Don't even dream about it, Book Yong-ho growled. I only hung out with you guys for the gang. You think I'll let you bully me now that I'm dropping out? What, you dropped out? The two guys gape in astonishment. Does In-ha know about this? Are you serious? Park Yong-ho said, without a hint of shame. Giving them the middle finger, he sneered. Why bother with this school? You can stay here and lick Kang In-ha's boots. From a distance, Gisu overheard everything, and was shocked by the news of Park Yon-ho's departure. That afternoon, Park Yon-ho left the school with a box full of belongings, trying to put Kang In-ha and Gang Un out of his mind. Now, his only goal is to start over with Chunpung. Hey Park Yong-ho. A familiar voice calls out. It's Gisu who's been secretly following him. I have something to say. I heard you really dropped out of school. Gisu thought it was because of the arena loss and quickly suggested, how about we go back and make up for it? It was a mistake. Park Yong-ho's face contorted with rage as he threw down his belongings and grabbed Gu by the collar. You son of a bitch. You like that, huh? He growled, his eyes bloodshot. You think you can just say one thing and be done with it? Giyu panicked, feeling like he'd just cornered a wild beast. Remember to look both ways, you bastard. Park Yong-ho clenched his fists tighter. It's not just that damn arena anymore. I'll kill you right here. He unleashed his anger, shoving Gisu away, turning and leaving, muttering curses under his breath. Pong Ho's strange behavior made Gisu think. This has nothing to do with him, but why can't he stop thinking about it? Meanwhile, a letter accidentally fell out of Park Yong-ho's belongings, landing right in front of Gisu's shoes. Curious, he bent down to pick it up. That night at an abandoned gas station, a group of men sat around a burning barrel, lamenting their situation. Haha, lost it all again. It's all those Chunpung bastards' fault. They think they own the place, demanding protection money. Those dogs? I'll settle the score with them sooner or later. They may be many, but they're all useless. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, iron bar in hand. It was North Yon-ho. The group fell silent, staring at him in shock. Yon-ho's voice, cold as ice, echoed throughout the gas station. You have two choices. Join Heavenly Wind or get out. And you're not Park Yong-ho, are you? One of the gang members sneered. I heard you used to be Kang In-ha's dog, but now you've been kicked back to the Heavenly Wind. Indeed, they have no shame. Their taunts were like needles piercing Park Yong-ho's already shattered pride. He recalled his conversation with Gong Jin Seop, the leader of Chonpung Maung-gun, was eyeing their territory. Take care of him, and I'll consider letting you back in. With no other choice, Park Yong-ho grits his teeth, knowing he must crush them to reclaim what he's lost. Two thugs wielding iron bars charged forward, all talk and no action. Coming here alone, are you tired of living? Klang Yong-ho raised his bat to block the blow, the force of the impact numbing his arm. At that moment, another thug leaped from behind, aiming a final blow, but Yong-ho was a step ahead, turning to block the kick with his armored shin. What now? With a wild grin, Buck Yong-ho taunted, these shins are bulletproof, you mutt. With that, he unleashed a spinning kick, sending both thugs flying. Maung-gun and the remaining lackeys roared in fury. Undaunted, Yong-ho raised his club in defiance, inviting them to come at him. The battle erupted as Pon-ho stood alone against a pack of wolves. He charged in his staff a whirlwind of deadly arcs. He had to win, no matter the cost. He screamed in silence. Back at the Cheonpung base, Gong Jin Seop stared intently at an old photograph. The photo showed him and Park Yong-ho as brothers back in the day. Boss. A subordinate asked, are you planning on taking Park Yong-ho back? Gong Jin Seop laughs, a cold laugh. Taking him back is out of the question. He pulls out a lighter, the flame licking at the photo. Dogs like Park Young-ho are only useful until they're not. The photo of the two boys fades to ash, much like the loyalty Park Young-ho is desperately trying to prove. Back at the gas station, the battle has reached its end. Amidst the bodies strewn about, a battered and bruised Park Young-ho, panted with only Maong Gun left standing. The leader stumbles back, trembling. Are you a monster? He stammered. You weren't this strong before. Wiping the blood from his face, Park Young-ho's smile is now sinister. I'm different now, don't compare me to the past. I gave you two choices before, right? Now there's only one. He approached, stomping Maong Gun's face with his shoe, a terrifying madness burning in his eyes. Maong Gun has been eliminated at the Six Gates School as two students haul a box of old belongings. That bastard Park Young-ho causing trouble even after dropping out. Hey, did you hear? He's back at Cheonpung, and rumor has it he's coming back to deal with those he hates at the Green Gate. The Cheonpung are crazy, be careful. Those rumors reached Gisu's ears. He turned to Jinduin. Did you hear about Young-ho dropping out? Jindu In shrugged. If Kang In-ha kicks you out, you have to quit. Without Kang In-ha, how could he survive in this school? Gisu remained silent, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. The story of Park Young-ho was far from over, and Gisu's curiosity was piqued. He really dropped out. Was he really that isolated? Who would want to play with him? The blonde boy chimed in, his voice full of disdain. Without Kang In-ha's protection, he's just an outcast. Gisu awkwardly forces a response. So it was that afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the yard, Gisu found his way to an orphanage. A group of children were engrossed in a game of red light, green light. One person faced the wall, chanting the rhyme. The scene was peaceful and joyful, as the children tried to sneak closer without being seen. When they noticed Gisu, they stopped, their eyes wide with curiosity. Who are you? Oh, hello there, kids. Gisu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He was looking for someone. Is there a Dung Hyun here? What do you need me for? A clear female voice echoes from the gate as a beautiful, well-proportioned girl emerges. I'm Dung Hun. They sat down on a stone bench. Giyu handed her a crumpled letter, explaining that he'd found it when Park Young-ho was clearing out his things from school. The recipient's address on the letter is Dong Hyun, at the Dongnam orphanage. As Dong Hyun held the letter, Gisu explained that Park Young-ho had dropped out of school, and her emotions sank. Gisu added that he didn't know where Young-ho lived, so he could only track down the address on the letter and bring it here. But Dong Hyun muttered, her voice full of helplessness. I don't know how to return it to him anymore. What's going on? Weren't you too close? After Young-ho left the orphanage, I lost track of him. I only knew his school address, so I wrote him a letter there. Giyu was stunned, blurting out, huh. So Young-ho was from here. A hint of sadness flickered in Dong Hui-hun's eyes. Yes, Young-ho is an orphan too, like all the children here. We grew up together. She began to recount the past, how she was bullied by older kids for protecting the younger ones. Those thugs often came to extort the orphans here, saying they were noisy. The ringleader sneered. Next time bring the full amount. If you don't like it, go cry to your parents. Haha. But each time one person stood up, a tiny hero named Young-ho. He bravely shielded them all, becoming a steadfast protector for his vulnerable siblings. But fatefully, that hero was also a victim. When his siblings weren't around, Young-ho was ganged up on by other street kids, more numerous, more cruel. What can an orphan like you even do? If you don't have parents, you should know your place. That painful past repeated itself into middle school, and things only got worse. The cheerful, smiling boy gradually became withdrawn and gloomy, and then in his darkest hour he found a place called Heavenly Wind. Standing before a luxurious villa, having run away from the orphanage, Park Young-ho decided to sell his soul to the devil. A long time later he returned, but he was no longer the hero he once was. His body was covered in menacing tattoos, and even Dong Hyun was frightened by this completely unfamiliar person. He had changed forever. Yet, when reunited with the children, Park Young-ho was a changed man. His ferocity vanished, replaced by a warm smile. He playfully joked around, embracing each child like an older brother, returning home from a long journey, a rough exterior, but with a surprisingly gentle heart. With a choked voice, Dong Hyun continued. Every month, he would bring us gifts, but he hasn't come lately, and I'm worried. Now he's even dropped out of school. I don't know what to do. Gishu was stunned. The Park Young-ho she described sounded like a completely different person. Dong Hyun's hands trembled, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Sometimes I'm afraid. Afraid that one day, the Young-ho I know will disappear and become someone terrifying. Watching Dong Hyun cry, Gishu's heart grew heavy. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. That night at the Cheonpung villa, Gong Jin-sop was in a rage, beating a subordinate with a wrench for not meeting his quota. Only when the man begged and promised to make up for it next month did he stop, but not without a warning. He approached Park Young-ho, muttering, "Kids these days are so weak. It wasn't like that in our day, was it, Young-ho? I need a mad dog like you." He pats Park Young-ho on the shoulder. "I heard you took down Maong-gon's gang, and you're still alive, huh?" "They were nothing," Park Young-ho coldly replied. Gong Jin-seop sits down, his tone mocking. "Alright, consider your debt paid. I'll think about letting you back into Cheonpung." Those words were like a fuse, and Young-ho roared, "What do you mean by that? Wasn't taking down the Maong enough to get back in Gong? Jin Seo simply smiled. Young-ho, since your betrayal, the evaluation standards have become much stricter. So, what else do I have to do? You said you'd do anything right. Gong Jin Sok grinned. So can you kill someone? That question hit Pyong-ho like a bucket of ice water, leaving him stunned. What kill someone? Seeing Pong-ho's panicked face, Gong Jin So couldn't help but burst into laughter. How hilarious, this idiot actually believed it. See that he actually believed it. He slapped his thigh. Hey, wipe that dumb look off your face. Haha. Buk Yong-ho felt like a fool. He roared, saying that the race should be fair, and Gong Jin Seop's smile immediately vanished. He extinguished his cigarette, his voice turning dangerous. I'm not kidding, what you have to do is just as thrilling as murder. He flicked a lighter holding the flame before Park Young-ho. Just torch one motorcycle, and this deposit is yours. He tossed a stack of cash onto the table. Do this, and you'll be welcomed back into the heavenly wind. On the way home, Park Young-ho was troubled. Burn a motorcycle. What if something goes wrong, and he ends up back in the correctional facility? Good heavens, am I still worrying about that now? He walked on head down, and before he knew it, he was at the gate of the Dung Hyun orphanage. Why did I come here? He wondered to himself. Young-ho, is that you? A clear voice called from behind. He turned around, startled. It was Dung Hyun. Standing there shyly, she asked if it was really him. Young-ho. The two sit down on a swing in a nearby park. Reunited with Pyeon-ho Dung-hun, was overjoyed. Why are you out alone at this hour? It's dangerous. Why are you out here alone at this hour? It's dangerous, Buk Young-ho asked. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk, Dung-hun replied. Have you been doing well lately? I've called you so many times but you never answer. Hiding scars both inside and out, Baek Young-ho forces a smile saying he's doing well. He lied saying he was just too busy, but that clumsy lie couldn't fool Dung Hi-hun. Growing up together, she knows him better than anyone. You're lying. Her voice laced with anger and affection. She knew he was troubled, but being here brought back memories. I used to sit on the swings here as a kid. Hearing that Young-ho's guarded walls began to crack, he looks out at the old playground, a rare, nostalgic smile gracing his lips. He never had time to play, always pushing the swing for the others, sometimes two at once. And then a flood of memories washes over them as they reminisce about their days at the orphanage, their childish games and petty squabbles. For the first time in a long time, Baek Young-ho smiled, a genuine smile unguarded, forgetting his harsh reality and lost in sweet memories. But then Doon-hee unexpectedly spoke, pulling him back. Silence fills the air as Young-ho holds his breath, sensing something is amiss. Why won't you come back to the orphanage? Dung Hee-yoon's voice wavered as she asked, Can't we go back to how we were? That question was like a knife to Young-ho's heart. He hung his head, his earlier cheerfulness gone, leaving only raw pain. He suddenly stands. Thank you, Dung Hyun. But I've gone too far. It may be a long time before I return. Please take care of the children, and don't worry about me. He turned and walked away, each step heavy as lead as Dung Hyun watched his lonely figure in dismay. Honey, what's wrong? Her voice cracked, tears welling up in her eyes. It was as if this was the last time they'd ever meet. The next night in a deserted parking lot, Baek Young-ho carried out Gong Jinop's mission. Without hesitation, he doused a motorcycle in gasoline. No cameras, no passers-by, everything was going according to plan. He struck the match, the small flame dancing on his fingertip. This was the only way he could survive. But that flame illuminated a sky full of dark memories, and he recalled his childhood fighting the world alone. He learned that things others took for granted, like a home or a family meal, were a distant dream for him. The world he was born into was a jungle where the strong devoured the weak, and he was weak from the start. He remembered the beatings, the insults. An orphan like you, what right do you have to stand against us? Know your place. He recalled the chilling moment. A cold steel pipe was held to his face, ready to tear apart a child's future. He cried, trembled in despair, but just as the bully's fist was about to strike, the rusty metal warehouse door burst open with a resounding crash cutting through the tense atmosphere. Light flooded in, casting the shadows of tall figures, silent as statues. Their sudden arrival, a savior freeing Buk Young-ho from the horror before him. The thugs surrounding Young-ho reflexively turned to face a group of men in impeccably tailored black suits. The leader with slicked back hair and a piercing gaze spoke in a deep voice, each word like a dagger in the air. Who are you, lowlifes? Do you even know where you're causing trouble? The blonde-haired leader froze, then his anger exploded. He could tolerate the interruption, but the words lowlifes were a slap in the face to his pride, an insult he couldn't ignore. He roared about to charge at the men in suits, but before he could move, a dark shadow flashed. Faster than lightning, a young man in a suit closed in his iron grip, seizing the blonde hair. The challenge died in his throat, as the young man was slammed into the cold concrete floor with a sickening thud. Perhaps now, with his body aching and vision blurring, he realized he'd been arrogant in the wrong place. The suited man leaned down his face, a snarl, and hissed, "You're just a punk with a big mouth. Where do you think you are? This is Gang Un's territory." The words Gang Un struck like a thunderclap, draining the color from the faces of the blonde thugs' cronies. Their earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. his knees trembled, threatening to buckle, and even Parian Ho, despite being rescued, was stunned. Gang Un, a notorious force he'd only heard whispers of, never imagining he'd witness them firsthand. In his seemingly hopeless despair, a stark truth dawned on Yang Ho. To survive in this cruel world, the weak have only one path to become strong. He watched as the thug who had tormented him was mercilessly punished by the gang. A strange and vague feeling rising within him. He craved that power, that aura, that made others bow in fear. Just then, a sleek black sedan pulled up to the warehouse. The door swung open, and a man stepped out casually, asking one of his men, "What's all the commotion inside?" The subordinate quickly bowed, respectfully reporting that some small fry were causing trouble, and they were cleaning up the mess. The leader simply nodded coldly, saying, "Get the manager of this area to come see me." Though seemingly simple, his words carried absolute authority, causing all the men in black suits around him to cower in fear as the leader walked past Park Yong-ho. In that moment, Yong-ho felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. He looked up at the man, seeing a legendary figure of overwhelming power. In his mind, the image of a divine dragon coiled in earth-shattering power was crystal clear. From that fateful day forward, an iron resolve was forged in Yong-ho's heart. He vowed to never be trampled on again. He would climb to the top of the food chain. He wants to be like that leader whose mere cough can summon wind and rain. That's why Book Yong-ho now bears a mighty dragon tattoo on his chest. The tattoos covering his body are armor concealing his weakness and intimidating the scum around him. And now he has no choice. To prove himself and join Gang Un's Chunfeng gang, he had to complete this mission, torch the motorcycle. After struggling internally, Yong-ho cast aside all hesitation. He reached behind him, grabbed the lighter, determined to finish the job perfectly. But just as the flame was about to ignite, a sharp shout rang out from behind. Yong-ho spun around and a bucket of ice-cold water splashed in his face, extinguishing his resolve before it could ignite, ruining all his plans and efforts. Staring at the saboteur, Yong-ho stammered in disbelief. Why are you here?" The girl stood holding the empty bucket, frowning as she growled, "Don't play with fire, you maniac, or I'll soak you to the bone." To understand why she appeared at that crucial moment, we must rewind 3 hours. That day, as Chusu was walking home from school with 2 friends, Dong-hyun suddenly ran up and stopped him, her face tear-streaked and eyes swollen, begging to speak with him privately. Under the setting sun, Dong-hyun's story left Jusu in disbelief. Her brother, Bak Yong-ho, was about to do something incredibly dangerous. Though she didn't know exactly what it was, Dong-hyun had seen a fierce and unfamiliar look in her brother's eyes, and Jusu could sense the gravity of the situation. It seems Yong-ho is walking a path of no return, and Jusu sinks into thought at Dong-hyun's desperate plea. What devilry is that fool, Park Yong-ho, up to now? With a sigh, he knew he had no choice but to enter the tiger's den and see what the cub was doing. That night, at an abandoned villa behind the Ice Sky clan's hideout, 2 underlings squatted by a fire, roasting meat and savoring the aroma. If only they had some cheap liquor, it would be perfect. As they chatted about earthly pleasures, the heavy iron gate creaked open. They both jumped, faces paling, thinking their boss Jin Seop had returned. If they were caught sneaking around, eating and drinking like this, they'd be in big trouble. But luckily, it was Du who walked in, not their boss. Following a friend's tip, he tracked down the Heavenly Wind base next to the amusement park. Seeing Du's thin, bookish appearance, the 2 lackeys immediately tried to shoo him away. "Get lost, Tianfeng doesn't take weaklings like you." Ignoring them, Du knew he'd found the right place, and scratching his head, he approached the 2 men eating barbecue, asking, "I'm not here to join. I'm looking for someone. Do you know a man named Book Yong-ho?" The 2 underlings looked up, exchanged surprised glances, and burst out laughing. One of them, still chewing, asked, "Yong-ho Beck, what do you want with him? Are you a friend of his?" "I just need to know where he is. I have something to discuss, but I can't reach him." "It's too late, friend. He's probably digging his own grave right now." The other one sneered. Hearing this, Dudong froze. Digging his own grave? What the hell are they talking about? The lackey continued with a sneer, "I knew that kind of guy would end up like this. You better get out of here before I lose it." Before he could finish, Jisoo rushed forward, grabbing his mouth, raising a fist, and roaring, "I was going to talk nicely, but I guess not." Where was Yong-ho? Thanks to that, Gisu arrived just in the nick of time, returning us to the present. Yong-ho was stunned. Why was Gisu here? Ignoring his surprise, Gisu urged him, "Don't do anything reckless. You're committing a crime." But those words only added fuel to the fire, and Yong-ho lunged at Gisu in a frenzy. "Who do you think you are to order me around?" he roared, grabbing Gisu's collar. "What do you know about me? Do you know how I've had to live?" Pong's fist is raised, ready to strike, but facing this beast, Gisu is eerily calm. "Yeah, I don't know how you've lived," he replied softly. "But someone still believes in you. A girl from Dongnung shelter asked me to help, saying she didn't know what you'd do." The orphanage's name was like a knife to Park Yong-ho's heart. He froze. "Could it be Dong-hun?" Gyu continued. "She thinks you're a good person. She's worried about you so much, so that she asked a stranger like me for help. Don't destroy your life. There are still people who believe in you." Hearing this, Park Yong-ho slowly unclenched his fist. He couldn't hurt the girl he'd always loved and protected, but the tragedy didn't end there. Wow, is this a Korean drama or something? A sarcastic voice echoed. I almost cried. You go, Young-ho. Jin Seop and his henchmen emerge from the shadows, and a shocked Park Young-ho asks you, "You've been following me." Jin Seop held up his phone, displaying a video of Park Young-ho pouring gasoline on a motorcycle. You're just a pawn. Young-ho, he scoffs, a worthless orphan. That was the last straw. Park Young-ho roared and charged towards Jin Seop. Bastard, stop right there. But it was too late. Jin Seop tossed the lit lighter toward the car. He grinned, certain that Park Young-ho would rot in prison this time. Whoosh. Suddenly a dark figure leaps in, kicking the lighter away. It's Jindoon, followed by his blonde friend, struggling to climb the fence. We're not too late, are we? Park Young-ho was stunned. Jindoon, whom he once faced, has come to help him. Gisu smiles proudly, giving a thumbs up. Just in time, a few minutes earlier, and you'd be arsonists. The heavenly wind only had 2 dummies. Where were the rest? In that critical moment, Gisu acted. He quickly texted his 2 best friends. It was a wise decision, and now they've arrived. Gisu looked at his 2 friends. A silent thank you in his heart, for friendship can be the greatest weapon of all. What's this? Jin Seop sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You chased off Park Young-ho just to play with these kids. Don't bring Pong Hoi into this. The blonde roared, his eyes ablaze. We came to save our friend. I even had to cancel a date, and that means I'm at my strongest. He lunged forward like an arrow, but another figure dashed out. He withstood the attack, countering with a straight punch to the incoming fist crack. The blonde screamed in agony. His hand bleeds the attacker, wearing a spiked iron gauntlet. Your new friends look like fun. Young-ho, huh? The guy sneers, then throws a powerful hook into Blondie's gut. He collapses, unable to breathe. Why don't you introduce me to your friends? He introduced himself with arrogance. Huang Hung, number 3, of Tianfeng. Gong Min Jindu cried out and rushed forward, only to be met by a wall of people unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast attacks without a word. Jinu could only narrowly evade. His punches were too fast. If he kept dodging and countering like this, he'd be hit sooner or later. In a moment of carelessness, a flash of light, a small but deep gash appears on Jinwoo's cheek. His enemy is equipped with gloves, but with sharp blades at the knuckles. As his friends fall prey to foul play, the rage within Gishu explodes. But before he could act, another jumped in front of him, licking his lips as he spoke in broken Japanese. You look like the tastiest one here. Itadakimasu. This is Ken Kosi, one of Tianfeng's top dogs, and he lunges forward like a predator. Gisu raises his arms to block a fatal blow as Ken Kosi's steel batons crash down on his forearms. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Gisu collapsed. Relentless Kenkosi gives him no quarter, pressing his attack and driving Gisu into the wall. Your friend's in danger, Jin Seop sneers. Need a hand? Pong Ho responded with a powerful spinning kick. Worry about your own life first, you bastard. But the kick had no effect. Jin Seop only staggered slightly, laughing as he threw off his jacket to reveal a bulletproof vest underneath. Indeed, I taught you well. He smirks. It's been a while since we sparred, hasn't it? Shall we relive some old memories? Don't talk nonsense. You and I have no memories. Buk Young-ho roars. I took you in when you were just a weakling, you ungrateful bastard. Jin lunges forward, a punch carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, slamming into Buk Young-ho's face. This power is insane. Young-ho thought to himself, being beaten like a dog, maybe he'll wake up. Jin Seop roars. Meanwhile, the others are locked in fierce combat. The blonde struggled to defend against Huang He-sung's iron fists. His arm was about to break. He had to think of something. He swings his arm in an arc instead of a straight punch. That's right, he's backing away, his back against the wall. So what if you have that thing on your hand? I'll make sure you can't use it, he shouts. Jinu is also struggling against Park Minchan. Is all you can do defend? Minchan scoffs, claiming his attacks can cut through any defense. He throws a vicious punch, but Jinu narrowly dodges it. I saw it. His attack range is wider than normal. I can dodge it. Barely dodging, Minchan roared and charged forward. Now die. Buk Minchan can't believe his eyes. After a series of overwhelming attacks, Jinu suddenly retaliates, landing a powerful and precise uppercut straight to his chin. Jinu has read his opponent. He's adapted. No. Impossible. He adapted already. Who taught him to box like that? Minchan muttered in a panic. But before he could collect himself, another punch came flying. Now Jindu, in growls. It's my turn to teach you the basics, kid. Elsewhere, Gisu is cornered. He was knocked flat on his back, Liang slamming hard against the car as Kanosi sneered with delight. It's fun watching you Koreans struggle. Let's make it even more interesting. Giyu grits his teeth, staring at his opponent's tonfa. That weapon is a problem, and his fighting style is too unpredictable. I have to get in close to see better. What gibberish are you spouting in Japanese? Gisu growled. This is South Korea, you bastard. Yes, I'm Japanese. Kanosi replied with cold eyes. When I had nowhere else to go, Jin Seop took me in. I'm just repaying a debt, and you're in the way. Jin Seop's enemies are my enemies. I will eliminate anyone who stands in the way of the Chonpeng squad. Anyone who isn't with Chonpeng will die by my hand. He lunged forward relentlessly, Gishu dodging blows while carefully observing, but a moment's lapse sent him flying. As long as he has that weapon, I can't win. I have to do something. In a desperate situation, a crazy idea sparked in Gisu's mind. He glanced down at his feet, those stubborn Korean shoes. Kanosi roared and approached, then stopped, and burst out laughing when he saw Gisu holding his shoes. Haha, what kind of joke are you playing? Using rope against me? You're dead, kid. He swung his tonfa, but froze. Gisu had threaded the shoelaces through the eyelets, creating a makeshift trap and restraining his weapon. To Kanosi's utter shock, Gisu swiftly bound his hands with the shoelaces and disarmed. Gisu said in an icy tone, "You know what's coming." A final blow ends the fight, as blood drips onto the floor. North Yong-ho pants exhausted from Jin Seos's attacks. That look, Jin Seos says, his voice low. I haven't seen it in a long time. You had that look when I first met you. Don't speak of the past, Bak Yong-ho roars, it means nothing to me anymore. No matter how much you deny it, the past cannot be erased. Jin retorts that, kick, you learned from me. And these leg guards, I gave them to you. Everything you have you received from the Sky Clan. You're Tian Feng's mad dog. Those words cut into Bai Yihao's memories like a knife. He remembers those days when he could only stare at the ground, forgetting what the blue sky even looked like. He remembers wandering the streets one night, his stomach growling, when he saw the Cheonpeng clan happily and freely eating grilled meat. He remembered his stomach growling and their scornful words. What beggar is this? Get lost, but at that point he didn't care about his pride anymore. Hunger was all that mattered. With nowhere to go, Jinseop, the leader of the Ice Sky clan, told him, "Then come here. I like guys with crazy eyes like yours." And so began a dark new chapter, as Jinseop trained him, forging him into a fighting machine. Your kick is better than your punch, Jinseop remarked after a training session. I've found a great asset. Keep practicing. He gave Park Yong-ho a weapon, something that could amplify his strength. Listen, Jinseop said, in this world the strong don't win, the winners are the strong. Never forget that. Park Yong-ho did everything they asked, only to realize that the heavenly wind wasn't a lifeline. It was a rotten noose, ready to strangle him at any moment, and then he betrayed them in return. You betrayed me. Jin Seop roared, facing Gisu and his friends. And now you dare crawl back here, how pathetic. But the truth is, you can never change where you came from. You're just a lonely orphan, with nowhere to turn. But then a shadow streaks in like lightning, blocking the fatal blow with a dry metallic clang. Du has arrived just in time. Jin Seop was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Someone would risk their life to protect a worthless rotten orphan like Paro. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, roaring with bitterness. So that's it, power comes from protecting others. I too would be invincible if I had that power. You bastards flaunt your weapons with such arrogance it's laughable. His eyes scanned the desolate battlefield behind him, his elite subordinates now lying, groaning in pain. His Tian Fong gang, the force he had built, had been utterly defeated. Just then, the injured Book Yong-ho spoke up, his voice hoarse. This is my fight, stay out of it. Jin Seop chuckled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I don't understand why you'd go this far for Yong-ho. But be careful, it's not worth it. All for a treacherous traitor. To prove his point, Jin Seop's memories flash back to the night Yong-ho begged to return to the Ice Sky clan. He proved his loyalty by slaughtering a group of other young men, Jin Seop recounted, with a venomous hiss. I lost it, and screamed at him. How dare you failures interfere with the affairs of the Ice Cloud clan? In a flashback, a battered young man lies on the ground, begging Yong-ho for mercy. Yong-ho, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please, please forgive us. Yong-ho could only sneer savagely. Forgiveness, that's what I used to say, but did you ever listen? Useless ears are just dead weight. I'll lighten your load. With that, Book Yong-ho coldly drew a sharp dagger. The blade flashed, and with a scream, he sliced off the man's ear, leaving him writhing in agony. Having rejoined the heavenly wind with blood, Book Yong-ho had finally escaped his fate as prey and become a true predator. He tasted the sweetness of power, craved more, and was willing to do anything to prove his strength. One day, Yong-ho got a new job perfect for a daredevil like him. It's time for the Cheonpeng to make some money. Business. Yong-ho frowned as the Ungang offered him another collaboration even more lucrative than the last. Do you remember that phone scammer BBU Zhang from before? I remember, but that's too dangerous. What if you could get paid without any risk? We won't do it ourselves, we'll just supply the manpower to BBU Trang. Where will we get the manpower? You know how crowded the orphanages are, right? The director there is a gambling addict drowning in debt. Word is he's planning to sell the kids to pay it off, a real money printing machine, right? Haha, that was the last straw. Yong-ho once had a family too, the many children at the orphanage. He might not care about anything else, but if anyone dared to harm his family, he would never forgive them. That night he stormed into the director's casino, with a bat crushed his cards and grabbed him by the collar. You never cared about the kids. He growled, his voice as cold as ice. You used them to pay off gambling debts. You've crossed the line, you piece of trash. He pressed the bat against the man's neck. I really want to kill you, but I'll give you a way out. Listen carefully, leave the orphanage immediately, or I'll expose all your crimes. And of course I'll kill you, understand, Director Choi. The sound of shattering glass ripped through the silent night as a girl rushed down from the orphanage. The kids must have just mistaken it for thunder, she reassured herself. But as she reached the last step, she froze. Amidst the shattered glass, Baek Young-ho emerged from the director's office, his eyes as cold as ice, passing the girl without a flicker of emotion before silently melting into the shadows. That night, at the Chonpung base, Jin Sub took a long drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke. The director of the orphanage just cut off contact, he said coldly. He asked if he could deal directly with another organization instead of us. What are you up to? You think I'd be a dog for failures like you forever, Young-hoi sneered. Seeing a better opportunity is only natural, so you're trying to steal our deal. Jin Seup grits his teeth, cursing the ungrateful beast he raised back in the life or death present. This is why you must die. Jin Seup roared. Because you chose those orphans over Chonpung, I was going to wait for my chance to get revenge, but how lucky that you dragged yourself back here, you bastard. Today, I end it all. Didn't you hear what I said? Gishu shouts, why didn't you retreat? Looking around at a 4-on-1, Jin Seup chuckled, a sinister smile spreading across his face. 4 against 1. Who said anything about 1? Just then, dozens of figures emerged from the shadows, silently surrounding them. All members of the Heavenly Wind armed to the teeth. Jinu and Blondie are shocked. When did these guys get here? Smirks and bloodshot eyes, they were ordered to eliminate them all. Jin gives the order, and a pack of hungry wolves descends. Gisu and his friends are exhausted from the previous battle, but amidst the chaos, Jinduin remains calm. Gather around, he yells. Form a triangle, cover each other's blind spots. Each of you take a few. The blonde responds while a stunned Buk Young-ho remains frozen. This has nothing to do with them, yet they stay and fight for him. A warmth long lost creeps into his frozen heart. Young-ho, what are you looking at? A surprise punch from Jin Seup snaps him back to reality. My business with you isn't finished. Fine, let's end this twisted fate. The battle raged on 2 fronts with Gisu Jinduin and Min's archers forming an unbreakable wall against the horde. Meanwhile, Buk Young-ho clashes with Jin Seup, a battle fueled by hatred and betrayal, as Young-ho's kicks against Jin Seup's armor prove futile. So weak, Jin Seup taunts. Leaving the Heavenly Wind squad was the biggest mistake of your life. He throws an ironclad punch and Young-ho quickly raises his leg to defend. Crack his greaves, protecting his weapon, and his pride shattered. Young-ho panics, having lost the only thing he trusted. What now? Young-ho Jin Seup grins a devilish smile. I'll remind you just how pathetic you used to be. Die, you traitor. He lunges forward, delivering a devastating blow to Young-ho. Young-ho collapses, blood trickling from his mouth. See that? Jin Seup roared. Without the Heavenly Wind, and me, you're nothing but useless. North Young-ho looked down at his ruined leggings, his heart heavy. Was this really the end? Was I really going to lose this badly? Just then, he glanced over at Giyu. Despite being surrounded, the three fought valiantly, taking down enemy after enemy, and Young-ho felt a surge of shame. Why was he about to give up before them? Jin So watched in disbelief as Park Young-ho decisively removed his remaining gaiter. I don't need it anymore. Young-ho roared. Take it back, because now I'll show you who I really am. He takes a Muay Thai stance, proud and determined, but deep down he's trembling. He doesn't know what will happen without its protection. Do you really want to die? Young-ho. Jin Seup sneers. I told you not to take it off. Now face the consequences. Jin Seup lunges forward like a wild beast. Young-ho knew that one hit would mean certain death, so he closed his eyes and focused all his energy on dodging. Miraculously, he dodged the blow by a hair's breadth, his steps lighter than ever he could evade anything. Young-ho realized then that the loincloth which he'd always thought of as protection was actually a shackle that had been holding him back all this time. Now unburdened, his body becomes unbelievably agile and swift. He leaps forward, delivering a lightning-fast knee strike to Jin Sho's face. So fast is this, my true speed. What is this? Jin Seup staggers, radiating main character energy. You're just stalling for time, kid. He attacks again, but Young-ho leaps into the air, recalling Jin Seup's words from the past. The strong aren't the ones who win, but the winners are the strong. These leggings will protect you. A lie. It didn't protect him. It imprisoned him. And when the shackles were gone, Jin Seup was defeated. He fell unable to believe the truth. Why? Why did I lose to a bastard like him? He recalled the words he once spoke to his underlings. An orphan, no one would look for him if he died. Just use him up and throw him away. I'm Jin Seup of the Chonpung. I can't lose to trash like you. He charged in a final frenzy, but the current Buk Young was completely different. A swift, powerful kick ends it all. The strong one isn't the one who wins. The strong one is not the winner, but the winner is strong. You taught me that, didn't you? Gong Jin Sho. Seeing their leader defeated, the Chonpung subordinates panicked. No way did Buk Young-ho really win. What do we do now? Just then, Gai's Shu turned around, taunting. What are you dogs whispering about? If you want to fight, come here. Seeing their fiery spirit, the others lost their courage and fled for their lives. On the battlefield, an exhausted Buk Young-ho collapsed, unable to believe he'd actually won. Then a hand reached out to him. What are you doing, Gisu? You won, so get up. Taking off his gaiters made all the difference, huh? Young-ho was stunned by his actions and words. It was just like when he lost to Giyu in the arena. He remembered Gisu's words. Next time I want a proper fight with you. I've always found you annoying. Young-ho mumbled, but overcome with emotion, he reached out and took Giyu's hand. A thank you unspoken. He understood then that when a lost soul turns back, there will always be someone waiting. Don't thank me, Gyu said, gesturing behind her. Thank that girl over there. Oh my dear, you startled me. Dong Hee-hoon runs towards him, tears streaming down her face, and throws herself into his arms. Where have you been? I missed you, are you okay? Do you know how worried I was? For the first time in years, Book Young-ho felt the warmth of affection, and a genuine happy smile graced his lips. The battle was over, and everyone was safe. The next day, at Green Gate Academy, Gisu frantically rummages through his bag. Damn it, where's my wallet? Panic begins to set in. His bank card, student ID, everything important was in there. Just then, two students walked by, their whispers startling Gisu and Jindu. Hey, have you heard the news? About the Heavenly Room. Haha, you mean Park Young-ho's gang? Word is they were completely wiped out. And Peon-ho got caught up in it, and sent to juvie. Nonsense, Gishu muttered. But then he froze, standing right in front of the two men, Pong-ho himself. The smiles on their faces vanished as they met his razor-sharp gaze. Why is this dropout here at school? One of them stammered. What's it to you? Book Young-ho retorted. Just try to stay out of trouble from now on. Next time I see you, we're settling this in the arena. Watching that, a warm feeling crept into Gisu's heart. He knew he'd done the right thing in class 1 to 3. Young-ho sits alone, sighing. It's been a long time since he's been to school. He's tired, he really doesn't belong here. He recalled his promise to Dong Hyun, her tearful eyes, and her request, promise me, you'll go back to school. Thinking of Dong Hyun's smile, he couldn't help but smile himself. A promise is a promise. Bang, the door is forced open. Kang In-ha and his lackeys enter. Thought you'd disappeared for good. I heard you leveled the Tinfong gang. Still at the top of your game, huh? Without a word, Young-ho brushed past him, no longer caring about Kang In-ha. Hey, with Cheonpeng gone, where else are you gonna go? In-ha continued, his voice condescending. Joining the Un-gang's reserves is your only way out. Young-ho brushed past him, saying he'd find his own way now. That night, Park Young-ho packed his things in his rundown room, knowing joining Gang Un would provide him with an apartment. For an orphan like him, it was too good to be true. He longed to belong somewhere, to feel the peace of having a place to call home. But the more I fought, the more I received only violence and betrayal. What I truly wanted wasn't an organization, but a family. For him, the gang's hideout was the best place to be, and when Book Young-ho returned, the children were overjoyed. Their hero had returned. Under the warm golden light, he was surprised to see Gisu Jinduin and the blonde kid standing there with bags of fruit. They helped me out, so I had to return the favor, Hee-hun explained happily. You're back at school, that's great. You and I still have unfinished business. What did you say? If we fight again, I'll only need one hit. Hey, don't go bragging and then ask me for help. Oh, and speaking of which, Gu jumped in. Has the motorcycle incident been resolved? I'll pay if the owner shows up. But who's the owner? I have no idea. Rumor has it, a well-known student in the area torched Hoang Hin's bike, the same Hoang Hin Jin San's top dog, an 8th-degree motorcycle fanatic, now staring at his burnt ride, seething with rage. Who was the culprit? If I catch the guy, he's done for. Boss, take a look at this, one of our guys called. Hoang Hin Jin approached, his eyes widening in horror at what his subordinate pointed to back at the hideout. Is that person involved with Thien Fong? I doubt it, Gishu replies. I heard that the Chonpeng mercenaries were retaliated against because of this, Bak Young-ho replied. Revenge, yeah. Major organizations like Gang Un occasionally hired Chonpeng for dirty work. This car burning was one of those times, and it seems their client retaliated. But this is going too far. I've only heard of them recently. The Baekshan Society are said to be inhumanly cruel. Hearing their name, Gisu shudders as if a terrible trauma is about to return. Even the sunlight seemed to share in Gisu's happiness as he had a date with Jiang Mi. When she appeared, Gisu almost stopped breathing. Jiang Mi looked so lovely and cute in her casual clothes, a far cry from her cool fighting persona, but mixed with the joy was a vague sense of unease. Young-ho's warning about the White Mountain Society lingered in his mind. Jiang Mi had once been their target. He only meant to text her, but it turned into a date. His heart pounded with a mix of shyness and joy. They strolled together, their laughter echoing through the streets. For Gisu, she was the first girl he had ever truly loved. Here's your cream pasta and mushroom risotto. I heard the pasta here is amazing, Gisu said, trying to sound sophisticated. We have to try this. You spend all night searching for the perfect date spot and memorizing reviews. Enjoy your meal, Jiangmi. Giyu smiled, feeling everything was going perfectly. After we eat, let's get coffee. I know a really nice cafe nearby. Jiangmi hesitated slightly at the mention of coffee, but then nodded. Even so, Gisu could sense that something was off. What could it be? Is she uncomfortable? At the Pastel Pink Cafe, Gisu continues her role as a dating expert. Their pastries are famous, with 5-star reviews on TikTok. You choose. The restaurant might be a miss, but you can't go wrong with cake. Your total is 2,38001. Giyu frantically searched her bag for cash, having lost her wallet and clumsily dropped some coins. While he was picking them up, Jiangmi quickly swiped her card. Jiangmi, you didn't have to, I would have paid. Gishu quickly said, no, let me pay. Jiangmi smiled, you've helped me a lot, consider this my way of paying you back. The words repayment hit Gishu like a bucket of cold water. Though he said thank you, his heart was heavy. The pastries before him looked delicious, but he's lost his appetite, so she just wanted to repay him. She must be annoyed. And I'm just imagining things. Jiangmi Gishu steels himself. Actually, I've never hung out with a girl one-on-one before. My date plans are terrible, aren't they? What Jiangmi is taken aback. That's not it. You've got the wrong idea. I actually don't like Western food, and I'm not a fan of going to cafes. These pink places make me really uncomfortable. Now it's Gyehe's turn to be stunned. So girls don't actually like these places. Jiangmi continued, her face a little red. I was embarrassed too, and I didn't really like the restaurant earlier. Is that so? Gisu was surprised, then laughed. Haha, then let's do something different. And the something different that Jiangmi suggested brought Gisu to a place he just wanted to run away from. Here we go, Gisu. Jiangmi cheered, her eyes sparkling as she brought him to an amusement park, their first stop being a massive thrill ride. Enjoy the ride, Jiangmi shouted gleefully, as the machine began its frenzied descent. This is so much fun. Gisu, on the other hand, is pale as a ghost, and utterly speechless. So this is what she's really into, huh? No wonder. Unfortunately, Gisu's stomach wasn't as strong as Jiangmi's. As soon as the ride ended, he rushed out and threw up. Before he could recover, Jiangmi dragged him away. So many rides, so little time. Let's go. Roller coaster. Giyu, that was even better than the last time, the freefall. Agu had no idea who he was or where he was, he just knew to hold on tight. His soul seemed to float somewhere far away, as Gisu, exhausted from a day of fun, collapsed to his knees, panting. I can't take any more. Jiangmi giggles. What's wrong? It's still early. In the distance, two figures secretly watch them. Hey, isn't that him? That's right, it's Gishu, from Lukman High. And it's late. Beneath the yellow streetlights, Jiangmi happily says, it's been so long since I've had this much fun. I'm always stuck studying in my room. It's so boring. Me too. Gishu replied, his heart filled with happiness, admitting that even though some of the games were a little scary, it was the first time he'd felt so much joy and excitement. Thank you for today, Jiangmi. Let's hang out more often. I need to be bolder, Gisu thought to himself, encouraged by Jiangmi. He took a deep breath, but just as he was about to speak to Jiangmi, a blinding motorcycle headlight cut him off. Well, if it isn't my little runaway finally found you. Where have you been hiding all day? Gisu recognized them, instantly gritting his teeth. It's them. His eyes fell on the familiar motorcycle, the one Park Yong-ho had intended to burn. Hoang Hin-jin held up Gisu's wallet. Kang, drop this right, here you go. He found a student ID from Yukmoon High School. Ah, this is getting more and more interesting. That's my wallet. You dare damage my precious car, and then go out on a date like nothing happened. Roaring Hoang Hin-jin's tone shifts completely. I'll make you regret the day you were born. It's just a misunderstanding. I didn't do it. Gisu tries to explain, but Hoang Hin-jin retorts that he'll beat the truth out of him. Right, with that Hoang Hin-jin charged like a mad beast. Gisu knew his wrestling moves well, and quickly dodged. Hoang Hin-jin missed, but instead of anger, a sick smile spread across his face. You dodged that, not bad I guess. Stop it, Jiangmi shouted as she ran towards them. Why are you attacking people like this? What's this? This girl is too noisy. Hoang Hin-jin frowned. Jiangmi, be careful, don't come any closer. Gishu shouts worriedly. But two underlings block Jiangmi's path, saying his boss is busy and she shouldn't bother him. Move. Jiangmi glares, her eyes sharp as knives. Haha, is this girl crazy? We don't hit women, so get lost. No sooner had he spoken than Jiangmi unleashed a devastating high kick, telling him she warned him to back off while she was still being civil. The man swiftly caught her leg, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Wow, with this much fight I wouldn't feel guilty hitting you, would I? You managed to block that. It's been a while since I've had some exercise. Jiangmi smirked as Gisu, seeing her in danger, roared, You dogs, don't you dare touch my Jiangmi. Just as he was about to rush in, a hand grabbed his collar. They're having fun. Let them play. He whispered, then with terrifying force, hurled Gisu backward, a cruel glint in his eyes. Let me take care of this cute kid first. Gu realizes that reasoning is useless. Only fists can solve this problem. There's no other way. I have to win. He rises ready for a life or death battle. Inside a luxurious mansion, Kang In-ha hurried to his father's study, sweat beading on his forehead. You wanted to see me, father. Do you still visit your brother often? Yes, he's doing well. Help him with whatever he needs, but otherwise, no good news. His father's voice was cold. At your age, your son already leads an entire school. Meanwhile, Gang Eun's father stared down at his son. Never forget, I will never hand over this company, not even the smallest position, to an incompetent son who can't even take over a school. Kang In-ha lowered his head, his fists clenched, white swallowing his helplessness and hatred. Rest assured, father, I have my own plans. In a deserted corner, Hoang Hin-jin, the head of Dusan, had completely lost it, roaring as he lunged at Gisu. You won't be so lucky this time. A flurry of blows rained down left, right, but Gisu blocked them all. Finding his punches ineffective, Hoang Hin-jin suddenly changed tactics. He closed in, grabbing Gisu in a bear hug, trying to take him down, a move that worked before, but not this time. He stood firm, his feet rooted to the ground. Sorry about this, Gyu says, staring into Hwang Hin-jin's shocked eyes that he's grown far too accustomed to this trick. He remembers the Hothap lesson, the key to resisting throws. So it wasn't just for dating, huh? With a smirk, Hwang Hin-jin used all his strength to grab Gyu's leg and lift him high into the air. In terms of raw power, Hwang Hin-jin was far superior, easily tossing Gyu around like a ragdoll. Gyu fell into a puddle of dirty water, his body soaked and heavy. Before he could recover, Hwang Hin-jin rushed over and pushed his head under the feeling of suffocation and helplessness washing over him. You think blocking a few hits makes you my equal? Hwang Hin-jin sneered bitterly. You have no idea what I've been through to get here. He began to speak, his voice like something from hell. From a young age, I was weaker than others, and they constantly made fun of me. Look at this cute guy. There was this one guy who targeted me, tormenting me just because he hated cute boys. Being called cute led to bullying, and I realized that to defeat monsters, you must become one. I trained, I endured all, so the ones who called me cute would tremble in fear. And I succeeded. Now tell me who's cuter. I'm the one everyone fears. Just then, Gisu took a mouthful of dirty water and spat it right in his face. Startled, Hwang Hin-jin seized the opportunity. Gyu jumps back, breaking free. I know you're mad about the car, but I didn't do it. Gisu shouts, you dirty son of a bitch. Roaring, Hwang Hin-jin slams Gyu against the wall, tightening his grip. Of all the guys I've beaten, you're the cutest. How interesting. Pinned down, Gisu knew he needed to stall for time. He decides to use psychological warfare, aiming straight for his pain. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Gyu smirked, still the cute kid he always was. That word cute was like a trigger, and Hwang Hin-jin's rage exploded. He tightened his grip, causing Gyu to scream in pain. But that scream wasn't from agony, it was a signal. Unbeknownst to Hwang Hin, Jin Jiangmi descended like a goddess of war, his underlings already strewn across the ground. I won't forgive you, you bastard. Jiangmi roared, her voice filled with murderous intent. I was in a good mood, and you dogs ruined it. She landed, delivering a devastating kick to Hwang Hin-jin. They're as good as dead. Hwang Hin-jin collapses to the ground. The battle is over. Are you alright, Jiangmi? Gishu quickly asks, what are you aiming for? Jiangmi brushed her hands off, then winked playfully. We make a pretty good team, but why were the Changjin-san guys attacking you? It's a long story, Gishu sighed, grateful for his strong friend. Just then, Hwang Hin-jin's figure suddenly appeared on the water's surface. There you are. He wore a revolting smile. They watched him suddenly stand, leaving Jiangmi stunned. He's standing, but I struck a vital point. Even Gyu was taken aback, commenting on his arrogance. Hwang Hin-jin looked at them both with a challenging gaze as if to say, this is just a tickle, it's not enough. Realizing the situation was dire, he turned back, urging Jiangmi fall back. It's too dangerous to stay here. But before he could finish, Hwang Hin-jin suddenly attacked. Come on, let's keep playing. With that, he slammed him against the wall. He was so angry he gritted his teeth and cursed, thinking he was cute just because he sounded cute. Seeing his terrifying power, Gyu was shocked and began to think, this bastard, is he a monster? I thought I was stronger, but I'm still nothing to him. Just then, Jiangmi angrily rushed in from behind. You mutt, get your filthy hands off him. She was losing her cool, but a small kick sent her reeling in pain. A sinister smile creeps across Hwang Hin-jin's face. I always pay my debts. I don't like owing anyone. Before anyone could react, he continued to pull Gishu up. Such cute kids. Using all his strength, Hwang Hin-jin slowly lifts him into the air. This time his face was pale with fear. He was done for. He decisively throws him to the ground, a clean hit, but in that crucial moment, a motorcycle suddenly speeds in. This left Hwang Hin-jin frozen in confusion. What the hell? What? That familiar bike? He still couldn't understand what was happening. My car. The vehicle sped off abruptly, separating Gu and Hwang Hin-jin. Unable to bear it any longer, he roared. Damn it, who the hell are you? How dare you touch my car? He slowly sat up. An echoing voice resounded saying, if you're going to hit someone, you should know who they are first. Hearing that familiar voice, Gu quickly looked up. You, he stated coldly, don't go around biting people for no reason. His appearance baffled Gyu. Back in the past 1 hour earlier, Young-ho is raging at the internet cafe as the defeat screen flashes repeatedly. Damn it, he sighed, scratching his head, complaining that even though he carried the team, the bottom lane played terribly, a truly unlucky team. Young-ho muttered to himself, I'm starving time for noodles. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Surprised, Young-ho looked up, but the man turned away, realizing he had the wrong person. But this successfully provoked Young-ho. What's going on? That madman just lost and is already pissed. He's immediately picking a fight out of frustration. Hey, who are you? If you touched it, say something. It seems he's looking for someone. Seeing the Yukmoon gym uniform, he mistakenly thinks it's unrelated, so he tells him to go back to playing. Unable to hide his composure, the man smirked and flipped him off, saying he was just frustrated from losing and that he had no business with him. Young-ho immediately grabs the man by the collar, asking if he's looking for his sister. He's starting to lose it, cursing and complaining about being bothered. He wasn't looking for him but someone else. This made him understand as he scrolled down on the man's phone who he was looking for. On the screen was Gisu's photo, along with a message from Hwang Hyunsung, urgently capture the freshman from Yu Moon. Lee Gisu, bring this guy back here immediately. Young-ho was a little surprised after reading the message. Lee Gisu suddenly grabbed the man's hand. Hey, who are you? Why are you looking for him? What do you want him for? He laughs, mocking him, saying the Yukmun kids don't need to know. Seeing this, he simply raised his fist. This crazy bastard, speak quickly. His comrades suddenly appeared to stop him, saying he didn't need to know too much defiance for him to bear. Why are so many guys grabbing my shoulder today? And why should I care? In the aftermath, the ponytail subordinate was beaten until his face was swollen. Hwang Hin-jin Hyung. Hwang Hin-jin sighs, understanding dawning. They've made a grave misunderstanding. He glances at the group again, confused. Is he implying someone else did it? Young-ho pointed at himself and declared, I'm the one who did it. Gisu was just protecting the car. This leaves him utterly bewildered. Girl. What? Stop talking nonsense. Your friend, what nonsense are you spouting? I have proof right here. Young-ho coldly presented his phone to Hang. I have proof as well. There was a hint of triumph in his voice. This is the order I received, a message sent from Gong Jinup. This is the motorcycle you're supposed to burn, he continued. I'm the one who's going to do it. Reading this message, Hwang Hin-jin was speechless with rage, calling them bastards. Young-ho's eyes turned cold, and this order came from the assembly. This news leaves Hwang Hin-jin frozen in place. What? The closed door sect. He frantically grabs Young-ho's collar. His eyes burned with rage, as if he wanted to devour him whole. If you don't want to die, explain yourself now. The sky slowly transitioned to late evening, as Hwang Hin-jin understood the whole story. So, the band society hired runaway teens to torch my car. Gyu sighed at this, touching his neck. I told you I still feel choked up about it. He's still furious. The Baeksan society, these lunatics have gone too far. Young-ho, listening nearby, is utterly confused. What exactly is this society? Why are they targeting you? Hang continues his story, explaining that the Baeksan assembly wants to unite the high schools in Dongyang, so they approached him. Time turns back to the past as expensive liquor flows into a fancy glass, and the man behind it smiles as he pushes the bottle toward Hwang Hin-jin. Drink up, this stuff costs hundreds. Let yourself go tonight. And so he began to recount the story, how they initially approached him with false pretenses and sweet flattery. Little did he know what was about to happen. What's this? The men behind him quickly tossed a stack of envelopes onto the table, saying they had a gift prepared before the game even began. He even flashed an evil grin as he urged, check it out and think it over. His face turned dangerous, but the price of refusal would be high. Little did Hwang Hin-jin know they were about to reveal their true colors. He pondered, staring at the stack of money in his hand, and simply said, they want me to hand Jane Songhai over to the council. He made his decision instantly. Of course I refused their offer. Hwang Hin-jin even flipped them off, acting tough, but things were about to get much worse. And then they started to move, with fights breaking out, brutal gang violence against Jane Hai, extortion and dirty crimes. Some places were even set ablaze. The BCH turned my school into hell. Gisu and Young-ho exchanged surprised glances, but I was determined to protect the school even if it meant death before surrender. His voice was weary but resolute, his eyes fixed ahead with a strange intensity. Except for Yukmun and Jane Songhai, the Ban Association has taken over all the schools in the area, and Hwang Hin-jin knows that resistance is almost impossible. The Ban Association's 5 dragons are the strongest from each school. The scene shifts to the interior of a luxurious building, where Kwon relaxes with his feet up, listening to the discussions around him, each of them rumored to be the top dog of their respective schools. This enrages him, and he curses, those useless, Chun Peng, couldn't get the job done, irritating me. He's a member of the Bitch San Society. Mun Jin's right-hand man, Tun Kuan. The large man beside him adds, we should crush Jane Songhai. How long are we going to wait? Of course he's also a member of the Bisun Association. Choi No-mon, the head of Samhan. Maria, sitting to the side, smiled with amusement, and declared, no need for everyone to go. I want to take care of that wild mutt myself. Maria, the third head of the Ban Assembly, Du Sang, smirked as the man beside her chuckled. What strange taste. This infuriates her. What did you just say? He continued, voicing his thoughts. Jin Songhai will await orders and suspend all actions, focusing on the present, as he holds a glass of wine. His face was incredibly serious. Hyung had warned him not to do anything foolish because of the important meeting, and his identity is Banhoi No, 2, the boss of Dong Tu Ren. He spoke then, slowly brought the glass to his lips, so show some respect. It seems he's figured something out, perhaps the final piece for unification. Suddenly a voice rings out, a pleasure to meet you all. Surprised, they turn to see Kang In-ha entering, cutting straight to the main topic. It's a pleasure to see the 5 dragons of the B-San Assembly gathered here. He smirked with satisfaction. Greetings, members of the B-San Assembly. He smiled, welcoming their arrival. The pleasure is all ours. He added that it was an honor to meet Kang Un's successor. Before anyone can understand what's happening, a figure appears. Well, this place is as flashy as ever, huh? The towering muscular man smiles in surprise. Business seems to be going well, doesn't it? His face even looks ferocious. Upon seeing him, Tri chuckled and replied, "What's so smooth about it? Just enough to survive." Taking advantage of their inattention, he dropped the pill inside, then unhesitatingly pushed the glass forward. "Here, you've worked hard, drink this, and rest." Seeing the delicious glass of wine before him, Gok Woo was full of anticipation. It looked like a good drink. He brought the glass to his lips, saying, "As if I'm here just for this." But just then, Kang In-ha suddenly stopped him. "Hey, his eyes are getting nasty. We're not here to play, so tone it down." His power surprises even himself. "Alright, I get it." Witnessing the scene, Tri thought to himself, as expected of the Kang-un successor, he's no pushover. At the same time, Seok-yu decisively put his glass down on the table. "Let's get started then." When did his hands start trembling? "I'm about to get to the point." Hearing this, the man chuckled and nodded in understanding. "Alright, it seems you want to get right to the point. Let's cut to the chase then." Getting straight to the point, he asks if In-ha wants to take over OK Moon Kwan by borrowing the power of B San-hui. In the time that followed, Kang In-ha quickly voiced his thoughts, realizing the candy he'd given Seok-yu last time hadn't been much help. This left Tri utterly baffled. How could that be? "Are you even using it right?" COC stared at him before replying. "It's not that it's ineffective, but it'll take more than that to defeat Jiang Zhong." And a confident smile spreads across his face. The Azure Mountain Society may be famous, but there haven't been any drastic changes. At that moment, the fly suddenly buzzed over, making him extremely uncomfortable. Where did this fly come from? But his words just now made Tri stop and think. Is Jiang Zhong really that strong? He wasn't this powerful when I investigated him. At that moment, Quan crushed the fly in his fingers, his face growing furious. Does this guy have no manners? Does he want to die? His words caused Shu to gradually lose his composure. "What? Is that how you talk to me?" he retorted, refusing to back down. "If you've come for help, sit quietly and listen. Don't act superior here." He suddenly stands up. Does this guy have a stick up his butt? Sensing the tension, Tri quickly intervened. "Both of you stop, this isn't the place to cause trouble." Kang In-ha immediately glanced at his teammate. "That's right, don't make things difficult." Seeing no other option, Gok Woo reluctantly sat down. "Damn it, I've held back a lot today." Remembering something, he asked in surprise. "But I heard there's an even better kind of candy, is that right?" he asked. "Is that so?" The boy was eerily silent. Just then, he abruptly placed his glass beneath the table, having mentioned candy all this time. His voice somewhat agitated. "You think the Bishsan Society are drug dealers?" Seeing the broken table froze Kang In-ha in his tracks. "We didn't get here by selling drugs." The man continued his tirade. "Careful without our boss's connection to gang. Hi, from the training camp, this place wouldn't even exist." Kang In-ha began to realize something. "Are you planning to turn your back on Kang Gun?" then he asked, glaring at him. "It's not that. The help we've given so far wasn't because we trusted In-ha, but because of your background." After a moment of silence, he continued. "The allure of Yusek Mangan's reputation is undeniable, a glorious past conquering the Dongnyang area and the existence of Trong Sung." While everyone listened, a terrifying smile crept across his face, eager to join forces for mutual benefit. "But you have to trust the person making the deal." Realizing his true intentions, Kang In-ha immediately turned serious. "Spit it out." Seeing this, he picked up his glass. "Now we understand each other, right? No one offers a helping hand for free." A second later, he brought the glass to his lips and drained it in one gulp, his voice laced with intent. "If you meet a few conditions," and his face turned calculating, "I'll consider it." The scene shifts to the next morning in a city park. Gisu continued to train relentlessly, pushing his body to its limits. Recalling the events of yesterday fills him with rage. Damn it, does the Bison Assembly really intend to take over all the schools in Dongnyang? Hoang Hin Jin's face was grave. If the 5 dragons of the assembly intervened, Jin Songhai's future looked bleak. He realized things were getting more terrifying. Even the guy who seemed to fear nothing was saying this. Just how strong is the Baeksan Society? Recalling Huang He-jin's defeat yesterday, he berates himself. Even Huang He-wook Jin was too much to handle. If not for Jiang Mi and Yong Ho, I surely would have lost. In his distraction, he fell to the ground, but Gisu's mind was elsewhere. He was still too weak, and needed to become stronger. Just then, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared. "What? Did you exercise during lunch?" Seeing the familiar figures, he was bewildered. Having heard Gisu's story, the black-haired boy asked in surprise. "So the Beach San Society is gradually taking over all the schools in Dongnyang." He nodded without hesitation, confirming this information. "Apparently only Yuk Mangan and Jin Sang-tu remain. They're that strong, and as you know, the battles are only getting bigger. The schools they occupy are nothing more than slave camps. A living hell." Upon hearing this, Kam Dao grew curious, wondering if even the Basin Society could pose a threat. "Yi Ukmang isn't some brute." Gishu sighed, nodding thoughtfully. "I'm not too worried about Yukmang, I just feel like I've become too weak lately." He glances at the black-haired man, a hint of intention in his eyes. "Especially when those skilled in grappling get a hold of you, you're helpless." "Is that right? Does he have a solution?" His face suddenly became thoughtful, as he pondered silently. Wrestling is a whole different ballgame than striking, and I'm not exactly a natural. Hearing that, Gisu sighed, unsure of what to do if even Do-in said that was there really no way. Just then he spoke up, if it's about that, I know someone. Redhead over there seems to realize it too. Are you talking about that upperclassman? Seeing their strange behavior, Gisu froze. Who is this senior anyway? Meanwhile, the ball hurtles forward as the others continue their spirited game. Seeing the ball go out, the goalie angrily shouts, "Hey, what kind of kick was that? Go get it." He could only bow his head and apologize. Sorry. Recalling his previous kick, he felt a tinge of regret. It almost went in. Just then, his friend suddenly stopped him. Wait. Unexpectedly, the ball rolled into Yiyu Mangan's sports area, causing them great anxiety. Damn it, right in that spot. Seeing this, the guy with the short hair quickly turned to leave. Hey, come on, let's not get involved. It's too much trouble. As they walked, they complained about how the game was ruined, wondering why they kicked it that way. This caught Gisu's attention, and the sign before him left him somewhat bewildered. Before him lies an empty lot with a sign that reads, Wayuk Mangan Training Ground. He speaks up surprised, so this is the training ground? It looks pretty creepy. Just then, a rooster crowed, but Gisu, undeterred by the warning, slowly stepped inside. Is anyone there? I'm Inisu, a first-year student, he says, as he slowly opens the door. I have something to say, but little does he know, a terrifying figure has appeared behind him. Feeling uneasy, Sung-woo immediately asks, Hey, who are you? He quickly turned to look at him. Could it be no Sung-woo? But in that instant, a large hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Stop it. Everything happened so fast. All Gishu could think was, this is insane. What kind of power is this? He was thrown violently to the ground, and as if that weren't enough, So Young-woo grabbed his head. You don't know the rules. These words left him completely bewildered. Rules? What rules? What's going on? His gaze remained as cold as ever here in the Yuk Mangan training grounds. His voice echoed, forbidding entry to that place, home to one of the top 3 of YUC Mangan, No Sung-yu. As he returned to the past, the black-haired man spoke up. If we're talking about that, I know someone. Orange hair standing nearby was a little dazed. Could he be talking about that upperclassman? Gyu was confused by their words. Just who was this upperclassman? The dark-haired student continued explaining that after Senior Gyang Trung unified Yuk Mangan, he recognized the 3 strongest students in the student council. Gyu listens intently as he speaks of the student council's top 3, the current student body president, and 2 others, a fearsome presence, including Yuk Mangan's strongest fighter 5th-year student, No Sung-yu. This information makes Gisu jump to his feet. The strongest fighter? Someone like that exists. He wasn't in the arena. Where could he be? He sighed, then revealed what he knew. Apparently, he left the student council for some reason and practically lives in the back of the school now. Wasting no time, Gisu suddenly sprints forward. Wait, we need to challenge him quickly, Orange Hair shouted, reaching out to stop him. Gisu, wait. The black-haired guy was about to say something, but damn it. It seems they both know the horror of the man in the story. Oh no, the Yuk Moong's back area is returning to reality, and Sung-woo is still pinning Gisu to the ground. His face has become terrifying. A forbidden area, and he is Noz Sung-gu, one of the 3 kings of the Yuk High Student Council. Of course, Gisu, unaware of what's happening, asks blankly, A forbidden area, what's that about? Seeing his ignorance, Sung-woo relents. You look like a freshman, so I'll let it slide this time, but don't ever come near the stables again. Yes, I'm sorry, I really didn't know, he coldly ordered. Get lost, you idiot. Gisu watched him go, wondering who that upperclassman was, standing behind Sung-yu. Time shifts to late afternoon as Sung-woo slowly enters the warehouse, a bag in his hand. Recalling what just happened, he's filled with confusion. Is this fearless kid a transfer student? Just then, a voice from inside caught his attention. Brother, it called out softly. Du-an, his voice echoed. You were scared, weren't you? It's okay now. I got out, Du-an said slowly, wiping away her tears as she recounted everything. Sung-woo sat down and gently explained that she had been sleeping when she heard Tenno calling, and then the door suddenly opened, startling her. Don't worry, I took care of the intruder. This news made her incredibly happy. Really, is it safe now? He nods assuredly. Of course, with him here, she'll always be safe. Remembering something, he points to his bag, saying he even bought her favorite dish, tteokbokki. Let's go eat quickly. This completely erased her earlier fear. Tteokbokki. After a while, Sung-woo gently asks, Is it good? She nodded in response. Delicious. It's very delicious. Du-an is suddenly confused. But why isn't he eating? Hearing this, he smiled gently and shook his head, saying he was still full from eating too much earlier. Perhaps remembering something, she suddenly realizes it's his birthday, making the meal even more delicious. A hopeful smile blooms on her face. She couldn't wait to go to school, especially with her birthday coming up and the promise of delicious fruit. What do you want? It's not a birthday without fruit and a surprise party. With a smile, he explained to her that having Du-an was enough. I'll be back as soon as I finish tomorrow, so wait for me. Holding a piece of tteokbokki, she continues to eat, wishing her mother was at the party. Speaking of family, Chung-ut's face suddenly fell silent. Mother, you're busy changing those nasty old men, right? Her eyes were filled with sadness, but I carefully reassured her. Mom said she'll be back when everything is settled. Duan continued eating, but his mind was elsewhere, knowing she was sad but he was helpless. Just wait a little longer. As time passes to the next day, black hair and orange hair relentlessly tease Gisu, who says he told them to listen to him, but instead, he was beaten black and blue. Oh man, it still hurts. He sighs, lamenting the unexpected rule against entering the stables. Black hair added that the upperclassmen hadn't been so difficult at first, which only piqued his curiosity further. Really, since when? He continued to recount what he knew, saying that the senior had many friends in his first year and was close with the older students. His voice suddenly turned pensive, but from the second year on he suddenly locked himself in the stables and became strange. Senior Jiang Zhong also issued a ban, so no one was allowed to approach the stables. This information worries Gu. There's no questioning his strength. He quietly thinks to himself, I was crushed with just one hand. Black hair suddenly approached Gong Yu, asking, did I ruin our first impression? Or should we ask around the gym for a good wrestler? Even if this doesn't work, he refuses to give up. No, he needs to learn from a real expert to get stronger, faster. Time passed, and a few days later at the vast school, Gong Yu walked alone, preparing to return to his usual spot, unaware of the figure following him. Giyu smiles triumphantly. Good, today, the plan begins. Going back, he did a lot, asking around about Senior Gong Yu these past few days. But their faces turned sour, and they turned away. Once close, now distant, isn't he always in the stables? This left him utterly disappointed, gaining nothing. But just as Giyu was at a loss, Yang Ho suddenly spoke up. I think I saw him once. Before reigniting his hope save for one person, he hurriedly asked, where did you see him? The other person paused to think, then slowly replied, I went to eat barbecue with the kids from the orphanage. I saw him working there, but of course I didn't dare acknowledge him. But that information gave Gyu new hope for a job at the barbecue restaurant. And soon we cut to the delicious barbecue restaurant in the city. The group at the table chatted excitedly. The meat here is amazing. Yes, it's chewy and flavorful. Didn't I tell you this place was the best? They all turned to Ongu. The staff here make the best food. Here he's like a different person. Enjoy your meal. From outside, Gisu noticed something that startled him. Is that really the same person smiling so brightly while working? Just then, a large hand slammed down on the table. Hey, hearing the commotion, Chungwoo slowly turned around. The gang members grinned triumphantly. If you're such a good cook, come grill for us. Seeing them here elicits a very different reaction. What are you doing here? They smirked, their eyes glinting with malice. Trying to play hide and seek with us. Xi Ung Yu, we had to come all the way here to find you. Gi Yu was utterly confused by the situation. Who's this? They exchanged glances and continued to whisper amongst themselves. At least Chung Woo is better than your mom hiding out and still sending money. Your mom just racked up debt and left behind a son. Why are you here? I sent the money last time. Seeing the strange look on his face, they became even more relaxed. Why so tense? We're not here to collect money. Relax, we're just saying goodbye since we're out of a job. One of them even chimes in saying that some guys bought up all his debt. This information froze Chung up in his tracks. What? Bought my debt? What does that mean? He opens a bottle of liquor and slowly responds. Even if you paid it back, it'd only be pocket change, we wouldn't lose anything. Looks like you're worth something to them. They must think they can use you for something. Shang Yu is stunned by these words, realizing that even thugs have their code. He silently contemplates his next move. While he was still pondering, the thug suddenly spoke up again. They asked us what you valued most, so we told them the only thing we knew. His taunting voice echoed, just a kid you're raising for that awful mother. At that moment, the glass in his hand shattered. Family was Chung Woo's breaking point. You son of a bitch. Everyone in the bar turned to look at him in surprise. I told you. He seemed to have completely lost his mind. Duan was off limits. Seeing his strange behavior, the thug wasn't afraid in the slightest. Shung, I know you're angry, but instead of making a scene, why not go check on her? As soon as he finished speaking, Shung Yu threw him violently to the ground. He turned away coldly, not forgetting to threaten them. If anything happened to Duan, he'd tear them apart. Immediately, Chungwoo bursts out the door, rushing in a single direction. Giyu, who witnessed everything, was shocked. Senior, over here, Shungyu's mind raced. Could it be? That place couldn't be discovered. He rushed back to his hideout. As he bursts through the door, he frantically calls out for Duan, but the room is a chaotic mess, and she's nowhere to be found. Chung Ut's face turns grave as he realizes the impossible. This place is so secret, not even loan sharks know about it. Meanwhile, a paper chicken takes shape, as Duan happily strolls along, excited to finally find the perfect colored paper. If she gives it to him after work, he'll surely love it. She imagines the happy look on Chung Woo's face when he receives the gift. A surprise birthday party. Just then, a voice from behind catches her attention. Seeing the large group in front of her, she was a little surprised. They smiled maliciously and immediately asked, "We're your brother's friends, wanna hang out?" As evening approached, Chung Woo's voice echoed incessantly. "Duan, where are you?" Exhausted, he desperately searches the area. "I told you not to wander off." "Why?" Suddenly, a voice calls out, and he quickly turns his head. Huh, that voice. Duan ran happily toward him, and Sung-gu Hyung, seeing she was safe, quickly spoke up. Duan Sung-yu rushed toward her, calling out, "Where have you been?" He was worried sick. She smiled quickly, explaining, "Sorry, I just wanted to throw you a surprise party." Ignoring this, he hugged her tightly. "Didn't I tell you?" A gentle smile so unlike his usual self spread across his face. "All I need is you, Duan. Why won't you listen to me?" Hearing Sheng Yu's words, Duan quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, brother." She even turned back to add, "Hung's friend helped me get here safely." Just then, the imposter, followed by several thugs, approached to talk. "Pleased to meet you, friend. You must be no Sungu, am I right?" He wore an incredibly strange smile, suggesting they have a more in-depth conversation. "He's Kim Do-yo, director of the Band Corporation, 6'3" and 265 pounds. Remembering the troublemaker's words at the bar, "Some bastards came to us and bought up all your debt." Chung Woo's face suddenly turned serious. "These guys bought up all my debt." They all stared at him, saying, "I don't know if you're aware, but from now on, you'll be paying us. To put it simply, think of us as your new bosses." He seemed unconcerned, quickly turning and leading Duan away. "Why should I pay people I don't even know? Enough nonsense, get lost." He knew that causing trouble now would endanger Duan, so he needed to find a way to avoid them. Just then, a large hand grabbed Duan's wife's arm, and Dui-ok smirked coldly. "Not a chance." With sinister intent, he snatches the chicken, drawing from her hand. "How could I let a little Santa Claus run off with such a lovely gift?" Seeing her birthday present stolen, Due quickly gave chase. "Please give it back. It's Hyung's birthday present." He didn't respond, only coldly, squeezing the chicken in his hand before dropping it with glee and declaring, "Kid, this world isn't easy. This is what happens when you let a penniless, powerless wretch be your guardian." These actions provoked Gu, who rushed forward and kicked Du-yok in the face, leaving Gung-woo confused by his actions. He recalls the scene, the toys he saw when he opened the door. Was Gung-woo secretly raising a child? And that's why he wouldn't let him near the barn. Du-yok is annoyed by Gu's sudden appearance. "Who are you? You want to die?" Guishu remains unfazed, standing defiantly before them. "Senior, since this isn't a pigsty, I'm allowed to intervene, right?" He smirks proudly. "But first, let me clean up this trash." Time rewinds to when Sung-yu first met Duan. It was on one of his regular school days when he noticed something was off. Duan was sitting quietly in a corner, looking at him with an innocent face, living alone and struggling. Reading the note left behind, Sung-yu was furious. "Sung-yu, I'm leaving her with you. If it's too hard, just put her in an orphanage." This only fueled his anger. "Is there no limit? She left a child here." Time flashes back to when he was just a boy. From a young age, his mother was his only family. But I hadn't contacted her in a long time, as she was always bringing home new boyfriends, and his life was already difficult enough. To survive, I took on many odd jobs, as he continued to gaze at Duna's innocent face. "Of course it would be fine to just drop a complete stranger off at the orphanage, and I have no way to take care of her." Her voice echoed in my mind. "Hyung is your family," she said, leaving Seung-yu in a difficult position. Yet the moment I saw her, I didn't know what to do. My own childhood was reflected in her eyes. Without thinking twice, Sung-woo gently stroked her head. Yes, from today on, Hyung was her family, and things were finally looking up. I couldn't abandon a child who shared my pain, and I kept telling my senior everything. Later, with the help of senior Jiang Zhong, I took over the school's horsebell management and lived in secret. Even so, Gong-yu still cherished his current life. Though circumstances worsened, he never regretted it. Duan's presence had become his sole reason for being, and he could only gaze upon her sleeping face. She seems to be the light in his life, the reason he can endure this harsh existence. Back in reality, Chung-woo places a hand on Gisu's shoulder, telling him not to interfere. His face turns grave. "Protect Duan carefully." Hearing this, Gisu was momentarily confused, but he agreed. Is he spacing out and imagining things? Suddenly, white hair lunges forward, yelling, "You're just trying to look cool in front of your brother. Let me teach you a lesson." With a cold indifference, Xung-yu blocks the punch with one hand, leaving his opponent stunned that his attack couldn't land. "Huh, what?" Before he could react, Sung-yu decisively broke his hand backward, causing him to scream in pain. His eyes burned with a murderous rage. "You should all be grateful, because Duan is the only reason you're still alive." And here comes another one with a death wish charging straight at Sung-yu's car. "You wanna die, you mutt." He planned to kick him in the face, making things difficult, constantly using his long legs for sneak attacks. Seeing this, Gisu was slightly worried this guy was stronger than he thought, and his kicks were unbelievably fast. A smug look spread across his face as he declared, "I may not look like much, but I used to compete in international taekwondo." He even shouts, "Don't underestimate me," as Seung-woo is knocked to the ground. Seeing his brother fall, Duan called out, while Hyung-gu quickly tried to intervene, realizing how difficult it was to fight someone with such skilled kicks. Just then, Seung-woo grabbed the man's leg, unfazed by the previous blow. "Is that West?" He's already got a firm grip on the guy's leg, and then he speaks. "That's my favorite subject." Gyu, standing nearby, quickly covered Doan's eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "What, did he plan this all along?" Seeing that he had taken down 2 of his men, Du Yi-uk sighed in frustration and stepped forward. I was just going to introduce the band group today, but you're forcing my hand. Despite his large frame, he moves with surprising speed. Seung-woo is caught off guard as he charges in for the attack. Watching from the sidelines, Jisoo couldn't hide his worry, thinking Sunbae. The weight difference is huge. I should help him. But her worries were unfounded, as Sung-yu suddenly jumped on top of Du-yuk. His large, steady hand suddenly gripped him tightly, and before he could react, he was completely subdued with ease. Everything happened so fast that Du-yuk couldn't believe what was happening. What was that? Unable to breathe, Chung-woo's voice was cold, laced with fury. If you dare threaten me like that, I won't stand idly by. Now he's like a crocodile devouring his prey. In a short time, Chung-woo completely overwhelmed Du-yuk's large frame, teaching him that if he wants money, he should ask politely. This turn of events leaves Gu frozen in place. He's insane. I didn't realize he was this strong. The scene shifts to a bustling bar in the city, where a man dripping in gold answers his phone. Right, what's the situation? What? Du-yuk looked helpless, quickly catching his 2 subordinates. We're sorry, he's stronger, while a cold voice asked. So you got your butts kicked, and by one of the top 5, from the Tier on Academy leadership no less. Du-yuk's weak voice trembled through the phone. If you give us another chance, we will. He sighed and continued. Rumor has it he's one of the strongest of the 6 doors, and it seems to be true. Feeling he'd wasted enough time, he hung up and returned to the Colosseum to await punishment for his failure, cutting off Du-yuk's attempt to speak. What? Wait a minute. He chuckled, turning to talk to someone behind him. It was truly embarrassing. They always failed whenever they faced the 6 gates. On the platform, the big guys were still fighting each other in front of him, but there was still something good. He noticed Scorpion fighting his opponent on the side, a wicked smile on his face. A pawn whose time has come. I can trade him for Du. He thinks back to a time and a place where few people pass through. Startled, Seok-yu-sung placed his glass on the table. Are you serious? Is it really okay to just listen to everything the council says? The underlings quickly added. I don't know about others, but I heard that No Seung-gu, the strongest in the 2nd year, is quite close to Trang Trung. Seemed unconcerned as he swirled the liquor in his glass. So what? Doesn't that make it all the more interesting? He casually turns and speaks of the others. Since the debt collectors tailing No Seung-gu are all losers, from our An gang selling him out to Ban would benefit us. His face suddenly turned serious. If Jiang finds out about this, it definitely won't be easy to resolve. He smugly turns back, voicing his thoughts. Wouldn't that make things more dramatic? The battle between Jiang and the Baeksan Society. Now that the Baeksan Society has their hands on the students of the 6 doors, there's no turning back. Hearing this, Gok-ut abruptly drops a pill into his wine glass. Are you really planning to make them fight each other? That sounds interesting. These words made Kang In-ha even more pleased, as he raised the glass in his hand. If they fight, we'll have our chance, we just need to wait for them to take the bait. You said your name was Gisu, right? He said, holding Duan's hand as they walked. I don't know how you found me, but thanks, I'm alive because of you. Gyu shyly shook his head, explaining. It was nothing. I didn't do much. The 2 talked animatedly, and then Senior Seung-gu told me about why he had to live on the farm, and we cleared up our misunderstandings. Suddenly, remembering something, Gongwoo spoke up. Since you helped me, I should repay you. This made Gisu thoughtful. Repaying a favor? He seemed to ponder something for a moment, then cut straight to the point. Actually, I need your help with something. The scene shifts to the next morning, in a desolate place. As usual, Gongwoo was warming up when a voice from behind caught his attention. Gyu and his 2 friends arrived, cheerfully announcing, We're here. The scene shifts to the previous night, and Sheng-yu looked bewildered. What Gyu says, taking a deep breath, please teach me how to fight. I want to learn from you. He even repeats the moves from before, especially the key he used yesterday, making Gong Yu chuckle as he thinks about the request. He can't believe Jiu wants him to teach him. Meanwhile, the 3 of them are still discussing it. I'm so excited, this is amazing. I've always wanted to learn that key, we got so lucky. This caused him to think to himself that the green gate hadn't changed at all. Then remembering something, Chung-woo's face suddenly turned serious. Hey, I thought I told you to bring an even number of people. You're 1 short. Seeing his discomfort, Gu nervously scratched his head and explained, he'll be here soon. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Why are you calling me on the weekend? Young-ho asked, clearly annoyed. So what are we going to do? This makes you happy. He's here. The black-haired Buk-yi stared blankly as he saw him. What you guys called him here too? Gishu explains that it was just for the numbers. Orangehead sighs and complains, acting like we begged him to come. Hearing this, the others start to murmur amongst themselves. Is he always coming to our class to find Gishu because he has no other friends? Are you guys talking about me behind my back? Just then, Gong-ut suddenly spoke, commanding silence. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. He quickly listed off his other skills: heel hooks, chokes, arm breaks, half guard, butterfly guard, toe holds, imanari rolls, kimura locks, and many more. The ground techniques you want to learn today. Practice them yourselves since they're all on YouTube. This leaves everyone speechless. What was that? What does he mean? He continues to grip the rock beneath the ground, the most important thing when it comes to grappling techniques. His actions are perplexing. That rock Seungwoo shattered was a demonstration of grip strength. His voice echoed, continuing to instruct them. A grip that doesn't let go is the most powerful weapon you can have. Seungwoo is trying to impart his experience. It's never too late to learn the technique. Gyu nods in understanding. I understand. So what do we need to do now? He suddenly throws a rope in front of him, and Xi coldly declares to everyone, from now on, this is the rock climbing rope. His voice echoed, instructing them to split into 2 groups and climb. His words left everyone frozen in place. He's saying we have to climb that. What? Time passed, and on a beautiful weekend, Young-ho, sounding desperate, placed his hand on the cliff face, crying out, why do I have to do this? Seeing this, Gisu turned around and replied, didn't you want to come here? And so it began. Seungwoo's training begins with rope climbing. During the exercise, Jisoo accidentally steps on Young-ho's face. Sorry, everyone is still training hard and continuing with more challenges. Seungwoo stood there, phone in hand, counting 331 332, while Gisu tried to conserve his strength after the tree climbing. Next came incredibly dangerous exercises, like hanging from iron bars while holding a log, and more. After a while, Gu was trembling all over. His hands were scarred, and ours were torn. The relentless exercises left him and the others exhausted on the ground. But their endurance of the harsh daily training was clearly making a difference. Finally, all 4 reached the top of the cliff. Together, they had done it. Realizing the result of everyone's efforts, Chungwoo slowly opened the water bottle in his hand. He quickly handed the water to Gisu, saying, you all did better than I expected, but don't relax, this is just the beginning. This information stops him dead in his tracks. What? Just the beginning. He hurriedly gulps down the water in his hand. But no matter, because this will help us grow stronger quickly. After a moment of silence, Gwangwoot suddenly asked, why do you want to become strong? Gishu glanced at him and asked, yes, what is it? His eyes were filled with curiosity. I just wonder if you have a reason, as this is the first time I've seen someone so determined. While he was still confused, he suddenly announced, I like the Green Gate. A confident smile bloomed on his handsome face. You know, this school is pretty special to me. Remembering his own training and everyone else's, this was the first place he had friends and trained together. Gi-u also thought of the moments of joy he shared with everyone around him, and it was the first time I looked forward to what each day at school would bring. But those good times didn't last. Gi-u says, somberly, but there are those who threaten the Green Gate, so I can't stand idly by. These words caused Gwanga to ponder silently. Is he talking about the assembly? He then recalled his words. You asked why I want to become stronger, right? He couldn't help but remember his unpleasant memories from the past, when he didn't even have the will to protect himself. Gisu's eyes now burned with determination. Because he had something to protect, a reason to become stronger. Understanding his resolve, Jaeok smiles softly, then voices his thoughts. Now I understand why Senior Jiang Zhong trained you. While Gisu was still trying to understand, he continued. You remind me of someone Senior Jiang Zhong cherished. The scene quickly shifts to a late evening at a large house. The man quickly rang the doorbell, and a woman hurried to open the door, greeting him with a smile. You're here, it's been a while. Seeing her familiar figure, Jiang Zhong smiled and said, sorry, I don't visit more often. She shook her head, replying, it's all right, just come when you're free. Hearing this, he slowly stepped inside as the woman added, hurry, he'll be happy to see you. He nodded in understanding. Yes, and without hesitation, Jiang Zhong took each step forward. Before him were dishes and chopsticks already used but left untouched. His face suddenly grew strangely pensive. Jiang Zhong gently placed his hand on the door and asked, how have you been? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Inside, an eerie silence falls, and a long-lost smile graces his face. Many interesting things have happened at school. His voice echoed within the room. There's a story I've been wanting to tell you. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but listen closely. It was then that the man finally turned around. Jiang then placed his hand on the door, recounting everything. Do you remember the transfer student I told you about? At first he couldn't adapt to the Green Gate and wanted to drop out. But after his first victory in the arena, he adapted completely to the place. He excitedly asked, what do you think? He says his voice is filled with hope, seeing the arena we created grow so strong. Inside the training room, the sounds of relentless blows echo. Jiang Trung was still relentlessly pounding the sandbag, and his friend, surprised, asked Jiang Trung, how did your visit with Dedung go? How is he? He suddenly recalled the feeling of standing outside that door. Jiang Zhong continued to train as if nothing had happened, replying, still, the same no matter what I say, he doesn't react. Hearing this, his friend nodded. Let's give it some time. When he's ready, he'll speak. Though he thought to himself that Jiang Trong always looked worse after seeing Dirong, he suddenly announced, I looked into that thing you asked about. His face turned grave. This Basan association is no joke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhong was startled and turned back in surprise. Tell me the details. I'm listening. They've only just appeared and have already swept through quite a few schools. I don't know much, but they're definitely bad news. His face turned grim. Anyone involved with them ends up in trouble with drugs, violence, and all sorts of things. But what pisses me off the most is that the Jiang Zhongyun are listening to all this. They're acting like they own the place, trying to swallow Dongyang City whole. Back in the past, Gyangmi repeatedly warned Appa, I find the bitch-san society strange. Look into it before it's too late. This made Gyang Trong think it was rare for Gyangmi to be so serious. Suddenly his fist clenched. Something was definitely rotten. He poured his strength into punching the sandbag until the strap snapped. Zhang Zhang sighed coldly. It's been a while since I've seen that look in your eyes. Seeing the sandbag burst before you, someone needs to restore order. A week has passed in the blink of an eye, and the beauty looks around in surprise. Hey, are you sure this is the place? The man beside her replied. I told you it was right, trust me. She still looked a little scared, but who would expect a club to be in such a remote place? The blonde urged, come on, trust me, we're almost there. He suddenly pointed to the building above. There, look, that's the place I was talking about. This made the woman jump in disbelief. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. No way, that church. He quickly grabbed her hand, telling her to come inside and see. As they walked, the woman continued to threaten him. Hey, don't drag me around or I'll call the cops. But the moment she stepped into the new space, her face changed completely. Inside, people danced without end, and her eyes lit up. So there really is a club here. The blonde smirked triumphantly. I told you I promised I'd find a good place to learn to DJ, and I did. Sensing something was off, the woman grew worried. But why does this club seem to be full of young punks? Just then, Kuan slowly walks over and compliments. Oh my god, what is this? A beautiful woman has come to visit. His face suddenly lights up with interest. Is this your first time here? He pushed up his glasses with a dangerous air. Welcome to the B-San Pretty Women's Club. And this is Detiran Ji, the manager of the Coliseum. Looking at the girl before him, he immediately turned to investigate. Is this the dye-making enthusiast you mentioned last time? The silver-haired man nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, that's right, manager. Seeing the manager before her, she quickly greeted him, saying, Hello, I'm still a bit green, but this is my dream. Though in her mind she couldn't help but think, wow, this manager is quite the charmer. Realizing time was short, he quickly turned and left, saying it's okay to learn slowly. Let me give you a quick tour. Follow me. Wow. The woman followed him, expressing her amazement. A private space, even on basement level, bada. He smirked strangely. There's even a B3 level. This club is just an appetizer. Meanwhile, Quan gripped the doorknob tightly. Here we go. His voice echoed. This is our main stage. The woman was astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Huh. What is this? She smiled, pointing to the arena where everyone was gathering. The Coliseum. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A Coliseum-style fighting arena, he quickly announces. Oh please, you think the Syndicate only does trivial things, he added, that this is super exciting entertainment, far better than those boring games. Down below, the crowd continues to gather and shout, Get out of my way. I'm betting on the underdogs this time. Anyone got spare ammo, I'm screwed. This only made Kuan even more pleased. See that, look how excited they are even though they're still arguing down below, you bastards who paid for this. You're cheating, aren't you bastards, he chuckled, gazing at the scene with a mix of ambition and excitement, a truly beautiful sight. Just then, the host stepped forward with a smile, announcing, Thank you for waiting. The arena erupted at her words. And now the main event, former Kim Dui-ok guild member versus the 5 slaves of Jin Wang Hai. A shout rings out, and the match begins. The atmosphere is electric, and Quan can't help but laugh. The cheering is intense, but that's to be expected for a rare match like this. The woman was still stunned, finding it hard to believe when a text message caught his attention. He quickly turned to leave, reminding them, I have an urgent interview, I have to go now. Blondie nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand. Remembering something, Quan added a reminder. These scenes are a bit shocking, not suitable for a beautiful lady. Take her down to basement level 3. With that, he quickly walked out. She hurried into a lavishly decorated room, a relaxed smile spreading across his face as he was surprised by the encounter. Thanks for coming. He continues to stare at the face of the person inside who once belonged to the Green Gate no Seung-woo. Back in the past, Seung-woo thoughtfully looks at the words on the phone screen. User, not registered as a friend. Be wary of financial requests or scams. It seems there was a misunderstanding from the start. Too bad, I wanted to clear things up and talk a little about the light. His face became very thoughtful. Seeing no other way, he immediately decided I have no choice, I'm going all in. Though in his head he wondered, what the hell are these guys thinking? Back to reality, she smiles and approaches, ready to talk. You seem more reasonable than I thought. Good, not too stubborn. He suddenly pushes up his glasses with a strange smile. But I heard you guys weren't exactly gentle with us, were you? But his face remains calm. It's because you sent those rude guys first, not me. He forces a smile, eager to move past the past. Remembering something, Gun gets back to the main topic. Besides, the reason I brought you guys here is to discuss a business collaboration. He seemed extremely interested when he mentioned this. The Sanho group does a lot of shady things, he said, pointing to a door that was slowly opening. Like that, for example. Gong Yu couldn't hide his surprise at the sight before him. Could it be that the commentator below is still lamenting Vin Kwang's faded glory? Red corner, Kim Do-e-ok, a member of the council. After the introductions, she points in another direction. Next in the blue corner, a group of gaunt young men struggle to hold up their sticks. I'll pay back my debt with my own body. The 5 slaves of King Wango. Below the stands, the crowd roars, demanding the pig be torn apart. Hey, I bet on you. Looks like these guys are blinded by money. If you lose, I'll kill you myself. The match began with a bang, and an announcement was made. The Coliseum Arena is one of our guild's key projects. Looks like he's quite interested in this. In short, it's a private gambling arena. But Gong Yu, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed, wondering what was going on. He chuckled watching the unrestrained match before him. Of course, this was no ordinary Coliseum tournament. Anything goes, weapons, forbidden techniques, even one versus many. This is where insane, bloody battles unfold. He seems all too familiar with this. It's these bloody battles that draw everyone in. Below, the audience screams and clutches their heads, urging a reversal of fortune. Damn it, you slaves better put up a decent fight. She was quite pleased with the scene. The more variables in gambling, the more interesting, right? All of this has left Chunga utterly bewildered. How could they fight with such ferocity? Seeing his expression, Kuan chuckled and moved closer to investigate. What's up? Just looking at it gets you excited, doesn't it? With the reputation of the Green Gate Inn and your fighting skills, your value as a player is very high. He continues, pointing forward. See that scoreboard over there? What he noticed was the text on the computer screen, the betting money for this match. With that much money, the reward for the winner won't be small. Even Gong Yu was stunned by the number 1 billion in one match. As if reading his thoughts, Kuan smiled and asked, "Don't you want to escape a life haunted by debt? With your abilities, it's entirely possible," he whispered in his ear. "Moreover, if you cooperate with us," he said with a hint of intention. "The Colosseum is just the beginning." Meanwhile, the beauty looks at this scene utterly confused. This third basement level is like an ant nest. Why is it so dark? The blonde explains seriously, as this is the most important place, but she still seems dazed. At that moment, the door slowly opened, and a voice from within beckoned, "Come in." The woman froze as the blonde announced their arrival to paradise, while on the other side a smile slowly twisted into a grimace. "If you work with the Bason Society, there's more than just the Colosseum. There's fun and money to be made. Join us, and you'll have unforgettable experiences. What do you think, Gong Yu? Are you even a little bit tempted?" He leaned in close to Gu Wu, asking, "Do you like it?" After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly speaks, "I need time to think. It seems you still don't know what to do. I have someone to take care of. If I get hurt, it'll cause big problems." Though displeased, he could only nod. "Alright, you're serious, think carefully." He suddenly held out a business card to Chung Wu, "But don't take too long, decide before the end of the week." His face was pensive as he looked at the card. "Contact me if you need anything." His smile is menacing once again. "And one more thing, this conversation is still polite. We're being very kind to you." Eung Yu thoughtfully takes the card in his hand, saying he needs to think carefully. The scene shifts back to the familiar warehouse where a small hand reaches out to feed the little chick. "Eat up." Tyranno Yu smiles and asks, "Duan, you really love playing with Tyranno, don't you?" She nods in agreement. Since she can only go out on weekends, she has to make the most of it. Then she continues feeding the chickens. "Good girl, so adorable." At that moment, Yu's face immediately turned grim. He recalled the scene on the arena floor. Though reckless, if he could endure, he could escape the loan sharks. He realized he needed to give her a better life, and Duan would have a better life. Suddenly his face twisted in discomfort as he remembered, and realizing Gu was still watching him, he couldn't help but scream. "Can't I even get a break on the weekend?" He forces a smile, quickly explaining, "I didn't mean to bother you, senior. I just wanted you to critique my work." Seeing this, Eung Yu sighed wearily as Gaisu quickly stood before him. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." Remembering his past words made him feel incredibly confused. "Didn't I tell you? There are no shortcuts to becoming strong. Relentless training, no exceptions continue like this." Though confused, he nods in agreement. "Alright, even though you have your own thoughts, you remind me of Senior Trang Chung at times like this." Looking at Gisu's blank face, Chung Wu spoke. "Hey, you seem pretty free today, huh?" He nodded in confirmation. "Fabric." Sometime later, Duan's voice rang out, striking. It seems she really enjoys riding on Gisu. "Let's go, Gisu." Saurus. After all that playing, he's exhausted and panting, unable to believe that taking care of a kid is harder than training. Back when they returned, Sung Yu had said, "I have plans tonight, pay me back for teaching you." He instantly regretted it, wishing he'd pretended to be busy. Duan continues to play, turning this way and that, as Saurus gradually loses more and more energy. He's exhausted. She wouldn't listen, and kept pulling his hair, making him scream. "Stop, stop." His pleas for help echoed through the small house. Sometime later, Duan spoke up, "Gisu, that was an amazing performance." Gisu looked at the chaotic scene, thinking kids were exhausting when she happily ran over. "Hyung, let's play in the sand." "No way." He wearily shook his head. Gisu was already exhausted. Seeing her still playing around, he cried out in despair. "Good heavens, how does she have so much energy?" Just then, the business card that Gun gave Seung-woo fell, catching Ju's attention with a familiar name, freezing him in his tracks. What is this? In the blink of an eye, it's evening at the familiar church where Gyu and his two teammates lie in wait. The black-haired man's face fills with doubt. Is he saying that Senior Sungu has a business card with this address? He nods firmly, then continues to observe the crowd gathered there. Just the name makes me think of the Coral Kitchen. What is this place anyway? Suddenly, the orange-haired guy blushed and spoke up. Something's definitely not right if they're lining people up outside a church dressed like that. Just then, a familiar figure approached and spoke. Hey idiot, Young-ho smugly makes his way over. Is this club the place you brought me to? Seeing your sneaky face, black hair and orange hair laugh and tease you, but now you're acting normal, huh? I'm getting tired of seeing you lately. Gisu, hearing this, still doesn't understand what's going on. Wait, what did you just say? He turns confused to the line of people. Is this a club? He asked, looking blankly at the others. Didn't you know that when you called me here? Everyone quickly replied. How would I know? We just believed Gisu and followed him. Young-ho sighed. Anyone who frequents clubs knows this is a place that accepts everyone, minors, adults, anyone. Hearing that, orange head turned to glance at Gisu. Great, I'm a clubbing expert. Looks like you're the only one who didn't know. Really? This is my first time though. Black hair added his thoughts. I guess you guys would only get into a boxing club at best. While everyone was still discussing, Young-ho continued to speak. But I hear the entry requirements are strict, so it might be difficult for you guys. No way. It seems his clubbing experience has given him some useful information. I heard this place has a secret code since it's a private club. Otherwise, how could they operate so openly? Only invited guests are allowed in. His three teammates continued to discuss, but I should be able to get in. Right, Lee Gisu, I told you to dress better. Suddenly, the sound of an argument catches Gisu's attention. Damn it, they're not letting me go. The injured man continues to shout. Do you know who I am? Don't touch me. Seeing the strange commotion, Gishu turns to look Scorpion, and his bodyguards are still arguing. Fine, I'll leave on my own. That guy seems familiar somehow. In the aftermath, Scorpion stormed forward, replaying the events in his mind, clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it, throwing me out like that. Just you wait, one day I will. Just then, a voice called out from behind, startling him into turning around. Guiyu, with his hands in his pockets, approached with a smile. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Scorpion couldn't hide his surprise. What, the defeated Six-Gate clan? With an overbearing air, Gishu continued to point behind him. You need to tell me what's going on in the club you just left. Seeing his abrasive tone only fueled Scorpion's anger. Get lost. Who do you think you're talking to? Do I look like an easy target? He was about to say more, but if I wasn't injured, I would've. Just then, Yang-ho and his two teammates approached coldly, ordering, you should talk while I'm still being polite. Realizing he was surrounded, Scorpion became extremely uneasy. Scorpio then reluctantly recounted what he knew. Why are you even interested in that place? With a thoughtful look, Gishu explained, it seems this club is connected to the Bisan Society. I need to confirm something, someone I know might be inside. Hearing this, Scorpion seemed to guess something. Is the person you know from the Green Gate? It seems everything is still going according to plan. Golden Hair is stunned by this. What Yang-ho suddenly asked from the side. How do you know about the Green Gate? Gu couldn't take it anymore, and grabbed him by the collar. So you do know something, don't you? Tell me. Remembering something, a sly grin suddenly spread across his face. You want information, do you? Let's make a deal. Do this for me, and I'll tell you everything. This offer from Scorpion leaves Giyu in a quandary. Nodding, he continued. You just need to go in there and get what I need. But he remained wary, replying, tell me what it is first. If it's worth it, I'll do it. His body suddenly trembled like an addict. Don't back out on me. I'm going crazy for it. After some time, Scorpion's voice echoed, recounting to everyone. The place you're so curious about looks like an abandoned church from the outside, but at night people gather to listen to him. This is a club run by the Bisanjian Guild, but if it's just a club, why the secret codes and tight security? Blackie asked, curious. So what's different inside? Speaking of which, Scorpion's face is terrifying. It's an underground gambling den, a brutal arena, right before his eyes, nicknamed the Colosseum. This information is hard to believe. Colosseum, he continued, is where they make money by forcing high schoolers to fight. Seeing Giyu's group still doubtful, he points to his wounds saying, you see my condition, right? There are no rules here. Anything goes as long as the gamblers are entertained. This revelation leaves Giyu in disbelief. This is insane. Why are they making children fight each other? Scorpio sighs, recounting what he knows. Either Baeksun has them cornered, or they owe ban money. A sinister smile creeps across his face. The person you're looking for might be involved in this. This only strengthens Gishu's resolve. We have to stop them. Seeing your naivete just makes him smile. How amusing. Once you're in, there's no escape. He knows this is serious, as their core operations are on this side. The glass shatters as he watches the club he controls with its highly addictive legal drugs. A smile of great amusement spread across his face, a wise decision. He continued to gaze at Seung Yu before him, then let us celebrate the first battle contract of the Green Gate. His voice echoes, cheers. He hesitates looking at the glass in his hand, knowing that once he signs the contract they'll get him hooked on drugs. Saying this, Scorpion seemed to know something. Just a little taste is all it takes. Urged on, Seung Yu slowly raised the glass to his lips, unaware of the inescapable swamp that awaited him. All of this was observed from then on. Mei will become their slave. As soon as he entered, the flashing lights appeared. Young-ho surveyed the lively scene and chuckled. This place is even better than I imagined. The black-haired man was confused, but what about Gyu and Gyeongmin? Did they really abandon them? He continued to speak his mind, saying that without those two getting in the way, things would be much easier, and he wouldn't have to deal with their rigid ways. These words made the black-haired man speechless with anger. Hey kid, you've been getting on my nerves for a while now. Young-ho stood his ground face to face with the black-haired man. So what are you going to do? You're just a disgraced loser from the arena. This challenge successfully enrages the black-haired fighter. How impressive. Young-ho taunts him, saying he'll beat him without cheating. Fine, you think I'm scared? I'll knock you out in 5 minutes, no tricks needed. He couldn't take it anymore, and black hair quickly turned and left. Enough, let's split up. This arguing is getting us nowhere. Young-ho nodded in agreement. Okay fine, but don't come crying to me later. After they split up he sighed. I really can't stand that guy. It's better to be alone. A smug grin spread across his face. After all, I'm the master of this clubbing game. Rewinding to the past, Scorpion told the group that if they wanted to find their friend, they should look in the second basement level, because that's where the arena was. Gyu, curious, asked how to get down there. He continued, saying the easiest way was to find band's manager, or to pick up party girls and go with them, information that caught Young-ho's attention. Back in reality, a look of triumph washes over his face. This is my specialty. He spots a beauty still dancing nearby. Target locked. The music blares as he closes in on the girl. As she danced lost in the music, Young-ho feigned an accidental bump. Oh my. Seeing this, he slowly turned around and apologized. Her face suddenly flushes red as she says, "Look at me, I'm all wet." But her boldness is quite a style. Her actions leave Young-ho frozen in place. What's wrong with her? Is she drunk? Her reaction is a little strange. She keeps coming closer. Perfect timing. I was feeling lonely, and wanted to have some fun. This only inflated his ego further. How easy she took the bait immediately. He quickly whispered into the beauty's ear, "This is my first time here, and I heard there's a place even better than this club." She quickly understood and smiled excitedly. "You came here for that?" Vi was a little confused, but he nodded anyway. "That's right, for that." Just then, the woman suddenly pulls him forward. "Alright, follow me." Outside, Gyu awkwardly fiddled with his hair, wondering if it really looked okay. The orange-haired man kept fixing his hair for him, saying, "I told you. It's perfect. Just a little higher." He hastily reminds him that he's using too much wax. Cam carefully fixes his hair. "Trust me. If I don't use enough, the club lights will make it look flat." This only makes Gyu even more excited. "Really? Then let's raise it a bit more." Their antics leave Scorpion speechless, wondering what those idiots are doing. Don't tell me they're being blocked from entering. After assessing the situation, Orangehead sighed. "Gisu-gu, your fashion sense is even worse than your hair." Gisu turns around in surprise. What to do? After some thought, Orangehead quickly decides to get him a new outfit. Remembering something, they both turn back at the same time. Their eyes filled with a strange light, freezing the Scorpion in its tracks. The two quickly close in. Hold still. Confused, he quickly asks, "What? These lunatics?" Minutes later, his voice echoed through the area as Gishu donned his new clothes, a perfect fit. Now ready for their next mission, they try again. Scorpion, remembering something, hastily adds, "And I didn't mean to steal his stuff, I just feel a little guilty. He should have just given it up willingly, he brought it on himself." Moments later, the two appeared at their destination. "Excuse me." Smirking, they asked, "Can we come in now?" The guard hesitated, but after a moment of deliberation, he decided, "You look better now, go on." This news elated them, and Cam happily stepped inside. "Thank you." The guard suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Not you." He quickly pointed to Gyu. Only he was allowed in a revelation that froze him in place. "What?" the guard continued. "Ever seen a crowd disperse just because you walked in?" The crowd continued to murmur, "If he gets in, I'm leaving." Such a basic thought, leaving him unsure of what to do. What he could only watch helplessly as Gisu entered. No way, this can't be happening. The more he thought about it, the more pathetic his life seemed. I'm the lowest of the low. Meanwhile, Young-ho continues to explore the basement with the beauty. He had to admit this basement was impressively large. She chuckled and nodded in response. "I was just as surprised as you are when I first came here." She continued to open the door, welcoming him in. "Come on, let's go in." The scene inside instantly froze him in his tracks. The arena was buzzing with excitement and a battle raged on. His face is one of disbelief. "This is the arena." She smiles and nods in confirmation. "Yes, this is what you came to see, isn't it?" The scene before him filled him with surprise, a proper octagon arena, complete with a massive LED screen. How did the Green Mountain Society build something so extravagant? Just then, a familiar voice caught his attention. "So you finally made it." Two beauties were clinging to Blackhead's side. He smirked, mocking him for arriving later than expected after acting so confident. The more Young-ho thought about it, the more confused he became. "What Jin Doin? How are you here before me?" Young-ho pointed. "Wait, who are those girls?" He just remembered something. "They helped me get here faster." His face even had a hint of innocence. "After leaving you guys, I just waited for the two girls beside me who kept whispering, 'Call me when you're out, not her.'" He kept talking about it and they told me to come here. All this information is making Young-ho extremely uncomfortable. Why is it always Jin Do-in? Even the beauty beside him is impressed, saying, "Wow, that oppa is even better." At that moment, the host suddenly appeared and announced, "You've all been waiting, and today's most anticipated match is about to begin." Her voice echoes, announcing that betting will continue each round, and everyone frantically pulls out their phones as the match finally begins. "Let the games begin. I'm betting on the underdog today." She urges everyone to keep betting until the last minute. The numbers on the screen climb higher and higher. Young-ho can't hide his surprise. Is this really the amount of money bet on the match? The dark-haired man nodded in agreement, realizing the stakes were now in the tens of millions. The host continues the introductions, and now let's meet today's fighters, a group of masked figures with a dangerous aura. First in the red corner, a 5-man team with an undefeated streak, the Slur Crew, a situation that leaves Blackhead visibly surprised. Are they really pitting someone against an entire armed group? What kind of crazy rule is this? The host just smiles slyly. And now in the blue corner, cheered on by the crowd, a familiar figure emerges, the formidable No Sungu, a 6-gate opener from the Dongnyang area. Sungu's gaze is terrifying, and his appearance freezes both men in their tracks. Sungu, the senior, can't be fighting them, can he? That's the undefeated Slaw Crew. On the stage, these are his opponents. That's right. The undefeated Slaw Crew faces a fighter from the Green Gate, aiming to dominate the arena. Just as Chato is about to begin, Young-ho's voice suddenly rings out. "Hey senior, he's getting really upset, so cut out this crazy fighting. Seeing you two here has really surprised Chung-uh. How did you guys get in here?" Even the host is stunned. An unexpected situation unfolds, as spectators flood the arena, drawing angry shouts from the crowd. "Don't ruin the flow, get out." "What kind of security is this?" Young-ho angrily turned around. "They're not ordinary spectators, they're members of the 6 doors. If you're unhappy, why don't you jump in and fight?" The host, caught off guard, added, "You're not fighters, please leave the arena." Meanwhile, a shadowy figure watched the unfolding events, wishing the bizarre match would just end, and after witnessing everything, Gun finally understood something. Surprised by the arena's special event, "Don't worry, just enjoy the match as usual." These words caused Young-ho to turn in surprise. "What's this? Who said that?" A figure appears before everyone, and declares the 3-on-3 match between the 6 doors and the Golden Carp will now begin. Place your bets now. His words spurred the crowd to wager on the match once more. Wait, are they part of the Green Dragon Gate too? The odds should change, right? Young-ho realizes his intentions, understanding the entertainment value of this fight. They want to turn us into a money-making game, and the Black Tortoise quickly enters the fray. Truly professional merchants. Everyone watches the commander's figure standing high above, assessing the situation. It seems he dictates the rules here. Finding it all quite amusing, he turned and headed inside, surprised that the 6 doors had suddenly dropped from the sky, an unexpected stroke of luck. Standing nearby, slightly surprised, he wondered if this sudden match was okay, but the cold bronze man replied that record-breaking bets were all that mattered. Remembering something, he added that they should prepare for the next match as well. It seems like Quan has some scheme involving the Gong Yu group, and this is a good opportunity to test the strength of the 6 doors as well. Seeing his opponent's expression, he smirks, thinking they must be trembling to bring their underlings along. How cute. Xe Ung-u looks at him and coldly replies, "Did you forget everything from the last time you were knocked unconscious? Cute, or should I say, you're still running your mouth even after being crushed. Sorry, but this time is different. I'm fully prepared." Seeing his resolve, he quickly gets ready to fight, still showing off. I don't know how I got here, but let's split up and take them down one by one." He even tells them, "I gave Gisu a task, so I have to get back." This news leaves them stunned. "Gisu's what?" The two quickly reported back, "Jisoo came here with us." Realizing the situation, Sungwoo turns around in shock. "What's going on?" With an innocent face, he said, Gyu told him his senior might be here, and he turned around without cursing. Damn it, seeing his poor brother made him extremely worried. Is Do-in alone? Just then, Du-yuk and a group of thugs rushed in. There's time to talk later. They're taking them down one by one. While Eungu worried and pondered, his mind in turmoil, he knew he couldn't be held back here. He had to end this as quickly as possible. Even as he was lost in thought, Du-yuk grabbed hold of him. "I told you he's slamming people to the ground, and this time, it's different." He noticed his opponent's improved stance and his face grew serious. "Damn it." As Du-yuk raises his hand, he declares, "Grappling isn't just your forte." He's Kim Du-yuk, member of the Moonjin Wrestling Club. While he searches for a knockout blow, Jae-woo prepares to turn the tables, smiling as he praises, "Wrestling really suits you." He follows up with another solid punch to the face, but it changes nothing. Everything happens in a flash as he relentlessly pummels him from side to side. Time passes, and he still can't retaliate. Du-yuk's injuries mount, and despair begins to set in. "Damn it, I didn't expect him to be so good at fighting." Sungu raises his fist again. "Bring on your grappling or whatever else you've got. You can run your mouth all you want, but the result will be the same." Realizing the situation behind him, he turns around in surprise. Young-ho and Blackhead are still overwhelming their opponents. Don't underestimate the Green Dragons. You idiots want another beating. Damn it. Below the stands, the crowd continues to cheer. The six doors are fighting well. You guys are amazing. Even Xe Youngyu had to wipe the sweat from his face. In this situation, he was quite reliable. Their training has paid off. Yu Iziol's sudden awakening catches his eye, and he freezes as he sees him continuously stuffing pills into his mouth. What are you doing? His eyes changed completely as he coldly declared, "It's not over yet, you bastard." It was then that Sheng Yu realized the gravity of the situation. Was this the same drug that man had given him? His teammate standing nearby quickly warned him, "You ill. Oh, even one dose of that stuff is insane." Without hesitation, he presented the vial to the two men. "Shut up, we're dead if we lose anyway. If you want to stay in the Besan society, drink up." Yu Okei's steps grew stronger, his determination to take down his opponent greater than ever. There was no turning back. Without hesitation, he lunges forward. "I'm ending this." Seeing that he still wouldn't give up, he coldly stabbed him straight in the face. Hadn't he learned his lesson from last time, charging in like a madman? But before Chung Woo could react, Du Yuk grabbed his face. He relentlessly slams his face into the ground. Die. His power inflicts unbelievable pain. What is this? Suddenly empowered, and feeling it's not enough, he continues to pummel his face, furious that someone with nothing would dare act tough. Now consumed by hatred, he's lost all reason. You think making big money is easy? Money is power, got it. Rewind to a time when Du Yuk had a bright future. Before joining Basangil, I was scouted as a pro wrestler. Things weren't as simple as he thought, but at the same time the syndicate extended an invitation to become a kingpin. The immediate profit blinded him. The money they offered was double his wrestling contract. That's when I realized my whole life of wrestling was a joke. Back in reality, Yu Okei stared at Chung Yu's BBCzo face. Good thing I decided to join the assembly before it was too late. He raises his hand ready to deliver the final blow, power and money, ultimately leading to strength. It seems he's certain that our hero is the loser in this fight. Get it, you idiot. A loud crash echoes as the scene becomes too gruesome for onlookers. Just then, a voice echoed, "You think that's enough to be stronger?" Yu Yeo froze in place. Sung Yu coldly stopped his hand, declaring he was wrong from the start, leaving him stunned. No, it can't be. Realizing the situation, fear crept into his eyes. How is he still so strong? Before he could react, Sheng Yu landed a decisive blow to his face, a bittersweet memory of caring for Duan flashing through his mind. Finally, he tightened his grip on the ancient jade cocoon, giving his opponent no chance to react truly powerful when he has something to protect. Meanwhile, Gisu has dealt with all the surrounding managers. Seeing this, she clapped and cheered. That was not only fun but incredibly impressive. "I'm starting to fall for you." Realizing time was short, Gisu coldly signaled, "Join us now, there's no time to wait." He nodded in agreement. "Alright, you've put on a good show now, it's my turn to return the favor." His face grew more menacing than ever. "But I'm going to get a little violent, which only irritates Gyu more." What violence? Though his mind was racing with confusion. What to do? This is taking longer than I thought. He realized Duan was a big problem, and he had to go back immediately. While inside the house, Duan sat sadly in a corner. "He's not back yet, and I'm so scared in the dark." Just then, a noise outside startled her. Trembling with fear, she stammered, "Who's there? Who is it?" "Is it you, Appa?" The silence outside only made her weep harder. The knocking grew more frantic, and finally, someone entered. Duan desperately clutches her head and screams. "Who is it?" Her voice faded. Who could it be? The sight before her froze her in place for a moment. Wasting no time, Gisu charges forward to attack. But it seems Gun is a more formidable opponent than he thought, effortlessly dodging his attacks. At this rate, it'll be morning before he lands a hit. Seeing this, Gisu spoke helplessly, thinking to himself, "This guy is really fast. Even so, he would never give up." And Gisu put all his strength into striking at Gun. "You're cornered now." So he managed to block that punch after all. But so what? The more he fights, the more excited he gets. "What are you planning?" Seizing his chance, he suddenly hurls the glass forward, saying, "I don't fight fair like you do." This leaves Gu unable to react. Damn it, this guy fights dirty. He lunges forward, smashing the bottle over his head. Fighting dirty is the name of the game, and I'll never lose to a fool like you. Caught off guard by the underhanded tactics, glass shards fly into his eyes as he's relentlessly kicked backward. "Don't let your guard down, pal." Luckily, he managed to keep his distance. Looks like he knows how to fight dirty too. Realizing Gisu's strength is considerable, Quan compliments him. "That last hit was serious. You actually blocked it." Gyu shut his injured eyes tight, knowing a reckless attack would be suicide in his condition. Instead of running, he charges forward, aiming for the man's sturdy legs. Grappling. Seeing him struggle like that, he couldn't help but laugh in surprise. "Is there anything you can't do?" Sensing something was wrong, Gu's face suddenly turned serious. "What's this? Why does this guy look so relaxed?" He suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his hand. Wait, his hand has no strength left. It was all part of his plan. What's wrong? His hand was frozen. He decisively struck Gyu, sending him flying backward. Realizing why, he quickly sat up, looking at the wound on his hand. "Damn it, what did you do to my hand?" Recalling the fight, he immediately realized something was wrong. "When I blocked the attack, it felt like something was pressing down hard." "Don't tell me it was then." Kuan laughed, holding out his ring. "What did I do? It's just that his face is utterly strangely evil. I just find it amusing. Meanwhile, Young-ho stares at the scene before him in shock. No way, his opponent has become so powerful he's in constant trouble. This redhead's speed is even more terrifying than before. He's completely different now, his strength and speed suddenly skyrocketing, relentlessly attacking Young-ho before he can react. Get lost you, six-gate mutt. The continuous attacks left him exhausted. He couldn't win. He was completely overwhelmed. At that moment, Redhead suddenly raised his leg high into the air, his eyes burning with a desire to devour Young-ho, whole daring to cross the Crimson Gate. His kick descended, and this was the result. Young-ho didn't know what to do next. What the hell was going on? Meanwhile, Black Hair's decisive punch lands as he tries to take down Slick Hair. But things weren't as easy as he thought. Is this guy a zombie or something? Black Hair relentlessly punches Slick Hair's face, but nothing phases him. The attacks are useless. Unfortunately, Slick Hair grabs his neck with both hands. Everything happened too fast for him to react or even think. It wasn't thick skin, it was more like he couldn't feel pain at all. Seeing that he couldn't beat him, Slicked Back Hair flashed a triumphant smile. Is that all? He quickly opens his jaws, aiming for the black-haired one's head. I beg you. Luckily at the critical moment, Gong-ut suddenly grabbed his neck, catching him off guard. He's losing his composure and starts cursing. You filthy drug addict, Young-ho, now sitting up, exclaimed in surprise. Senior, use all your strength to strangle these two, and declare, it ends here. The intense battle had the audience roaring. That was amazing. Six doors, you're done for. No Sung is on another level. Seeing the match concluded, the host rushes forward to announce the results. A fiery battle indeed, with the Six Doors crew defeating the Kim Do-yuk gang. Riding on their victory, we will now introduce the third round's opponents. Just then, a loud noise caused her to stumble forward in fear. With a cold gaze, Cheong-eung declared, I refuse to fight any further. This madness ends here. His departure with his teammates left the crowd in confusion. What a fighter just forfeited. What the hell? Damn it, I still have bets to place. At that moment, a guard suddenly stopped them, saying that leaving would result in a penalty, and ordered them to return. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Chung-woo collapsed to the ground. His eyes burned with rage. This is what happens when you cross me. He slowly rises, asking if anyone objects to ending the fight, but seeing no reaction, Gong-yu coldly declares that silence means compliance, and they should move aside. As the three leave, the crowd erupts in discussion. Looks like today's a bust. You're paying for this, are we getting a refund? Just then the military suddenly appeared and spoke up. This is going to be troublesome, no Sungu. His face twisted in displeasure as he asked, quitting on your first day, have you forgotten your debt to us? Without hesitation he turned back and said, cancel the deal. I don't need the money, and I'll work to pay off my debt. Sorry, but B can't break the contract without A's consent, so you better stop this nonsense. Realizing the situation, Gong-yu asked uncomfortably. Or what? She quickly approaches the guard on the ground, so it seems she has no choice. He throws the bodyguard at him with incredible force, leaving the guard screaming as Captain Kung-yu is caught completely off guard. He's playing dirty, bringing in his goons. While he was preparing to retaliate, he lost sight of Kwan. Where the hell did he go? He suddenly appeared behind me while I was still in shock. They think the bitch San Society is a joke. It's then that he realizes his opponent is no pushover. Who? When did he get behind me? Like a leopard devouring its prey, you'll never escape the Colosseum. The scene shifts outside the church. Meanwhile, Redhead was still sitting there, bored and waiting for everyone. What's taking them so long? Maybe I should just go home. Just then a group of people walked out talking amongst themselves. Damn it, the Six Gates ruined my hustle today. I lost everything. Oh well, at least I'm not bitter anymore. These words startled him awake. What exactly is happening inside with the green dragons? He rushed to the guard and pleaded, excuse me, something seems to be happening inside. Just let me take a peek. But he seemed firm in his decision. No, he pleaded. Come on, I swear I won't go to the club, just let me in for a minute. The top-tier pretty boy smirks triumphantly. No means no. Seeing this, Kamdao sighed, preparing to fight. If you keep stopping me, I'll have no choice but to fight my way in. But before he could react, two bodyguards rushed to restrain him. Huh. What's going on? He slowly raised his fist. You didn't listen, and now you'll pay the price. Seeing the fist hurtling towards him, he was paralyzed with fear. What a dark day this has become. Finally, a blow rang out, and Orange Head thought he'd taken the hit, but feeling no pain he slowly reacted, sensing something was wrong, and Hoa Kok slowly opened his eyes. Just then Jiang Zhong blocked the blow for him, stopping it in its tracks, and his sudden appearance left him in stunned disbelief. Huh. Senior Trang Zheng. His eyes have become terrifying. If he doesn't want to die, then stop, Jiang Zheng coldly says, twisting the guard's arm. Seeing his actions, Cam was stunned beyond belief. Zhang, your eyes look like you want to devour that bodyguard whole. Do you want to die? Realizing Jiang Zheng's actions, another guard rushes to intervene. Hey, who do you think you are interfering with our business? Before he could finish, he was swiftly dealt with. His eyes were cold as he asked, are you guys part of some Baesan group? Seeing this, the remaining bodyguards suddenly lunged at him, attacking. You knew and still dared to show your face. Jiang Trong swiftly used his massive strength to restrain the bodyguard, calmly raising his fist. Looks like I found the right place. Rewind a few hours and a message appears on Jiang Mi's phone. Upon seeing this, Jiang Mi's face showed surprise. Huh. Gisu's message and the information on the screen left her frozen in place. Jiang Mi, could you do me a favor? I need you to watch a kid for the Banhoi. I'll explain later. The location is the Yukmoon Medical School warehouse. Reading this information leaves Jiang Mi dumbfounded. What is going on? Though confused, she followed his instructions. The Sanjian Association babysitting, something big must be going on. Seeing Jiang Mi preparing to go out, Jiang Zhong was puzzled. Where are you rushing off to? She slowly recounts everything to him. Brother actually. She asked, are you free? Jiang Trong was stunned by this revelation as the scene shifted to Xiong Yu's familiar little house. Looking at the house, Jiang Zhong asked in surprise, did Jishu ask you to watch the child in connection with the association case? Jiang Mi nods in agreement. Yes, and the location is the Green Gate warehouse. This only deepens the mystery. He's kept Duan hidden so well. What could be so serious? Inside the room, strange noises startled Duan and she began to tremble. Who's there? It's Brother Shu, she screamed incessantly. Just then, Jiang Zhong opened the door and called out, startling Duan, who turned around. Brother Trung, please be careful, she said, reaching out her hand. Duan, why are you here all alone at this hour? Duan tearfully recounts everything. You said you had errands to run and would be back soon, but you're still not here. What's going on? Suddenly, a torn piece of tin on the ground catches his eye, and Jiang Chung quickly picks it up to examine it. Brother, something really did happen, didn't it? She keeps needing her medication. Go quickly, leave this to me. Back in reality, the bodyguards quickly reported Jiang Chong's arrival. An intruder has been detected. All forces converge on the first-floor entrance. His face betrays no fear, only a hint of amusement. Good, if you're coming to me, I won't have to bother going to you. Meanwhile, Kwong kept raising his fist, and all Gyu could do was helplessly clutch his injured arm. My arm hurts too much to even dodge or counter. As if reading his thoughts, the man chuckled mockingly. You uncomfortable. He looks completely at ease, like this is an everyday occurrence. Don't worry, it's just a numbing agent. You'll get used to it after a few more hits. Gisu struggles to sit up. Numbing agent? He sits back down and grabs Gisu's hair. This tool is very useful for taming disobedient fighters. These cryptic words made him realize something. A fighter. Are you talking about the Colosseum? Seeing how much he knows only makes him more intrigued. He even knows about the Colosseum. This is fun. What exactly are you doing here? He finally reveals his true purpose. He's here to find his senior, Nose Sungu. I know he's been dragged into big trouble, so I came here. Hearing this, Gun finds it all quite interesting. What are you with the Green Dragons too? No wonder he put up a fight. He didn't forget to announce it either. Too bad by now he's probably been beaten to a pulp in the Colosseum. This news froze Jiu in his tracks. He shot up and spoke immediately. Where is the Colosseum? He shows no fear. It must be your crippled arm. He then lunged straight for Gu's face. And I can see you're barely standing. Gu, already injured, couldn't react. Kweon grabs a bottle and approaches him, daring to intrude on their territory for his cheap sense of justice. I hate idiots who believe in justice. There's no such thing as justice, only the law of the jungle. Flashing back to his childhood, he was just a pitiful kid. I live in a world where you have to bet everything to survive. Back in reality, he raises the bottle high. This is how I fight, kid. Without hesitation, Gun plunges the bottle into Gisu's face. What luck, he really is, a weakling. The shards and relentless attacks left him unable to react. No, his body wouldn't move. Just as he was getting into the beating, Gun's phone suddenly rang, and he picked up to hear what was going on. Hello. The information he received on the other end was incredibly confusing. What the Colosseum is in chaos. His voice grew increasingly anxious. Hey, speak clearly, will you? What's going on? Gisu struggled to sit up. Could it be the others and the boss? He chuckled in surprise after hearing the news. What, did Hyung take care of everything already? So the Green Gate isn't all that impressive after all. Okay, I'll go down and finish this, he reminded himself. No, I have to stop him, senior. Back in the past, Gisu was still training hard, and he must try to reach out with his trembling hand. I can't climb, I'm running out of strength. But his strength fails him, and just as he's about to fall, a hand grabs his. Be careful, Ungwan says, a gesture that deeply moves Gisu. Senior, he smiles with relief. Thank you for saving me. I almost fell. These words made him laugh in surprise. Save you? What are you thinking? He said, letting go of him, signaling him to start over. Now the real training begins, leaving Gyu frozen in place. What, all his hard work back to square one? What is going on? Luckily, he managed to grab a rock just in time. A surge of energy courses through Gisu's body, and his eyes harden with newfound resolve. Gisu's trembling hand gripped the rock before him, finally catching hold, still unsure of what was happening. But what is this power? Seeing this Ung Yu high above, laughs in surprise. So how about it? Feeling stimulated yet? Just as he thought the kid could do it, he continued to instruct, remember that feeling. This made him realize that the man had intentionally created this situation, and as he was thinking, the man reminded him. Power surges in the face of death, the hidden potential of humanity. His words were a lesson: as long as you can lift a finger, any situation can be reversed. Back in reality, Gisu quickly lunges from behind the scroll. Never give up. Seeing a chance to counterattack, he's completely baffled. His eyes are filled with nothing but hatred. Someone like you isn't even worth both my hands. Even Kwang couldn't anticipate this move. Is this lunatic never going to stop? He ruthlessly slams him against the wall behind him. What do you think you're doing? He even uses the special tool to strike him in the face repeatedly. What can you do with one hand? Let's see what you've got. No matter how badly beaten, Gisu refuses to give up. It's coming. He remembers Gong Yu and all his teammates, but he can't give up if he wants to protect those who are important to him. This only makes him more determined to hold on to his neck unmoving. This is why he wants to become stronger. Because he held on so tightly, the man began to suffocate. How could this leech of a monster still be standing? Enraged, he reaches for a bottle on the ground, realizing he'd been careless. He'll end it for sure this time, but Giyu only needs one hand to tighten his grip on the man's neck, preventing any movement. I told you, one hand is all I need. The scene shifts to the second floor, where a fierce battle is underway. Quan chuckled, lighting a cigarette. What a shame, he remarked, amused as he gripped Seung-Yu's head. I used to like you, Seung-Yu, but now it's come to this. He then opens the vial of drugs in his hand. But no matter. With eyes full of anticipation, Quan prepares to force the drugs into his mouth, thinking, you'll become our slave in the end. Just then, a massive explosion drew his attention, and Zhang Zhong approached, asking, Are you the ringleader here? Seeing him appear, he couldn't hide his surprise. Well. Never would he have expected Jiang Zhong to appear in person. Don't get ahead of yourself, because what lies beneath the surface is about to come for you. He looked at the unconscious Yong Ho and his men, thinking that even Chung Yu couldn't escape the sixth gate's wrath. You'll learn the consequences. Jiang Zhong was enraged by the sight before him. I'll show you. Meanwhile, he's still enjoying his skewers, a true scion of the Jiangyun sect, daring to reel in a big fish like Nungu. Kang In-ha said to him sternly and coldly, just dealing with that one guy will cause the Green Gate to collapse. Dream, as in dream, merchant, do you have a plan? He nodded firmly in response. Of course. Instead of facing a beast in its pack, why not lure it into your own den? This information leaves him utterly confused. But even if you isolate Jiang Zhong, are you strong enough to handle him? Even Sun Sol couldn't win after taking drugs. He calmly raised the glass to his lips. Sun Seol wasn't even in the same league as the Five Dragons. He still didn't understand what he was implying. What? He winked and continued. That's the power gap you need, the Five Dragons, just to catch Jiang Zhong. Not worth it. After hearing that, Kang In-ha seemed hesitant and pondered. So can I trust you? As the two continued their conversation, a voice suddenly boomed. Unlike your brother, you're far too suspicious. Sitting there, he coldly remarked, your role ends here. Just sit back and watch. He is the Tesson Grandmaster. His eyes turned terrifying as the Bisian assembly prepared to devour the six gates. The man known as the number one of the five dragons of the Tesson assembly. Upon hearing his opinion, Kang In-ha immediately nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll trust you for now. But he still looked grave. Don't forget the price you'll pay for handing over No Seung-woo to us. I'll show you the consequences. He relentlessly attacks Quan without hesitation. Seeing this, he calmly remarks, the leader of the six gates, the so-called strongest, huh? Worth looking forward to. Suddenly, Jiang looks up his speed, proving just how dangerous he is. An arrogant smirk spreads across Quan's face as he challenges, come on, I'll fight you fair and square. This fully awakens Jiang, who rushes to attack. Filthy sewer rat, he shouts, throwing a powerful punch, but his opponent keeps dodging. A smug grin spreads across his face as he taunts. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? He spins back into attack mode. Turns out not only is Gyun skilled at kicking, but his leg strength is also immense. I'll take care of the Green Gate first. Seeing him fight so well, Jiang couldn't help but feel a little worried. Damn it, I didn't expect him to attack from that angle. His voice echoed, taunting, show me. Is your strength so lacking that you can't even see my moves? He's become a panther appearing behind him. Try to keep up if you can. His speed was overwhelming, leaving him no chance to react. Seeing Jiang struggle only fueled his arrogance. What's wrong? Starting to face reality. He relentlessly pummeled his face, leaving him unable to retaliate against the brutal onslaught. You think you can save anyone? All Jiang can do is endure. His speed is incredible. It's impossible to predict where the next blow will come from. Remembering something, Gun laughs with amusement as he announces, No Seung-gu owes us a debt, so why don't you pay it for him since you're so close? He knocks him back with a decisive blow. That's the only way to save your friend. The more he fights, the more comfortable he'll become. I'll give you a fight in the arena. The Six Doors Bubble Fighters duo is guaranteed to sell out. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhong's face grew serious, as a sign was suddenly slammed onto the table in front of him. Sorry, I'm busy and can't continue. Jiang Zhong silently watched Che Wuyu leave. Sensing his difficulty, Jiang Zhong gently placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him he could come back anytime. Jiang Zhong smiles gently. Your place will always be here. Those warm words deeply moved Chongwu. Thank you. If anything happens, I'll come back immediately. Back in reality, Chungwu is still lying there unable to move. Jiang Zhong's voice echoes, I know you guys are trash. He attacked Guan while hurling insults, but witnessing it firsthand was even more disgusting, and his anger only fueled the man's glee. Keep throwing punches, but at your snail's pace I'll just keep countering. Who said I was slow? Before the soldier could react, he was kicked and sent flying backwards. This is your punishment for provoking me. Quickly, he regains his composure, just a beggar. He quickly used his speed to surge forward, reminding himself to correct his movements. Jiang's voice echoed freezing Quan in his tracks, and in that moment he transformed, delivering a brutal blow, the price for laying a hand on the green gate. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have been caught? Time flashes back to when Quan was just a weak, helpless boy. Back then, a cruel group ransacked his church and home. My family followed my father, a missionary to a foreign land, only to become the target of a ravenous criminal organization. Quan's eyes were filled with despair as he begged, "Please, spare us, please," but the men were merciless and aimed straight for another boy. After the massacre, I was the only survivor with nowhere to turn. As he struggled to understand, a knife was hurled into the ground before him. Hey, these cruel people coldly released the dogs, declaring if you want to live, you have to kill. The two young boys who saw this scene became extremely frightened. To survive among those who slaughtered my family, I had only one way to prove my worth. He had no choice but to raise his sword. As Quan grew up, time passed, and the two became a perfect pair, until they became too powerful to be chained. But things wouldn't be that easy, as the two were quickly apprehended. The police looked at the two young men and asked, "Hi, where are you from?" Guanyin's voice faltered. "Korea." Everything immediately took a turn for the better. In a foreign land I barely remembered. I returned as a transfer student from overseas, to a place so peaceful it was boring. To him, all the people gossiping were just sheep. "What's this? What's wrong with his hair? Where did you crawl out of Africa? I heard this guy doesn't have a mom. Should I show him the spicy taste of a Korean? His face already reeks of it, but the predator preying on the weak is the law of nature. What he enjoys is probably taking down each sheep one by one. I will stand at the peak of power and never let the past repeat itself." Back in reality, Quan Law wipes the mess from his mouth, hiding his strength to probe. That nonchalant attitude. The title of Dongdiang Overlord isn't just luck. Jiang coldly stepped in front of him and declared, "It's not over yet. Today, I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy." Realizing he couldn't win with his current power, he quickly took a pill, saying, "Now I'm going to get serious." His voice echoes, "Thank you." This confused Jiang as Jun's eyes seemed to have changed completely. "Thanks to you, I've regained this wild feeling." He suddenly leaps towards him, ready to strike. Sensing something amiss, his face hardens. "What is this?" His aura has completely changed. Before he could react, the punch landed squarely on his face. After taking the drug, his power has completely exploded. "Where do you think you're looking?" Jiang reels backward in pain, thinking desperately. His speed just skyrocketed. Before he could even breathe, the relentless assault continued. Sooner or later, he would kneel before the 100 Mountains Association. A barrage of attacks leaves him unable to react, completely unable to keep up. His opponent's fist slowly rises. The system the assembly built can't compare to the half-baked power of the 6 gates. The battle intensifies, his power explodes, and Jiang Zhong can only lie still as he's knocked backward. After a long battle, he was gradually exhausted, and his mocking voice echoed. "Is that all you've got?" he said to himself, amused as he picked up his phone. Tisan would be thrilled to hear they caught such good prey. No need to attack the green gate, it's all settled. Just then, Jiang Zhong sat up and spoke. "It's not over yet." Seeing his formidable power, he couldn't hide his surprise. "What? He can still fight." He heads straight towards him. "This is only the beginning. Don't tell me that's all you've got." His eyes gleam with anticipation for the battle ahead. "Come on, do it 100 times if you want. I'll show you the true power of the green gate." Gu's face went blank as he took in the scene before him. What the hell? The bear is faced with a pile of bodyguards lying on the ground. Has war broken out? He suddenly recalled the words of that weapon fanatic. "What, you took them all out?" His face filled with worry. "Wait, could it be a great war? I have to get there quickly." Gisu struggles to move his hand. "Damn my body." Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Gisu," the orange-haired man anxiously called out. "Are you okay? What happened to you, Kungmin? What about the others?" And Senior Yunwoo Gu's voice began to falter. "They have to get to the arena where everyone is fighting." Nji Orangehead calmly announces. "It's all right, Senior Jiang Zhong is here." This news startled him. "Who is Senior?" Cam nodded, pointing to the fallen bodyguards. He wiped them out and headed to the basement. Hearing this, Gyu sighed finally, noticing the men sprawled out were all from the club. A smile creeps across his face, thankful that Jiang Mi warned him in time. But now 2 more figures appear. "Who are you guys?" "They're the bodyguards here. They don't look like VIP guests." Sensing trouble, Gisu quickly gets up. "Damn it, there are still some left," Orangehead quickly calls out. Gyu, he slowly took a step forward. "Rest, I'll handle this." Seeing everyone fighting so fiercely, he thought to himself he was also a member of the Green Gate, he should at least contribute something. With that, Camhead continued to glare at the bodyguards. "Come on all of you, come at me," his eyes now filled with determination. "I don't want to be a regular at this dump. I'll show you all." He relentlessly attacks, but the man dodges every blow. What is the true power of the green gate? A pleased smile creeps across his face. How flashy, but it seems the power gap between them is still vast. Is that all you've got? Jiang's body is starting to lose strength. He thinks in confusion, fast speed, a typical outfighter. His eyes show a hint of helplessness, but before he can think, Quan strikes him in the face. Still enduring and seizing the opportunity, he reaches forward. Got you. Alright, you mutt. He's incredibly fast, dodging just in time. There are walls you simply cannot overcome, and he retaliates with a relentless assault. It seems that Quan is very satisfied with his current power. You'll never beat us. Going back to the past, Gun tells his story. I once stood at the peak of power ruling the school, but I realized something was missing. His eyes suddenly turned thoughtful, realizing something: money. After that, he and his brother fell further and further, wanting to achieve what they desired. I needed money. This is a capitalist society. I worked part-time at the mall so many times. I had nothing but my body. He constantly complained, saying it was time to make some money, thinking he could turn his life around by starting a business. But life isn't a dream, and the mob took notice of him, wondering how this nobody dared to open a shop in their territory. They coldly pointed at Quan and his men, threatening, if you don't want to see your men die, hand everything over. This filled him with despair. An organization led by a fool was destined to be at the bottom of the food chain. It was only when he felt the knife at his throat that he realized, even in Korea, there's no place for me. Was I born to live this lowly life? As tensions rise, an explosion suddenly rings out. Seeing this, the crowd angrily shouted, who the hell are you? Want to die? The newcomer chuckled. I heard there was something interesting going on here, so I came to take a look. He seems incredibly interested, but why are there so many troublemakers? Seeing the brutal fight before them, the crowd is instantly terrified. That's enough. I'm a little stunned. This is the first time I faced an organization on a different level. He realized this organization was no joke, a solid system, absolute power. Even Gun could find opportunities to make money, and most importantly, they made tons of it. This only made him admire them even more. The Bisanhoi's system was frighteningly perfect. Time passes and Tri places a glass of liquor in front of Cone. I've looked into your past and it's quite interesting. He smiles eagerly and asks, so what do you say? Want to join the 100 Mountain Society and make your dreams a reality? Without hesitation, he raised his glass. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? And just like that, I found where I belonged. Back in reality, Quan relentlessly pummels Jiang, sneering that a bunch of washed-up Green Gate has-beens dare defy the 100 Mountain Society. His kick landed squarely, sending him reeling backward, the unexpected blow slamming him against the wall. Seeing him so badly injured, Quan smugly declared that Jiang should just admit defeat, as further struggle would be futile. Jiang's body was failing him, and he wearily thought it had been a long time since he'd been pushed this far. But then, a strange smile crept across his face as he recalled a familiar abandoned place, and a day long ago. Seeing this, Quan was startled, noticing he was still tearing his clothes, which made him laugh with amusement. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Did you finally snap from getting beat up too much? I just figured out how I'm sending you to hell. Jiang ties the cloth behind him, and quickly makes an announcement. Come here, I'll end this in a heartbeat. Seeing this, Quan Kong hesitated, then charged forward again. I don't know what you're plotting, but his power is relentless as he attacks Jiang relentlessly. But if you want to be a punching bag, I'll beat you till you're dead. The more he fights, the crazier he gets. Don't let your sight deceive you. Back then, his master told him that his own eyes were his greatest obstacle. Meanwhile, the onslaught of attacks continued. His master added, don't try to fight like a human. He was the symbol of a powerful tiger. Become a true beast. Jiang stood still, then suddenly spoke. Thank you, master. His voice lowered as if he didn't want anyone to hear, and Quan found his master's strange behavior amusing. What are you muttering about? He immediately lunges from behind. I'm tired of this. Let's end it. Just as he was certain, Jiang Trong suddenly dodged, startling him. He slowly declared, I see at your rhythm. Sensing something was wrong, the enemy quickly turned to attack. Jiang Zhong thought to himself, if you rely only on your eyes to react, you'll always be a step behind. He's trying to sense everything without using his eyes. If he can grasp his opponent's rhythm and predict their attacks, seeing his strange behavior, the man becomes even more frenzied. What are you planning, you dog? He moved with unwavering speed, and before his opponent could react, a powerful fist hurtled towards his face. My punch is already here. Meanwhile, Gishu and the orange-haired fighter advanced, Gishu musing that perhaps they should have just punched him from the start. He may have won, but look at the state of his body. Strange sounds cause him to suddenly look up. Wait, this sound. The next scene leaves Giyu stunned in disbelief. What in the world? Before him, Jiang's fist slams into her face. He was struck hard from behind, unable to react, and with a single punch, his teeth flew out as he screamed in despair. This couldn't be happening. While you throw 100 punches, I'm like a beast devouring its prey. I only need one perfect strike. His eyes burned with contempt, as he declared, one fights with conviction, the other with mere desire. That's the difference between you and me. Giyu, watching from above, speaks up, get ready now. Suddenly, Jiang Zhong noticed Chong'u lying motionless to the side, startling him, And not only that, he kept looking at the teammates around Yongho, even Seung-woo had fallen. His face instantly turned serious as expected. The bitch San society was not to be trifled with. Gyu is moved by the sight of Jiang Zhong standing there. If he hadn't arrived, they would have been finished. After dealing with the soldiers, he coldly declared the club officially closed, adding, "This isn't so simple." Before the man could finish, he angrily stomped on his face. "I'm not interested in your excuses." His eyes looked like they wanted to devour him whole. "If I see you guys loitering around here again, it's war with the Green Gate." Time passes and a few days go by. The story is retold in a more positive light. The battle with the Basin Society is over, but it all feels like a dream as life returns to normal. Gishu sighed, clutching his arm and complaining, "My arm still hurts." Black Hair nodded in agreement, adding, "It's been days and the wound still stings." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. "Those damn Sandcleek dogs, next time I see them, they're done for." As the two of them moved forward, a voice called out, "Hey you guys." Cam, sporting a new hairstyle, waved and smiled. "Morning everyone." He couldn't hide the grin on his face. "Seriously, what's wrong with your head, Orange?" Head quickly approached awkwardly, explaining himself. "After getting kicked out of the club, I realized a few things and changed my style." "How does it look?" Giyu, standing nearby, was speechless. "What exactly did you awaken to?" The black-haired guy laughed mockingly. "Now you're not just rejected from the club but from society itself." The three were in a lively conversation. What are you saying, Kyungmin? This is a bit much, even Jishu thinks so." Seeing the three so boisterous, Seung-woo calls out in annoyance, telling them to get to class, his appearance catching them by surprise. Opposite Seung-woo Sr., he continues to approach the orange-haired boy. "Wait, why does this guy look like a delinquent?" he replies, flustered. "Huh. But our school's allowed hairstyles like this for ages." He quickly grabbed the form and started writing. "I don't care. Any troublemaker will be punished," a revelation that sends him spiraling into despair. "What, you're playing this game too?" The black-haired senior on the side immediately mocked. "I'll give you that." "Senior," he cried out in utter despair. "Just you wait, I'll destroy you in the arena." Gyu smiled at the thought. Seung-woo, so, the senior's back in the disciplinary committee. In the blink of an eye, it's almost evening. Gung-woo quickly carries the boxes outside, asking, "So that's the cleanup done right?" He wearily complains, sick of this cage, but feels strangely reluctant to leave. Seeing him ready to go confuses Gu. "Oh senior, are you all done moving?" he continued to ask. "Gyu, what's up?" He quickly puts on gloves and speaks smugly. "I heard you're moving out soon, so I couldn't just pretend I didn't know." Understanding him, Chung-woo points to the boxes. "This kid actually has a sense of loyalty. So how about giving me a hand with this?" A long time has passed in this place, and Gishu stands there, panting with exhaustion. "He sure found a place quickly, didn't he?" Eungu continued his story. "The owner of the barbecue restaurant happily helped me out with a few months' advance on my salary." After hearing my story, and a joyful smile quickly appeared on his face. "At least I'm out of that pigsty." "Not bad at all." He nodded in understanding, realizing he'd been lucky. Remembering something, Zheng-yu turned serious. "It's more like bad luck. It seems an unexpected stroke of luck has befallen him. Turns out my debt was fabricated on paper by loan sharks. I never thought I'd be scammed just because I lost contact with my mother." "Have you tried calling her?" He shook his head helplessly. "No, but she'll call back when the time is right." His eyes were filled with sadness. "But either way, I don't want to hold a grudge anymore." He remembered fighting for money in the arena. Money that makes people lose all reason. Mom must have her own hardships. As they talked, a truck appeared before them. Uncle Zhao Hang smiled and asked Seung-woo, "Are you all done cleaning up?" Seung-woo quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes sir, we just need to load everything onto the truck." He even turns back to say, "Come visit when you have time." Don keeps asking to ride Gisu Soros. This leaves Gisu utterly bewildered. "Huh. Wait, hold on. What was that?" Eung-yu smiles gently and announces, "Just kidding, but if you're free, come by and practice a bit. You still need to get stronger, right?" He continued with a warning, the bitch Jian society may return in unexpected ways. Hearing this, he pauses to consider. Wait. Are they up to something again? The scene shifts to the church, as a voice echoes from within. According to the disciplinary committee's investigation, Glasses quickly announced that the Bitch Jian Association has more than one arena, but it seems the leader isn't willing to cut ties. Glasses quickly asks, "Boss, is this going to be okay? If the 5 dragons find out, it'll be extremely dangerous." With a calm expression, he stared ahead and announced, "Don't worry, this is the best opportunity. They have a staff meeting today." Hearing this, Specs excitedly followed, agreeing with his boss. He asked, "What's wrong with taking back? What's ours?" The two of them ventured deeper inside, gathering as much merchandise as they could. To start over, you need capital first. And as they open the door, excitement fills their faces. Quan, ever the sycophant, heaps praise, saying the boss's plan is undeniably beautiful. The next scene froze Quan in his tracks as Hua Rai was already there, waiting. "What the hell?" His voice was laced with confusion. "How did you get in here, Trey?" chuckled, turning around to speak. "Hey there, I've arrived." He slowly stood up and spoke. "What's with the surprise? Is it so strange for me to show up in the 100 Mountain Society's territory?" Seeing the situation was dire, Kin hurriedly pushed him back, saying, "Boss, let me hold him off. Retreat while you still can." Seeing no other option, he quickly turned and fled. "Thanks, I'll definitely be back." Just as he felt relieved, Maria suddenly appeared. "Where do you think you're going in such a hurry?" Her flirtatious voice echoed. "Did you forget today's meeting?" This enrages Kwon, who grits his teeth as she stares at him with predatory eyes. The main topic of today's meeting is deciding the fate of the loser. Unable to bear it any longer, he directly lunges to attack. "Shut up, I'm done with you guys." Maria calmly stomps her foot on the ground. "Oh, I hate guys who are all speed and no power." Before he could react, she landed a decisive blow. Everything happened so fast he couldn't even understand what was going on. "What is this? What kind of power is this?" Maria's hands continue to rise towards him. A real man's punches should be powerful, but she uses her flexibility to strike him repeatedly. Kwon could only stand there and take the painful blows. His body hadn't recovered from the fight with Jang Jong. With no other choice, he turns to flee. Unable to fight them all, a tactical retreat is his only option. All else is futile. Guyu decisively attacks, pinning him to the ground, the impact causing Kwon to think in desperate agony. "What? It matched my speed." Seeing his pathetic state, Gakyu immediately mocked him. "Too bad, Tyron Fist. He's got Kwon's leg pinned, and it looks like no one will be seeing that speed of yours again." Realizing what he was doing, his voice faltered. "What are you doing?" Just then, Tri stepped forward, reminding him that since he'd lost, he should beg for forgiveness, daring to steal from them. He gave a strange smile and declared the Bitch San Association does not tolerate traitors. Seeing things go south, Ko stammered. Wait there, seems to be a misunderstanding here," but it was too late. Kakyu coldly declared, "Farewell." A piercing scream echoed through the space. Time skips to the next morning in class where the three of them are still excitedly chatting. "Looks like you've recovered quite a bit. Let's fight tonight." "Okay, I've got some new moves I want to try out anyway." "Hold on, go to the salon with me first, I need a trim." Just then, someone called out to Lai Gisu, a first year from class 1. Hearing his name called, he turned around in surprise. "Huh." He stared in surprise at Jiang Zhong's serious expression. Senior Jiang Zhong. His arrival in class left the other students utterly bewildered. "Why is he here? Wait, did Gihu cause some trouble? Why is he here?" Gisu wondered, pointing at himself. "Senior, is there something you need?" Jiang Zhong continued. "I just found something out." His voice laced with suspicion, he asks, "You seem quite close to my sister, don't you?" Sensing the situation, he quickly tried to explain. "We've talked more recently, but it's not what you think." He quickly cut him off, silencing him. His large hands rested on the boy's shoulders. Talking too much wasn't Lu Mon's style, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to devour him whole. "Meet me at the arena tonight. I'm challenging you." In the time that followed, the male students walked and talked amongst themselves. "Hey, did you hear? Did you hear? A freshman is fighting Jiang Zhong today. You'll regret it if you miss it." It seems they're excited about the upcoming match, eager to witness Jiang Zhong at full power. Gisu could only despair, realizing he was about to face JG in a one-on-one fight. He recalls Jiang's face, then a challenge laid down, and he doesn't know what to do next. That look is serious. Exhausted Gaisu sighed, knowing a fight would be the end of him. Just then, Yang Ho appeared, and seeing his expression quickly reacted. "Oh, it's Yang Ho." He continued walking toward him and spoke. "I heard. You're shaking because Jiang Zhong challenged you, aren't you?" Gishu quickly shook his head. "No, not at all." His face grew thoughtful. "It's not that I'm afraid of getting hit or losing. I could learn a few moves anyway." He was utterly perplexed. "Then why do you look like you're about to cry?" Speaking of which, Gu's cheeks suddenly flush red. "It's just in case brother Jiang Zhong catches me." He quickly turned away, stunned by the thought of not being able to text Jiang Mi anymore. "Huh, are you really trying to pick her up?" He quickly voiced his thoughts, warning that going solo in this ambiguous situation could lead to total loss. "Before you fight, be sure to know where you stand." This made him nod in agreement. "I guess that's right." He suddenly puts a hand on his shoulder. "You really are a simpleton." He pointed to himself with a smug look on his face. "Alright, lucky for you, I'm an expert in this. Want me to lend a hand?" Sometime later, a message was sent. "Jiang Mi, can we meet at the cafe after school?" She quickly replied with, "Oh, a surprise visit. Sure, I'm in." Reading this message filled Gyu with confidence. "Alright, I'll trust you this time." Remembering something, he looks worriedly at his clothes. "Oh, I have to go to the arena later. Should I buy a new outfit?" Yong Ho, standing nearby, chimes in. "Investing that much seems a bit much. Clothes are important, but you won't be wearing them in the arena anyway, so why worry? Stop being so timid and let's go." He continued forward. "Okay, now it's time to pick out a gift," which leaves Gu utterly bewildered. I have to prepare a gift too." He turns to him, a blank look on his face. "Of course. You can't just show up empty-handed and confess, can you?" His face suddenly flushed red. Confessing, "Today, I'm just testing the waters to see what she thinks." Yong Ho didn't care about any of that. The most basic thing is flowers. "Ouch, stop pulling, no arguing. Just come with me. Ideally, a gift that holds a memory for both of you," he said. "Think carefully, did she ever say she wanted something, or is there something she particularly likes?" Gisu pondered, recalling their Central Asia memories. And soon after, they both entered a shop in the city. After selecting a gift, Gisu slowly walked outside. Thanks to you, I was able to get her a gift. Noticing his awkwardness, Young-ho smiled and offered words of comfort. Yeah, don't stress too much. The most important thing is to be honest. He immediately picked up the gift bag and chatted that whole defining the relationship thing really came in handy. Whatever the outcome, I'm buying dinner one of these days. Realizing time was short, Young-ho waved goodbye. I have to go to the arena later anyway, so I'll wait here. Just remember to call me. He smiled and strode forward. Okay, let's do this. In the time that followed, Gisu nearly drained his coffee dry, surrounded by 7 empty cups. Lost in thought, he wondered why he was so tense all of a sudden, then remembered Young-ho's advice. Could he really show up empty-handed and confess? This made him incredibly anxious. Confess what? While he was still thinking, Gyangmi's voice rang out. Am I even right to think about this? You're here early, she smiled and started the conversation. What's this? The coffee's all gone. He was startled to see her appear. Oh Jiangmi, she continued sitting down and looking at him expectantly. Sorry, I stopped by home and I'm late, but what's going on? Gi Shu frantically searches through his bag. Oh, right here. He quickly presents it to Jiangmi. I got you a fruit. This leaves her somewhat bewildered. Huh. Why the sudden gift? You explain, your face flushed. I just happened to see it, and thought it would suit you. Or so he thought. I messed up and said something weird out of nervousness. Just when he thought everything was going according to plan, she spoke up. Wow, amazing. Jiangmi happily takes the gift he bought for her. This is the Makoro character I like. Hearing that, he forces a smile. You mentioned you liked it at the amusement park, right? Jiangmi happily gazed at the figure in her hands. Wait, you remembered Kang Chul, thank you. Gyu thought to herself, she used to think Gu's taste was a bit strange, but he remembers everything. Remembering something, she suddenly speaks up. We're quite the match, aren't we? Before Gu could react, she pulled out a gift of her own, saying she had one for him too. This leaves him speechless for a moment. Huh, a gift for me, she smiles radiantly and explains. It's nothing grand, but to me it's like a good luck charm. I've been worried since you keep getting into dangerous situations. While he was still anticipating it, she reminded him to open it at home as she'd be embarrassed. His mind raced with possibilities. Jiangmi gave me a gift. What could it be? I can't even imagine it. Seeing Jiangmi right in front of me, and then suddenly this surprise. Xiaoxi is still holding the keychain. It's so cute. I have to put it on my backpack. Could it be that Jiangmi likes me too? With that thought, Shu suddenly asks Jiangmi, what kind of guy do you like? Realizing her actions, she immediately became worried, having spoken out of turn. Jiangmi pondered this, replying that she hadn't really thought about it. But her next words would freeze him in his tracks. I like strong people like my brother. His face pales as he recalls Jiang Zhong's fearsome demeanor. Like Jiang Zhong, oh man, that's the opposite of me. Sensing his awkwardness, she chuckled, recounting how her brother had always protected her. Gyu was speechless, but it was fine. After all, Jiang Zhong was cool. His face fell, not wanting to face this anymore. He knew it. There was no way she could like him. Just then, Jiang Mi slowly stood up and said she'd go order more drinks. Suddenly, Gishu's demeanor shifts. Oh, sorry, I have plans. I just stopped by to drop off a gift. His actions left her completely confused. Huh, why the sudden rush? You're not one to turn around and announce it. I'll call you back when I'm done. You look determined, and now I know what I have to do. After hearing Gisu's story, Young-ho was speechless, so he just gave a gift and ran away. He sighed, nodded, and stood there in despair. Seeing Jiangmi made him realize his true feelings. Even if brother Jiang beats me to a pulp, I have to be recognized. Gisu's eyes grew more determined than ever. I will become a strong man and stand before Jiangmi with a new identity. Seeing him so strange, Young-ho realizes something is wrong. Wait, why does this story suddenly feel a little off? Just then, a scream rang out, drawing their attention. What's going on? The terrified woman points to a group of motorcyclists committing robberies. It's a snatch and grab. This prompts Gu into action. Huh, a robbery. Unbelievable. Mei rushes to help, but before she can react, the gift Jiangmi gave her is snatched away. Thanks. It's a nice piece of fruit. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately gave chase. You bastard, stop right there. His face contorted with rage. That guy stole Jiangmi's fruit. As Jiangmi tried to give chase, Young-ho suddenly stopped her. But how could they possibly catch a motorcycle? He turns back to look at him. So what now? His face breaks into a confident smirk. Don't worry, I'm the best driver in Dongmyong. In the time that followed, the roar of motorcycles echoed continuously as the thieves discussed their prize. A closer look reveals designer goods. Nice. My luck must be running out. There's only a little cash here. The bald thug, clearly excited, told his teammates that now was the best time to score big and that this should be enough for their quota today. Just then, Young-ho suddenly appeared on the railing, baseball bat in hand, and swung at the bald thug, driving the motorcycle a home run. Seeing this, the others were stunned and asked, What? Who are you? Where did he suddenly come from? He said, with a smug grin continuing to address them. Your movements are too predictable. I used to take back roads like this all the time when I was drifting. Yang-ho spoke with pride, revealing a shortcut only he knew, a rather smelly sewer. Red Hair is annoyed by his actions. Does he think we're nobodies? Trying to take us on all by yourself, he smirks hearing this. What did you say? His voice echoed. Who said I was alone? At that moment Gyu appeared. He helped Hoa grab the redhead by the neck and began to berate him. He's been caught. This caught him off guard, and Gu's eyes burned with fury. You're the one who took my stuff, right? Give it back if you don't want to die. Just as Gu was about to punch him, the man suddenly sped off, kicking him to the ground as he fled. The red-haired man's face grew smug as he declared, "This is the price you pay for hopping into someone else's car without asking." He thought he could play the big shot with that cheap trick. Just when he thought he'd escaped, Gu used his power to stop the car with one hand. What's this? A deafening explosion erupts. Red Hair, barely standing, glared at Gisu. Are you crazy? All this for some trinket and a kid? He coldly glared at him and declared, As for my child, trash like you isn't worthy to judge them. I'm telling you one last time, give it back now. Seeing how badly he wanted it, Red Hair laughed and held the gift out. If you want it, come and get it, he said decisively. If you want it, come and get it. Seeing this, Gyu was furious, thinking to himself, no way. With no other choice, he leaps onto the bridge's edge, grabbing for the prize, no matter what. His face determined, he reaches out, resolved to reclaim it. The scene shifts to a dilapidated warehouse late at night, where everyone is gathered watching Jiang Trung in the arena. Where's Gisu? He's taking too long. Don't tell me he's ignoring Jiang Zheng's challenge. Honestly, if I were him, I'd want to run too. Gray Hair turned to look at Chung Woo. Doesn't he have practice with you today? He scratches his head in confusion, cursing under his breath. I didn't hear anything. The orange and black-haired guys kept talking amongst themselves. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have let him go alone with Pyong Ho. Meeting Jiang Mi in this situation, he must be crazy. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Just how did he confess, and then disappear like that? Black Hair quickly raised his hand to stop him, while Kyung Min silently honked the horn. Just then, the guy next to him was startled. Confessing his love, he shook his head in disbelief. No, and just then, whispers began to spread. I heard Gu is trying to see Jiang Zheng's sister again. Is he crazy? And he's planning to confess his feelings. This guy is beyond help. Hearing these rumors, Jiang Zheng sighs. His eyes turn menacing. He must teach Gu a lesson. Meanwhile, Yang Ho relentlessly strikes the robbers' faces with his staff. Are these guys robbing everyone young and old? Looking at them all only made him more annoyed. Just who exactly are you guys? At the same time, he noticed Red Hair trying to escape, his face contorted with rage as he cursed. Wait, he took them all down by himself. What the hell? This monster. Yang Ho was surprised to see him, and though he tried to give chase, the man sped away. That Gisu guy ran off like a madman, and now he's gone. A strange smile creeps across Yang Ho's face. Too slow. Yang Ho quickly snags one of their motorcycles. He decisively pursues the red-haired man, figuring he could use the exercise. Meanwhile, Gisu slowly emerges from the water. He scanned the still water around him, frustrated that he'd caught it only to lose it again, but it couldn't have gone far. Spotting the bag right in front of him brought a flicker of relief. There it is. Gisu immediately heads toward the dark fruit on the side. Luckily, I found it quickly. Now to take it back to the arena. But as soon as he picked it up, his face fell. There's no other way. He frantically searches all around. What the heck? It's not here. Where did it fall? Gishu continued to stare into the churning water ahead. Not wanting to lose Jiangmi's gift, he quickly took off his shirt and shoes, determined to go even deeper. This looks dangerous, but I can't give up now. Without hesitation, Gisu dives into the deepest part, determined to retrieve the gift from Jiangmi at any cost. The water immediately sprays into the air as he searches the deepest depths for any sign of the gift. Gasping for air, he resurfaces, but Gisu doesn't give up, diving back down to search more thoroughly. Even so, he had to drag himself ashore for air, only to see fish swimming about, but no sign of the gifts. Time passed, and he grew weary. Gisu rushed to the shore, gasping for air, wondering how many times he'd dived. The swirling currents filled him with despair. He'd searched everywhere but found nothing. Did he have to go deeper? Despite this, Gisu continued swimming to deeper areas, wondering if it could have drifted this far. The sight before him filled him with unbelievable joy. Wait, there it is, a box floating on the surface. He found it. Gasping for air, Gisu clutched the box, feeling a sense of accomplishment for finally finding it. I did it. The long time spent underwater exhausted him as he prepared to return to shore. Okay, time to head back. But he can't feel his legs. And freezes. What's this? Don't tell me it's a cramp. Gyu quickly tries to swim towards the shore. He has to get out of the water. The long time underwater has drained him. Damn it, he's exhausted. Despair creeps into Gyu's eyes. No, I'm almost there. He even thought he was about to drown. Someone help me. Just then, Jiang Zheng suddenly appeared, urging him on. Wake up. Seeing him there filled him with confusion. Jiang Zheng, is that you, Jiang Zheng? At the same time, a buoy is immediately thrown down into the water. Grab onto this. Hurry, Orange Hair and Black Hair asked, annoyed. Gisu, are you okay? What the hell is that thing doing here again? He was still trying to figure out what was happening when they showed up. After a while, Gyu surfaced, gasping for air. He hastily thanked everyone, saying, Thank you. I almost died. This worried everyone around him. If he hadn't shouted, they wouldn't have found him. I was waiting for you at the arena, and what in the world were you doing here? Gishu looked awkwardly at the gift beside him. After hearing his story, everyone was shocked. What? So you nearly drowned retrieving a gift from Jiangmi. He couldn't face her, and simply bowed his head in apology. Sorry, but before I fight you, I want to see Jiangmi and sort out my feelings, or this fight will be meaningless. His eyes thoughtful, he slowly opens the box. This was a gift from her, but it's all wet. I wonder if it still works. The gifts inside leave him speechless. It's Gu still confused as he holds the whistle. Jiang Trong stares at the whistle as if recalling something. Back when they were younger, Jiangmi cried incessantly, leaving Jiang Trong confused. Why is Jiangmi crying? She's sad about her father recounting everything. They keep teasing me about not having a dad and you keep blaming me. But what good does crying do? I told you it wasn't your fault. Jiangmi wiped away her tears, still upset when he suddenly placed something in her hand. Take this. It was a whistle, and he told her, if they bother you again, just blow it. With absolute certainty, Jiang declared, I'll come running and beat them all up for you. She stared blankly at the object in her hand, the whistle. A joyful smile appears on his lips. Remember my words, Jiangmi, I'll always be by your side. Back to reality, Jiang Zhong suddenly speaks up. What did Jiangmi say when she gave you the gift? After a moment's thought, Jiu slowly recounts that she was worried he'd get into dangerous situations, so she wanted to give him a protective charm. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, he quickly stood up. Brother Jiangmi and I are just friends, but, he shouted, declaring something to Jiang Trong. If I'm being honest, I want to be closer to her. His actions caused his two friends nearby to worry. Is this idiot still clueless? He suddenly chimes in with a word of advice. Just try it, he said, turning to leave. Hu Jiangmi likes who she meets. I have no right to interfere. His attitude leaves Gyu frozen in place. He's serious. But Jiang seriously reminds him to behave because he'll be watching. Though surprised, he nodded in understanding. Yes, he understood. He thought to himself, what is this? Was I just acknowledged? The motorcycle speeds off, and Yang Ho chases after the redhead, telling him to stop and give up. He just kept cursing, calling him a leech. Remembering how he was chased, he kept shouting, what do you know anyway? You think I want to be a thief? His next words caught Yang Ho's attention. Do you even know how crazy the Bake Sand Society is? He thought to himself. What, that red-haired Bake Sand Society thug is running his mouth again. If captured and unable to meet the quota, he'd rather flee than be caught. Seeing his desperation, the other man froze his face, twisting in annoyance as he cursed the madman. In the time that followed, a pile of valuable designer bags were quickly dumped onto the ground as Tok Do knelt to report. On the way here I ran into some trouble and could only collect this much. Chun nodded in response. I'll spare you today. Remember that, he said, with a sudden playful laugh. I heard Dong Nyung's second in command was strong, but I guess that was just a rumor. You think your brothers will accept such a weak excuse? Shin Chun signaled his men to hold red hair tighter. If you want to blame someone, blame that small-time leader of Jin Sang. Wait. But it seems Jin Chun doesn't care. Your mental strength will only make us stronger. Sam Han Habake San Hoi, representative remembering something, gave an order. Bring him to our arena. Chapter 47. Inside the room, Tri swirled his glass, sensing the dire situation, and slammed it down in anger. After Tyron's arena fell, the money started to dry up, and he had a real nose for cash. Maria, confused, asked, other arenas are trying to squeeze out money too, but it's still not enough. He nodded in confirmation. They're short. Each arena has its own style. With that, he turned his head towards the U-shaped car. What about the Brotherhood? Those pro players from other schools could be useful. His voice rings out. If my brothers get involved, we can also help those loan sharks. Before he could finish, he was cut off. I told you, we don't care about dirty money. His face hardened as he crushed the stone in his hand. Now that we've taken Ginseng, all that's left is the Green Gate. Things were escalating and Tri was on high alert, but this couldn't be solved with brute force. More importantly, Jiang Trung's strength seemed far greater than they'd anticipated. As he was still calculating, Gok Ut suddenly stood up asking, it's your miscalculation that got us here. Are you forgetting who ruined the plan? He glanced at him, reminding him, remember, we need to approach slowly to gauge the strength of the green dragons. If we'd charged in like you did, the damage would have been far greater. His voice was a bit frightening as he raised the glass to his lips, citing the annihilation of the entire Brotherhood as an example. For some time afterwards, recriminations echoed throughout the room. You little punk, you drug-peddling tyrant, how dare you spout nonsense here? Who do you think's been taking the most of my medicine? Enough. The Green Gate just crushed one of our territories. It's time for the Closed Mountain Society to retaliate. From now on, our #1 target is the Green Gate. After a period of discussion, He coldly ordered everyone to bring Jiang Zhong back here by any means necessary, but not to behead him. On his phone, a message from Jiang Mi appears and Gu quickly replies, Jiang Mi, something came up, so I haven't read your letter in the fruit yet. He hastily types. Really, it's okay, I'll just tell you next time we meet. This news delights Gu as it means another chance to see Jiang Mi, and he must repay the favor next time they meet. Just then, Cam appears beside him. It's time for Lee Gisu to repay the favor, and before he can even process it, Cam starts talking. Do you remember how you and Jiang Mi met? Now it's your turn to set me up with Ji for a date. If you accept a favor, you have to pay it back right. Giyu suddenly remembers something. Oh, that's right. He quickly stood up, almost forgetting the person he needed to thank. A smug look spreads across his face. That's right, so you do still have some honor. He immediately rushed outside, saying he had to meet with the other class. Orangehead was stunned. What? Not me. He rushed into class, lost in thought. Thanks to Young Ho, everything went smoothly, so I wanted to thank him. But as he rejoiced, his classmates suddenly announced that Park Yun Ho wasn't in class today. This news stops him dead in his tracks. He's absent. The other boys chimed in, saying he only comes to school when he feels like it so no one would notice if he skipped class. Maybe he stayed up all night gaming and collapsed somewhere. Gisu sighed wearily. Indeed, time quickly passed, and it was almost evening. Gisu wearily stepped out of the internet cafe, but something felt off. He blankly stares at his phone, having searched through every PC game to no avail. Usually it's hard to get in touch, but not like this. In the time that followed, Gisu searched everywhere, but Hisu hadn't returned to the orphanage either. His face fell into thought, gone missing since last night. He stared at his reflection in the water, wondering what happened after he jumped into the river. Just then, a man approached and asked, "Hey, are you looking for stolen goods too?" Giyu turned around surprised. Yes. The man sighed, continuing to recount what he knew. You probably haven't heard, but a whole gang of pickpockets was out yesterday. The police recovered the backpack, but the wallet's gone, so he's looking around. Giyu was curious. Did the police catch the pickpockets? He shook his head and explained. No, by the time the police arrived it was all over, he added. He heard there was fighting, and a chase. News that left Giyu frozen. He snapped to attention, noticing the tire tracks on the ground. Could the scene be shifting back to the train station? Giyu froze, gazing at the blockade before him, realizing the gravity of the situation and worrying. Damn it, did Yonghua follow them here? He pondered, staring at the tire tracks leading forward. Not necessarily. But even if it's a small chance, I have to check it out. Quickly the scene shifts to the Brower junkyard. The two guards smile, chatting amongst themselves. Did you hear? Word is a new shipment of prey arrived. I heard the guards yesterday caught a big haul. They gleefully flex their bulging muscles, saying, let's go together this evening. The fresher the goods, the better the fun. Of course, it's been a while since I've warmed up. Gyunam hides to the side, silently listening to the two men talk. A big score, I can't wait to hear more. Here it is. He continues to look at the large motorcycle abandoned on the ground. Next time hide the tracks on the road, the motorcycle was left here. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Could Yong-ho be trapped in this junkyard? Even so, Giyu didn't know what to do next, but rushing in blindly wasn't the way. Just then, a truck suddenly stopped, catching Giyu's attention, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. And just like that, the truck slowly made its way deeper inside, finally stopping at a certain location. He slowly lifted the black curtain, thinking to himself, phew, glad I made it in. Giyu carefully scanned the area, knowing he had to move fast before he was discovered. He noticed a familiar vehicle, startled. Wait, wasn't that the pickpocket's car from yesterday? He decided to investigate, hoping for a clue. Just then, two thugs quickly exited, forcing Giyu to hide. Chun was truly ruthless. He almost got caught. They laughed and talked amongst themselves, saying they'd turned someone into that. That's why they thought it was better to let him fight in the arena. Hearing this, he was filled with doubt. What were they talking about? Goods hunting. What was all that about? Their next words froze him in his tracks. Have you heard the news? Rumor has it, a new shipment arrived from the 6 gates. Unaware of what's coming, they excitedly discussed the news. Seriously, walking right into a trap. A blonde with full arm tattoos, all alone. Who's the idiot? Their voices echoed. Do you even know where you are? I can't take it anymore. Gisu quickly punches the man in the face, and the other one reacts immediately. Girl, you embrace his large body and speak, not knowing who you guys are. A second later, you decisively throw this guy to the ground. But I've come to the right place. After the two men passed out, Gisu slowly picked up the key from his hand. If anyone else finds him, it'll be a problem. I have to find Yong-ho, and fast. He opens the door and shouts, Hey Baek-yi-on-ho, are you here? Sensing something was wrong, he quickly covered his nose, the stench of blood filling the air as a faint voice echoed, Help, please help me. The man before Giyu was in such a wretched state that he froze. Save me, what the hell happened? Upon closer inspection his face went blank and he anxiously called out to Hong Huan-kin rushing toward him. Why are you locked up here? How did you end up like this? Sensing something was wrong, he spoke cautiously, unaware that Shin Chun had appeared behind Giyu. Luckily, he managed to turn and dodge just in time, and his appearance here only piqued the man's interest further. You've got some nerve daring to touch the Brotherhood's prey. He's one of the Brotherhood. Shin Chun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gishu thinks desperately, realizing he'd be done for, if not for Hoang Hin-jin's constant reminders. What the hell? These lunatics. Before he could react, Shin Chun grabbed him by the neck. But no matter, the more prey the merrier, and the weapon drew ever closer to his head. He grinned wickedly, asking, Now how should I deal with you? Torture is my specialty after all. Shin Chun moved his weapon closer to Gisu's face, saying, All right. He smirked, raising his weapon. Now how should I deal with you? At that moment, Gisu quickly grabbed a staff and counterattacked, striking him squarely in the face before he could react. His voice caught the man's attention as he said, "Too bad your attitude changed completely when you picked up that hammer. I'm all muscle, I probably wouldn't taste very good." Though he acted cool, he was incredibly worried, improvising to escape the situation. But he continued to eye all the weapons around him. What kind of devil's den is this? This is a torture chamber, can't you tell? Shin Chun chuckled, stepping forward as he spoke. Are you deaf or just stupid? Coming alone to the Green Mountain Society's junkyard. Looks like you're about to meet your ancestors. Gisu understood what that meant. So you guys are with the Ban Hoi. Looks like you're the one who needs to be prepared. Without wasting any time, Shin Chun immediately charges towards him. The more you resist, the more fun this will be. He and Gisu continued to attack each other with different martial arts. Come on, keep hiding. The more Gisu fought, the angrier he became. Fighting with weapons, I'm used to it. I've faced worse since the Heavenly Dragon incident. You've made a grave error if you think I'm scared. Before he could react, Shin Chun suddenly punched him. He's starting to figure things out. Looks like you prefer fighting barehanded. He stared coldly at him and asked, what nonsense is this psycho spouting? The battle resumes, but this time they fight barehanded. Shin Chun seems to have found his weakness, deciding to end things quickly. With that, he struck, sending Giyu flying backwards, landing helplessly on the ground. As he regained his composure, Shin Chun approached him, saying, "Allow me to introduce you to your new companion." He raised his weapon high, calling it Mr. Hammer, and Giyu's face immediately turned grim. No, he kept reminding him to treat it well, but just then, Huinkin suddenly reached out to support him. This action stunned him for a moment. "I'm finally free, you bastard." Before he could react, Huinkin grabbed Shin Chun by the neck, and he immediately cried out, "Q, hurry." Gisu rushed forward, grabbing the hammer in his hand. Seeing this, he trembled with rage. They still have the strength to struggle. He decisively swung the hammer, shattering the chains on Hyungkin's hands, then slowly pushed Shin Chun back. "All right, run. We have to get out of here before they arrive." Seeing them escape right before his eyes filled him with rage, a prey daring to. After escaping, Giyu asks worriedly, "Can you even run? You can barely stand." Kin wearily replied, "It doesn't matter. Even if I have to abandon myself, I have to escape." Just then, a group of people ran directly toward them. "There he is, get him." This startled him into thought. He quickly braced himself, thinking, how am I going to break through this with my bare hands? Just then, Hoik Kin managed to get on a high-powered motorcycle. "No," he coldly reminded him, "get in the car, you'll definitely die if you walk." His actions left him stunned. It was their motorcycle. With no time to think, Hyuki quickly revved the engine. And so he charged straight into the crowd who were still screaming. "Think you can escape?" Gishu angrily kicks and punches at those blocking their path. "Get out of the way, you bald bastards." They gradually broke through their encirclement, and Hyuk Kin didn't forget to remind him to hold on tight. Gyu was about to say something, but wait, the road ahead is blocked, causing him to worry, but Hunkin's face remains unchanged. Block what he quickly drives his motorcycle into the air. This sight terrifies Gishu, while Kin remains confident, declaring he'll make his own path. After some time, the two finally escaped. Hyungkin sighed, "Thanks, I owe you one." Gishu sighed, "I didn't mean for that to happen, but I guess it's fine." Remembering everything, he was curious, "But how did they catch you?" After a moment of silence, he decided to recount everything. As mentioned before, Jinsang Industrial High School was at war with the association. At that time, everything was incredibly chaotic amidst the battle between the two sides, fighting day in and day out, with no peace to be found. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither could win, leading Hyung Kin and the others to quickly cooperate. As the senseless war dragged on, everyone grew weary. Then the Brotherhood took the initiative and made a proposal. Holding the paper, Hyun Kin looked thoughtful. A duel between the bosses to end it all here. And so, he naively led his men to this place, thinking it would end this long, drawn-out war. So I agreed, and as promised, we arrived at the meeting point. But things weren't as simple as he thought, as a sudden clash appeared before him. As expected of a school leader, you've got some nerve. Hyung Kin coldly replied, unaware of the danger. "I don't care about you, small fries. Bring out Choi Norman." Just as he finished speaking, a golden light appeared. He stared in disbelief as the truck barreled toward him. What? Shin Chu owed him a cruel smile, and he realized he'd walked right into a trap. Fortunately, his men managed to dodge the trucks, but Hyun Kin wasn't so lucky. Trucks relentlessly closed in around him, and Hyung Kin grimaced. This enraged him beyond words. These mongrels had betrayed the Brotherhood's fair duel. Meanwhile, Shin Chun coldly announced, "Today's combat drill is an outdoor hunt," as Kin realized it was just a dirty trick by those scumbags. Back in reality, Kin sighed wearily. "So, I was caught, and in my absence, Jinsang Industrial High was seized." After hearing the story, Gisu seemed to understand something, so now only the Green Gate remains. He shook his head slowly, standing up. "No, now that I'm free, it's our turn to strike back." He turned to him, a look of bewilderment on his face. What do you plan to do in your condition?" With newfound hope, Hyung Kin recounts that Jansang's brothers are still alive, and they'll gather the remaining forces to attack. He quickly stood up and offered, "Then let me join you." Though surprised, he could only announce the decision. I appreciate you saving me, but this battle is out of the question. I can't drag an outsider into this, especially one from the Green Gate. Kishu spoke hesitantly. No, that's not what I meant. I have my own reasons for going with you. His words were a bit confusing, causing Hyung-kin to turn around in surprise. He remembers his friend Yeon-ho. His friend is still captive inside their lair. Who do you think you are? You think this is over? He's trying to cause a ruckus, asking if they know who he is, when suddenly his handcuffs are removed, leaving him stunned. What the hell, I'm free. The first thing he did was pull down his blindfold. What was going on? The scene before Yeon-ho caused sweat to pour down his face. Where was he? Just then, Red Hair spoke up anxiously. We're doomed. It seems he knows this place is extremely dangerous. Are they trapped? He was startled to see a familiar face. Hey, it's that guy. Yeon-ho quickly placed his hand on the redhead's shoulder and asked, Damn it, I chased you all the way here. What about you? What are you doing here? His terrified expression left Yeon-ho momentarily stunned. What was going on? He looked like he'd just seen a ghost, and the redhead quickly turned around, stammering. I have to escape. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Welcome to the Brother Arena. The two were understandably confused by these words. From now on you're our prey, Yeon-ho says, with displeasure. The rules of the hunt are quickly laid out, escape or take down the hunters. A voice slowly echoes, drawing their attention. All forms of violence and weaponry are permitted within this area. Then a group of thugs suddenly appeared before them, grinning wickedly. Let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, the two underlings desperately begged for mercy. Give me another chance. I swear I won't let this happen again. Noon heard this and slowly raised the chin of one of them. So the prey walked right in. You know the price of failure, right? He coldly ordered his men, take him away. From tomorrow he's demoted to prey. Hearing his terrifying and powerful words, the two immediately begged, No, wait, boss, we were just ambushed. No more remained there deep in thought, while Shin Chun quickly tried to appear unafraid. A second later, he was silenced by the surrounding men, and inside the room, No More turned his head, annoyed, asking, What is going on here? It seems you haven't been able to control your subordinates lately. Shin Chun could only sigh and recount everything. After taking Jinsang high, they became complacent, but I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. He barely finished speaking when a heavy weight came crashing down. Luckily, he dodged it just in time. Norman, greatly displeased, tightened his grip on Shin Chun's neck. The syndicate's plan to take over Jungnyung was nearly complete. Once they swallowed Yulmungan, everything would be in the clear. His voice filled with hatred, yet he let Shin Huang go at this moment. He quickly begged, I'm sorry, boss. Without hesitation, he tossed him backward, and before he could react, Norman gave another order. Bring that wretch to me, within a day. With no other choice, he could only nod in agreement. Understood. On the surveillance screen, Yeon-ho is still caught in this relentless hunt. Time running out, he turns to leave, not forgetting to threaten. Once Shane and Tu are dealt with, the hunt in Yuk Mangoan can begin. Meanwhile, the obese demons relentlessly leap toward Yeon-ho, attacking him. Let's see how long you can keep running. This puts him at a great disadvantage, but he uses his body to fight back. Who's hiding? Seeing this, the others charge in as well. Now it's mine. Yeon-ho fought from one place to the next, exhausted, without even a moment to rest. In the time that followed, he struggled to take down everyone around him. What is this crazy place? These bald bastards keep swarming. The redhead praises from the sidelines. As expected of someone with potential, he angrily turned to reprimand him. What's this hiding in a corner all this time? He sighed quickly, jumping to the ground. Survival in the Brotherhood arena was the top priority, and wasting stamina was foolish. He shot him a glance as if to say he wouldn't still be standing if not for him. Then remembering something, his face turned pensive. Wait a minute. This arena sounds familiar. Red Hair recounts what he knows. This arena is run by Choi Nun, one of the B-San executives, and it seems a hidden power is secretly controlling this place. This is also the Brotherhood's hideout, the B-San Association's key action force, so this arena is optimized for combat training. It was all part of the mastermind's plan for this maze of despair. And many have died for this twisted game. The place where they release the slaves from the occupied schools to hunt is a massive training ground. This information leaves Yeon-ho stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? Hunting humans? They're all insane. He sighed, lamenting that there was no escape. Sensing a sneak attack, Red Hair froze for a moment. But luckily, he managed to push him back just in time. Wibu turns to him, greeting him with a smile. Pleased to meet you, Warrior Yuk, or Yukun for short. These words successfully provoked Yeon-ho. What? Who gave you permission to call me that disgusting nickname, Yuk-kun? He immediately lunges forward to attack. Get lost, Baldy, but that attack didn't faze the weeb at all. From that exchange, I've assessed Yukun's strength. These words only disgusted him further. Assessing power levels. Have you been watching too much anime? Your tone is just as idiotic. With an evil grin, he puts on his homemade glasses, saying, Why Yuk is only as strong as his right hand. Speaking of Park and-hoan, the hunter of the month from the Brotherhood. Unable to bear these words any longer, Yeon-ho charges forward, telling the trashy Waibu to shut his mouth. Whip's power is immense, suppressing him, and he smiles faintly to be fair to Yusung. I'll only use my right hand to fight you, he said, striking and taunting. That's my only rule for getting stronger. It seems Young-ho is really in trouble this time. He thought angrily that this guy was different from the rest, but he seemed to notice something. Only using one hand would definitely leave an opening. Wasting no time, Young-ho reached down towards the ground. This time he uses a kick, striking Wibu directly in the face, sending him flying back in agony, shocking the redhead who witnessed the entire exchange. Wow, this Six Doors kid is more dangerous than I thought. Young-ho chuckled, wiping the sweat from his face. Just some nobody acting tough. Enough with the theatrics. Wibu slowly rose, muttering incomprehensible words. No way could I have been wrong. He grits his teeth and charges in again. Wrong, you can't win, even if you give it your all. His massive hands gripped the boy's legs, and before he could react, he was being brutally thrown around. A series of powerful blows left him defenseless as he was slammed onto the hard concrete. Wibu's strange voice echoes Yu-kun, my power gauge has never been used. Young-ho sensed something was wrong. What is this? Suddenly, his aura shifts completely, as if he's become someone else, raising his fist high. If my measurements are off, I'll just weaken you. Time passes to the next day. Gyu sighs, complaining as he walks. I can't believe I'm back here. Nothing's changed. He recalled Hoon-kin's instructions. Okay, I'll join your plan, but I'll go alone. No one else from Lukmon can come. Thoughts raced through his mind, even though he had no choice but to go alone. Would it be alright? Seeing a familiar figure, he suddenly called out, Hong Hai. His face suddenly became confused as he realized something was wrong. What is it? Why are you here alone? What about the Jin-san Gongo crew? Kin sighed slowly. There's a problem. After hearing his story, Gishu's face immediately turned serious. What, you've lost contact with everyone at Jin-san Gong? He sighed, nodding. When I was captured, the brothers took my phone. I had to find another one to call them, but no one's answering. This made Gyu extremely worried. Then, what should we do? Were you about to say something else? The two of us can't just barge in alone. Just then, a motorcycle screeches to a halt, and Ponytail jumps off, rushing over, overcome with emotion. Boss. Gyu is shocked to see him appear, and even Hai Kin finds it hard to believe. Sangchan. He suddenly ran up and hugged Hyung-kin tightly, saying how much he missed him. His saccharine words were grating, and sensing something was amiss, she quickly spoke up. Wait, why are you here? I woke up late and was just heading to the rendezvous point. These words left Hyung-kin frozen in place. Wait, what meeting point? His face went blank. What is this? You told us to gather yesterday, Ponytail said, holding the phone up to Hyun-kin. Here a group message. Inside are messages sent by Hyun-kin. Emergency, don't answer calls from unknown numbers. This is Hwang Hee-wook from Class 12. I've escaped Brotherhood. Tomorrow, be at the abandoned construction site in the Forgotten District at 5 a.m. Move carefully, and don't reveal yourselves. Ignore anyone impersonating me with an unknown number. They're probably playing tricks, understood. The leader senses something is wrong, his face suddenly turning serious. No, I didn't send that message. The scene shifts to a vast warehouse, where a group of men are gathered, excitedly chattering amongst themselves. Hoang Hin Jin has escaped, and they're ready to take down the Brotherhood. Just then, Shin Chun arrived, drawing everyone's attention as a wide, eager smile spread across his face. Looks like you're all here. His strange expression sets them on edge. How did you know we were here? Immediately after, a group of people appeared behind them, blocking their escape. Finding this amusing, Shin Chun laughed, praising them, just like their simple-minded boss. I didn't expect you guys to actually walk into our trap. Shin Chun's men still didn't understand. Could it be a trap? He and his men have armed themselves. He's looking for an outlet for his stress. Wasting no time, he immediately gives the order, take them out. Meanwhile, Hyung-kin frantically tries to explain, I didn't send that message. Ponytail is shocked and confused by this turn of events. Huh, then who did it? Gishu realized something as well. Don't tell me the Brotherhood is setting a trap. He quickly suggests. It seems so. We have to leave now. Just then, Hyung-kin's phone rang, drawing his attention. Huh, my phone. Without hesitation, he grabbed the phone and shouted, Who is this? Is this Zhane's gang? I'm the real Hwang Hee of Zhane. Get out of there now. A familiar voice echoed on the other end of the line, a truly euphoric sensation. Shin Chun and his men easily defeated Hyun-kin's crew, and nothing is better for morale than the smell of success. But upon hearing this, he immediately became serious. Don't tell me that's his voice filled with despair. I'm coming, don't touch those kids. But he didn't care much about that. What could he do? It was all over. These terrifying words only deepened his despair. What was that? Shin Chun laughs mockingly. Why run away just to get these innocents torn to shreds? Kin grits, his teeth resigned to his fate. He quickly arranges a meeting, saying, If you want to save them, shut your mouths and come to our junkyard before 8. In the time that followed, Young-ho and Red Hair sat listlessly to the side, wiping the sweat from their faces. These lunatics even have their own prison. Red Hair nodded in agreement. The Syndicate brothers often trap their prey and hunt them again and again. I know very well the danger in this place. As long as they're breathing, they'll be dragged back to the battlefield. Young-ho despairingly touched the wound on his face. It hurt like hell. These psychos, I thought they were avoiding vital spots, but something feels off. He turned to look at the redhead, relieved that he was also from the Banhui. How did things turn out like this? He found this statement incredibly insulting. Me B San Hoi, don't lump me in with that trash. He sighed, continuing that the B San Hoi were sworn enemies of Jin Songhai. This information stops him dead in his tracks. You're with Jin Songhai, then why resort to petty theft? He reluctantly recounted his story. I was just following the Brotherhood's orders to save our leader. They promised to release Hai Jin Hung if I did as they said. A name that made Yong Ho freeze. Hai Jin. Don't tell me it's Jin Songhai's Hoang Hiksin. The redhead is shocked and bewildered. You know our boss too. He nodded and continued. Just a little involvement, and it ended up in the hands of the Bep San Hoi. His face suddenly turned doubtful. But you're willing to go this far for Hoang, Hai Ok Jane. Color me surprised. I thought he was just a weirdo. Redhead gets serious when talking about his boss. That's just how it looks on the outside. All of Jin Songhai genuinely follow their leader. Back when this story began, Jin Songhai was the school closest to the slums of Nyung. Most of the students came from difficult backgrounds, and Red Hair was constantly bullied by bigger thugs. You Jin Songhai dogs work for money, right? Just take one guy down and run. I'll pay you handsomely. They shoved money in his face, intimidating him. Is 1,000,000 enough? All he could do was beg. I don't do things like that. Please have mercy. This humiliation was to be expected given the school's reputation. Enraged, the thug reached for him, asking if trash like him deserved respect. This cheap school really lives up to its name. But just then, a hand reached out to stop him. Hyung-kin coldly twisted his arm behind his back, his eyes filled with rage and reproach. Messing with our crew will have consequences, a fact that leaves Red Hair frozen in disbelief as Hai Jane begins to transform, Jane Songhai. From then on, everything was under Huai-kin's control, uniting those who had bowed their heads to circumstance, transforming Jane Hai into an untouchable force in Nyung, until so many followed that Huai-kin finally spoke. If you have power, no one can trample you. I'm living proof. He had the support of so many people, so believe in me and follow. Back in reality, Red Hair was still talking about his boss. Anyone who broke the rules would be severely punished. But Hyuk Jin was the one who always cared for and protected us. Hearing this, Yong Ho was surprised and thoughtful. Hyuk Jin of Jail Sunghoe. Is he like Gang Cheon and Sun Bi? It's true, only someone of great importance could inspire such loyalty. The thought of their leader being captured fills him with rage. We're not done yet. We were just outmaneuvered by those cowards. Once our boss gets out, we'll get our revenge. Just then, the door opened, and the light made Red Hair freeze. What the hell is this? The thugs shoved a crowd inside, declaring, hurry, get in. This made the redhead realize something just before the doors slammed shut, as they flashed an incredibly wicked smile. This is the first time I've seen the prison this packed. The upcoming hunt should be fun. Red Hair is stunned to see his familiar comrades appear in this place, and asks X, why are you all here? The man on the ground recounted his story helpless. He'd been played by the Brotherhood. Red Hair and Young Ho were shocked by what they heard. What? Meanwhile, Hyung Kin angrily throws his phone to the ground. I'm going to tear them apart right now. Gyu quickly followed, trying to stop him. Calm down. The three of us rushing in will only make things worse. But his rage has completely clouded his judgment. How can he be calm? They were his brothers, always by his side, and now they've been captured. Even Horsetail rushed to stop him. Boss, you can't just charge in there. Hyun Kim was frozen, unsure of what to do next. He knew going now was dangerous, but their actions had filled him with bitter resentment. I can tolerate their games, but harming my people is unforgivable. Without hesitation, he decides, you all fall back now. I'll go alone. The scene shifts to a grimy junkyard where some confused underlings ask Chun if their target will even show up, considering it seems like a suicide mission. Hearing this, he wasn't afraid at all, but laughed triumphantly, saying, what kind of idiot brings back up to a fight? I need to clean up this mess before the boss finishes his hunt. The scene before him suddenly silences him. So Brother Kin has finally appeared before them. Shin Chun is pleased. And here comes the main character. He casually rests his staff on his shoulder. Hey you mongrels, he looks like he wants to devour us all. Where are my brothers? Shin Chun wasn't fazed and instead complimented them. You're pretty fast. Miss us already. The kids are doing just fine in the arena. Now go join them. With that, Hoon Kin cuts him off, clearly annoyed. You said you'd release them if I came, so you were planning to break your word from the start. He laughed, mocking them relentlessly. They say if you get fooled twice, it's your own fault. Guess being short really is a common problem for you guys, huh? Unable to bear it any longer, he grabs a weapon and charges toward the group. Very well. His power is immense enough to wipe out these underlings. I came here to wipe you out anyway. Shin Chun watched the scene unfold thoroughly, enjoying it. Nothing's better than seeing a stubborn mule brought to its knees. What are you waiting for? Are we just going to let him run wild with all of us here? A mob, armed with weapons, charges towards Huyun Kin. He feared no one as he retaliated. Come at me, all of you. Seeing this, another man decisively struck him with a stick, asking what he could do alone. The others slowly surrounded him, standing still. In a short time, Hyung Kin was completely surrounded. Seeing this, Shin Chun smirked. No one can win against a mob. Finish him off. Just then, a motorcycle suddenly sped into the scene, leaving Shin Chun bewildered. Huh? What's that? Pigtails angrily approached, shouting, "Get out of the way, Baldies, he's got a fire extinguisher." Before Shin Chun's men could react, he unleashed the fire extinguisher on them. What the hell? Just then, a hand reached out to Hyung Kin, urging him, "Get in the car, boss." Hearing this, he laughed, hopped into the ponytail duo's car. Perfect timing. Shin Chun couldn't hide his anger at this action. He's not alone, don't panic, close the doors, block their escape. The horsetail laughed in surprise. Escape route, you've got the wrong idea. He and Kin are taking out the underlings around here, we weren't planning on running. Seeing the situation, Shin Chun is immediately worried. Don't tell me they're planning to charge straight in. It's all going according to plan, a satisfied smile spreading across Hyuk Kin's face. A good start, he must be doing well. Just then, Gyu placed his hands on the fence wearily, climbing to infiltrate this place, finally finding a detour. Seeing the opening before him, he was surprised the guards must have been distracted. Meanwhile, Hoang Hyuk Jin must be doing well on the other side. Before returning, Gisu placed his hand on Huin Kin's shoulder. I told you not to rush in recklessly. His face was resolute, but he never said he'd give up. While Hyuk Jin was still confused, Gisu gave a strange smile, saying, I have a plan. 3 people can become an army. He leaps forward ready to fight to the end, finally infiltrating the area according to plan. With Ryuk and Moon Jin working together, the rescue mission begins. Seeing the 2 guards still chatting, Ji-hoo quietly observes, could that be the place? The 2 guards seem completely oblivious, chatting away without a care. His face hardens as he looks toward the place Hwang Ho-jin mentioned. Back in the past, Hyung Kin instructed him to find the largest container in the junkyard, where the hostages were being held, reminding Gisu, I'll be the bait, but you have to sneak in carefully. His face grew strangely serious. 1 or 2 wouldn't be a problem, but being surrounded would be troublesome. Back in the present, Gisu reached into his bag, knowing this would happen. A satisfied smile creeps across his face because he's already prepared. The 2 guards at the door are still chatting casually. I just broke my record yesterday with 500 push-ups. Feel my muscles. Not bad, but you need to hit at least 600 to meet the average for the Brotherhood. They continue to flatter him, truly the mark of a senior. Just then, a voice calls out from behind. Well, you've worked hard. Gisu has said goodbye to his hair, and hello to the world. Tonight, the Brotherhood shines brightly once more, and a proud smile creeps across his face. To deal with this situation, I've prepared a secret weapon. Gisu has prepared meticulously for Shin Chun's men. You can't shave a real bald head, so I've prepared a bald wig. He even smugly thought that with the same hair and clothes they definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. Seeing him suddenly appear, the 2 became extremely vigilant. What's going on? I heard. They're hunting down the wild beast Jane, leaving very few guards behind. Hearing this, he quickly came up with an excuse and replied, Oh, that. Did he escape again? My brother told me to bring someone out of the container as bait. Hearing this, the 2 men had no choice but to open the container. That annoying bastard Jane is still struggling at the last minute. Alright, go drag him out. Gyu slowly heads inside. Yes, thank you. His face grew even more smug. It was a trap. Brains over brawn indeed. Just then, one of them suddenly put a hand on Gyu's shoulder. Hey, wait a minute, this is making him anxious. What's going on? Don't tell me I've been exposed. Turns out he was just giving me a heads up. You don't have the prison key. His voice is somewhat serious. Come with me. He forces a smile, relieved he hasn't been exposed. And so Gi-hoo followed the guard to yet another location, the long walk, leaving him exhausted and contemplative. They walked and walked, but the destination was nowhere in sight. This group was as big as the Tyron Company Club, wasn't it? Just then, the guard turned around and spoke. Never seen you around before, you must be new. Gishu quickly nodded in agreement. Yes sir, I just joined recently. Hearing this, the guard chuckled and quickly added. I was the same way when I started. Let me know if you need anything. Remembering something, he smiled and asked. Hey, have you heard about the hunter who got taken down yesterday? What, I haven't heard anything about it. His face grew serious as he recounted the tale. It took down half our hunters. Even though Jingen caught him in the end, he was as strong as the rumors said. Is that why Gisu is paying attention? He wondered to himself if Yongho was badly injured. Just then, he dragged him to a large room, his face suddenly curious. And what team are you on? Gishu thought for a moment, then replied. Team 2, huh? Oh, that's right, Team 3, but your words only make me more suspicious. So, you're in Group 3. Sensing danger, Jishu thought to himself he had to quickly find the prison and get out of here. What is this place? Where is the prison after all? He probes further. You seem to be in a hurry. He looked at him urgently. Ah, he was in a hurry to get the bait away. The man shook his head, gripping the hammer tightly. It's not that. Without hesitation, he lunged at Gishu, attacking him. Or are you worried about your identity being exposed? He was confused by this. What? Before he could react, he slammed him to the ground. The moment he grabbed his head, the fake bald cap fell off, leaving the man bewildered. Huh, what? A fake bald head. Before he could react, Gisu struck him hard, sending him flying backward. He sighed, grabbed the keys and walked away. No need to play coy now that he'd been discovered. First the keys. Now all that's left is to open the door. This vast space gives him pause. This isn't a problem for Gisu. A smile appears on his face now unmasked. He should be fine finding his own way. The scene shifts, and Ponytail is still speeding ahead on his motorcycle. Kin kept reminding him, turn right, we're almost at the rendezvous with Joe. He nodded in understanding. Boss, he even added that. Good, let's move forward. Sensing something amiss, his face contorted. Huh. What? It turns out a chain had been set up in advance, catching them both off guard. And just like that, the two were sent flying back in pain, as laughter caught Ponytail's attention. With a grin, the Wibu brandishes the chain before the horsetail, declaring he's caught a big fish. All he could do was curse in anger. Damn it. He raises the chain, ready to strike. Prepare yourselves, those academy students. With a few simple moves, he's bound them both. We won't let you escape this time. Sensing something was wrong, Ponytail quickly called out. The boss slowly jumps down to the ground. That chain must hurt. But a leader has to save face, right? Huan Kin sighed and announced. I have more important things to do than argue with you lot. He angrily yanked Wibu forward. I have more important things to do. Wibu was still unable to react to the chain in his hand. Huh, what? Kin's massive hand slammed into Wibu's face, driving it mercilessly into the ground. After dealing with Wibu, Hu Kin turned to the horsetail saying, I'm sorry for following a useless leader like me. Does he still not understand? He continues confused. Just hang in there a little longer. Even injured Hyung Kin would never abandon his brothers. Today I end this war. Remembering something, Ponytail asked confused, but boss will Juso follow the plan? Hyuk Kin's face suddenly filled with anticipation as he spoke. It's time. At least he played his part as bait. We can only trust him now. Back in the past, Gisu placed his hand on his chest and announced to everyone, while you guys distract them, I'll go save the others. The two immediately fell silent, listening to his words. The rendezvous point was in front of the container Hwang Ho-gun used to escape, so they'd meet there. Sensing something was off, Hyun Kim spoke up in confusion. But wait, he and Ponytail searched around, but where was everyone? This only adds to his confusion, he sounded so confident. Could it be that they failed? He gritted his teeth in anger. Just then, Hyung Kin's voice echoed. Your motorcycle stunt was quite entertaining. He and his lackeys have arrived, but it seems you didn't plan for this next act. Ponytail was completely bewildered by his sudden appearance. How did he catch up so fast? Hyun Kin quickly warned. Sang-chun, fall back, I'll stall them. At the same time, Wibu gets up and declares he's really going to kill him this time. He was startled, turning back in surprise. What? He's here too. Shinchun couldn't help but smile proudly. Enough with this ridiculous charade. He pointed at the two figures and declared, seize them at once. This situation makes Hyung Kin think in despair. Is this the end? Just then a voice rang out. Get out of the way, is that the boss? Luckily, he dodged in time, as the old car crashed violently into the ground, followed by a chorus of curses. Those Huindahoy pups in Ponytail still doesn't get it. What? The freed underlings launch a counterattack saying they'll settle things today, and that they never thought they'd use a school lesson like this. Aren't those the Daesung students who were just thrown in jail? But why are they using our weapons? At the same time, massive cranes appeared, startling Wibu. What the hell, excavators? Gray Hair coldly declares, you better watch closely, this is what happens when you mess with the technical high school. Immediately cars were hurled at Wibu, forcing him to dodge. This is how we do things. At the same moment, the other underlings headed straight for Hyung Kin. Boss, we're here, let's get this party started. Seeing his men escape successfully, he breathed a sigh of relief, almost adorably so. At the same time, Gisu appeared on the scene. Sorry I'm late. The way to the detention area was a little tricky. Yong Ho added, we can talk later, we still have a debt to settle with these punks. Seeing things become easier, Hyung Kin laughed and asked, alright, looks like the numbers are even now, right? His eyes burned with hatred, and with Huan Kin ready for battle, the war began. Alright, looks like we're all here, you bastards. As soon as he said that, the battle began. The two sides fought relentlessly, trading insults with the Brotherhood. It seemed Kin's men, though beaten, were still full of fight. This fight is confusing the Shinchun gang. They were beaten to a pulp and thrown in jail. Where did they get that kind of strength? It was the same last time. They continued to discuss the situation heatedly, as Jiang Jin was constantly being pushed into a corner. The moment Huang Hyo-jin steps in, the situation takes an absurd turn. Just then, a large hand lands on both of their heads. You guys are too stupid to understand. Kin slams their heads together in anger. No mercy, just trash. Seeing this, Violet Hair rushes over. Boss, are you okay? He turns back, a look of surprise on his face. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Are you alright? He chuckled, a hint of joy in his voice. With you by our side, boss, we feel empowered, fighting with the belief that we will win. Sensing something was off, Hyung Kin suddenly spoke up, noticing some people were missing. Where are Soon Bin and Chan Sion? The underlings seemed slightly worried. He quickly recounted what he knew, saying that some of the bigger guys were separated during the transport to the camp. This startles him. What? He hastily recounted what he knew, saying they were taken to the gang leader. He worriedly wondered if they were taken to the Choi No gate. The scene shifts and Nomon coldly stares at the pills scattered on the ground. You guys are too weak. This is barely a warm-up. He grinned. One good hit and the hunt's over. His voice held a hint of disappointment. Is this all they can do after taking the drugs? Just then, one of them suddenly went berserk, and they both charged at Nomon without hesitation, but it all seemed futile. The man was quickly beaten to a pulp, losing teeth in the process. His teammate suffered a similar fate. His power was terrifying, leaving the two-toned and gray-haired onlookers in shock. What? Aren't they supposed to be brothers in arms? Is he insane? Why would he do that to his own men? He asked coldly. So weak, it's no wonder you lost the hostage right under your noses. The subordinate's voice trembled slightly. Captain, I'm sorry, next time I'll take him down with one hand. After nearly beating his subordinate to death, he slowly sighed. Even pumped full of drugs, weaklings like you aren't worth my time. He's become a raging bull. Let's see, the Zhane guys must be a little different, right? The scene shifts and Hunkin's massive hand grabs one of his underlings. He relentlessly questioned, Where are you, boss? I can't take the pain anymore. The underling frantically shouts, In the deepest container at the junkyard. Having heard the answer he needed, Hyunkin turned to leave. He had to get there before it was too late. Suddenly, a chain shot forward, wrapping around his leg before he could react, leaving him bewildered. What the hell? Wibu grinned, holding tight to the chain. Gotcha. When I set my sights on something, I chase it to the ends of the earth, you know. With that, he yanked the swordsman down to the ground. Now it's your turn to hit the ground. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Damn it, am I done for now that he's got my leg? But as I'm being dragged, Young-ho suddenly steps on the chain at a critical moment. His voice rings out, Hey, you sick bastard. He coldly wiped the sweat from his face. You still owe me for what happened back then. Wibu suddenly recognizes Young-ho. You're that blondie from Green Door. I don't care about small fries like you. His taunts were the last straw. Shut your mouth. Taking this opportunity, Hunkin breaks free from his chains. He's finally free to move on. Seeing this in the midst of battle, Gyu asks in surprise, Huang He, okay, Jane, where do you think you're going? He hastily explained that some were still being held by the Brotherhood captain, which confused him. What, weren't all the guys in the camp already out? He shook his head, explaining, I have a bad feeling. We have to go now. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling them both. You're not going anywhere. Sin Chun coldly declares, covered in slime, his eyes those of a madman who has completely lost his reason. This will be your grave. Seeing Shin Chun's dangerous state, Gu quickly signaled, I'll handle him. Hurry, and go. Huankin turned to leave without hesitation. Thanks. Shin Chun, enraged, rushes forward to attack. Where do you think you're going, kid? Gyu confronts him head-on. Your opponent is me. His taunting clearly gets under his skin. You'll regret it if you push me too far. He retorts, without backing down. I'm always ready, but Shin Chun's speed seems to be faster, as he relentlessly strikes Gisu on. His face slowly twisted into a sinister smile. Ready are you? He relentlessly and brutally strikes him from every direction. Let's see if it's true. After those blows, he was sent flying backward in pain, forced to acknowledge his opponent's speed and power. Even so, he never gave up charging forward to attack, but he couldn't keep taking hits like this. Shin Chun's speed was just too much for Gu to handle. He spins and strikes, sending him flying backward like a frog, testing his resolve. A barrage of attacks gradually drains his strength. Damn, nothing works. He could only stare in despair at Shin Chun's terrifying figure before him. Was victory truly impossible? Seeing his stubbornness only fueled Shin Chun's interest. What's this? That look in your eyes. Now that I see it, you're exactly my type. He recalls the eyes of his past victims. You're the type who's been bullied, aren't you? These words leave Gishu frozen in place. What, Shin Chun continued to mock him, saying he could tell he was hiding something that his eyes didn't lie. He turned strange and asked, Want to know why I know? Back in the past, despite high test scores, countless friends, good social skills, and carefree days of soccer and fun, Shin Chun felt no joy, only emptiness. As time passed, he sensed that something had changed. One day, as he looked back, his classmates desperately tried to stop him. Shin Chun, stop. If you keep this up, you'll be just like him. A strange smile suddenly crept across his face as he accidentally discovered his unique hobby, and so he walked a different path entirely. He felt truly alive when he tormented others. Shin Chun reveled more and more in his cruel games. From then on, he began to target the weak. He found these things interesting, turning them into his own personal toys. Back in reality, Shin Chun raises his leg again, now able to find prey thanks to his brotherhood. But seeing the likes of you just reminds me of the old days. And he unleashes a furious assault on Gi Shu. I play with guys like you until you're half crazy, then I throw you away. At that moment he reached out and grabbed his leg. Yes, I used to be a victim, beaten and humiliated every day until I was driven mad. But thanks to dogs like you, I've changed before he could react. He climbed up and grabbed his waist. He recalled the turning point in his life. Since joining the Green Gate, I've developed a new hobby. Wanna know what it is? His eyes changed completely, beating the crap out of wannabe tough guys like you. Massive chains hurtle forward, and Yang-ho struggles, tripping repeatedly as he faces them. Dare to interfere with my hunt. I don't care about prey that's already been caught. The weeb smiled cruelly. But he slams the chain right at him, sealing his fate. The scene causes Young Hoang to turn around, thinking the guy must be hospitalized after that blow. Enraged, he grabs the hammer from the ground. But I'm no pushover either. Wasting no time, he charges forward, declaring that close combat is his specialty. Seeing his actions, Weebu mocked him further, calling him foolish. Bringing that thing out just makes you easy prey for me. Just as he predicted, the chain wrapped tightly around the hammer in Youngho's hand. Just when victory seemed certain, a strange smile crept across his face. I knew you'd try that. Suddenly he slams the hammer into the ground, then uses another to drive it in like a stake, confiscating the weapon. This forces the anime fan to try and reclaim the chain, but to no avail. Youngho decisively swings his hammer ready to strike. Seeing no other option, he charges forward to retaliate. You think you can? Hand-to-hand combat is enough to take you down. His strength is terrifying, and he realizes something is wrong. No, taking a hit from this guy is really dangerous. The anime addict slowly raises his fist. He may look dumb, but one punch could take your head off. If he lands a direct hit like before, it's game over. Thankfully, Youngho uses his quick feet to jump out of the way just in time. He retreated, trying to keep his distance, a worried look on his face as he thought to himself, in the end, I have no choice but to use it. Back when he traveled to the past, Youngho constantly practiced boxing, 297, 298, 299, 300. Seeing his actions, Gungyu asked, puzzled, Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you train with the others? He sighed, wiping the sweat from his face. I'm not into that kind of close-quarters combat. I prefer to train alone. Seeing him struggle, Seung calmly advised. You don't have to force yourself to do things you're not good at but your strike. His advice was a little confusing, too simplistic, and he immediately turned and left. Simple moves like that are easily countered by experts. His words motivated Youngho to try harder, thinking it'd be good to learn some unorthodox moves. Seeing Youngho charge again, Weebu smirked and mocked him. Is that Kim Kui's move again? I told you it wouldn't work on me. While he was still confident in his abilities, Youngho turned and attacked, catching him off guard. Wait, the trajectory changed, that's a Brazilian kick. Youngho is overjoyed to see his move succeed. Using a technique learned from Senior Chung-woo, he unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks on this Weebu, and it's proving effective. The Weebu, losing his cool, screams, This brat is like a fly that won't leave me alone, but his anger only solidifies Youngho's advantage. Hey, recalculate your combat stats. He turns and kicks him right in the face. The tables have turned, and I'm the one with the smug grin. The one who laughs last laughs best. The scene shifts, and Gisu's voice echoes. Ever since I patted Mun's butt, I've found a new go-to, you know what it is. He tightens his legs, striking Shin-chun's body, saying it's meant to crush guys who act cool like him. His reaction excites him. Looking at you twitch like that, your hearts must be black, right? Before Jisoo could even attack, he was pushed back again. Shin-chun's eyes were terrifyingly cruel. I love making guys like you grovel. Gyu wondered what kind of bizarre power he possessed as he continued to speak, even while pinned to the ground. Don't worry, I'll teach you exactly what it feels like to live in pain. These words only fueled his rage, as he continued to beat him. Shin-chun gloats over Gisu's battered face, asking how he can be losing so badly, then throws him back even further. How is he conveying this? His entire body is in so much pain that he can't even move. As Gisu tried to compose himself, Shin-chun approached, saying, You don't surprise me at all. I know exactly how to deal with the likes of you. He flashed an evil grin. Years ago I met someone just like you. He began to recount his story from the past. Those weaklings with their pride acting all righteous, sticking their necks out to help the weak, and then I noticed them. Back then, Shin-chun was incredibly dangerous. Look up, you trash. He took great pleasure in doing this, turning each of his days into hell. Things weren't as easy as he thought, but that guy stubbornly rose again. With no other choice, Shin-chun had to resort to drastic measures, so I beat him in front of the whole school. He did everything he could to ruin that poor soul, to make sure he could never show his face again. At that moment his eyes held no fear, only emptiness. I'm a pervert. Back to reality. Shin-chun's voice was contemplative, like the final moments of someone giving up. How satisfying. Gyu struggles to sit up, and with his last breath, he utters a sentence that freezes Shin-chun in his tracks. That idiot left a suicide note before jumping. He casually strokes his own head. Luckily I got to the letter first and wiped out the evidence. Realizing he was wasting time, Shin-chun quickly turned his attention back to Gyu. So you lowlifes are all the same. He grabbed the boy's hand, preventing any reaction, and decided he needed a lesson. A sound echoes, followed by his resounding scream, and Shin-chun is driven even further into madness by this desperate cry. That's the stuff, the sound of bones breaking the screams. Perfect. He quickly dropped Gisu to the ground, relishing the pain, as Gisu cursed in anger, his arm now useless. Remembering all his own frustrations filled him with resentment, but he knew that feeling of isolation. He remembers his former self, empty and emotionless from giving up on everything, a living ashtray. He was a bottomless pit, just wanting to end it all as the bullying piled on. And that's why Gyu refuses to give up desperately, clinging to Shin-chun's leg. I can't afford to lose this fight. His struggles only amused him more. Even with a broken arm, he's still going. I've never seen anyone so stubborn. No matter how many times he's hit, he barely seems to care, compared to the pain he's endured for years. Suddenly Gisu grabs Shin-chun, and before he can react, Gisu rises and throws a punch. So that was nothing. His actions left Shin-chun in disbelief. What, he just reset his own joint? His voice dripped with resentment as he vowed to return the favor. Gyu wipes the blood from his face, remembering the fear he once instilled in others. The scene shifts to a prison cell stained with fresh red blood, as Normoon smiles, wickedly complaining that he's about to yawn from boredom. He looks at Hoonkin's two men with boredom, asking if they're really ginseng, Hai's number 2. No More Mon thoughtfully holds a vial, ready to pour it into one of their mouths. Is the game already over? Well, let's start with you little runt. His face lit up with excitement. Today he was itching for a fight. Let's get this party started. Just then, the sound of a sword from outside caught his attention. Luckily, Hoonkin arrived just in time. Looks like I found the right guy. He's become a giant serpent, ready to devour his opponent whole. So, you like right-handed guys, huh? Seeing him here only made Nomon happier. Look who it is. I can't believe you came to me. He charged forward without hesitation, and before the man could react, he was embraced tightly. He reached for the man's leg, his voice booming, I'll end you myself. Back in the past, gray hair spoke with concern, thank you. Looking at the situation, Hoonki thought to himself. At first he only saw a reflection of his past self in them, and he single-handedly took down the others. He slowly walks away from this place dressed in uniform, and ready to take a beating. How could he be so humiliated? He didn't think much of his actions, just a little help out of pity. As time passed, Hyung-kin was no longer alone. Many loyal brothers cast aside by society followed him. That help was the most precious lifeline of their lives, but things weren't as easy as he imagined. But the gangsters continued to harass Hoonkin's family. Get out of here, you miserable scum. Knowing his family was in trouble, he had no choice but to endure it. After all, he was just another weakling crushed by society. The gangsters were constantly wreaking havoc around his house, but it wasn't his problem. Get out of here, you bastards. Hyun-kin felt like everything was falling apart as a sudden redevelopment notice arrived. Hired thugs dragged him into his home as he desperately cried out for his deceased parents. And as fate would have it, the hellish days repeated, pushing him to the brink. A familiar voice caught his attention. Boss, all of your old crew have gathered here. We're here for you. Kin couldn't believe his eyes. Is that really you guys? He continued to watch the two sides, still punching and kicking each other. The brothers from Jane, who used to follow me. The insults flew freely, causing trouble in someone else's territory. Do you want to die? You're just asking to be shark bait. Bastards. Time passed as we fought day and night with the hired thugs, until one day Hyung-kin put his foot down, and against their stubborn resistance they began to tire. Huing-kin and his crew's efforts paid off, and they finally drove the thugs out of the area, who could only retreat in anger and frustration. Those stubborn bastards are retreating for now. The scene shifts to a night view of a bridge in the city. The red-haired man happily exclaimed how good the night breeze felt after their victory. Long live Jin, sang the immortal. The gray-haired man immediately reminded him, hey, don't give me any more burdens. He still didn't understand what was going on. Yes, he announced it with utter seriousness. Eternity. Once we graduate, we'll all go our separate ways. Upon hearing this, Hoon-kin turned and asked, what did you say? He announced proudly to everyone. Even if we're apart from now on, we're family. Back in reality, Hoon-kin's underling has been beaten to a pulp. Seeing his comrades beaten fills him with rage. He throws Nomon back, vowing to take matters into his own hands. But of course, this attack was nothing to him, and this head-on approach was interesting after so long. As he remained relaxed, Hoon-kin charged again. Is that amusing to you? He musters all his strength to strike the man's face. What's the point of these petty fights? He calmly replies, drawing his attention. What need is there for a reason? A loud crash echoes as Nomon sends him flying backwards. The weak are devoured by the strong. Meanwhile, Gisu and Shin-chun are still locked in a fierce battle. He reels from the blow, wondering how he can be so normal after dislocating his shoulder. Where does he get the strength to fight like a mad dog? He's startled as Gisu's power explodes. No, in fact, he's getting stronger by the minute, his hatred fueling him. Die. He throws himself at Shin-chun, with all his might. The pain you're about to endure is far from over. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, he was suddenly kicked in the gut. You're just flailing before your death. Next he returns the blows he received earlier. Got a little carried away and lost your cool, huh? Let me knock some sense into you. A flurry of blows descends as he slowly loses his mind. I'll show you what real pain is. Giyu eats his snack, lost in thought. I admit you're strong, but that only fuels my rage. Sweat streamed down his face. He suddenly asked, just what are you? Why do you have that look in your eyes? The story goes back to when I entered high school. I'd never met a rival, and Shin-chun always thought he was the best. Then one day, I cleaned up Samhan High School, right after enrolling. Soon after, something happened that wiped the smile off his face, the imposing figure of Noron, a hulking transfer student with a juvenile detention record. His eyes held a terrifying mix of contempt and power. That was my first impression of Choi Nor-moon, and Shin-chun immediately called his lackeys to surround him. Sensing the danger I struck, first he fell into my trap, and the outcome seemed certain, but what happened next froze me in my tracks. But impossibly, he took them all down single-handedly. For the first time in my life, I felt fear. Shin-chun was even a little haunted, looking at Gisu. How could he have such eyes? He couldn't take it anymore, screaming incessantly, how dare trash like you? As he flailed, Gisu caught his fist. Shin-chun is pulled forward, falling to the ground. Huh. Gisu seizes the opportunity, spins around and locks his grip on Shin-chun's neck. What is happening? His eyes now filled with terrifying hatred. He thought of all the days he had trained. He remembered practicing with Seung-yu, how he had tried to counterattack countless times, even when he was at his limit, and how he had learned to turn the tables. Gisu gripped Shin-chun's neck, realizing something from their fights, then bit down and clamped his legs around him, causing Shin-chun to scream in pain. Effort never betrays. But none of this quenched his anger. It wasn't over yet. The pain you're feeling is nothing yet. The scene quickly shifts to the inside of an old shipping container. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to yield, but Norman seemed to be gaining the upper hand. That's right, the final boss. You've lasted this long, so you're quite the interesting prey. Kin, blocking and countering with fury, retorted, I always have to fight opponents stronger than me. He mustered all his strength to strike Norman's face. This is easy, but it seems like all of this is futile. That just tickled, Nomormon says, standing there unfazed. Does he feel no pain? Nomormon immediately throws a punch straight at Hyung Kin, trying harder this time. A series of terrifying blows rain down on his body. This is draining his strength. Seriously, how is he so strong? Each punch feels like getting hit by a truck. He sees the terror of this giant, but doesn't defend, just attacks, relentlessly. He must rely on overwhelming his opponents with brute force. Feeling his time was being wasted, Nam delivered a blow and coldly declared, let's end this here. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Hoon Kin managed to turn and slowly retort, someone who relies only on brute strength like you. He grips Nan's neck, finally subduing Nomon after all this time. This is exactly the kind of guy I deal with. He tightened his grip, causing Nomon to curse in anger, but Hyun Kim reminded himself to end it all right there. The longer this drags on, the worse it'll be for me. He knows the situation is turning against him, and even a monster can't escape this ultimate move. Just then, Nan suddenly knelt down, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. How do you like that? Dodging is useless. Sensing something amiss, Hui Kin froze for a moment. He seems unfazed, slowly rising and kicking the vial away. To think I had to use drugs against the likes of you. His power explodes, crushing Hui Kin into the ground, draining his strength. Are you on drugs? Nomormon casually kicks the medicine bottle away. Fine by me. His face grew more expectant than ever. Let's fight to the bitter end today. He rears back his fist, ready to strike. Let's fight to the bitter end today. A loud crash echoed as Hui Kin narrowly dodged the attack. He tries to back away, creating some distance. I've got you locked down. How can you be so strong? Seeing him relentlessly charging Hoon, Kin thought to himself, but his attack style remained the same. Then he suddenly vanished, freezing him for a moment, making it easy to dodge. Before he could react, a powerful blow landed squarely on his face, and the more Norin fought, the more frenzied he became, pummeling him from every side. Poor Hoon Kin is getting pummeled, his strength fading fast. Damn it, he's getting stronger and I can't even react. Seeing his opponent unable to react, Nonon laughed mockingly. A weakling like you wouldn't understand. His eyes grew strangely, twisted a pure joy granted by strength. Time flashes back to the past as Non tremblingly calls out, Mom, it's so cold. And so the story unfolds. My family came to Korea for a better life. The woman sadly embraces her son, telling him to just endure it a little longer. Nomon knew the heater couldn't be turned on until his father came home, and he realized then that they were vulnerable with no protection. But things weren't so easy as the man began to hurl insults the moment he stepped inside. He roared, Hey, your husband comes home from work and you're just sitting there. This made Nomon feel truly miserable. My father always wanted to be the strong man of our family. He lunged forward, striking his poor wife across the face. Do you look down on me too? Are you two plotting a rebellion? Nomon was just a child then, and to the weak his father was a disgustingly powerful man. He clung to his father's leg, crying helplessly. Sometime later, Nomon stared blankly at the paper in his hand. My mother left because of the constant abuse, and her actions drove Normon's father into a frenzy. Did that crazy woman abandon her child and run away? He sighed, full of blame. Seeing this house, do you all look down on me? His eyes suddenly changed. Let's play a game of hunter and prey with Dad. Before Noon could understand what was happening, the abuse continued. Why don't you try running away like your mother? You think I can't catch you? It was a painful time for him, and while enduring my father's abuse alone, I realized something. Nomormon was just a silent, suffering child back then. From today on, you're my prey. He was desperate with his life, weak no different than a sin. As time passed, I could endure and wait. In the time that followed, Nomormon's voice echoed father. He had become even greater than his father. It's been a while since we played hunter, hasn't it? A sinister smile crept across his face. I wonder when I'll be able to hunt you, father. Normoon's desperate voice echoed, begging Naman to stop. His trembling hands reached forward, uncaring that his father was wrong. Ironically, Nomo realized he was slowly becoming depraved. I reveled in the thrill of the hunt, and finally understood my father. But as time passed, Nomon's life spiraled downward. I then entered a place filled with the worst people paying for the sins I had committed. Inside the prison, he constantly bullied the other inmates, but it was the perfect hunting ground for my growth. A joyful smile crept across his face, and no one could stop my innate overwhelming strength. After a long battle, Nomon had finally defeated all those who stood in his way. The Co bloodline of the father I once hated turned out to be my greatest blessing, his eyes now those of a killer. I was no longer afraid of anything. But soon, Noron would retract those very thoughts. That was his first encounter with Han and his crew before he ran into him. His eyes were cold as he spoke. "So you're the one who turned my quiet team into a battlefield," he suddenly declared. "Join my ranks. Hen seems incredibly interested in Nomon. I'll make you even stronger." These words stopped him dead in his tracks. The weak obey the strong, it's the way of nature. Back in reality, Noron relentlessly attacks Hein Kin, his madness growing with each blow since joining forces with that man. "I'm about to become the strongest. Now, Noon is the undisputed ruler here. Now you know, right? You never stood a chance against me." Meanwhile, Gisu has also defeated Shin Chun. He did it. He wearily looks at him sprawled on the ground, thinking he's finally beaten that scum. Sensing something was wrong, his eyes glazed over. "Wait, did I use too much syrup? I'm so dizzy." He was about to collapse when Young-ho suddenly appeared. "What happened to you?" This left Gu utterly surprised. "It's Book Young-ho." Gu can't help but laugh at Young-ho's appearance. "You're not exactly looking fresh yourself," he smugly explains. "Even so, I can still walk. Something feels off," he wonders aloud. "But why is it so quiet? Is the battle over?" Young-ho replied as he walked. "Guess you were inside so you didn't know. Looks like the cleanup is complete." Ju sighed, gazing ahead. But the numbers were so uneven. Seeing the bald thugs lying lifeless on the ground left them speechless. "Are you kidding me? They took them all down," Young-ho exclaimed in shock. "The new Shanghai students really put up a fight." Gisu's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's hard to believe they were injured at all." He breathed a sigh of relief, glad they'd won. Slightly confused, he suddenly asks, "But where did everyone go?" Just then, Nomo quickly heads outside. He ignored Hunkin's pathetic state. If he could ping and get stronger, the fight wouldn't be fun anymore. His eyes burned with anticipation, eager to take down the next challengers. With the leader captured, it's time to deal with the rest outside. Just then, Hunkin shakily rose, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" refusing to give up despite his brutal beating. "You're the one I'm fighting." His stubbornness brings a surprised laugh from Neron. "You're persistent, I'll give you that. Hunting prey on its last legs isn't exactly satisfying, but..." And with that, Hunkin lunges forward once more. The students of Shanghai aren't weak enough to lose to someone who just steps on others to get stronger. It's just that he's too weak. He's no match for Noron. "Sorry, but you're just a stepping stone for me to get to the Green Gate High School." His eyes burned with ambition. "My goal is to unite Trongnyung and take over the White Mountain Society." Remembering everything that had happened, he once again blamed himself. It was all his fault. He despaired for his unfortunate underlings caught up in this mess. If he hadn't been captured, they wouldn't be in this situation. As he pondered, Nonon suddenly lifted the iron door from the ground, saying, "I was going to end this with restraint, but it seems I can't." He coldly prepares to end Hoang Hin-jin's life, saying, "I'm going to kill you." Time seemed to stop as he showed no mercy, ensuring you couldn't get back up. Realizing he couldn't avoid it, Hoang Hin-jin thought in despair. Sorry, he closed his eyes awaiting the pain for leading them as such a useless leader. Just then, footsteps rushed forward as the underlings grabbed Nomonai's body. Ponytail shouted to him, "We're here!" The arrival of his underlings surprises Hun Kin, while Nonon is enraged and screams, "Get out of here, you insects!" He's losing control as everything spirals into chaos. "What are you doing letting these high school rookies in here?" As he raged, Hyung Kin's men entered, declaring, "We took down all the baldies, but some of them ran off." These words left Nomormon in disbelief. The Brotherhood ran away. How could that be? Kin is also struggling to stand, and the result is obvious. His voice rings out, making Nomon turn his head in surprise. Loyalty forged in fear is not the same as true loyalty. His body was terribly wounded, but he didn't care. Capture him in 5 seconds. The hatred for Nomon grew more intense, and they all charged forward to finish him. But they were no match for him, as he coldly struck them down one by one. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. 5 seconds, you dream too big. Then Norman slowly wiped out everyone around him. "Do you want your subordinates to die?" Taking advantage of the opening, Hyun Kin suddenly sprints forward. "No, the one who will die here is you." He decisively thrust his hand into Norman's head. "It's just you." Unfortunately, his strength was overwhelming, and he easily threw him back. No More Mon is excited by this group battle, saying, "Bring it on, even 100 of you can't beat me." Just then, Red Hair grabbed his leg, and while he was still confused, Hyung Kin announced, "Don't underestimate us." No Mon's body is now restrained by the underlings grabbing his legs. New Summit High is strong indeed. Enraged, he tries to shake them off with all his might. These crazy bastards are insane. He realized that they were trying to distract him, giving their underlings time to attack. Even as they were beaten, the henchmen screamed, holding him fast at all costs. They had to endure. This makes things difficult for Norman as they're holding onto his legs, preventing him from moving. After his men restrained him, Hyunkin lunged at Norman saying, "Someone born with your power could never understand." His eyes burned with hatred, ready to repay everything he'd done. How we, who are always looked down upon, have struggled to survive. Watching from the outside, Young-ho exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on?" "They're fighting." Gishu nods in agreement, urging them to help, but at that moment, Young-ho stops them. "Hold on. It seems he's noticed something about the battle unfolding before him. If we go now, we might actually get in their way." Nomorman is finding it hard to believe that Hoon-kin is using his strength to lift himself into the air. Where does a dying man like you get his strength? At the same time, Hoon-kin was calculating that even with a good physique, there's nothing he can do if his feet are off the ground. That technique might work now. He wants everything to go according to plan, but the difference in physique will make it hard to injure him. At that moment, gray hair subtly understood the signal. The boss is here. A delighted smile crept across his face. "You adorable things." He grabbed Nomon and dashed toward the gray-haired man. "Get me down, you mutt." Hyunkin stomped his foot on Gray Hair's platform. "You've picked the wrong target." He turned sharply, ready to use Nonmon as a cushion, because they are persistent. Tenacity. He was still in disbelief. Then a loud crash. Kin decisively shouts, "More than you think." He set foot on the ground below, saying, "I don't know who you are, but deliver this message to the leader of the Baeksong Society." His gaze was so terrifying that everyone who saw it was afraid, saying that the new top high school would never be defeated. A long time passed in this place, and it seemed that the battle was completely over. Huan-kin's underlings chattered excitedly as they walked. "If these weaklings want to die, let them come. Tan Thuong is the strongest." Gyu, seeing this, laughs in surprise, noting that despite the relentless fighting, everyone is still full of energy. Young-ho, standing nearby, added that they were all crazy. As the two prepared to leave, Hyung-kin suddenly spoke. "The operation you proposed was a success." His battered appearance caused the two some concern. "Are you okay, Hwang?" "Hi, Ukjin." But he still didn't care about the wounds on his body. "I was right to listen to you back then." He continued to look at Gyu with gratitude. "Thanks, it's all thanks to you." Young-ho, standing nearby, seemed a bit displeased. "Hey, shouldn't you be thanking me?" he replied shyly. "Doesn't suit you at all." Saying thank you. Remembering something, Hyung-kin walks forward and begins to recount. "I was going to fight you guys because of the debt I still had with Trang Trong from last time, but after receiving this help, I guess we'll have to live in peace with Lukmon High School for now." Young-ho was annoyed by this statement, saying that they couldn't win against Lukmon High anyway. "Come at us, and you'll be knocked out in one hit. Gisu is ready for a fight. Come and try if you dare." Realizing time was short, he couldn't resist one last boast. "Alright, be careful on your way back." He and his men then left the scene. "I won't forget this debt of gratitude." Gishu smiled to himself, lost in thought. He once thought Tanthuong High School was just a bunch of thugs, but seeing Hai-kin's strong presence, he realized that with a powerful leader, they could unleash such great strength. A happy yet weary smile appeared on his face. So it truly was fortunate. He recalls the image of his senior, who always guided him, because they also had such an existence. 3 weeks later in the old warehouse, the boys cheered as Black Hair commented on the fight. "Gisu's gotten so big, he even wants to fight me first." Gisu, not to be outdone, slicked back his hair, wondering how much he'd grown. He nods, preparing for battle. "Okay, then I'll say it too." Without hesitation, he throws himself at Gisu, fighting with everything he has, but Gisu isn't scared, he's intrigued. Having fought the Baeksong Society so many times, I've come to a realization. The two clashed head-on with incredible ferocity. Even against a stronger opponent, their strength seemed evenly matched, and Gisu, spotting an opening, grappled with his opponent. "But if I don't give up and can force him down, I can turn the tables." The sight stunned everyone watching. Damn, Lee Gisu is good. His ground game is a level above. If he beats Jin here, wouldn't he practically be the strongest first year? The audience watches with bated breath. Lijisu Jin, Lijisu Jin Ligisu. Despite the beating, Black Hair smiles with joy. "My friends gave me courage," surrounded by the cheers of the crowd. Gisu raises his fist without hesitation. "The cheers have made me who I am. The arena is my life." Seeing that last match, even Seung-yu was surprised. "I heard you trained Gisu. You really do have an eye for talent. He's become so strong." Gyang shook his head, explaining that he didn't train Gisu because he saw something special in him, a notion he found perplexing. Jiang looked towards Gisu's platform and explained that the kid had become special on his own. Time flashes forward to evening in a large city building, where a frustrated Kang In-ha complains despite his earlier guarantee of victory. 2 have already fallen. He angrily questions the man before him. "So, what do you intend to do now?" He remained unnervingly calm, as if he'd foreseen this. "Nothing wrong with that. Taion and Choi Namun were both defective products, and by fighting them until Seo appeared, we've grasped his full power." His cryptic words unsettle. "Kang In-ha, how long are you going to keep testing his full strength? All I've seen is defeat." He continued to berate me. "What are you planning to do?" After a moment of silence, Chai suddenly stood up and announced, "I called you here because I have something to say about that plan." His gaze is somewhat frightening and intimidating. "It seems you don't have the right to just sit there and observe." The scene shifts to the potion-making room, where Maria sits bored complaining about how messy it is and how she doesn't want to stay long. When is he going to get here? Tri slowly enters, scolding, "Hey, I told you to go easy on the perfume when you come to the lab." She laughs, surprised, and asks him if being able to make medicine is a good thing. "So you've already spoken with that Kang and Hey." He sighs and continues forward. He said he'd think about it, but he'll probably agree. Maria was annoyed to hear that. He's clearly less decisive than his brother, but Jin doesn't care about that right now. He needs the canvas in front of him. More important than that, he suddenly unveils the canvas. "What do you think?" Inside, Hen stands still, transferring various drugs into his body. "My work of art." Heng turns and praises him. "Not bad, I guess there's a reason you put in so much effort." Speaking with pride, he explains that despite the unexpected failures of Tyron and Choi Nam Moon, he's gathered valuable data on the drugs used in their Roman arena. "Playing your own part, are you, Hey?" Coldly removes the IV drip from his hand, relieved to have finished on time. He heads out, reminding himself to hurry before that guy shows up, a thoughtful look on his face as he stares at the photo. Lukman High School. Heng seems to cherish the photo in his hand, which is essential for our revenge. The scene shifts to the school's training ground. A strange smile creeps across Gyu's face, a truly magical moment, as he stands in contemplation gazing at the arena before him. "The first time I came to this arena, I thought it was a nightmare. But things turned out better than I expected, and now I love this arena more than anything." Seeing Gu so pensive, Jiang Zhong approached him with surprise. "The arena's over. What are you doing here all alone?" He quickly turned around. "Senior," he said, with a smile recounting his feelings. "I remember the first time I came here and how much I've changed. Thank you, Senior. Without the arena you created, I wouldn't have been able to change." After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "No thanks are needed, because creating the arena was like destiny to me." These cryptic words pique Jishu's curiosity, but he quickly turns away, adding, "You fought well today. That's the kind of strength I want to recommend for the student council." Hearing his words left him stunned. Did this mean he was finally being recognized? He nods with determination, eager to join because he can't stand the sight of the White Mountain Society threatening Lukman High School. Hearing this, Jiang Zhong's expression immediately turned serious. The White Mountain Society. If it's them, you don't need to worry. It's all been part of his plan. The student council is already investigating, so they'll be dealt with soon. In the blink of an eye, it's the next day on a bustling street. Inside the phone store, a voice calls out, "Welcome." With an innocent smile, the girl greeted him. "How may I help you today?" Her enthusiasm makes Woo Hyuk a little nervous, and he quickly speaks up. I saw it on Instagram and came." His voice was a bit naive as he asked about the payday loan service, which made the woman laugh. She quickly urged him on. "What's this about?" "It's this way. Follow me." Though a bit surprised, Woo Hyuk followed the woman. "Where are we going?" Looking around, he was impressed especially by the beautiful view of Rodeo Street. As he pondered, the woman ahead suddenly warned, "Don't gawk around like an idiot. Look straight ahead. First impressions are important." He still didn't understand what was happening as she opened a door and led him into a new room. "We have a newcomer, Maria." Inside the room, Maria was still leisurely taking a bath. She suddenly turned around, smiled, and asked, "What's your name?" He tried to remain calm and replied, "My name is Lee Hugh." He thought to himself, never imagining such a space existed within the building, before remembering why he was there and getting straight to the point. "I borrowed money a few times but couldn't pay it back, so the lenders told me to come here." Shinjin quickly bowed his head and presented the ledger to Maria. Seeing Woo Hyuk's information, she's shocked to realize he's the one who took out the loan. With interest, it's a few hundred. Thinking of this number, Maria burst out laughing, as it would reach thousands if not paid back within a month. Woo Hyuk hurriedly nodded in confirmation. "That's right." She quickly wrapped herself in a towel and went to deliver the news. Well, he's definitely not much to look at, and the way he got into debt suggests he's not the brains type either. With that, she quickly moved her hand closer to him. How would Maria deal with this innocent young man? These words immediately made Woo Hyuk blush with embarrassment. "I'm trying my best." Before he could finish, Maria dragged him outside, saying, "Take this kid to the amusement park and teach him the basics." Hearing this, Shenjin nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand." Time passed on the bustling streets as Yoon Hyuk curiously asked, "Hey, what exactly is this playground you speak of? If it doesn't suit my personality, can I change it?" Shingun chuckled, turning back to reply, "Personality? You've got the wrong idea. You think you have a choice." Here her words are law, she's the boss. These words only add to his disbelief. The law of the building. He shakes his head, reaching forward. It wasn't pride that filled his face as he declared that the entire street belonged to that woman, a revelation that astonished Woo Hyuk. He then turned into a shop further inside the city, saying, "Come on, you still need to change, so hurry up." The closer he got, the more excited he became, saying there were many interesting things on this street. The scene shifts to the casino, filled with endless cursing. Another loss, and it seems this place is full of addicts. More arguments erupt. "Are you playing fair? If you don't want to cheat, then reveal it. Did you guys set this up from the start?" The sight before him left Woo Hyuk speechless. This was a casino. Hearing this, the associate chuckled, explaining, "The casino is the main business of our street." His voice echoed, calling it an amusement park, and he was about to announce something else. Your job here is to flip the table. The thug slams his fist on the table, complaining and yelling, "You think this is a joke? It seems I've driven him completely mad. Can you believe I haven't won a single game this whole time? If you guys keep playing like this, I'm calling my people." Before he could finish, Maria's men slammed his head into the table. His expression twisted in fury. Has this guy lost his mind? You know what happens when you cause trouble here, right? Realizing the situation, he quickly lowered his voice. I understand. Everything happened in a flash, leaving Woo-hyuk frozen in place. What was that? Before he could react, the man turned back to remind him, see that. His task was to maintain order in this entertainment district. Words that left him stunned. He calmly looked ahead, but trouble was already brewing. The crowd ahead continues to grab money, preparing to leave this place. A brawl has broken out in the game area. Let's take the bets and run. Maria's confidant turned to Wushu and reminded him, first mission, catch those guys. But he was instantly stunned when he couldn't see Wushu anywhere. A strange smile suddenly creeps across his face. That guy, he dares to run. It seems he's figured something out. Let's see how far you can run. Outside, Eun-hyuk was running as fast as he could. He ran, thoughts racing desperately through his mind, driven to the brink by loan sharks over a debt of a few 100,000 world, now inflated to hundreds more in interest. Just then, a server quickly greeted him. Welcome. Exhausted, he ordered, I'll have an iced Americano. He thought to himself, first I need to play it cool. Hearing this, the waiter smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes. After calmly sitting in a corner, he slowly zooms out on his phone. Even so, he got a lot of information and needs to make a call quickly. Just then, the waiter spoke again. Please come in. Woo-hyuk suddenly sensed something was wrong. A group of bodyguards stood before him, and the cafe fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as he was thrown outside. Reeling from what just happened, Woo-hyuk is bewildered, unable to believe how they found him so quickly, as the waiter smiles wickedly. He suddenly recalled his confidant's words, this entire street belonged to Maria. Just then, a cartoon character approached, asking, Are you all right? He quickly reached out and pulled him to his feet. Are you hurt anywhere? A group of bodyguards rushed out, shouting, Grab him. With no other choice, Woo-hyuk throws off his jacket and runs. Damn it, he realizes everyone here is after him. In this street, there's no one he can trust. Meanwhile, the green-haired man quickly answers his phone. Eun-hyuk's urgent voice rang out. Things have gone sideways, senior. He didn't understand what was happening. What did that mean? He quickly recounted everything. The place I found is indeed their base, but it's larger than I thought. They're dominating the entire street. Don, upon hearing this, immediately asked, Where are you right now? I'm on my way. Wait for me there. He nodded and said, I'm being chased by them. Then a noise came from the other end of the line, followed by a scream, making the green-haired man extremely worried. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he suddenly spoke, changing their strategy. His face grew serious as he announced, leaving a message for Jiang Trong. They would deal with the White Mountain Society now. Sensing something amiss, Gisu's face turned thoughtful, but he was left speechless by the gifts in Head Orange's hands. Is it really necessary to go this far for a confession? Head Cam's face is resolute. Of course, this isn't even enough. He didn't forget to add his thoughts. Even if they're both interested, a half-hearted confession is doomed to fail. Gu doesn't know what to do, or if this is even the right time. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, You idiot, she's already given you the green light with the gift. What am I even saying? Gyu, now enlightened, recalled Jiang M's words. It's nothing extravagant. To me, this item is like a lucky charm. This made him wonder, did the gift really contain a signal that she liked him? Joyfully, he turned to his teammates. What do you two think? They quickly looked at the gift and replied, Well, if you both like each other, just confess. Why call us to the PC room? This is so cool. Gishu thought to himself, realizing the other two weren't really thinking. Orange Head continued to urge everyone. Tomorrow's the day Gyu confesses, so we need to work together to prepare an event for him. If I'm wrong about something? Black Hair asked in surprise, but Gyu's the one confessing, so why are you more worked up than he is? Orange Head is taken aback. What? His expression immediately turned smug, knowing he'd need to plan something special when it was his turn to confess. My family will help Gyu and get some practice in. Seeing this, Young-ho walks away, dejected. How annoying. I don't know anything, so you guys decide for yourselves. Even Crazy Head nods in agreement, turning away. I'm heading to the arena. This reaction from the two of them made Orange Head extremely uncomfortable. Hey, you call yourselves friends acting like that? They immediately turned and retorted, Who said I was friends with you guys? I told you I wanted to practice my new technique today. This made Deokgu tremble with rage. Gyu watches the scene unfold, silently reflecting that this is just how things always are. Well, I'll just do it myself then. Realizing something was wrong, his face turned to look ahead in surprise. Turns out, he noticed Blue Hair and his lackeys rushing ahead, Gunheng and the student council members. Time passes and the lackey rushes to report. This is also where Eunwoo first came. Staring at the closed sign, he felt uneasy. Something was definitely fishy. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, but he needed more clues to find them. Just then, his henchman appeared, ready to collect on time. He and his men dragged the indebted students forward. Alright, let's get to work then. It might be a little rough today. Green Hair glanced at his men, signaling them, and the loan sharks began to move forward. He reassured the students saying, "Don't be scared, just work hard for us." Then he unlocked a door. "Alright everyone, let's head inside." Seeing this, Tuok Ha turned to Green Hair and asked, "What do we do, brother? I don't see Yoon Hyuk anywhere. I wonder if those guys really are from the White Mountain Society. They're certainly suspicious enough." Just then, an impatient voice called out, "Stop dawdling close-up shop and come here." The poor girl hastily nodded in agreement. "I understand." But at that crucial moment, a hand reached out to stop them, followed by a voice. "Let me ask you something." Shin-gun and his men slowly turn around. "What is it? Who are you?" Blue Hair and his men stepped inside. "Don't worry, just answer honestly, and nothing will happen." Then Kan was intrigued by his sudden appearance. Before he could finish barging into someone else's territory and demanding answers, he was cut off with a sharp question. "Answer me, are you with the White Mountain Society?" A strange smile suddenly appears on Shin-gun's face. "The students from Lukmon High." His next words left everyone dumbfounded. What a busybody. The blue-haired boy asked in surprise, "What?" At that moment, he ordered his men, "What are you all doing? Aren't you going to greet our guests?" And with that, the battle began. "Go die." The gray-haired guy and his lackeys fought fiercely. After taking down one opponent, he finally speaks. Even knowing we're from the Green Gate High School, they still charged in. His voice laced with respect and sarcasm, he says he'll acknowledge their courage. Seeing the blue-haired boy's strength, even his right-hand man was amazed. He really is strong. He and his lackeys slowly approached, questioning us. "Since you know who we are, I guess we should change the question. Tell me, what have you done? What have you done to Hewook?" Hearing this, he chuckled, remembering something that four-eyed guy you mentioned infiltrating in disguise. Who knows? The blue-haired man's face grew serious. If we can't talk this out, then there's no other way. But in that crucial moment, others suddenly appeared, donning gas masks and releasing a strange gas that paralyzed the blue-haired gang. What's going on? Everyone finally starts to react. Are they with them? What is this smoke? He quickly covered his nose, warning his comrades to hold their breath. This was clearly a deliberate tactic. The henchman charged forward coldly, issuing a command, "Worry about yourself first." And so, the battle between Maria's right-hand man and the Six Doors gang quickly unfolds. His overwhelming power puts Gray Hair at a disadvantage. This is a special gas that Boss Tenchia concocted, a wonderful aroma, wouldn't you agree? Before he could react, the relentless attacks continued, and with each breath, Gray Hair grew weaker, filling him with despair. "I feel my body stiffening. Is it because of this gas?" As he struggled, the henchman continued. "From the moment you entered this street, you walked right into our trap." Rewind 1 hour as Maria gazes thoughtfully at the district. A door opens, and an underling enters, to report, "I'm back, boss." He didn't forget to drag Woo Hyuk inside, saying, "I've taken care of everything as you instructed." Hearing this, she smiled with delight. "Well done. What about the other kids from Lukmon High?" He continued walking ahead of her. "Just before we intercepted this, I saw him contacting others from Lukmon High. They should be making their move soon." Remembering something, he handed Maria the phone. "They don't know we intentionally leaked the evidence, so they'll take the bait." Here's his phone. Everything is going according to plan, much to her delight, as expected. My friend continued to lay out his plan. "We leaked information about our business to those guys. From the perspective of those secretly investigating the White Mountain Society, they'll definitely take the bait." Noticing something, Maria suddenly speaks. "Have you read all the student council members' profiles?" he asked, receiving a firm nod. "Of course. If I remember correctly, the platinum-haired guy with the dark circles is the leader." Hearing this, she smiled and nodded excitedly, urging Dang Hoang to follow the plan because this time they absolutely couldn't fail. Then Kan immediately nodded firmly. "I understand, Maria. Trust me." Back to reality. Hearing all of this enraged Gray Hair, they had planned everything from the start. With a smug grin, then Kan points to the students nearby, revealing that Maria Street may seem bustling, but most of the workers are indebted to Maria. The more he spoke, the more smug he became. A small loan might not seem like much at first, but they take your ID and personal information. Don could only listen helplessly to his words. If they couldn't repay on time, they'd force the debtors to do whatever they said. It was all part of Maria's plan. Indebted slaves who couldn't cope would unknowingly end up in the sex trade. They're being sent to our territory, where there's plenty of work to pay off their debts. These filthy people change their status and walk away, and the dark circles under your eyes are too dark, so sleep comfortably. He quickly pulled out his phone and sighed. Now that's done, should I report to the boss? He was really looking forward to maybe getting off work a little early today. But just as he finished speaking, Blue Hair suddenly jumped up to counterattack, his face contorted in annoyance, as he remarked. The plan was solid, but seeing his strength enraged his confidant. Damn it, he can still move. He lost his coat, falling to the ground below, but they didn't realize one thing. He didn't understand what the green-haired man meant, but his face completely changed. He had no idea how strong he was. Seeing this, the henchman smirked in surprise. Wow, for someone about to kick the bucket, he's putting up quite a fight. He quickly grabbed the poor student and snatched the air purifier. I mean, you can hold your breath and still move like that. The blue-haired man calmly retorted. You shouldn't compare my lung capacity to that of a normal person. Things were going south and Seung was starting to worry. He could feel his body stiffening, especially in this thick smoke. He couldn't help but think back to who he used to be. Why now? Time is running out, and he suddenly sprints forward, knowing he has to end this quickly. The blue-haired fighter's decisive kick lands squarely on his opponent's face. His eyes filled with annoyance as he sighed. Fine, if you can't sleep, I'll use my trusty weapon to put you to sleep. Seeing him suddenly dodge like that, he froze for a moment. Before he could react, the gray-haired boy attacked with a direct kick. He picked up the gas mask, laughing as he announced, "Thanks, I'll put it to good use." Shen Jin hastily retreated, thinking to himself, that was my gas mask he kicked away earlier. Was that his goal from the start? Wasting no time, he charges forward, but it's too late. The smoke has already taken effect. Meanwhile, Fry was supremely confident in his abilities, thinking, don't worry, I'll finish you before that happens. The two sides fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Maria's subordinate realized his opponent's attacks were incredibly powerful, too heavy. It would be dangerous to get hit even once. Even so, he smugly thinks, no matter how strong you are, you're still just using your legs. This emboldens him to relentlessly attack, confident that your legs will break upon impact. Realizing something was wrong, his face turned serious. When had his nunchucks been broken? What his nunchucks' gray hair slowly appeared before him. I told you, didn't I? With a devastating kick, he declares that he will end him right here. It all happened so fast. The lackey gradually lost all strength, unable to believe what had just happened. He stepped forward, silencing him with a question. You acted like you were going to show me your power, but is that all you've got? The thought of what Maria's subordinates had done fueled his hatred. If you want to fight us, don't use such dirty tricks. Face us head on. Now he's like a shark devouring his opponent. Sometime later, the blue-haired man felt something was wrong with his body, and Kowtow frantically clutched the gas mask on his face. So the drug is finally taking effect. My body feels so heavy. He struggled to open the door with trembling hands, knowing he had to get out and report what he'd learned. The moment the door opened, he froze at the sight of Maria. Even the blue-haired girl was impressed, praising his ability to trash her men in that state. He angrily cursed. Maria clearly wasn't going to let him off the hook, but it was too soon to leave. And not forgetting to lick her lollipop with relish tonight promises to be very long. The scene shifts to late at night, inside the district Maria controls. Jiang arrives bewildered, wondering where to go next as Gun Hang's address leads him here. But then a ringing phone grabs his attention. He quickly answered the phone, urgently asking Gun Hang, what's going on? You are currently at... A familiar voice echoes through the phone. You seem to be in quite a hurry. Maria calmly sat there, enjoying the conversation. How amusing. Those student council brats are putting up quite the struggle. Recognizing her identity, he suddenly becomes eerily calm. Baeksan, huh? Sensing something was off, he urged her. What have you done to my underlings? She chuckled, as if it were none of her concern. I didn't do anything. They're in a very safe place. It seems Jiang Zhang has completely lost his cool now. Shut up, and give me the address. Seeing her provocation succeed, Maria smiled and announced, Good, I'll text you the location instead, and come alone. He was about to say something more. If you go back on your word, you'll never see your friends again. After hanging up, she laughs with excitement. He must be furious. It seems he took the bait. Remembering something, she glances in another direction. Well, Maria's voice echoed with a strange undertone. Are you finding this amusing? The cave beside them falls eerily silent, cutting to a closed coffee shop. As Jiang Zhang kicks the door open, his face twisted with hatred as he peers inside. Without wasting a moment, he yelled, Enough talk, just come out here. Maria was surprised by Jiang's sudden appearance. Oh my, you really came alone. A true man indeed. His eyes turned cold as he asked, You called me here only to hide like a coward, she chuckled in response. Why the rush? You're making your host sad. And not forgetting to urge him on, now that you're here, why not take a look around? Seeing this, Jiang Zhang picked up a stick and began searching around. Hen suddenly appeared before him, a long-awaited meeting. His face was calm as he said, It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Of course he knew Heng's identity and retorted uncomfortably, So you're the leader of these guys. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I called you here because we need to talk. The White Mountain Society wants to make a proposal, but he doesn't want to hear it attacking directly. Cut the crap, bring me my men. The next scene froze him in his tracks as Heng's voice echoed once more. I'll say it again. Was this just a screen all along? Not only that, but images of Heng kept appearing around him. There's a reason I called you here. He's like a haunting spirit urging work with us, Jiang Zhang. Jiang Trong was speechless after hearing those words. Sensing his misunderstanding, reminded him that the White Mountain Society wasn't what he thought. Our goal is, but he doesn't say much directly, smashing the screens around him with his staff. His appearance is driving him crazy. Every second that passes makes Jiang Zhang worry more about his comrades. Seeing no other way, He has no choice but to decide. If that's your choice, then there's no other way. He suddenly speaks incomprehensible words, but every choice has its consequences. The door opens, revealing his teammates lying still, and finally, you've come to us. Seeing him appear, Tok Dan weakly called out to him, a sight that drove him completely mad. Heyo Gun Hang, you bastards, he roared in desperation. Open up, you maniacs. Realizing he can't reach his comrades, Jiang furiously strikes the glass with his staff. Is that tempered glass? It'll be hard to break with brute force. Just then he remembered Han's words, "In the end, you'll come crawling back to us." He was still monitoring Jiang Trong's every move through the camera, and seeing this situation, he seemed to be deep in thought. Is there no other way? As he wondered what to do, strange noises suddenly echoed. Startled, Jiang Trong turned around to see Gisu and his crew rushing in to rescue Blue Hair and the others. "We're here, Senior." A message is sent to the student council group chat. "All executives and Gunhang gather at the arena now. I have something important to say." Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. "Understood, Officer Doc Bay." Student council member Chun Sami reporting in. "Yes, I'm on my way." Just then, everyone began to murmur amongst themselves. What could have made Senior Gunhang summon us so urgently? Sung Woo shook his head, explaining that they would find out soon enough and that it probably wasn't anything serious. Sensing something amiss, he immediately took notice, staring blankly at the empty training grounds before him. This is usually the noisiest time in the arena, so why is it so eerily quiet? After a moment's hesitation, Chung Wu and the others opened the doors and looked inside, sensing something was wrong, and they quickly covered their noses. Just then, a tall figure appeared. "I was getting bored." Cha looked at the group with a crazed look in his eyes. But now this is getting interesting. The scene shifts inside the cafe, now marked with a closed sign as Gi Shu carefully helps his brothers outside. "The White Mountain Society, those bastards set a trap and waited for us to fall in. If anything happens, I won't let them get away with it." Blue Hair unhesitatingly took the blame, apologizing for showing his senior such a pathetic sight. Jiang gently shook his head, comforting him that there was nothing to apologize for, but his eyes were filled with rage. "They'll regret ever messing with us." He nodded in agreement. "That's right, they'll regret crossing us." Gisu was stunned by the scene, seemingly witnessing Jiang Zhong's anger for the first time. Remembering something, Blue Hair spoke up again. "But how did you guys know to come here?" Startled by this, he forced a smile and explained. "I happened to be nearby with some friends to buy something when I saw Gunhang and the student council members pass by. Then Jiang Zhong showed up a few minutes later. Sensing something was off, I followed you." Gishu forced a smile, hoping to avoid embarrassment. He thought to himself how lucky they were, but he definitely couldn't tell them he was here to prepare for his confession to Jiang Mi. Hearing this, Jiang Zhong felt extremely grateful, fortunate that they were able to prevent a major incident. His face suddenly turned strangely serious. "Now there's something we need to do. It's time we paid the White Mountain Society back." Seeing his attitude, everyone immediately began to discuss it. The student council suffered heavy losses, but wouldn't it be better to plan ahead? Without hesitation, Jiang announced that he would stand at the forefront. Heng's provocation has enraged him, and plans are forgotten. Sung Wu, consumed by fury, charges forward. Who is Mei really? He uses his strength to relentlessly attack Tri. A grin spreads across his face. "So you know about the White Mountain Society?" His words froze him in place as Baek Sun-hoi Chung-yu continued his relentless assault. "What the hell are you doing in our arena?" After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "This so-called arena is quite interesting. A one-on-one fight to find a winner." "Are you kidding me?" he calmly observed, looking at the losers sprawled on the ground. "So the infamous Lukman High is putting on this pathetic display, so everyone's just as weak. I heard Lukman became a hypocritical high school after Jiang took over." These words only fuel Sung Yu's rage. But his strength is no match, and in an instant, he's sent flying. The smile on his face twisted. "I thought the student council officers would be a little stronger, but they're really weak." Sung Wu sensed something was wrong. His body wouldn't obey him. Was there something in the smoke? Seeing their teammate in danger, the others cried out, "Go get him, guys." And just then, a familiar figure appeared. Sixth Gate High School has a reputation to uphold. "What do you think you're doing?" Kang In-ha and his crew have arrived, reminding them that the arena's code is one-on-one. Is ganging up on someone really honorable? He coldly puts on his gas mask, insisting that the numbers be even before they fight. Everyone's face turns grim as they recognize his presence. "Kang Ina, are you siding with the White Mountain Society now?" Gok Yu ignored the question and charged forward. Why would a free spirit like Gok Yu side with anyone? He furiously attacks the Green Forest Gate while we only seek to overthrow Jiang Zhong. As things became easier, Gang In-ha laughed triumphantly. "You should have been under our command." Meanwhile, Yu struggles to stand as his opponent flies into a rage. "If Gunhang and Jiang were here, you'd be done for. You'll regret starting this." These words only amused him more. "Who's coming? You're so clueless." His mocking voice rings out. "Hey, don't you know who called you guys here?" It seems even Chung Wu has realized something is wrong. "What?" His face suddenly paled as he realized the message. But before he could think, he was grabbed by the head. "How could those guys we captured possibly get here?" He raised his fist. And so the students of Green Gate High arrive. As night descends, exhausted Blue Hair trudges forward, prompting Jiang Zhong to advise him to rest if he's unwell, but he stubbornly refuses. "No, I'll stick with you guys to the end." Though exhausted, he refuses to give up. "I know better than anyone the White Mountain Society's cunning, because I'm investigating them, and I can't stand being tricked by those guys like this." And you're still encouraging him. "Let us know if you're feeling overwhelmed. In this situation, we must join forces, a sentiment that deeply moves the blue-haired man." "Yes, thank you." At that moment, Jiang Trong realized something. Something's not right, his voice begins to falter. Could it be that he and the others rushed into the arena and opened the door? The scene inside froze everyone in their tracks. What is this? Unbelievable. The scene was utter chaos. How could this be? Don realized the enemy's plan. Did the White Mountain Society attack the arena at the same time? A junior murmured. Have we become puppets in their plan? Gyu quickly notices a familiar figure lying nearby. Senior Chung Yu. Did you rush here just to helplessly catch him after he was beaten this badly? The green-haired boy cried out in despair. The other student council members are getting destroyed too. At this rate, we can't fight back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the green-haired student urgently asked, what do we do now? Jiang Zhong stood silently, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched in anger, veins bulging. The White Mountain Society has crossed the line. The scene shifts to a large building in the city. Hen sits back comfortably, saying that the choice is now up to Jiang Zhong. Maria laughed, amused. It seems the answer has already been decided. His subordinates have all become useless. Try nodded in agreement. He probably didn't think we'd sweep through his base. He added with amusement that he should have finished Lukemon High School first. Or he suddenly interjected, no, don't forget who our real enemy is. There was a thoughtful tone in his voice. If they want to tame the beast that is Jiang Zhong, timing is everything. And right now his phone rings, drawing his attention. Answering the call, he greets with a smile. Jiang Zhong, did you receive our gift? Jiang Zhong's voice echoes from the other end. You made a mistake. He's still trying to suppress his hatred. He laughs in disbelief, saying they should have gone all out against him from the start. You intend to face us all alone, how boastful. After a moment of silence, Heng speaks up again. I'll ask you one more time. Jiang Zhong, are you still unwilling to talk this over? To Heng's question, Jiang Zhong coldly replied that talking was impossible, but little did they know, the terrifying look on his face. From this day on, the White Mountain Society would disappear by his hand. His face was scratched, his eyes hesitant. Wait, Trong, I know you're angry, but attacking them without the student council is too dangerous. His underlings chimed in, agreeing with her. That's right. With the extent of their preparations, we need to be fully prepared if we want any chance of winning. You guys stay and clean up the arena. I'll go deal with them. The group immediately protested, unwilling to comply. What do you mean by that? You're going alone. Senior, even with your strength, that's suicide. Despite the uproar, Jiang Zhong remained unconcerned. He had to go because he felt responsible for what they had done. Blue Hair's eyes widened, his face incredulous. What? What are you saying? Jiang Zhong silently looks up at the distant sky, his eyes filled with unspoken emotions. They made an offer while they were holding them hostage. They told him to join the White Mountain Society. He gritted his teeth, turning back to the arena. That's why they wrote those words on the arena floor. Jiang lowered his head, a long shadow cast in the cold light. They must think destroying the arena will break him. But then Jiang Zhong spoke each word laced with icy resolve. He would show them that even in death, he would never cooperate. He has to take responsibility for it. From the back, Young Sai steps forward. The senior is right. He stared intently at Jiang Zhong, a fire in his eyes. We fight not just to show them, but to win. Young's voice grew firm, his eyes blazing with determination. We'll contribute what we can. Please let us join you. As he finished speaking, the others behind him spoke in unison. Yes, in this situation, we must give it our all together. I want to risk my life fighting them too. They'll pay for what they did to the arena. Hearing this, Jiang Zhong smirked with satisfaction. I won't stop you. Jiang Zhong's hand clenched as if he'd made a decision. Anyone who gets in my way will not be spared. Hours earlier outside the funeral home, light reflected off the thick glass as Hen gently placed a hand on the urn. It's been a while since I've been here, hasn't it? He whispered as he sat down. We've been busy lately as the plan is nearing its final stages, H said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. The name you gave it will only grow stronger from here. Memories of that night flooded back as vivid as if they just happened. Bake-san, he said, facing him with a grin, who wrote on my glove. If our gang gets bigger, I want to name it Bake-san. He wondered. What? Hyung points at Hen, grinning. It means uniting as one with you at the center, becoming a mountain as great as Everest. He raises an eyebrow at Hen's platinum hair, noting that his own hair is white as well, wipes the corner of his mouth and laughs. What an exquisite name. Returning to reality, he sits and stares at the urn containing the ashes. Beautifully written, but I no longer need this. He stood up, turned and walked away step by step. Though I'm far from the White Mountain we dreamed of. Please understand. His hand clenched, his brow furrowed, for the only way to catch a monster is to become one. Returning to Heng's room, he picked up his file. Jiang Zhong, age 19, leader of Lukemon High School, resides in an apartment at the Sadongdong intersection. He has a sister who is 2 years younger. Compared to the leaders of other schools, there is nothing particularly special about Jiang Zhong. He sits lazily on the sofa, his hand propping up his chin. However, the anomaly I found was from 2 years ago. Maria replied he disappeared for several months when he was suspended from school. Hearing this, Trey's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly asked suspension. What did he do? She crossed her arms and looked over, saying it seemed he returned and created the arena. Heng silently stared at his iPad, listening to the two, unaware of what happened during that time. Maria paced back and forth, shaking her head in denial. Isn't it obvious? He probably went off to fight somewhere. As they were engrossed in their gossip, a voice suddenly spoke up. Wow, impressive. Jin-hun with his hands in his pockets slowly entered through the door. You haven't been in business long, and you've already made it to a building like this. Before they could answer, he continued. Bang Gangun started as a dumpy casino, but this is a 5-star hotel. Sung Jin-hun, a leader in the Gangun clan. He finally puts down his iPad, steps forward and smiles. It's nothing special. I'm honored to be compared to the Gangun clan. Jin-hun's eyes lazily drifted forward. But why is your number dwindling? Is everything really all right? He replies. There was an unforeseen variable. He walked over to a chair and sat down, lightly tapping the armrest. Is that so? Jin-hun crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand and smirked, knowing that Han Hai's conditions would be difficult to meet. He fell silent, his eyes darting away. As far as I know, he still has some time left before his release. Hearing this, he rubbed his temples, his voice revealing his displeasure at the changed situation. Rumor has it he's been a model prisoner, says Jin-hun, glancing at the two behind him. He'll be out soon. They were stunned, and seeing their expressions, he suddenly burst into laughter. Scared now, aren't you? Your skills have deteriorated significantly. Jin-hun's smile fades, his voice turning cold. Those eyes, they once belonged to a champion. With that, he stood up, hands in his pockets, and waved goodbye, saying, Don't worry, the boss said. He'll change the conditions he set for you. Jin-hun stopped without turning back. He said all we need to do is dominate Lukman Hai, not conquer Dongnyang. He looked up. That's no problem at all. He glanced at Hen, a satisfied smile on his face. Good, I'll trust you one last time. As Jin-hun left, Trai couldn't help but speak up, saying that Lukman High School was indeed essential to achieving their goals. She nodded in agreement, relieved that Tyron and Choinaman had the sense to leave as he turned and strode forward, nodding. Indeed, only the most ideal of us remain. Yeonhun approaches the window, gazes down, and with a cold glint in his eyes, orders everyone prepare to move out. Meanwhile, Jiang Trong's feet stomp heavily on the ground, as he confidently leads his men into battle. They're here. He walks behind them, hands in his pockets, looking up. Their hideout is a bit much, isn't it? It's so quiet, it's suspicious. Yang-ho approached and tried to push the door, but the entrance was blocked by an iron gate. How are we supposed to get in? As soon as he said that, the door began to move slowly, rising before their astonished eyes. Behind the glass, a group of thugs armed with weapons grinned at them. Seeing the larger group, Gang's men grew tense, wondering just how many of them there were. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth, recognizing almost every face. Why is Gi-sun so surprised? Look at those guys. They're bursting with energy. These are the best fighters from the Dongnyang area's violent gangs. It seems the White Mountain Society has taken over the other schools. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder from behind. Get out of the way. Suddenly, he throws something that shatters the glass, shocking them all. Jiang remains unfazed, reminding them, we don't have time to waste on these guys. One of the thugs recognizes him. It's Jiang. He certainly looks impressive. You can tell those muscles are real. With that, they brandished their weapons and charged. Capturing him here could mean a fast track to becoming a boss. This was his chance to rise in the ranks, and he confidently swung his fist. Then I'll take the first bite. But before he could act, our hero swiftly took them all down. Like a whirlwind, Jiang swept through, leaving devastation in his wake. He turned back, a few streaks of blood still on his hands. As Jiang's voice fades, his men strike, clearing a path, and swiftly dealing with their opponents. The remaining men trembled at the sight. They were about to experience the initiation to become a boss. Unbelievable. They've gone mad, staring us down, cracking their knuckles, warning us to come at them. After regaining their composure, they pulled out a box of drugs, acting all high and mighty. They popped the pills into their mouths, some even downing the whole bottle, but we haven't even started yet. Seeing them take the drug, Orange Hair cursed, calling them all idiots. Seconds later, their eyes glowed red, and they charged like rabid dogs, smashing their heads. Those sons of bitches. Gyun stomps his foot ready to counterattack. Clenching his fist, he delivers a fatal blow, and seeing their comrade fall, two others rush in with clubs. You bastard, don't get cocky. Young-ho takes one down while Gi-sun punches the other one in the face. He braced himself, panting, do your worst, bring out the drugs or weapons. Gi-sun's brothers stood beside him, cold and resolute. We'll take you all down, no exceptions. The orange-haired guy gapes in disbelief. Just moments ago they were full of bravado, but now they're all sprawled out, unable to move. Jiang ascends the stairs, reminding himself that he has no time to waste on these small fries. I'm going to take care of their leader, he says. Green Hair asks, are you sure you can handle it alone? He replies, follow me later. I'll go up and clear the way. Covered in cement dust, Jiang's eyes were cold. I'll see you guys upstairs. As night falls, the high-rise building stands out against the silent city, its lights ablaze. Inside, Kang and Ha looks up, a satisfied gaze fixed on the surveillance monitor. So all that effort has finally paid off. You look awfully pleased with yourself, Hang strolling in with your hands in your pockets. He turned and nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course, once Jiang is dealt with, the normalization of Lukman Hai will be within reach, and wouldn't the Baeksan Society be pleased? With that Kang In-ha turned to the screen wondering what expression his brother would have when he got out of prison. He stepped forward standing side by side with him. So Han-ha really values Rookmon High. Kang In-ha nods. Of course my brother's business is at Rookmon High, so he's got connections. He paused, then continued. He's not sure what to do, but he seems a little sensitive about Jiang Trong. In-ha laughs maniacally as he presses a button. Yes, this is how you break through and rise to the top. He zooms in on his brother's lackeys. They all look so familiar. Of course they're familiar. The more Kang In-ha spoke, the more deranged he became, because this was the hateful and troublesome karma he had to sever himself. They head up the stairs seeing the bloody state of the Siam gang. Looks like Senior Jiang Zhang took care of everything, so we don't have to do anything right. He followed behind, pondering, then nodded. It seems our senior is now fighting their leaders. At least half their forces must be up ahead. After climbing a few floors, Gi-sun stopped seeing a colleague blocking the doorway. The stairs were blocked. Cam follows behind, observing the White Mountain Society members that Senior Jiang Jung-suk defeated, but it seems someone intentionally blocked the path, only allowing Senior Jiang Jung-suk to proceed. With suspicion, he clenched his fist. Their eyes are glued to the emergency exit, urging us to go in there. With that thought, Gi-sun took the lead, and opened the door only to find a room filled with stacked machinery. It was like a warehouse. It's bigger than I thought. Are these slot machines used to block the stairs? Suddenly he noticed the door ahead was open, and Cam ran towards it, saying with a grin, "There's a way up, over there." As he ran, he turned back to warn them, "We have to get upstairs before they do." But Orange Head wasn't paying attention, and Gisu shouted, eyes wide, "Watch out!" From around the corner, Goku suddenly appeared, kicking Orange Head. He laughs with disdain, saying they should fight opponents in their own weight class, and that the White Mountain Society is going too far. Don clenches his fist, stepping forward and grits his teeth, asking Sun if he sided with the White Mountain Society. He chuckled, picking at his ear. "You don't know anything. Seeing the student council crushed by the White Mountain Society, I don't feel a thing." Yang's eyes blaze with fury. Betrayal is one thing, but this senior isn't helping. Behind Sun Jacques Yu, two figures appear smirking. "Betrayal? I don't know about others, but that's not something Yang the Eel would say." Red Hair spoke with undisguised contempt. "Calling him eel is giving him too much credit, isn't it? He's just a bedwetter." He frowned and muttered in annoyance. The black-haired guy stepped forward, slapping the green-haired guy's shoulder. "Senior, leave this to us and go up with Gi-sun. Gi-hyun is the one who can help Senior Jiang." He doesn't agree, but seeing the orange-haired go propped up, he reluctantly lets them stay. He wipes the syrup from his mouth and stands up. "Guess it's time for me to get in the game for real." Seeing this, the black-haired one chuckled. "Let's go, Senior, it'll be fine." He was a bit doubtful. But is that really okay? The XU's lackeys are still confidently rushing forward, wanting to greet guests. "Where do you think you're going?" As they approached, Young-ho kicked out, his brow furrowed as he coldly stated, "Perfect siding with the Bak-san Society gives me a reason to kill you." The blue-haired and black-haired men quickly left, saying, "Thanks, we'll be right back, don't overdo it." He remained still, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the two men. "All right, no need to chase after the ones who ran." With a sinister grin, Seok-woo foresaw an even greater hell about to unfold above them as the two others mocked Young-ho for being abandoned. Young-ho's been abandoned again. Well, that's his specialty, isn't it? He ignored them, taking a fighting stance. "Go ahead and laugh all you want." The three stand tall, fighting side by side. Now he has comrades. Elsewhere, the blue-haired boy hesitates. "But are you sure this will be okay? No matter how I look at it, entrusting the grain pit to them is too dangerous." But Black Hair just smiles confidently to reassure him. "Don't worry too much, Senior," the blue-haired boy said, puzzled. "What do you even believe in? Remember how hard we trained? We all had different reasons for wanting to become stronger, but we trained harder than anyone." The redhead's fist flies forward. "No, Young-ho, I'll make you remember wetting the bed." His words remained firm, they had changed so much. And on the other side, Young-ho, unafraid, immediately retaliated. He trusts them, and seeing the situation worsen, he charges in, acting tough despite the odds. Gukyu's fist flies heavy as a stone, waving before his senior like he's all that, but the attack left him stunned. He's 2 years older, but Orange Head blocked Gu's blow with a cross block. "Is that all you've got?" "Senior, your words have made him roar." "What did you say?" Suddenly, the black-haired guy appears swinging hard. This guy isn't a senior, he's a disgrace to the Green Gate High School. Meanwhile, the other two are trying to run as fast as they can. Gi-sun ran, thinking to himself that the others were in this building. Meanwhile, in another room, Kang In-ha gripped a glass tightly, his head bowed as if calculating something. A sinister glint flashes in Kang In-ha's eyes. So he's here too. Thinking of his face, he grits his teeth. "I'll end this myself. Wait for me." Meanwhile, the orange-haired guy awkwardly pauses, seeing the black-haired one ferociously pummeling their opponent, leaving no room for him to intervene. Young-ho kicks one enemy away, then punches another, an unrelenting flurry of attacks. He coughed and sputtered, barely dodging the blow. "Aren't you supposed to only attack with your legs?" Young-ho scoffs. "That's a thing of the past." Red Hair angrily charges, spewing spittle as he goes, still trying to be clever. "But my legs are still plenty agile." Knowing he couldn't win, he resorted to grabbing Yongho, thinking he had him, but Yongho was unfazed, twisting his arm back. Yongho looks at the red-haired man writhing on the ground. I was curious about you guys back when we were still working together. He was shocked. What? His hand still firmly gripped his opponent. I wonder how many seconds it would take to end this if I were serious. Without hesitation, he hurled the man toward the redhead. But it was too late. Like lightning, Yongho kicks them hard, their groans fueling his rage. You guys are worse than I thought. Meanwhile, black hair gets punched in the face and sent flying. Fueled by rage, he unleashed a flurry of relentless punches. He laughs, his eyes full of arrogance. You didn't actually think you could beat me, just because you landed one hit, did you? Forced back, he struggled to stay upright. Black hair stood catching his breath, wiping away blood. His strength and speed were clearly abnormal. After a moment's consideration, he charged again. If so, now was the best chance. In a flash, the black-haired boy spun around, coiling his body ready to test the fruits of his training. His fist was easily blocked, as Gokyu coldly scrutinized his pathetic technique. Ignoring the taunts, Black Hair braced himself as Gokwu's fist hurtled toward his face. Seokwu's face contorted as Seo was sent flying, cursing loudly, while Siwoo smirked confidently. How does it feel? You've been hit by the fist of a nobody. Black Hair recalls training with him the same technique Park Yong-ho used against Gisun, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. He's been practicing that illegal move, consistently, taking every blow, his body coiled like a spring, creating his own fighting style. The blow sends Gokyu flying his back, slamming into the wall. He wipes the blood from his mouth, glances up and says, "Thank you for being the test subject for my new technique." On the ground, the shattered vial spills its contents, and as Goku ingests the drug, a purple light flashes in his eyes, and he rises. Black Hair remains vigilant, watching intently. Did he get hit with their drugs too? The White Mountain Society is up to no good. Gokyu, still bowing his head, says, "I just wanted to end this meaningless fight quickly." His expression darkens upon hearing that, knowing the extent of his power when using the drug, having experienced it once before. As he pondered, a lightning-fast fist struck, sending Siwoo's punch squarely into Siwoo's face, spraying blood everywhere. His eyes gleamed with a madness that threatened to consume everything around him. A junior who knows no fear of his seniors. Fueled by rage, Seo Gutung unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. What is this? He's much stronger than I anticipated, and he's smirking at my fist. Is this the kind of drug the leaders use? The effects are definitely different. The Black Turtle's foot presses down as he grits his teeth. Just wait, from today, the Six Gate High School will begin a new era. Suddenly Young-ho kicks him in the head, and as he hits the ground, Young-ho says, "I need Jindo in later, so step aside, old man." Seokwu wipes the blood from his lip. "That little punk Baek Young-ho?" Black Hair struggles to his feet behind him. "What's going on? Did you come to steal what others have already claimed?" He smirked. "I saved you, the one who almost had his tongue cut off while claiming ownership. And you can't even say, thank you." Black Hair stood next to Young-ho. "Just try not to get in the way." He laughs as if he's not the one who needs help. The dark-haired boy smirks, exuding confidence and challenge. Then he continued asking if he wanted to join Le. Back when the two were sitting on the park bench, he heard that he wouldn't be learning ground techniques from Senior Un-yu. "What's wrong? You don't think you can beat me?" Young-ho was shocked. "What?" "I'm speechless. I could beat you with one foot." Black Hair couldn't help but burst out laughing. "If you don't cheat, I can beat you with one hand." Enraged, he grabs the mutt by the collar as Exi Un-yu approaches from behind. "Are you two using your powers for such nonsense? If you want to fight, go to the arena. Why are you just arguing?" They both flinch. Young-ho scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "It's just that he dodged me first." He interjects. "What? What are you talking about? You're the one who dodged me." He crosses his arms, frowning at these two kids. How do they understand each other so well? Knowing a fight between them wouldn't end easily, they exchanged glances, still somewhat displeased. For them to fight separately would be utter foolishness. He paused, then spoke seriously. "Remember this together, you two might even be stronger than me." Back in reality, the two charge forward, unleashing a flurry of perfectly synchronized attacks. A storm of blows that leaves their opponent no chance to retaliate. But Gokyu isn't worried, he's getting excited. "Do you think struggling will get you anywhere? Even if you brought a truck, you couldn't do anything to me." He slips behind him, leaping into a kick. "You haven't forgotten about me, have you?" Enraged, he roared, "You're nothing but cockroaches. I'll tear you all apart." Instantly, Young-ho's foot lashed out with the speed of wind, aiming straight for Seokwu's chest. "You're the one who's going to be torn apart." He ignores the incoming punch from the black-haired fighter. "This bastard took my hit, and still." A devastating blow lands squarely on Seokwu's face with terrifying force, and the two immediately engage in relentless combat. He turns, coils his leg and warns, "Get out of the way, I'll finish him." But Black Hair isn't backing down either. "I've already finished him off. What's left for you to do?" Zhong's massive body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide and body stiff. Black Hair wiped the sweat from his face and looked at him. Young-ho looked up, cracked his neck and winked, causing them to laugh and bump fists. Seeing this, the orange-haired boy scratched his head, feeling a little left out, and mumbled, "Hey, don't forget about me, guys." Suddenly a clock chimed, and blue hair, his face grim, gave the order, "Gi-yoon, I'll take it from here. You go." But Gi-yoon questioned him. "Just you, senior," he replies. "I have to repay her for everything she's done." The blue-haired man clenched his fist, his deep eyes fixed ahead. "You better be ready." He braced himself, eyeing Maria and her two underlings. Maria smirked seductively, raising a lollipop to her lips. "I'll show you what happens when you mess with the Lukman High Student Council." Maria stared at the blue-haired boy, unblinking despite his injuries. "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" Despite the tension, he remained vigilant. "If I were to fall from a few measly wounds, I wouldn't be able to face my subordinates out of shame." She smirked, beaten to a pulp and still putting on a show. "That's why I don't like men with high self-esteem." After a pause, Maria crossed her legs and waved her hand, ordering her two subordinates. "Do you want to see what he's really made of?" "We're more than willing," the other lackey echoed. "Sowing seeds, huh?" she said, licking her lips menacingly. "Let's see what kind of flower blooms from a dying man pretending to be strong. Seeing you two slowly taking off your shirts, I'll finish you small fries in one go, so come at me together." The green-haired man felt something was off, but his eyes were fixed on the pendulum clock. Why was the ticking so deafening? As they spoke, they split up to attack, saying not to worry, because they're twin brothers who are inseparable, and the strongest duo as they kicked at him simultaneously. They unleash a relentless barrage of kicks, throwing the green-haired fighter off balance. Blue hair barely dodges the blow, gritting his teeth. These two are incredibly fast. These guys are well-trained, throwing simultaneous punches with disdain in their eyes. Already backing down after just one move. "Is that all you've got?" He crouches slightly as they charge. Don't get me wrong. His lightning-fast kick aimed for their faces with terrifying power. "I just needed to warm up." Blue hair smirks, scoffing derisively. "Among this shrimp, you guys can throw a decent punch, but you won't beat me." The two spit blood on the ground, confident that even with his strength, he'll eventually fall. Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn around and unleash a flurry of kicks. "Let's see if you can still talk after I beat you to a pulp." Regaining their senses, they unleashed a flurry of punches, not physical blows. He blocked, staggering backward as the green-haired fighter's kick slammed into their faces. The puke spewing from his mouth stuns them. "I care." After a quick step back, he leaps away, sending them crashing into the wall. The whip is the only medicine for those who don't listen. They placed their hands on their knees, stood up, and spoke in unison. The pain of the body. After the fierce blows, their bodies are torn and wounded, but it's all just training to strengthen their spirits. With that, they charge at Green Hair, who grits his teeth, realizing they're unleashing a series of attacks, closing in with each step. This leaves him unable to react, already on the verge of exhaustion. What? Are these guys zombies? Blue Hair tried to assess the situation. It wasn't far off. They were acting like they were sacrificing themselves on purpose. He immediately understood, jumping back to create distance, but not giving Green Hair a break. The man roared and charged again. Green Hair gasped for breath, trying to see a weakness. "Are you just going to keep charging in like an idiot?" He taunts, then lunges forward. "I guess all you idiots can do is keep charging at me." He fell to the ground in pain, clutching his leg and screaming as the other one seized the opportunity to strike, landing a cheap shot. But he spun around, maintaining his stance, and delivered a reverse kick, sending him sprawling. He clutched his leg, his body trembling in pain. "You bastard." Suddenly, applause erupts from the front as she removes her coat and heads forward. "Impressive. It seems you were holding back last time. It's like listening to a perfect symphony." The blue-haired woman's face twisted in annoyance. "What's so great about clapping? Are you amused by the sight of your subordinates being beaten to a pulp?" Maria remained calm, holding her lollipop. "What are you talking about? I cherish all my subordinates equally." She popped the candy in her mouth. "I'm just impressed by their noble sacrifice." Maria then crunched the candy, a warning like countless invisible hands trying to hold him down. Blue Hair gritted his teeth and turned around in fear, only to see them staring back with wide, menacing eyes. His own eyes widened in disbelief as his pupils shrank. Unbelievable. I was sure I had completely defeated them. He angrily unleashed a kick, yelling, "Just stay down," but as he made contact, his foot passed right through them. Blue Hair stared in horror, trying to understand what just happened. What is this? Suddenly he's trapped in a box, and she appears slowly approaching with a smile. "Why are you looking around so nervously? Maria's behind you, can't focus on the fight." Unable to contain himself, he asks, "What are you exactly?" Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught something else. "What the hell did you do?" Suddenly she lunges forward, "Just conducting a symphony to see your true form." Blue Hair panics, eyes darting from side to side, unsure of what to do. Which side will it be? Left or right? Or perhaps both sides at once? Before he could think, Maria attacked. She smirks, not quite satisfied. "You don't understand what's happening, do you?" Looking at the blue-haired man on the ground, his face contorted in pain, Maria had been subtly reminding him of that strange clock since the start of the fight. The clock ticked steadily, followed by the twins' attacks. "Your attacks draw my attention to that sound, and to the perfectly timed blows." She shatters the candy like glass blooming when her target is stripped bare. Blue Hair rises, panting, teeth clenched. "Was I hypnotized?" A pair of hands unexpectedly reach out from behind, but there's no need to panic. Maria embraced him like a spider, "Because you're not the only one who will fall into our trap." Elsewhere, Gisun stares ahead as Kang, in hands in his pockets casually says, "They say rivals meet on a narrow bridge." He scowls, looking disdainful. "Meeting here like this, seems like destiny, doesn't it?" Growing impatient, he cracks his knuckles. "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste on the likes of you." Across from him, Kang In-ha begins to stretch. "Looks like you're looking for Jiang Zhong. You don't have to work so hard because destiny awaits you." He pulls out a knife, declaring that only destruction awaits. Elsewhere, a foot stomps down, triggering a barrage of needles. Jiang Trong clenches his fist, slowly moving forward. "I'm waiting for you." Jiang Zhong grinned, revealing his teeth, and smiled with satisfaction, quickly removing the IV drips from his body. "Where is my paradise?" In a sea of red flames, the blue-haired boy covers his nose, a loud cry echoing out. "Yin?" A faint voice came from behind the door. "Brother," he asked urgently. "Yin, are you in there?" Tokdan immediately rushes in and kicks down the door. "Just wait for me, I'm coming to save you." But the scene inside made his eyes widen as a woman sat cross-legged laughing. "It's Maria," and she raises an eyebrow slightly. "Why the long face?" Seeing the blue hair still dazed and confused, "It seems you're recalling some painful memory, aren't you?" He collapses to the floor, clutching his head and muttering, "Why?" A blue-haired boy's eyes burn with resentment as his face contorts. "Why are you doing this?" "Oh, think of it as a charming little joke. Everyone wears a mask to live. Don't you want to see their true selves?" Hearing Maria's words, he throws a furious punch, asking what right she has. But as he touched her, her body dissolved away. Maria appeared behind him, kicking green hair with amusement, sending him sprawling. Watching blue hair slam into the wall, what exactly happened to this self-proclaimed messenger of justice? Her footsteps slowly approach. We all have those questionable aspects lurking in our subconscious. He embraces the woman's body. He immediately tries to find a way out of this illusion, knowing he can't trust his eyes because he's being hypnotized, so he can only keep taking the hits. Blue hair recalls his attack, but even in the moment of connection with reality, he's assaulted. Clutching his injured arm, he rises. "What have you been through to become so twisted?" Ignoring his injuries, he attacks, wondering if this is all just for amusement. But countless hands suddenly reach out, grabbing him, and he's punched in the face before he can escape. Punches rained down from every direction. "You're right, everyone feels unfulfilled." The blue-haired boy gritted his teeth, fighting to stay conscious, to realize nothing was holding him. This is all an illusion. Maria's hand reaches into the air, then stops. "Are you curious how I grew up to be like this?" She recalls a moment from her childhood. People always desire what they can't have. Maria once had a complete family with both parents. For her, that was family. Maria, with a radiant smile, turned around and asked Mom how many nights until Dad comes home. She replied, "If you're good, your father will be home soon." Then she pulled out a piece of candy. "Here, this is from your father." Maria was ecstatic. "This one's vanilla, right?" she said, with a gentle smile offering the candy. "I heard this is a new flavor from your father's company, since you're the illegitimate child of a major company's CEO who needs to be kept hidden." With that, she took her hand and turned her towards the house. "You can wait patiently for your father to come home, right?" Maria nodded. "I'll be good and wait for you to come home," she thought, believing that if she behaved, her family would remain happy. Life isn't a dream, but when she realized that thought was just an illusion. Maria was about to put a candy in her mouth when she saw her father ahead after a long time. "Dad, our dream was just an illusion." Unhearing Maria's cries, he got into the car. She eagerly ran towards him. Her father returned home, but after all these years he didn't even turn back, simply getting into the car, leaving Maria behind as it sped away. The lollipop fell from her hand and shattered on the road, as Maria stared blankly at the departing car. "From the very beginning, family was a fiction to me. Returning home, I stepped into the bathroom, hair falling everywhere." Maria takes scissors and cuts off her long red hair, her life now shrouded in darkness. Maria steps onto the roof, gazing down in a daze with no adults around to stop her confusion. Unknowingly, her tears fell harder and faster as she struggled in the inescapable darkness. As Maria stood on the railing, she heard a voice from behind. "What's this? What terrible luck." Kang In-ha approaches with two others' hands in their pockets, telling her to go die somewhere else. She turns around, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. "This is our turf." Maria stares at that mocking face. Similar dark figures have appeared. "After meeting them, I realized something family can be more than just blood." Back in reality, Maria's heel slams down. "I can do anything for my new family, even if it means getting my hands dirty." He immediately broke free from the hands behind him, using a quick burst of speed to slip behind Maria, who bit her lip temporarily, breaking free from the hypnosis. "You're certainly persistent." He looked at her with contempt. "You're sullying your hands for family, don't give me that." Before Maria could answer, the green-haired man lunged. "You're just using that to justify your ambition." He was too fast for her to dodge. Maria is struck, noticing his serious gaze. Normally, someone hypnotized would lose their fighting spirit, so why is he still so enraged? The blue-haired man paused, staring intently. "Doing anything for family doesn't mean this." He recalled the hospital, their desperate attempts to heal, but the patient on oxygen had suffered permanent lung damage. Tears welling, she stammered, asking the doctor why he couldn't be cured, especially after being chosen for the youth soccer team. The doctor shook his head, looking at the patient's chart. There would be no impediment to daily life, but his career as a soccer player was over. At his bedside, his little sister wept, clutching his hand. "It's my fault, I'm so sorry." The blue-haired boy forced himself up and embraced her. His voice strained, he said, "Your safety is what matters most." The boy smiles, removing his oxygen mask. "Don't worry, even if I can't play soccer, your brother is still very strong." Back at the burning house, though, those times were hard. It was the one thing I never regretted doing. He continued to kick at her, saying, "Thanks for reminding me of the memory that helped me stand again." The kick was so fast Maria couldn't see it coming. "But who is she?" Maria smirked, dodging the blow. Who would be hit by such a slow kick? When she looked back, her eyes widened as the turquoise-haired woman was revealed to be a clock, and suddenly, the space around her began to distort. "I'm not affected by petty tricks like this. He's back in the room he just entered, because I've overcome pain far greater than this." The scene shifts to a lab filled with purple smoke. Jiang calmly puts his hands in his pockets and looks at the man. "I have nothing to say to you. Bring the leader here." He smirks as if hiding an ulterior motive. Even in a hurry, there's an order to things. "If you want to meet Kin, you'll have to face Ken first." He exhales, beginning to warm up his limbs. "Alright, let's see how much stronger he is than Ray." Tri tightens his grip on Ray's hair, while Jiang ignores his anger. "You mean that Ton guy? It's sad you'd compare me to someone who's only good at speed. So you do acknowledge his speed, Tyron-ko?" Seeing the guy's confused expression, he continued, 60% should be enough, right?" He scoffed. "You're spouting nonsense." Before he could finish, Jiang Zhong's fist landed. He slams the guy into the wall, shattering it, saying, "I'm adjusting my strength to match you. Now you're like a lion hunting its prey, because keeping my hands off you is harder than I thought." In the bathroom, cut hair littered the sink as Maria stared into the mirror, scissors in hand, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't a pretty sight at all. The room was filled with trash and ready-to-eat meals, a chaotic mess. After her father left, she blamed the world, staying inside and sinking into depression as arguments and the sounds of breaking things echoed from outside. "Get a divorce, you damn bitch." Maria shot up in bed, staring at the ceiling. "Someone please save me." Food. This mutt's apartment in the cheapest part of town is a magnet for misfortune. Maria climbed onto the roof, staring down. Just as she was about to give up on life, due to her prolonged depression, a man's voice suddenly echoed from behind. What a pain. Kang In-ha and his two underlings approached, saying, "If you want to die, go somewhere else." She met them then. "Who is that?" He pointed to himself and introduced himself. "I'm in apartment 301, you know. That couple argues loudly every night." "I'm in apartment 204 right next door, but I don't see you often." "You're so cold. I'm in apartment 303. After speaking, Kang In-ha frowned and said, "Oh, you're that girl, right? An illegitimate child of a tycoon." When Maria didn't respond, he continued, "I've heard rumors about a car that doesn't belong here, constantly coming and going. Bad luck indeed." Hearing his words, Maria gripped the railing tightly and retorted, "I'm not like you people. Do you even know who my father is?" But unexpectedly, the old railing broke from her pull. Her eyes widened as she fell backward, gripped by terror, but thankfully the other three rushed to catch her. Kang In-ha, his face etched with displeasure, breathed a sigh of relief. He said those who lack the courage to die are the most rebellious. He yanked Maria up, throwing her back, and she slowly regained her composure, bowing her head. "Thank you," Kang In-ha said lazily. "If you're ever bored, you can come up here from time to time." He reached out to Maria as if offering salvation, saying it was better than death. She lay on the ground, staring blankly. That's when they saved her life one morning on the apartment rooftop, as Kang In-ha's complaints echoed, burning with intensity. "What is it now? Did you squeeze your dad for money to buy that?" Maria adjusted the camera and waited quietly as Ara began living every day with them. Maria adjusted, the camera smiled brightly and shouted, "I found this while cleaning my room and I think it still works." When troubled souls come together they can find peace. The three of them, each with a disgruntled look. That kid's got a sensitive side. Girls are hard to understand anyway. "Hey, is that kid a girl? Hurry up and finish this. It's so hot." Maria angrily retorts, "Stop talking back, eat your food, and wait a moment. Come on, smile. I made it just in time for the picture." Things like past misfortunes and personal letters no longer mattered, as they happily embraced and smiled for the camera. 1-2, because we've become a family sharing everything together. Back in reality, Maria sizes up the blue-haired boy saying, "Damn, you're the first one to break our hypnosis." Luke Moon High School is certainly resilient. Her heel stomps heavily on the floor. But even so, Maria raised her hand, a fierce look on her face. Nothing changed. This attack forced him back a few steps. Dirty tricks, underhanded tactics, no matter what they try, the blue-haired boy's body can't take it and he collapses. She seized the opportunity, relentlessly kicking him. To win, we'll do anything. But then the blue-haired boy's voice stopped Maria cold. "Stop daydreaming." He stood up, punched her in the face, and wiped the blood from his lip. "You're just using misfortune as an excuse to glorify your own evil and cruel behavior. No matter what, you think the truth remains the truth." Maria trembled on the ground. "Stop acting tough. It's no surprise you'd give up. Ignoring her words, blue hair leaps into the air, gathering momentum for a devastating blow. I absolutely will not lose. Remembering his promise, the blue-haired fighter unleashes a devastating blow, then pins Maria down, his voice filled with determination. Because I promised I would. Meanwhile, Jiang pummels Tri, leaving him barely alive. Seeing this, the man turns and quickly leaves, saying it was boring, but suddenly he hears a noise and a groan from behind, saying it's more than he imagined. The guy gets up like nothing happened, cracking his neck. You're more than just talk, huh? Jiang stops, turning back to question him. Just what are you? A monster am I? He cracks his knuckles and grins. You're a monster too, since you can still move in my specially made dense atmosphere. I don't intend to waste time with you. He lands a punch to the gut, sending him flying. Enough, just lie down and rest. But that last hit was like a tickle to him. Each hit feels like a cannon blast, huh? My hand's dislocated. He looked at him suspiciously, unaffected by the blow. What the hell are you doing to your body? Tri grins, revealing his braces. I'm just creating a work of art that suits me. Suddenly, his body transforms, golden veins appearing. This is the greatest masterpiece I've ever designed. Trey's eyes flash with a purple light as he roars. I'll let you experience it firsthand. Tri unleashed a flurry of attacks, giving his opponent no time to react. Jiang manages to grab his hand, but hesitates, and Sok takes advantage, landing a blow to his face. His arm spins around like a robot's bet. You've never faced this angle before, have you? Then with a crack, the guy's arm returned to normal, and he charged like a beast. If you can dodge, then dodge. Now all that's visible in Chai's eyes is the whites and a confident smile. He believes the body is a talent, and his strike sends Jiang flying into the bar. Blood erupts from his mouth, splattering everywhere. Looking back, Chai's hand is bent grotesquely. Everyone has a limit to how much their body can grow. He recalls being bedridden, sickly since birth, with subpar strength, speed, and endurance. Back in reality, Tri's nails begin to peel off. But I found my own solution. I may lack physical talent, but I excel in intellect. Tri's body is covered in wounds, but he feels no pain. The result of using the drugs I created to enhance my body. Like a beast, Tri lunges with lightning speed, his punch sending Jiang crashing into the wall, granting him the ultimate body. A flicker of doubt flashes in his white eyes. This drug addict sure talks a lot. Jiang is holding on to Tri's punch. Simply put, you mean you live like a cockroach, right? Without mercy, he slams the man's head into the ground, Jiang incredulous at the twisted, disfigured face. What, he can still move? His other hand clenched into a fist as he raised it. I don't know how you became like this. But before he could finish, Jiang unleashed a flurry of blows upon the man, who now lay motionless, impaled by the rocks, Tri recovering from that. Not stopping there, Jiang continues his assault, saying if he can even recover. A beautiful building stands before the grounds where a waterfall sprays white foam. Inside, a table is laden with delicious steaming food, and he is dressed in elegant, perfectly tailored clothes. The photographer calls out for them to smile, as the young master reflects on never wanting for anything. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of braces and oversized gold glasses. That's it, beautiful, I'm taking the picture. But he had no happy memories. In a fit of rage, his parents smashed things, filling the messy house with their fighting. Can't I return to Korea with you? I'm so tired of China. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know what the triads will do? Yet you stay by my side and throw money around. What do you mean? You think I'm only here for the money? He stood hidden, witnessing everything, the wealth his father had amassed through his pharmaceutical endeavors in China. In his rage, his father unleashed a torrent of bitter words. Then get out of my house, you crazy woman. You think I wouldn't dare to leave if you kicked me out? That filthy Tong Tian only tears this family apart. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. This boy is a genius. The teacher, eager to please his father, chimed in. She solves problems that even top students struggle with. He needs a gifted education, not just a normal home words that excite his father. You absolutely must consider this Mr. Ten's father, he sighed. Oh my, thank you for letting me know. The car speeds along the highway. Behind him, a cheerful voice spoke up. Dad, thanks for picking me up. I'm so happy today, I've wanted to tell you for so long. Noticing his father's silence, the boy leaned forward. But Dad, if Mom knew how well I was doing, would she come back? As he mentioned her, his face turned fierce as he looked back. Don't be so excited as if you've achieved something. Just live quietly, and normally that's best. The boy stares in disbelief, his eyes wide. He must live in the shadows. His talent is a curse. The scene shifts to the hospital building, where two nurses gossip outside a door. That poor child in room 609. Right, lucky they caught it early. He lies in his hospital bed, head bandaged, staring out the window. But his parents refused treatment, and his condition became chronic, something he'll live with forever. One of Tri's eyes is completely bandaged. My father wouldn't accept even the smallest variable in his career. He gradually grew up, and pulled his suitcase away from that dark house. But thanks to the variable called health, I escaped the prison my father created, and came to Korea. Tri looked at the old apartment building. In that place, his new dream shone brightly. Inside his room, countless vials of chemicals lined the table. Day and night, Trey tirelessly researched, never giving up on breaking his limits, even in his solitary existence. Try, fixating on the blue chemical, tirelessly researched, manufactured, and experimented. Then one night, a purple light flashed in his room, a chemical bottle shattered, and Try writhed in agony as a purple liquid poured from his mouth. Trey's body transforms, golden veins erupt, and purple eyes blaze. The ultimate masterpiece is born. Back in reality, before Trey can even think, Jiang Chong hurls him away. The man tumbled, destroying everything in his path, slowly approaching as groans escaped his lips. Oozing fluid, he clutched his stomach, muttering that his body was ruined, watching Jiang Chong approach like a lion stalking its prey, an unforeseen variable from beginning to end. He stopped clutching the shard in his hand. That took longer than I expected. You managed to stall me. But before he could leave, the man grabbed the hem of Jiang Chong's pants. He turned back in confusion, seeing him lying prone on the ground, his hand still gripping. Jiang Chong's face contorted in discomfort. What is this? You still have the strength to fight, he shakes his head. No. But Yen, frowning, tried to kick him away, but when he couldn't, the man suddenly injected something into Giang's leg. I want to bite your ankle, and not let you go. Enraged, he kicks the man away with all his might, but the man still struggles to his feet. My mission ends here, but you will eventually accept our offer. Jiang Trong clenched his fists, his arm muscles tensing. This was a pointless game. He approached, clenching his fist, and looked down. Though I don't know what you're planning. Jiang Zhong gripped his hair, his eyes flashing as he clenched his fist. You'll never control me. Elsewhere, drops of color fell to the floor as he gasped for breath, clutching his wounded body. As expected, Li Gisu. I've been holding back for so long just to play with you. His words stopped him in his tracks. Thank you. Remembering Kang, In-ha's repulsive face, still the same as when I first transferred here, he scoffed. You think you're the main character in some revenge flick? Wake up. Gyu had 2 clean streaks on his face, but he smirked. Someone like you. Hearing the challenge in those words, he charged forward in anger. Cocky bastard. Seeing the situation, Gyu quickly retreated to dodge the blow. Relying on his knife, Kang In is completely confident, taunting Gyu for running away, despite his earlier arrogance, then throws a punch missing as he faces a bare-handed opponent with a knife. Kang In-ha throws his head back and laughs maniacally. That's the point. Have you forgotten, the reality after fighting in that playground arena? Gyu is relentlessly attacked, backing up until he's cornered against the wall. Kang In-ha raised his gleaming knife high, declaring that the world is inherently unfair. He coldly laughed at the prey in his grasp, saying that vermin like him would be forever trapped in the corner. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang In-ha lunged forward. The reality is that people like me are in charge. He stared back, dumbfounded. If that's reality, then, seeing you holding that syrup-dripping knife, I'll change it. Kang In-ha gritted his teeth, trying to snatch the knife back. This bastard. But he immediately grabbed the knife and kicked him hard. Gyu snatches the knife from Kang In-ha, who stumbles, barely keeping his balance, and cries out. Wait! The blade pauses, as if waiting for Kang In-ha's final words. You better prepare yourself. He silently peeked to assess the situation. Gyu removes his shirt, revealing numerous cuts, and quickly bandages his wounds with a piece of cloth. The real battle is about to begin. He slowly removed the knife from his mouth, saying, I'll let you feel the weight of the suffering I've endured. Angered by the disrespect, Kang In-ha retorted, You're so arrogant, it's unbelievable. He pulled a purple pill from his pocket and swallowed it, suddenly surging with power and a purple aura. I'll have to show you some tough love so you remember the old days. In that instant, they both charged at each other. Blow after blow, rains down, exploding with each moment. A strike from Gyu forces Kang In-ha back. Do your best. That way your defeat will be absolute. He grits his teeth, struggling to withstand the attack. Ever since that day, I've been training like crazy at Gangun. Plus, I took the White Mountain Society's pills, so there's no way I can lose. He throws everything he has into one last desperate punch, and his opponent can only stare back in disbelief. What? What is this? This power? Ever since our first match in the arena, I've often imagined fighting you. You approach with terrifying speed like a missile. At first I thought you just needed to repay your debt. But as time passed, I only had one thought to finish the fight I couldn't finish before. Kang In-ha roars in anger, throwing a punch. This mutt still acts tough after taking a beating. Gi Shu lands a blow. I'm not pretending like you are. I'm just stronger than you. Medicinal herbs were scattered on the floor before him. I even resorted to using medicine, so how could I be pushed back by him? Kang In-ha's eyes rolled back as he screamed internally, filled with rage. Impossible. It can't be. Returning to the past, a hand slowly reaches out to open the car door, and a question my friends often ask me. The Jian family's steady voice echoed, he has arrived. What does it feel like to be born the son of a mafia boss? His feet slowly descend from the car, freezing the space around him. Every time I would answer the respectful line of people on both sides, he has arrived. Kang In-ha's face was bursting with arrogance and joy, as the door slowly opened. Han stands tall, bowing respectfully. I'm home. Without a word, Kang In-ha felt uneasy, unsure of what to do, but he knew he had to bow before them. The 2 figures in front of him stared coldly, his father and brother. Seated in his chair, his father radiated indifference. This isn't your concern, Leave. To my father, I'm just a useless son. His brother is an insurmountable wall. Kang In-ha quietly closes the door, his hand trembling slightly as he tightens his grip on the handle. All he could do was avoid them. He put his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked away. If he avoids those two, no one else can suppress him. This sudden Viper's struggle has changed everything. He stood in the arena, wiping away sweat, looking at you lying on the ground. Yes, I won that match, but it was the first time I felt like I had lost to someone. Below the platform, the crowd roared, chanting Ligasu, Ligasu. Hearing the cheers, Kang In-ha gritted his teeth, resolving to change the situation by any means necessary, then turned his back on his younger brother. So just stay put and out of the way and don't tarnish our family name. Anyway, things will sort themselves out once I'm out there. If I can rule over the Green Gate High School while he's in prison. Kang In-ha's hand trembled on the desk, fueled by the desire to fulfill his brother's unfulfilled ambition. His face twisted with ferocity as he gritted his teeth, determined to prove his worth to his father. Back in the present, he struggles to his feet, and like a wild animal clenches his fist and charges, I can't lose to a nobody like you. But he easily dodges the attack. A fist that big is bound to miss. Seeing Kang In-ha seize the knife, Gyun thought, you were born a fry, how dare you. Realizing he'd been tricked, Gyun was furious that bastard intentionally fought like that to get the knife. He frantically stabs his bandaged hand with the knife, telling him he should have crawled into some dark corner to live. Kang In-ha is like a wild beast now, saying he was born a predator, so Gi-hun should give up his recklessness and die. Gi-hun, having no patience for his nonsense, headbutts him with full force, then lands a solid punch to Kang In-ha's face. You're the one who's going to die. Gi-hun unleashed a flurry of blows, giving him no chance to defend himself. His body trembled, his breath heavy and ragged. He turned to face Kang In. Don't you get it? Gi-hun now resembles a tiger that has won. He looked down at him like a supreme king. You absolutely cannot win against me. I remember everything. In his mind, he recalls his childhood the first time he stepped into the arena. Gi-hun stood on the floor, his fists clenched, trembling. He remembered the first time he ever fought someone struggling to survive, winning his first brawl. He remembers fighting alongside his comrades, having trustworthy friends. Together they trained, until they were drenched in sweat, growing stronger together. Thanks to the 6 gates, I was able to become strong. I look at Kang In-ha barely clinging to life. In the lampless city night, Hanul stood high above, not turning but hearing footsteps. He glanced sideways. Finally, you've arrived. He emerges from the shadows, radiating power. Jiang approaches, staring intently at H. You must be ready. Their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills. Prepare to pay the price for your actions. Hen keeps his eyes on him, hands in his pockets. Just as I thought I knew you'd make it this far. Jiang scoffs coldly. Deafening. You mean my getting here was all part of your plan? As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward with a deafening roar. From now on, my existence will be a variable. On the rooftop, a blinding light flashes, exploding like lightning in the night, as Jiang Zhong unleashes a relentless barrage of hammer blows, forcing him to defend. Barely pausing, H lunges forward, leg cocked, ready to strike. Still haven't grasped the situation, have you? Jiang Trong's straight kick sends him reeling, his face contorted in pain. You can't change anything. Veins bulge in Jiang Zhong's hand as he grits his teeth. Can I change things? Immediately, he unleashed a thunderous kick, the wind screaming as he struck, sending his opponent flying backwards across the ground. H smirked a fleeting smile and said he'd finished testing the top fighter of Lukmon High. He calmly brushed the dust off his clothes, as if the impact was nothing to him. Then he pulled out a vial of drugs, saying he'd show him their power. Seeing it, he frowned, a hint of annoyance crossing his face. He's using that smug drug again. Jiang clenched his fist and charged forward, a whirlwind of fury. That's why you're all weaklings. He lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. But Hen manages to jump back, avoiding the blows. This drug was made specifically for a champion like me. See if you can feel the difference. He lands right behind Jiang Zhong. His eyes darted back for a moment. One thing's for sure, drinking that stuff would definitely make me talk more. He spun around in an instant, his body surging forward with a powerful gust of wind. I'll shut your mouth like the rest of them. But he easily leans back to dodge the blow. If you've reached a certain level, you should be able to feel it. He throws a punch, striking Jiang's face with full force, then follows up with another direct hit. Speed immediately after the punch, he lunges forward, tackling him to the ground. Hen's technique slams Jiang Trong to the ground as blood sprays from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with coldness. There's no way you can win against me. Now that you're quiet, let's get down to business. Do you know why we wanted to persuade you? Heng's face darkened, his voice like something from hell. The White Mountain Society was created at Han's instigation. Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief at the words. What, remembering how Bao Cat was tossed around, he furiously beat him, as if venting his anger. Heng stopped, drenched in sweat, and panting. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. They're working hard today too. Kang In-ha walks in holding a pair of gloves. But wouldn't sparring be better than hitting a sandbag? I wonder what's so fun that makes him smile every time he shows up. The two launch into training, the sound of punches echoing. You like to fight as much as I do. He attacks and defends, keeping a tight rhythm. The next match is the finals, right? Can I win? Piece of cake. Bunch of weaklings. For someone like me with no family, they're the only family that supports my dream. Inha was drenched in sweat, laughing as he struck. If you become champion, you're buying me a drink. It's all thanks to me after all. Lee Kang-ha is more than just a friend to me. Elsewhere on the rooftop, the group drinks away their sorrows while Maria watches him excitedly hugging her knees. Congratulations, you've truly become the champion. You worked so hard to get here after all. Now all that's left is waiting for Tess and Kao to eat meat 3 times a day, right? Even if I become a champion, it's just a youth tournament, so I can't earn money. On the contrary, I have to pay to compete, so I don't know if I should continue. I'm thinking of stopping here. He was the first to react to those words. No, you can't just throw away everything you've achieved for money, he argued, knowing they couldn't continue living like this. Escaping this life is our goal. An enraged Kang In-ha pushes himself up. That's why we need to join forces. I've come up with a business venture. The two look at him suspiciously. What? He stammered. A business deal. Seeing the anticipation on their faces, he no longer held back the illegitimate son of a Chibol. Then, looking at him, the boy genius, his eyes glanced over at Hen, the MMA champion, before Kang In-ha proudly pointed to himself and the fearless madman. Everyone fell silent, staring at him. We have many weapons at our disposal, so it can be done. He blankly drifted into a sea of thought. We were all lured in by his get-rich-quick business scheme and had pipe dreams. Inside the arena, chandeliers hung everywhere, reflecting the light, as the referee grabbed his hand, announcing the winner. The victor, Champion Tae-san. Maria and Tri cheer from below, as we each use our strengths to create an underground martial arts tournament, called the Roman Arena. Standing beside him, a thrilled Inha shouted, I knew you could do it. This tournament that awakens everyone's desires has been a great success. He straddled him the gold belt around his chin, a miracle the moment Inha's plan became reality. The scene shifts to Hen, jogging down the street, and just when things seem to be going well, someone suddenly blocked his path. You're Tae-san, the champion of the underground arena, right? It's Jin-hun, standing there with a cigarette in hand. You two are starting young with an interesting job. Jin-hun begins his enticing proposition, asking if they want to dream bigger, leading them to a house where a mysterious man makes a tempting offer. The door slowly creaks open as Jin-hun glances back. Come on in, I have much to show you. He leads them inside and down to the basement. The Roman arena you're running is too small to contain your grand ambitions. This poet has been abandoned for 10 years, so you can use it freely. With his hands in his pockets, Jin-hun led the way, saying with a smile, but I hope you can do what we asked. That's the condition for the Gangun gang, to invest in you. The two were stunned by what they saw countless vials inside the lab. Go on, develop your talents to your heart's content. Speechless, we saw the man who suddenly appeared a presence that would be of great help to us. That night, back at their old apartment, In-ha exploded after hearing the story. Don't give me that garbage. Are you trying to defile our Colosseum, or are you trying to explain yourself? Kang In-ha, just listen to me, he pleaded, trying to make him understand. You'll see it's not as bad as it sounds. The guy already agreed. We just need to make this work and we'll get a huge sum of money. The more Kang In-ha heard, the more he frowned in disapproval. I've never been friends with a drug addict, let alone a drug manufacturer. He didn't want to say another word and left decisively. Wait here, I'm going to go set things straight with them. He hurried after Kang In-ha. The two of them stared at his retreating figure, their faces clouded with worry, unaware of what was to come. The scene shifts to an incense burner, a stick of incense smoldering as smoke fills the air, his radiant smile mingling with someone's stifled sobs. That was the last time I saw Kang In-ha. She stood to the side, sobbing, tears streaming down her face. No way, there's no way Kang took his own life. The police's explanation is a baseless lie. There's no way In-ha killed herself. I'll get to the bottom of this. After searching everywhere, I learned that a man named Han Ha was involved in Kang In-ha's death. Unexpectedly, police sirens blared, but unfortunately for them, the police lights were shining right on them. Hey you students, stop right there and get out with your hands up. As soon as they got out of the car, the police warned them that they would be arrested for assault. I and that guy were sent to the Nyong juvenile prison. Heng casually strolled ahead, hands in his pockets as the inmates bowed in respect. After being imprisoned, we had to establish a hierarchy. His eyes paused for a moment as he saw something. Is this fate playing a trick? Ahead, a large figure is being led away by 2 police officers. I met him faster than expected after the hierarchy was established. A smile crept across his face, his eyes all pupil. Han-ha had been imprisoned in the juvenile detention center. As Han-ha walked away, he muttered Lee Kang-in's name, then sat down at the table and took a big spoonful of rice. Who is he? I'm not good at remembering names. He didn't remember Kang-in at all. Han-ha paused, thought for a moment, and then said, but I heard you're the boss around here. When I go out, I'm going to do something very interesting. Want to go out and try it first. At that time, I didn't have the ability to overthrow him. H's face turned cold and expressionless. Sounds interesting. What is it? So I stayed by his side, nurturing my strength and waiting for the right moment. Upon hearing his words, his hand clenched until the veins trembled. That's the plan, devour the entire Dong city and kill him. Returning to the present, he suddenly extends a hand to cooperate with the Baekseon Society. Not with me. Seeing Jiang Chong's bewildered face and to take down the Ganggun clan and Han Ha Ha, he stands up straight, waiting for his answer. We must join forces. Jiang Chong pushes himself up, his head bowed, breathing heavily. A truly sad past. He paused for a moment, making the other man suspicious, but Jiang Chong directly slapped away his outstretched hand. There's no way I'd ever work with you guys. Why Jiang struggles to stand his hands empty. In my eyes, you're all the same trash, making excuses for the terrible things you've done. Do you still care about justice in this situation? Let's see if you can still say that. When Luke falls into the hands of the White Mountain Society, he throws his shirt to the ground. That thing. Immediately after, he lunges forward with a punch that lands squarely. The two trade blow after blow. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches like a thunderous storm. The more I fight you, the more I regret this, because if you were on our side, you'd be a great asset. Jiang Zhong roars as he retaliates. Spare me the empty words. He landed a direct punch to his gut. Heng immediately follows up with a punch to the face, then a powerful kick that sends Jiang flying. H moves in, gripping his neck with a force that lifts him off the ground. Before I end you, I have one question. His grip tightens, never letting go. What's your relationship with Han Ha? Jiang struggled to breathe, his body trembling, the reason he couldn't focus on the fight. His face grew darker, with each heavy breath consumed by guilt. I didn't expect to have such an impact on this guy's past. Years ago, he wiped the red syrup from his lips, his eyes still sharp. In this dog-eat-dog city where survival is a constant struggle, I always craved power. I was one 7-year-old Jiang. Han Ha stood by with his hands in his pockets laughing. He's as interesting as I'd heard. In the dim glow of the streetlights, he tilted his head, warming up as if to say, this should be enough. At that moment, Han Ha was the perfect opponent for me to test my abilities. The battle erupts, the sound of impact echoing through the space as Jiang's knees buckle from the first blow. He looked down on him with disdain. So that's all he amounted to, an unfamiliar failure. Han Ha couldn't hide the mockery in his eyes. It was the first time in his life he'd encountered such an insurmountable wall. A group of people approached, their footsteps growing louder. I stayed by his side, wanting to understand the source of his power. He led the way, followed by me, him, and others who thought like him. And so we took over Lukmoon High School as first-year students. Jiang followed Han Ha's orders and fought relentlessly, but he didn't stop there. He wanted to create an organization that would unite all the areas of Dongyang, and I eagerly volunteered to help. For a power seeker like him, Han Ha's existence transcended friendship, making Min feel like he was a reliable leader. Then one day, a heavy rain suddenly fell. Lying on the ground, Jiang Zhong grits his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He rises, throws his head back, and roars as if releasing something within. Little did I know, it would become the worst decision I ever made. Back in reality, Jiang Zhong muttered, perhaps my past mistakes created a monster like you. His words confuse Heng, who retorts, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Zhong doesn't explain, only saying that he has something he must return to that man, and now he looks down at him with mocking eyes. I guess fighting you is inevitable. Heng, enraged, throws him to the ground, a flash of fury in his eyes. You have the same goal as me, and yet, are you still searching for justice? He screams in fury, as he unleashes a flurry of blows. You disappoint me so much. He raised his fist, screaming in a frenzy. Didn't you know Han Ha was like this, a monster who would do anything to get what he wants? As he spoke, Han's fist flew straight at Jiang Chong. Your thirst for revenge is weaker than mine. He grabs his wrist, saying that his revenge knows no justice or faith. To tear him apart, I'd do anything. Now remember the outcome of today's fight, as I raise my leg for the final blow. Jiang still lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Was this karma? He closed his eyes, gasping, awaiting his fate, but suddenly, the rooftop door burst open. A voice cuts through the tense atmosphere. Stop, you bastard, he shouts, wounded. Senior, get a grip. Both of them turn to the door. Li Gyu, a student from the Green Gate School, made it all the way up here. He smirked, cutting him off. How brave, Gyu. Jiang Zhong, I'll show you the consequences of your choice. That's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please hit that like button to support Gao. Thanks for watching, and goodbye everyone.